Yo, test it, one tree. Come on, bad man live early. Let's pop in, man. Big up everyone in the place. You know, we do street blockery in this biatch. Man, them are popping off in the comment section early, man. Covered. Mm, one of those sunny days out here again, yeah? Yes. Have you got some big questions today, though? About, about, yeah, same, man. Just having a little stretch, yeah? So big up the people that are in the place. Mm-hmm. All right. Let me slap the link in the chat. Yeah, man. So, it's a celebration, yeah? Saying nothing, man. I'm to Ultra. Yo, walk one.
Yes, broski. Just a quick
What's
take.
popping, man? One, man.
Same old, same old, brother.
Yeah.
Get me? Yeah, man. Just popping in quickly.
Mm.
Morning slot, now and again.
Come on. Come on.
Sweet.
Mm.
Man's got a little younger today, innit? I got it for the rest
Okay.
of the week. Got it for the rest of the week, actually.
Okay. Julia
Um,
Fred. What's that? Frederica.
yeah, Frederica's running after dad.
Yeah.
Horse riding.
Yeah, big up still, man.
Yeah, big up, man. Every time. And your man.
Mm.
And your one. Man. The
Yeah,
very
but just,
massive.
wait. We're still
The
down there,
very
man.
massive.
You get me?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
going,
Trust me, yeah, we're still out here, man.
bro. Keep it running, man. We talking about marshmallows in the night time.
You get me?
You see, we use
Straight
our
Gaza out
camping,
here.
man. We use our camping.
Nah, we're at fucking Airbnb, man. Fuck that.
Ah, that's
Yeah. Just that fucking on the coast and that. You get me? Because
yeah, man. That's
really, it's true. You couldn't go on holiday this year, really, innit? Like, so
yeah. It would have been whack to take.
yeah, you sort of had to make a bit of a compromise in it with the
Mm-hmm.
locations. Yeah. So,
No, yeah, man. Definitely.
but the Houston don't care anyway, man. They're just like happy to get out of the house in it and go to the next place.
They don't give a ass. They could be going to aunties. Once there's other kids there and they can get it cracking, they don't care. Nah, man, boy, I just treat my one with bare bullshit because I know it's memories we're building.
Yeah, man. So we just gotta do a little small talk until we can get the people there up in the building.
Yeah, man.
Bro, I need a drink still. One sec.
You know, eat breakfast for morning.
Yeah, you know that breakfast, the breakfast chokey.
I really don't have my fruits and my pancake.
See it there. Yeah, man.
Yeah, man, just the vibes, though, man, just the vibes. You get me?
Come on.
Anything nice plan for today?
Oh, yeah, it's just been fucking beach mode and all that, man. You get me? All them things,
Mm,
you know, because
mm,
been like that, man.
who could make that Rasta sandcastle?
Yeah, man. Just like let the man them run about, collect some
Well, no,
shells, then man went in
definitely.
the water.
Yeah, it's all about that, man. It's all about
Mm,
that. Get me? I'm gonna put my one on a horse today. Get her in the horsey vibes. Get me?
mm.
Mm,
Big up,
Yeah,
big up,
hey,
big
bro,
up.
move away from that.
big up.
Van doesn't get ready so we can go beach.
Yeah, man, big up.
I'm on here. Big up man like Kane in the building. My G.
My G,
Move.
big up, big up, big up.
Yeah, man. What's going on, man?
Nah, man. Morning times and that.
You get me?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
Praises for another day. Definitely
Come on.
bear shit going on in the world. Man's always gonna try and stay positive. You know what I mean, Velvo?
Yeah, man. Come on, come on. Come on.
Don't make
Boy, you like inside. Ain't even got no clothes on. This man's running out naked and that.
Stop.
Yeah, man. Just be. Man's got like a colony of fucking new children. You hear me, cuz?
Adoption. Holiday adoption.
These man bun clothes. Trust me. Man bun clothes, cuz.
That's what it's do, man. I'm saying, remember they're out and about, running up and down and
now they keep trying to sneak up on me and that.
I'll jump back on later. I just need to do a couple things quickly.
I bet you got all this energy.
Big up the panel, big up the chat.
Every time. That is really
big up, gang. Yeah, man. So for the pin we're talking about, I'll tell you what, yeah, my phone's on the other side of the bloody thing on charge. So let me read out the question of the day real quick. Let me read it out real quick. Wednesday. Why is there such immorality in countries that are super religious? Like, how did that happen, man?
But trust me, the atheist countries are worse, fam. I'm not even gonna lie, bro. Right. Trust me, the whole world, blood. There's one tune called Black Uhuru, blood. It's in darkness, blood. Yeah, I don't know, man. Black Uhuru, blood. Whoever's got like YouTube around him, type
Search for the Black Uhuru.
Yeah, and it's called Darkness, blood. And it describes what's going on right now. You get what I'm saying? It's not just a religious thing or atheist thing or that thing or that thing. It's a whole world. Watch your eyes. Watch everybody. You know what I mean, family? Because China, they're supposed to not have no faith in that. And look what the things they're doing out there, bro.
But right, let's just lean to the religious side for a bit, yeah? Wouldn't it be more expected that the people that run religious states are sort of gotta, or like they at least like they gotta be more I don't know, more
family. I would expected black people to all rap in 2020. It just don't happen. What you expect don't run. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do you mean?
But what it is though, Freddie, is that
you know what I mean, though.
But I'm saying, like, if you think about the places that are saying it's against the law of the religion to do certain things, and they've got a lot of these things going on there. Like, how does that happen? You think like more times it seems like when there's places where things are barred, people sort of try to lean towards them, and in the places where things are not barred, there's fucking the people that do it, and then there's people that just don't do it.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I definitely get what you're saying. You'd expect religious people to know better, but it depends who's in control of the religion. Do you get me? I'd expect rappers to know better and become like more conscious lyrics, but who's in control of rap? If that makes sense.
Yeah, do you know what? Yeah, differently. I got a little video.
Huh?
Yeah, you know what? Speaking on this rap thing, I got a little video that if someone jumps up to share the screen, I want one of them to play.
Yeah. What is it? A nice people one, yeah?
Yeah, I know. They're trying to prank me in it. Yeah. Sorry, Freddie, fam, but the Yeah, if anyone jumps on a bit later, that can share screen. Got a little video of one done talking about a little thing that experiment he done with some rap music.
The same experiment they done with religion, man. Because if the people that were supposed to be if the people were supposed to, the real people that are supposed to run religion are not running religion. The higher and upper classes are running the religion, and religion wasn't built for them; it was built for the masses.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So what was you listening last night? There was a fucking. It was a good debate last night, man. But I needed to go sleep, fam.
I heard some of the
them man would
brothers.
have still been rapping now, bruv.
There was like a European brother who was going in, innit?
The Christians on there.
Yeah, I heard he was.
I can't remember his name. He called himself John Calvin, but I think his name's something else. So I can't remember.
Yeah, he had some different things, innit? But I don't really tune into the religious thing because that's not really where my heart's at. I don't care about religion. I care about people. Like, you know, I'm going to show you. I'm more concentrated on the people. Yeah, I'm really. Obviously, religion in so many different ways. That's why we're having all this problem. Yeah, I'm saying.
Yeah.
Because what one man interprets as a godly act, another man interprets that as an evil act. This is why what's haram to someone is halal to another person. So this is why we're fucked.
That's why this is haram block, bruv. Trust me, because music, alcohol, definitely running around here, B. Yeah,
all of that, blood, man. I like. It's not even haram, bro. That's just living, bro. Man's living. You know what I'm saying? If you're not a part of that, you ain't got to involve yourself. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Somebody.
Yeah.
That makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I'll wind it down from the other side.
I was just saying in general, I would never involve myself personally in a religion or somebody. I love God.
Yeah, man.
Do you know what I mean?
So let me pick up the man then, man, though. You get me? The G Block team, you get me? Yeah, man, big up man like Ultra Funky, my IG, big up man like James Jones, come on, big up man like Renegade Raff. You got yourself, cuz. Trust me. Yeah, what stays in the back chat lives in the back chat. Yeah, say nothing, cuz, man. But boom. We need to get some more people on to let us know why there's such deviancy in religious countries, like in the places where they're supposed to be high and mighty, or where we've got morals. God has given us morals, but they're doing such things that's religiously immoral. Why do they do that? Why that fuck?
Yeah. Some people come on, please, and explain it. I'm trying to give a good explanation. But we need some more. We need some more because it's a definite good question. You get me? I've roughly got an idea that the people that are supposed to run the religion, like the poor people, they're not getting a chance to get hold of their own faith. So when the rich and the upper classes are telling you what to do, there's going to be corruption in it.
So in every system, yeah, why does it always seem like in every system, no matter what it is, yeah, that there's whoever's the upstanding good people of it, their voice is never as loud as the people who seem to be corrupt and dodgy or just all this sort of stuff. How comes that always happens? Because it seems to happen in everything.
I think that's just to do with the money, though, man. If you follow the money, big up.
Yo, look at my princess's hair, man.
Yo.
Look at that.
Oh, mate.
My wife's doing it now.
Mate. That's
that kind of quality there, man. Jesus.
You ain't buying that quality. That quality is like £1 million off the shelf.
Boy, Brad, listen. My wife has been nurturing this woman's scalp for 13 straight years. Weekly. It's only right that she ain't got some fuck up scalp like her old man.
Man. You got pepper brains, don't you?
Trust
Did
me.
you get
No,
that?
no. I messed up right now, but I'm gonna get a haircut on Friday because I got a
Kingdom
wedding.
of Gold.
Yo,
Yeah,
big
so
up,
big
homies.
big up. Oh, listen, just quickly, just quickly talking about immorality. Even though this ain't immorality, I was in Victoria's Secret on Thursday. No, what day was I in Victoria's Secret? Monday, Bank Holiday Monday. I was in Victoria's Secrets in Westfield. Yeah, and
Hang on.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Do you know why I was shocked? Because it was just bare Muslim things in there. I was like, "Raw, wait a minute, what the? Hang on a second." I saw like a bag of Somali sisters in there, like hijabbed up to the hilt. I was like, "Fucking hell, like, what are you doing in here?" But then I thought to myself, "Nah."
That's the real world hitting you in your head.
I thought to myself, raw, like, I thought to myself, raw, and then like, yeah, I thought to myself, raw. Like, is that how you think this is getting on? I saw bare Arab things in there, a couple white things, 2 black things. I was like, raw. So, what you saying Muslim sisters into this fuckery, yeah? Like, it was mad. And then I spoke to the Polish girl, and I was like, listen, my brother-in-law needs something for his wife. And then, but I was just shocked because I thought to myself, fucking hell, I didn't know. Like, I didn't know. So big up all the girl them that keeping it.
Wait, what did you say? Wait, there's a lot of Muslim people in a place where they shouldn't have been? What are you talking about?
No, it wasn't that they shouldn't have been there. It's just that it took me by surprise to see them in there.
Oh, all right. Make sure you word that right, yeah? Make sure you word that right. You get
I
me?
was like, hey, this is what I'm saying, yeah. This is the thing, yeah. And I say it all the time. If you just put
You man need to
religion,
get out,
if you put the religion aside for like a second,
no, but I'm saying,
you
if you get out
realize
the house,
we're all the fucking same.
Trust me,
Yeah.
if you get out of the house when you realize that everyone takes a plane, everyone does it.
Yeah, bro, this is the thing. If you put religion aside for a second, bro, we're all the same. We're all the fucking same.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, though, bruv. I mean, do you know what? G Block have taken some fails along their years, but bro, the sentence I wouldn't say
we're undefeated, son. What's wrong with this brother, man? We ain't even been out for a year. That's along the years,
you know what? The headline's okay, but bro, come on, listen to this. Look, why is there such immorality in countries that are super religious? I can give you so many different countries that are super religious that you can't really find in history where they've even invaded another country, let alone are constantly breaking laws and have been brought to the forefront of the international world stage because they've been shitting on their own people. There's so many countries like that. I can tell you, I can name one now.
Yeah. But
Nigeria,
listen, what? That's a super religious state, yeah.
Super religious.
So let's. Do you know what we should try to avoid today? Is whataboutism. Let's try to avoid whataboutism.
No, it's not whataboutism.
It's not whataboutism, you know. Listen to what he said carefully, because he said all the countries that are super religious, they haven't committed as much genocide as the other countries that are not religious. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So when we're doing
like America,
comparison, we're not doing whataboutism.
You know, America's a Christian country, right?
Yeah, but it's not super religious though. But they're fanatic.
What do you mean?
Wait,
there's more religious people. There's more religious people there than atheists.
Is America a Christian country?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And
this is the point.
This
is the point. Yeah, you got stumped in it because you think he was going to say no. America is a Christian country.
That's right. And that's what these men were going to come on and say. Oh, look what America does. Oh, America.
I don't agree with America being a Christian country. I can understand. It's just like England saying that they got English values in it. I mean, Christian values. I don't know. It's just the values they got. They ain't a country based on Christianity. Like, you ain't got to take the oath
of America
for America and then take up a religion
of America that's not been a Christian.
No, I'm saying to you, name a king or a queen that doesn't make no sense. Doesn't equate to what you're saying. I'm saying because when you take a national oath, or you pledge allegiance to the country. Therefore, if they're Christian or they've got some type of Christian values, you should be
I'm a
Christian.
Christian, my
You should be. You get what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
them
Like
a
if I take
Christian,
the oath in Saudi Arabia to be a Saudi,
Them man tried to, them man tried to, I knew that was going to be the first card that these
Well,
men drew. America,
war, boy.
that's why I shut
I
that down
don't know.
early.
I'm just guessing, Vel.
yeah, I know. Yeah, you know that the Saudis are Jewish, eh?
The what?
You know the Saudis are
Saudis
Jewish.
like Jewish.
They
Saudis
are
a Jewish
Jewish.
state, yeah?
No,
Say
they're
that.
Jewish.
Say
Yeah.
nothing, bro. Saudi Arabia is a Jewish state, yeah? Says Kate. All right, I'm going to go on mute for a second, see how the story goes after that.
Look in their faces, bro. You'll see the Syrian blood.
Man, them have a blessed day, man. God bless you and your religious.
All right, God bless you, Freddie, and take care of yourself, man. God bless you.
Every time, man.
Peace.
Yeah, take care.
Hopefully
Freddie.
you lose God and gain more sense. I said it for you early today.
Man said gain more sense, you know. Hi, babe. You're right. Is she sleeping? Hello, princess. I was just telling everyone that she's
telling
sleeping
us
all
about
right now, and we saw bare Muslims in Victoria's Secret.
Saudi Arabia being a Jewish country. What? I just come up with that.
No, but there's a Muslim girl in the chat.
by the Jews.
She's like, what do you think, Ultra? They don't wear sexy underwear. Muslims don't wear sexy underwear. Oh. So I was just ribbing it. I was saying, oh, so you say you in there often, yeah? Yeah. No, I was shocked, babe. I can't lie. I was like, raw.
Yeah, it's an underwear store. It's not a fucking. It's not. You know, it's not haram to be in an underwear store, bro. It's not like they were standing in a rock and roll place with like
Ultra
with questionable.
Did you see what I done came in the black one left with the white one? Yo, classic. No,
sorry.
Yeah,
where did you say sorry, bro? I missed it.
Yeah, I said, Ultra, you get gas because you didn't think Muslims wear flipping sexy underwear, just granny colours.
No, because bro, like, I'm not gonna lie to you. The reason why it's funny, yeah, is because if you saw the thing I made my brother-in-law pick out, yeah, it's a mad thing, yeah. And then in my head, I was like, no. I was like, wait, no, yeah, yeah, is that, hey, and
what do you say, Ultra?
Yo,
what do you see? What do you say when soon as you get back home? Yeah,
bro,
it's like taking off your hat or something, or putting your umbrella down. They're like, "Hey, babes, look, we're home now. We can do what we want." And then all the overall comes off, and it's just like an
The overall.
No, I think he means kimono. He means kimono. He means kimono.
Lingerie, boy.
Yeah, he means a kimono. They sell those in there. Kimonos. They are hard. Silk kimonos.
But just look, you can be a lady in the streets, but a freak in the bed. You know what I mean? So big up the.
Do you know what it is? Like I said, for me, it was like, it was just a shock, innit? Because I didn't expect it. Like I was just like, fucking hell. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, okay.
That's the world we're living.
So there's a freaky deaky aspect to certain.
No. Do you know what? All it proved to me was. All it proved to me was, if you just take the religion away for like a second, we're all the fucking same. We're all the same. Like to vary. Like obviously there are varying degrees, but are we all the same? Yes. Are we all the same? Yes. No God, with God, all the same. Yes. When are people going to wake up to this? Yes. When are they going to wake up?
What did you think that they weren't like when they bust a nut? They're not allowed to like.
Ultra was in Victoria's Secret like Cisco and.
Sorry, Ultra man, I don't want to cut you in, man. But can I just answer the question, because I won't stay that long. I just wanted to big up, man. I'll just answer the question.
Big up, bro.
From my point of view, anyway. Look, the reason why I was watching have you need to there's a clip on the internet it's called The Answer That Broke the Internet, right? The ultimate answer that broke the internet. So basically there was this guy and he had I can't remember what he was saying, but suddenly he had a gun to someone's head. And one of the audience members got up and said, if God was so loving and God was so kind, why didn't he stop that man from shooting that other man in the head? Like, why did he let that man kill that loving guy? Why did he do it? If God is all knowing, all powerful, why didn't he just leave it? Why didn't he just save that man? Like, why? I thought God was all loving and has no evil in him. Why does he let these evil things happen? And quite simply, the guy answered, well, the answer is love. And people would say, well, love? You're telling me the answer to the question is love. How do you comprehend that it's love? Why God let that person shoot that person in the head? And it's quite simple. It's to demonstrate. He's demonstrating what God is doing is demonstrating his love through what you would call freedom of will, of free will. Now, does God want robots to love? Can a robot love? Can something that's predetermined love? So basically, what he's letting us know is that
what program you put in it.
recognizing, it's actually showing us what is evil and what is not. So basically, if we were pre-programmed, if we say that God is programmed to, if God knows everything, omniscient and all this, and he knows before we're going to do it, it wouldn't make sense. Why would he create us? Like, it doesn't make sense. If it's not that God knew that we're going to kill someone. If he didn't give us free will, then how could we love him? Like, it's just like saying that, well, do you know where I'm going? Like, it doesn't make sense. How can you be loved? How can you be loved by something? How could you call it love if something is pre-programmed not to? So you would want that. It's just like saying, like the story of the prodigal son, where you have two sons and you say, one son went out and done evil and this and that. What God is doing is demonstrating love, because he's demonstrating that that's how much he loved us. It's basically, if you have a son and he goes the way that you don't want him to go, but you still love him, but you still leave it up to him. You say, look, son, this is what you're doing. But you know what I mean? No matter if you've done this, I still love you. And that son still has a chance to actually turn away from his sin and come back to him. But because God has loved you that much, he said, okay, if this is the desire of your heart, then you go ahead. You go and become a mass murderer, but I'll still love you. But you will fall by your own hand, not mine. But my love is here for you if you still turn. That's what turning away from is. So, but if he just said to you, I'm going to program you to love me, just to love, well, that's not true love.
I would say the love thing, yeah. Can I answer that? I say love thing, yeah. More, not him showing you all the bad, negative things in life, but I think, I had a good rebuttal to that now. Actually, that's quite a very good point you put across here. But wouldn't he have I think there's way better ways to sort of give examples of what you shouldn't be doing without you having to witness someone's head get blown out.
Yeah, but but the thing is, Gold, if love is predetermined, then it's not love. If love is pre-programmed, then it's not love. If you program a robot can only do what it's instructed. It cannot love on its own free will. I mean, why would God create us just to be programmed to love him? That wouldn't be true love. It wouldn't make any sense. Now, if you want to go back even further to the Garden of Eden, then you would say, well, why does it have to be this way? Didn't God say, let us make humans in our own image, let us make humans knowing good and evil? Well, we didn't know evil at the start, to be honest. Now, people, what were we doing? We were walking around like fairies. Well, I wouldn't say like fairies. It's just we didn't know sin until the iniquity of that sin was either found in us, or that it became via some way else, the knowledge. People seek knowledge. Why do they know? To know. The all-knowing knowing. The knowing this and knowing that couldn't have came look, God had a plan for us at the start. And actually, when you look at it, it was a beautiful thing. And people think, well, what was it? Some kind of utopia, this and that. Well, there was no sin there. But then, and then you'd say, well, why is it fair that God can know good and evil, but we're not allowed to know good and evil? Well, think about it. Why would we want to know evil anyway? And even though it says, yes, God was a jealous God and this and that and this and that, name me one person that isn't that creates something or begets something or this and that. The fact of the matter is, He created us, He loved us, and He expressed that love through creating us. Now, the only reason people fight against that is because it's that other side. It just can't get away from that sin, is because we're born into it. It explains it in the Bible. You know, if you really have a good look at it, it's not on us to decide. Well, because we cross that line now, it's basically, it's just something that's in us. It's a curse. We were never meant. Wasn't the way it was meant to be. It wasn't
It's
planned
definitely
like
a good point. Good point what you just made there, bro. It's got me thinking now very deeply. Like, you know, he's giving you examples of how good, you know, how to be good or bad in life, or give you, you know, you've got options or whatever it is. But I'd say it's more. I'm more thankful to the creator, because, you know, for the fact that I can feel and I've got feelings. I don't know how relevant this is, but I think the fact that we've got pain threshold is probably one of the main reasons why we're not leaving this earth more often. So I thank God for making pain receptors, because then people understand that it's not good to kill someone or shoot them in the head, because you're going to feel crazy amounts of pain. But in terms of him showing me lessons through someone else's actions, I don't know how necessary that is, to be honest with you. The fact that he built us with a moral compass and intuition, I think, is a good thing. But that's definitely a good way to look at it. Would I go as far as to say he's loving you by showing you people, or allowing people to blow other people's heads off?
It's not that he's saying that I love you. I love you. Go and shoot some. It's not that kind of love. It's like he's saying, well, okay, if this is the road you want to go down, then you go down that road and see where iniquity takes you. But I'm here if you want to turn away from that. Do you know what I mean? Like a loving father would. But if you decide to go down that road and follow the fleshly will, follow the worldly way, well, this is, I love you that much that I'll let you go. But
is there ever a time blowing out someone's head is permissible underneath the eyes of God?
A lot of people would go back to the Old Testament and start bringing up, you know, all these things, and I can happily answer that. But in regards to today, it's not permissible.
But so even if it's in defense of your life and your family's life, and you know, there's a balance.
Well, that's. Do you mean in defense?
Still, in defense of your life, or your family's life, then you're going to take someone.
It's only natural that someone's going to defend themselves. We're all going to defend ourselves. If some danger comes, we're all going to do some crazy stuff. I get that. But ultimately, you cannot murder anyone. You know, there's a passage in the Bible that says, if someone strikes your right cheek, turn your left cheek.
Let me be honest with you.
And I'll explain that. And I'll explain that. One sec, hold on quickly, because I ain't going to be a long man. No disrespect. But I'll explain that, what it means by turn your left. People say, hell no, I'm not going to turn my left cheek. Are you crazy? I'm going to save my life and do what it takes. It's all about bringing yourself into condemnation. It says, if you do bad, doesn't sin lie at the door? Now, can we all be perfect? Of course not. But what it's saying is, whatever wrong you do, you bring condemnation. You see, when you go out and fight evil with evil, it only brings more evil. Have you noticed that if you try and do good and at least the best that you can, at least the sin lies away for at least the time? People think that we can fight evil with evil, that if someone hits you, you can pay that back. But then it only comes back to you another 4 times. And it just goes round and round and round and round. It says in the Bible to fight good with evil. And I said, well, how are you going to fight evil by being loving and good? It doesn't make any sense. It's better to go and grab a baseball bat and clean everyone out and do that. But the only thing is, you bring yourself into condemnation. How we fight love with evil It says that
if you've got weeds growing in your garden, how are you going to show them love?
Well, it's called faith. If you think you can, it says in the Bible, not by power, not by might, but by my spirit, says the Lord, ye shall overcome.
So you're going to let your weeds grow
through. No, what it is it's a lack of belief and faith. If you can't think that God is a mighty God, then how then you don't believe at all. You believe physical violence is the way forward. And this is that.
Personally, this is my way.
Due to contrary belief, through history, you know how countries come against nations. So you've got, Greeks will take over this, and then 200 years later they'll take over this. Don't forget, the reason why the Babylonians came into Jerusalem is because God allowed it, right? They stuffed up, and God said, I will bring another nation against you. Because you have done this, I will bring this nation against you. Because you have broken this, I will bring this against you. Because your eyes have not seen and your ears have not heard, and you have not obeyed me, then I'll bring this nation against you. It's all through the Bible. Nation against nation. Look at Egypt. It explains Egypt as a tree in the garden, beautiful and mighty, like a beautiful people, a mighty people, above all people, right? And they were struck to the ground, and their branches were spread out over all nations, and until this day lay desolate, still trying to find its way back. When the simple answer is they believed on themselves instead of on the one who created them. All through history, you can see it.
We see a very pattern-like law in the animal kingdom, where you'll have lions very, very caring towards themselves, and pack member animals very, very structured, and would you perceive them to have some sort of I don't know, like a very sort of
alpha male,
family orientated, loving, quite conscious of maybe you could call them peaceful animals. They're not so just, I don't know, one dimensional, just hunter, and they've got sort of different sort of traits that they show between their family, which you show a level of sort of, I don't know, humanity in an animal. I don't really know what to say, really, what sort of word to say use for it, but they kill and eat other animals, but you could go as far as to say that they're, sometimes they were more well behaved than human beings. I think the point I'm trying to make really is I think there is a negative and there is a positive, and with the Christian faith, or sort of a number of faiths, I've found that they've tried to detach the fact that people will have to kill some people, man. And I think it's been kind of very, it's been made very, very, what's the word I'm looking for now? Excuse me if I'm waffling or I'm being boring. I'm trying to find my words early.
Don't forget, King Gold, when the Christians were persecuted before Rome come in and they made Christianity the actual religion, the so-called religion of Rome, is that when we're in the lion's den, when Daniel was getting persecuted, when Christians were getting persecuted for I think about 300 years, put on stakes, burnt in arenas, they actually, when they were in there burning, the emperor couldn't understand why these people were so happy, burning alive, singing up to the Lord, and that's a testament of faith and belief. Some people will say they're a bunch of fools, but I don't know, they're run to fools. But the same sort of things, these things.
You see this story of the Christians being burnt while, is it Daniel and all that, yeah? Is there any sort of factual evidence that goes with that?
Yeah, they've found
outside of the Bible. Is there anything that correlates that outside of the Bible?
Well, they couldn't find. It's funny you asked that. They couldn't find the crucifixions along in a certain place where biblically said, but they have found prior around that in the same area, but not in the exact spot. like mass wooden burnt charcoal evidence of bones and stuff. You know, places of like in these caves. There's a lot out there in regards to it, just like anything else. Like for instance, I haven't been to any of these places. I've obviously done a lot of studying like everyone else, but if you read the Bible and you go to these places, explains every single king in the Bible. It explains every place that they've been through. Literally, something has popped up in those places, like Sodom and Gomorrah, Noah's Ark, you know, places like where Ruth used to live, like the Israelite journey. It's just so much evidence there. Like there's a plethora of trail of history behind and proof and evidence behind what the Bible says. Like you could read the Bible, like yourself, just say you had you were quite wealthy and you read the Bible and you actually went to the place. There's things like where Sodom and Gomorrah burnt down. This guy went there, and he found like there's so much sulfur there that when he picked up the rock and he lit it with a lighter, it just caught on fire, and that was like miles around in that area. It's like the whole place, something major, like catastrophic. Nothing is growing in that place for like hundreds of years because the fire was that bad that the place was just, you know, just gone, like just full of sulfur.
You see, this is what we was talking about with the guy yesterday, yeah. When I was saying that the Bible, the stories of the Bible, and then the actual historical evidence of the things happening to these people in the Bible sort of don't match up, right? Because like especially if these accounts are so clear and like millions of people know these things word for word what happened or whatever, the evidence should be there to back up for it to be factual, isn't it? It's not like that.
Okay, so can you give me an example so I can? I know what you're saying, but an example in regards to
like you were saying, and like you was talking about Daniel with the lion's den and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's like that don't match up in the Christians being burnt and just the stories of the Bible, or like say like the place where what's his name with his long hair would have pulled down the wall or whatever. There's no evidence here, Samson and all them sort of business. No historical evidence that backs up any of the stories that's being like told to us. That's why it's like it's hard to say it's like actual true, innit?
I guess when you're not doing any research yourself and you're not really like you're just wanting it, like there's plenty actually. If you like, obviously I can't bring you physical evidence. I'm not an archaeologist. I can't pull out you know, maps of 150,000 years old and all this, but it's a lot of people over a lot of. I mean, these guys have spent their lifetime researching the Bible. I mean, there's so many stories of people being atheists that have gone on these journeys and they just can't fault it. Like they just go out there and they end up.
This is what this guy. That's why I knew it was someone else for a sec. Yeah, but this why I knew it was yes, yeah, we was talking to this guy yesterday, yeah, and he said that he was an atheist and then he became a Christian. Or I used to follow the atheistic creed or something like that. He was saying, yeah, and it's just like, what are you talking about, bro? I've never heard an atheist talk that the way you're talking, because you know me, like I used to follow the atheist way, and then I found a religion sort of like because the way he was talking about it was like he was a staunch atheist that had researched all religions and sort of had loads of different evidence of why sort of religions were false, and then he read the Bible or something and become a Christian, and it was that. I wanted to know sort of what you knew about the like actual like historical evidences and the actual facts of what's true in the Bible. Then, if you're
first,
going to say that you was an
first of
atheist
all,
and then
yeah.
you became religious.
Well, first of all, when you look at the Bible, okay, so the Christianity itself, the history of the Israelites, all the things that we know, like let's take the Bible for an example. When you look at atheism, it doesn't even have a history longer than how long? Like 50 years. Like it doesn't have the difference between the Bible and atheism is that, like I said, I've said this 100 times, you've got thousands and thousands and thousands of years of written documents and journeys, and then you've got thousands of years of hieroglyphs and things written on the wall. You've got millions of people testimonies. But when it comes to atheism, you've got what, like 50 years at best. Someone decides.
No, I don't know about that, bro. But I don't know about that still.
That's one thing.
Yo, based on slavery being a test from God or whatever, in any way, shape, I've heard people saying it. God needs to be removed from the picture then, because he's making people go through slavery. That's one thing I don't understand. Like, I'm never gonna sugarcoat it. If God is a bully, then, bruv, or he's just like a really, really sort of salty.
Yeah, but listen to this, King Gold. You may say that, and that's a fair enough statement to make. But the fact is, the matter is, if God didn't create you, you wouldn't be here.
No.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you can create someone and be a bad parent. Wait, you can create someone and be the most vile parent on earth, and create a generational zombies that actually have be more detrimental to the earth than
that's
positive.
coming back to what I talked about before. I mean,
so he's not encouraging moral guidance and values.
No, he is. He is 100%.
By putting people in slavery. So what? Wait, are people amassing wealth? Not by this stage, not eating adrenochrome, mass pedophilia and raping and defunding whole groups of people. It was just like the bare minimum at that stage, I can imagine, compared to what it is in nano age, right? So how can people back then, with the capability of doing what they could do, which was minimal, they'd write the biological warfare and press of a button, now you can just kill millions of people, and they got put into literally, there's nothing equal to that, even to this day. Even with Iraq losing however many million bodies, it's still not given that same recognition that slavery has had. Because you can imagine, actually, now when you do really think deep into it, you'd rather have something drop on you and boom, you're gone. Then,
well, first of all, Christianity's got nothing to do with slavery. That's for sure.
Rape, beating,
slavery.
Repeat that again.
Hang on.
I'd rather get.
What did he say?
Listen to me now. Listen to me now. I'd rather be underneath direct bomb,
Kingo,
dying than be in slavery over 600 years, especially in the hands of these Americans. Because they are the worst. We probably won't find a worse group of people on the planet. There's no difference between them and the Babylonians, is they wear very sophisticated Italian shirts and clothes.
You're easy me a bit, there, Gold, but I feel you. I feel what you're saying.
But you said Christianity's got nothing to do with slavery. Can you please justify your statements, man?
I think it's got
justify them statements, man.
It's got everything to do with slavery.
Yeah, it's got everything to do with it, 100%, man.
Of course.
Okay, so when you look at Christianity, and there's no doubt that missionaries went into certain places and did certain things. Well, they weren't Christians. This is the biggest problem I have. When you look according to Christ.
The sad thing about it,
wait.
about it is that if there's a black man,
I thought you could be alcoholic and Christian. I thought you can be a rapist and a Christian. You just have to believe in Christ, and then that's it.
No.
Right.
What I'm saying is, when you look at, so there was slavery and people who proclaimed to be Christian and used the authority to gain slavery, change the Bible up, do all these kind of things under the pretense of Christianity. Because you got to understand, when you look at Jesus and the 12 disciples, from the 12 disciples, when they were starting to establish the church, okay, so you had John who was put into exile. He had a right hand. The person that learnt off John, right? When they were establishing the church, he saw that something wasn't right here. The way the church was set up, it was all right, and then they started digressing from certain things that they were taught. So they started getting power. One second, let me finish one second. So they started getting power hungry, right? They started looking at the things that they could gain out of this and that. So you got to understand. So when the churches were establishing all over those areas, so look, if you have a look at Ephesus and all these kind of Greek places or whatever, the fellowship, that the true fellowship that went out there was out there preaching amongst the world, but the ones that established them were changing.
You need to get to the point, brother. You need to get to the point.
Changing the churches in a direction and using those kind of things. So the ones that were doing, like, I don't agree with slavery. Slavery's never been a part of.
But the Bible promotes slavery. I don't understand what you're trying to do with the Bible here. One second, let me just say, Kingo, 1 second, man. Let me just address what you're saying. I think you're the one who's trying to misinterpret the scriptures here.
Sorry,
you can find abundance, a multitude of verses within the biblical corpus or scripture, whereby it promotes, not necessarily.
Okay, is that the Old
slavery?
Is that the Old Testament?
Yes, it's in the Old Testament. Paul said the Old Testament is used to correct, rebuke, and will correct others.
Old Testament is a history. There's a history.
But this is your interpretation of what Paul said. The Old Testament.
The thing is, you don't understand the covenants.
This is your problem, bro. Paul is saying we use the old scripture to rebuke and correct others.
No.
If you're saying it's history, how the hell is Paul then telling us in the book of Corinthians that?
Right.
But listen, man, I don't want your opinion. I don't want your opinion. If your opinion is as valid as mine, I'm giving you scripture here. So either you take the scripture, all right. Okay. So I'm saying the Old Testament, Paul said is used to rebuke and correct others. Yeah, you're here telling us it's history. So now the God of the Old Testament, the God of the New Testament are the same people, right? They're not two different people.
That's a misquotation. Right? That was for the New Testament. Can you pull that verse up that you just said and quote the
New Testament? Jesus says, "Be good to your masters, man. Be good to your slave masters." Something like along those lines.
Be good to your slave masters.
All right, 1 second. Let's pull it up, man. Since you wanna play games.
I know the verse you're talking about, but you're interpreting it wrong.
All right, so
you did say it, man.
Yeah, so you did say it then. So why do I have to look for it?
Tell the slave to obey your master.
Yeah, man. So like that. Why are you playing games?
Find it, because you can't.
We done a show on it already. Remember, we done the Christian.
You can't throw the verse out there and then everyone's gonna,
It's the problem with Christians, man. Like you should just own your verses, own your thing, you know.
But you can't see what I'm trying to tell you, brother. Is this? You've read a verse, right? You told me a verse. So you said that. Obey your slave masters. All I'm asking you to do is, can you please get the verse, but read 4 verses before it. Read the verse and 4 verses up, because.
And if I do that, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen if I do that?
Then we can break it down together, and I can explain.
Is that gonna abrogate the verse? Is that gonna abrogate it?
No, because what's what's gonna happen is you've read that verse, right, and you've put it out.
Yeah. All right. I see what you're saying. You're saying contextualize it, right?
I'm just saying. All I'm saying, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm saying, can you please get that verse, quote that verse, read 3 verses ahead of it, then read the verse you said, and then read 3 verses after it. Then we can break it down and explain it to you. Because when you just say Jesus took slaves, like, everyone's going to go, "Oh no, Jesus took slaves." Like, do you understand?
Read it in its
context. But listen. The context is not going to abrogate the verse in of itself, innit? You feel me? The verse is still there. It's still there. Be good to your master. So what can the context be? What can the context be for it to, what's it called, contextualize that?
No, because then we can say in the news, the guy said one thing and they put out 20 seconds of it and then it hangs him. But really, he didn't say that in its entirety. So it's definitely.
You're saying, okay, so you're saying Jesus did not actually say this then?
No, but he may have said it in some, but he may not have been in the way. It's like the context. You've got to have the whole fucking paragraph before I can even try to believe what one sentence is saying out of a paragraph.
Yeah. So I can't remember the verse. Someone in the live chat, if you can give me the reference.
See, that's the thing.
Now, bro, I ain't gonna memorize the references, man.
Hang on, now you're saying you can't remember.
I memorize the verse.
If you say you can't remember, how do you know that's the verse if you don't know?
Because I memorized the verse, but not the reference though. Not like, yo, it's in this book, this chapter, this verse.
Well, brother,
it's like this. I had a dream I had a dream that I'm a killer. Someone takes it out and takes a snippet out of that. It just says, I'm a killer. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
And then you
100%.
sit that down and say, oh, yeah, this is what you said. But I did say that, but I didn't say it in them words. So please, yeah, we need to come a bit more.
Yeah, you're just trying to shit. I can go, man.
No, but you can't. If you're saying certain things, you can't just say, "Oh, it says it," but it says a number of things before that, and then you're not bringing that because that's what the people in the Speaker's Corner, the agents, are doing to Islam, bruv. They're not bringing out the whole script, so then it looks like, whoever written the words in the Quran are flawed, but they're not because there's a context to what has been written down, or so. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying just keep it fair, innit? That's all I'm saying between Christianity and Islam. But I mean, you lot are having a back and forth. I did want to say something. You not finished? You not finished? Yeah. Anyway, Christianity.
Yo, you tried. One second. We ain't finished yet. We ain't finished. We ain't finished, brother.
Stop doing this, bro. They've got to stop doing
we ain't finished. We ain't finished.
Well, Love is Law is on mute. So until he comes off mute, then just what do you want to say? What do you want to say, bro?
Oh, he's off. Oh, okay. He's hiding. But no, carry on what you're saying.
I'll quickly say this, yeah, Stacks. I think with Islam and Christianity, we need to stop doing this thing where it's like, and because certainly this is right, but they're not real Muslims, they're not real Christians. Well, they definitely dress the same, they speak the same.
No, we don't dress the same. No, we don't dress the same. We don't dress the same.
The only time that's not happened, the only time there's been a war in Islam,
the Christians of today and the Christians 1,000 years ago are two different people, man.
One second,
different
bro.
people, which is a fact, man.
I'm making a good point here. I'm making a good point.
I think to be fair, though, Kingo,
what they used to wear like the nuns, they used to wear coverings. Now you see the Christians today are half butt naked. You feel me? The men are doing what they want. They don't just say, "Oh, believe in Christ." That's all you have to do. You feel me? But the Christians back then, they used to follow the law. They used to follow the law that the commandments within the scripture.
These people that are going and killing people.
Hang on, sorry, King Goldman. I don't want to cut you off. No, he's right. Is it L?
Cool,
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree with what you said, 100%. I don't. What you're saying is facts. There's so many. There's millions of Christians that claim to be Christian, but they don't live the life or bear the fruits of. Now, just what you said before, talking about the slaves and Jesus slaves. Now, what that verse kind of means is like this, brother. It means this.
Yeah.
So when you understand what condemnation is, it's like this. The reason why it says submit. Now I can break it down properly is because if you fight against something, now a lot of people would say, man, if someone hits me, I'm gonna pay that guy back. But what we do is we keep bringing ourselves into condemnation. Like if you stab someone, someone's going to be looking for you to stab you back. It says if you do bad, doesn't sin lie at the door? So more than one out of 10 times, if you're trying to live a safe, obviously you can't live a safe life, but if you do bad, doesn't sin lie at the door? It was the same what God said to Cain and Abel. When they gave Cain gave the fruit of the field thereof, and then Abel brought the lamb, and God was pleased. It's kind of like the reason why we submit is because so we don't bring ourselves in condemnation. We're trying to live in this world and do the good that we can do, or follow His laws and statutes. So if you by submitting, I know it sounds like, well, what am I supposed to do? Walk around and just say yes to everyone? No, what it's you're not being weak. It's that you don't bring condemnation to your own door.
See, this is what I think about Christianity. I reckon they've messed up the whole system. I think it was way more strict with how you couldn't just repent, go and have a kiddie fiddle on some little kid and then come back in there and start repenting. I think they've made it way too
that's a good
forgiving. They made God way too forgiving, bro.
That's a good point. It's a good point because I remember Uncle Kai said no. That's a good point.
What I see, go on, carry on.
Sorry, man, because I'm not going to be here long, brother. I don't mean to interrupt you, but what I'm saying is Uncle Ty said, well, these Christians, they walk around like as if they got a license to sin. A license to sin because they think, oh, I'm born again. Now I can do whatever I want, but I'm going to get into the kingdom. No. It doesn't work like that. There's a saying when people go to a church, they go, the pastor will stand there and he'll say, let Jesus into your heart. Come up here and let Jesus. It says in the Bible that the heart of man is deceitfully wicked. Who can know it? It's so many people have been claimed to be born again by the heart, but the heart is wicked. There's only two ways you're born again: the symbolization of water and spirit, because our nature in its very essence, by our heart, is wicked. So all these people that just because a pastor said they were born again, or they were born again, they laid hands on them, this and that. But why do they go to church? But yet every Sunday, but after that they go and sin and sin and sin, because they were never born again in the first place.
No, not necessarily, because don't you believe that, like, once you believe Christ came, died for your sins, right, you're saved, isn't it? Like, you could do anything under the sun, and you will still go to heaven automatically. Like,
But then
that's
again,
your belief.
it also says that you shall know them by their fruits. Can a thorn bush produce apples? No, it can't. But you'll know a true Christian by the way he loves his brothers, the way he walks, the way he holds himself.
All right, that's a true Christian. But you can also have a rapist Christian, right? And he's not condemned to hell, right? Exactly. So I'm trying to say. And he's not condemned to hell, right?
No, that's not true. He will be condemned. He will be condemned.
So you believe condemned? Would you go hell? Or let's say you have a rapist Christian. Huh? Go on.
If anyone claims to be a Christian and rapes someone, they're not a Christian.
All right. So he loses. So he loses salvation.
You can lose your salvation, yes.
So he doesn't have salvation anymore. Once he commits the action of raping.
It does say that he who starts a good work will finish a good work. If you are truly born again and you're a truly Christian, you'll live a lifestyle preceding that.
All right. So anyone who commits rape is not saved, is it? Anyone who drinks alcohol is not saved according to you. That's your conception of the scripture, right?
If you're a Christian and claim to be a Christian and you rape and kill someone, that's your condemnation.
Condemnation in this world or the hereafter?
Or the hereafter.
So that guy, he doesn't have salvation according to the Bible, right?
Well, he wasn't. So
he does have salvation.
Because a person that is truly born again wouldn't even dream of doing
right. This is a new one. This is a new interpretation.
All right. The Spirit the Spirit will convict you before you even do that.
Love is the law. Love is the law. Yeah. Big up to everyone on the panel, by the way. Yeah. Big up to Lady D in the chats. Big up to Lady D in the chats. Big up Kingo Gold. Big up Uma is one buddy. Big up the man then. Big up Ayol in the chat as well. I just what he was saying basically. Yeah. You know what? Let me just start off by saying, lovely morning. I love seeing this. Yeah. If man are debating between each other, between faiths, is you lot doing it in a respectful way. So I applaud you, both of you, for having a civil discussion, for doing it in a nice way. And Kingo Gold is right. Yeah, I do agree with Kingo Gold. Yeah, I really do agree with him, because I logged in about a couple of minutes ago. Kingo Gold saying, let's have a normal civil discussion. Let's be respectful. And when you do read verses, don't be like those people in the park, some people in the park where they get a snippet of a verse and then they don't contextualize it, and then they'll just, so I just want to commend you, man, for that anyway. But I think love is the law. What I think Umma is one body was saying, what is salvation in Christianity? Is it by faith? Is it by good works, or is it by the blood of Jesus? Because obviously you guys believe that Jesus died for your sin, and without the blood of Jesus being shed, that you can't have salvation in the hereafter. So which is of more higher importance? Is it by faith, like believing in Jesus and the blood of Jesus, or is it by good works, as in the Old Testament, where people had to follow the law? And I think that's what he's really asking you.
Yeah. There's two things to that. It's by faith and belief in Christ also, but when you're talking about good works, there's a passage in James, and there's a few other passages that say, well, good works, faith is nothing without works. You hear that quoted. Well, how can you say that you have faith? But what it does is, by faith and belief and being born again, good works will be preceded and followed by someone who's truly regenerated. So if you're truly born again, then you'll bear the fruits of a Christian. It will say that Jesus said that by the commandments that you keep, thou shalt know that they'll know that you are a Christian by by your lifestyle, by the way you treat your brothers and sisters, and how you live. So,
but won't you fall into sin? Won't someone who's born again, like, are you telling me someone who's born again will never sin in their life, or is it
no.
they will fall short? They will fall short sometimes.
They will fall short. Everyone has fallen short. Romans 9, for all have fallen short of the glory of God. Because if you look at, like I've said this 100 times, in regards to the, a lot of people will say, well, they always talk about the law and bring up the Old Testament. Well, that was for a time. That was when things were by the flesh. That's why I don't really believe in the social constructs of the church setup, because Jesus said that, destroy this body and I will raise this temple up in 3 days. And so obviously God was talking through and saying, destroy my son and I will raise him up in 3 days. So it says that God can dwell in the houses built by men. So we are the temple. We are the living temple of God.
So the only way to be saved is to believe in the death and resurrection of Jesus, right?
Through faith and by the promises given to Abraham. Yeah.
Right. So Abraham did not believe in the death or resurrection of Jesus, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Abraham did not believe in the death or resurrection. All the Israelite prophets, let's say the Old Testament prophets, they didn't believe in the death or resurrection of Jesus, right?
Oh well, Jesus didn't come. His time
exactly.
didn't come. Yeah.
So how are they saved?
Well, if you have a look at Daniel and Isaiah, he actually predicted the coming of Christ.
I know. I'm just saying the Old Testament, the Old Testament people, they did not believe in the death and resurrection of Jesus. They just did works and they sacrificed, and that's the way they did their thing. So are they condemned or are they saved? And how are they saved? And if they're saved, doesn't that contradict your salvation process in terms of?
In the Old Testament, they were condemned or saved by their actions, because what they did is they, whenever the people would sin, they would abolish those sins by making sacrifices to the Lord. But the Lord was just like, God was just getting like the helm. They just hit it got to the point where Israel was getting that bad that they were just it was just the son had to come, because back then a lot of things were by way of stoning and this and that and this and that, and just God just basically.
No, but that was ordered by the same God of the New Testament. It was ordered by Jesus, right? So he gave laws and commandments in terms of if an adulterer, he does adultery, you stone him to death. So if someone does something, there's kind of laws and statutes that came with it, and that was ordered by the Most High himself, right?
Apostasy laws as well. Apostasy laws. If someone entices someone to believe in a different God, of the God of Israel, they were to be obviously to be killed, to be condemned. And I think Jesus himself, obviously, as you believe, is God. So he must have been the God of the Old Testament that was commanding people to carry out these punishments whereby people were doing these kind of actions, like for stoning or killing someone. Or so obviously it was Jesus himself ordering those people to hand out those punishments to other people. So you're saying that Jesus came down and flipped the whole thing on his head, whereby all of those things now is in the Old Testament and people don't have to do those kind of things anymore, and whereby you just have to believe in Jesus, and you just have to the whole law encompasses by love your neighbor as you love yourself, and love God with all your heart. And that's basically the whole laws encompassed in those two statements. Do you get where I'm coming from? For us as a Muslim, we just believe in it's a continuation of the older prophets, where they told their people to believe in the commandments and also have faith and to love your neighbors and all of that. Whereby we see that Christians have left that law behind, where Muslims have come now, and God has basically sent his final messenger, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, to carry on those same commandments that Abraham and Moses and that gave to their people. Yet we see as Jesus is somehow the odd one out, where he's left all of that behind, and now he's died for our sins, and we don't have to worry about the laws anymore, and just believe in Jesus and love your neighbor with all your heart and just love God. Can you see where we Muslims think, where hold on, that is like a whole 360 from the laws of Moses?
Yeah, I can definitely see your point of view. Definitely see your point of view.
Yeah, but I wanted to just what's it called, address someone in the chat called Educated Guess, yeah, telling someone that basically that I believe in that I defend child rape, yeah, and I defend FGM, and I defend terrorist organizations. So number one, Educated Guess, I've already gone through this where certain people in certain places in the world. I want to ask you, Love is the Law. Is there a specific age set in the Bible where someone has to get married at a certain age? Like, for instance, here you have under 18, whereas in UK, where someone can't get married to someone. Is there such laws in the Bible that gives a specific age criteria for when someone is supposed to be married?
Oh, look,
I just wanted to get your idea.
Personally, look, we it says, obviously, I don't know if it says this in the Quran, but we abide by the laws of the land. You know, I think I was looking at this about submission and all this. So, if the law of the land says that you cannot marry someone until you're 18 or 20, then we abide by those laws.
So how about if you're living in a country in, say, in Africa, or a country in Asia, or a country in Amazonian in South America, where the laws of the lands are 13 or 14? Would that be a problem for you? Because you have to abide by the law of the land, right?
If the law, like me personally, if I was in those lands and the law was you could marry someone younger, I probably still wouldn't. For me, just me personally, just my own personal thing, the person would at least have to be 19 or 20. If other people,
I get that. I get you personally. That's your personal choice. Of course, I accept that. That's your personal choice. But I'm saying, would you still be abiding by the laws of the land, where you wouldn't condemn someone, for instance, in that law for marrying someone who's 14 or 15? Because obviously it's the law of the land, right?
I probably would. Look, I probably would. Like, if that was their law, that's their thing. For me personally, I couldn't condone it. But if that's their law, then that's how they run it. I wouldn't agree to it. But if that's how they run it, that's how they run it.
No, but where's your biblical backing of condemning them? Because obviously we believe in God, in it, me and you, yeah, and we believe our morals stem from God and the biblical teachings, or the Quranic teachings. So our morals would be decided by God. So God is the one who can say what is right and what is wrong, what is to be condoned and what is to be condemned. So if you don't have, which I haven't seen anyway in the Bible, where there's a specific certain age set in when it comes to marriage, and if you were living somewhere in, say, South America, and someone decided, because the law of the land was 14, where's your biblical backing in condemning that person for marrying someone that is 14 years old?
Well, I think when you look at the Bible itself, I think you can see clearly that a man knows when a woman is obviously, like I said, I can't quote a reference in the Bible. I can only speak for me personally. What those people do in their land is their thing. All I would say is, just me personally, I couldn't marry someone under the age of 18. That's just, you know.
No, listen. That's your I understand your personal choices, and I respect that. Yeah, me personally, I wouldn't marry someone. No, but me personally, I wouldn't marry someone under 20, 21. Me personally, that's me personally. But what I'm talking about, the condemnation for someone who does marry someone who is 14 or 15 or anyone under the age of 18, where obviously the laws in the UK are set under 18. So where would your condemnation and biblical backing come from when someone asks you, for instance, to condemn someone who is marrying someone who is 14 years old?
Well, I'll have to look that one up. That I really haven't studied or seen any verses in the Bible, to be honest, in regards to that. But I definitely get back to you on that one, man, because it's definitely.
I respect that. No, I respect that. I respect that. You know what you just said. I really respect that. You're gonna go back. You're gonna research, and yeah. Okay, coming to the other thing now. Does Christians believe in male circumcision? As obviously we know that under the Jewish laws, where Jesus was circumcised under the laws of the Mosaic laws. So, do you have anything against male circumcision?
Well, when the problem with circumcision is that when people were circumcising and sacrificing, there was people that were doing that but still living an unrighteous life. But it's just like the Pharisees. When the Pharisees claim that, oh, look, I'm circumcised, I've done this, I've done the sacrifice, but behind closed doors they would still live a unclean life. So they were putting things out in front of them and saying, well, we are holier than this, and they had their temples, and then they were shut. Like, it got to the point where it was getting really hypocritical. And I think that was a crucial time when Jesus came to say, hey, look, this has got to stop, because circumcision comes via the heart, not via the external things like under the old traditions and under the old laws.
Yeah, but was Jesus circumcised? What was Jesus circumcised?
Look, I'd say
yes, he was.
Has been born into the family that he was born in, probably more than likely, yeah.
Yeah, he was. So, the Bible says he was circumcised on the 8th day. So, yeah, he was circumcised.
Yeah. There's clear verses in the Bible where it states that Jesus was circumcised. So would you have any condemnation of someone being circumcised if Jesus himself did it?
No.
So you have no problem with male circumcision. Jews as well, obviously they circumcised.
It's not so much that I'm condemning it, but it's the symbolization behind it, because it explains in the New Testament that it's not what God is trying to do. It's not show us, when he says, well, a Jew is one inwardly, not one outwardly. So by the new covenant, what God is trying to say is that when he says we will all fall short, it's like no one can, like if I said to you, Nicholas, if I said to you, have you broken any of the command? Can you, from the day you were born to the day you were died, did you follow all the commandments without fault? Could you do that?
I could definitely not say that. I couldn't say that.
And that's the problem. Yeah. And that's why why
is that a problem though?
Oh, it's not a problem, because this is the reason why it's a problem. Under the law is still the same, but under the way to do it the traditional way, if you made a mistake or you done something, you'd get condemned, you may get stoned, you may even lose your life. But what Jesus is saying is you'll make mistakes, you're not perfect. No one can keep the law, because the Pharisees and Sadducees claim to keep the law, but then they use that law against their own people and put themselves in the condemnation. That's why Jesus said to them, who are you to do this to your own people, or who are you to do that? And he condemned the church, and he came along and told them, you criticize these people for not keeping the law, but you hypocrites, you don't keep the law yourself. You say this is a temple of God, but you do all these things.
It was the hypocrisy. It was the hypocrisy of the Pharisees that Jesus came to basically rebuke and to highlight and to show them that, yeah, you say that you do this. Like, for instance, when they were talking about something about washing the hands and their hands wasn't clean, but then yet you yourself, Jesus always rebukes them, like, but you yourself don't even do this, but yet you're rebuking these people. So it was the hypocrisy. I can understand what you're saying.
Take an example, then. When Jesus went for a meeting with the Pharisees, because they were really interested in him, And the prostitute came in and she cried and fell at his feet and anointed his feet. And they try to get her out of there. And they say, well, when I came into your house, none of you offered me food and none of you washed my feet. But this lady who's a prostitute is washing my feet with her tears. And, little things like that. Like, so, she's more, she's more of an example of like a Christian than look at you, put your guys selves in the high places and claim to be this and claim to be that. This lady is a prostitute, yet she washes her feet with my tears. This is what you call beautiful in the kingdom of heaven. And then she said, my child, go bring these to my funeral on the day of this and that. So he was pointing out all their wrongs, basically.
Yo, Nin, can I ask a question? Because you mentioned circumcision, yeah? Is it possible to not be circumcised, but still be a pious, not perfect, but like still be a good Muslim?
Obviously, if you're not born into the way of Islam, and obviously we know there's a lot of revert Muslims. You can obviously be a good Muslim without being circumcised, but the law is the law. So if you are circumcised, it's very highly advised that you do circumcise as per the law. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I hear that, because that makes sense to me, because like your thing basically says part of the thing is to circumcise. No problem. I don't have a problem with that comprehension. That's fine. But what I'm saying is, what my next question is what is the point? Because like I'm thinking to myself, all right, normally if you're circumcised, it's when like 0 to 3 years old. Like you are not making the choice to do it; it's being done to you. So I'm thinking, what is the point of it? Like, surely it would make sense to wait until you understand the religion, you've read the Quran, the Hadith if you're into that, and then make the decision to slice yourself up yourself. I mean, surely it means more that way. I don't know. I'm just asking.
No, I get that. I understand what that. But number one, as believers in God, we obviously submit our will to God. So if this is something that God tells us to do to our children, obviously the number one basis of doing anything within religion, in our religion anyway, is because God said so. That's the number one thing. We can obviously intellectualize it. Why does he want it? What's the benefits?
Yeah, that's a good question, because I want to know the why. Like, what is it specifically about circumcision? Like, what is like? I've read something a little while ago that says men that are circumcised are less prone to HIV. I think it was, or something along those lines. But obviously, me being a fucking arsehole, I thought to myself, well, if you just marry one woman and don't cheat on her, you also reduce the risk of HIV and all that shit.
The reason circumcision comes with health benefits in it. Like, it decreases the risk of penile cancer, it decreases the risk of urine tract infections and so forth. You feel me? And sexually transmitted disease as well. So comes with health benefits. You feel me? And it's easier hygiene as well, to a certain extent, because you don't have that wherever it is, fam.
You ain't got a knob jacket.
Extra. Yeah. So you can't make the argument for easier hygiene as well. So, but besides that, you get
but besides, huh?
No homo, yeah. But are you circumcised?
No, I'm fully intact, bro. Are you mad?
Okay,
I'm fully intact. Also, the one thing I will say is where I trump anyone that's had their dick sliced up is I enjoy sex more than you. And that's not just my dirty little opinion. It's because I've got more nerve endings in my Warhammer than you guys have. And therefore I feel more. And therefore it's amazing on a level.
Yeah, but you don't
but you don't know. Like, how can you compare it though?
You turn into Taco Man.
You can't compare it. you only lived one lifetime.
A King Go is funny, bro. It's a taco lifestyle, yeah.
No, do you know what? It's not. You know what? I think the people who are uncircumcised, they love to boast and say, "Ah, you lot don't know how to. You've never had good sex before, right?" But
That's just
these
a lie,
kind of
man.
walking around and there's nacho cheese on the end of them things there and everything, and they're all like, "Oh my god!" And we ain't got. I got put up with that.
Yeah, like I'm chilling, boy. Like I got the wifey, I enjoy myself.
So wait,
Let's just say that.
have you got one wife then?
Yeah. I
Yeah,
can't
all right.
afford
So
to, bro.
that means there's like zero chance of you getting HIV. So whether you circumcised or not, and provided you keep up good genital hygiene, like the chances of you getting urine tract infection or HIV and any shit, it's all but reduced or all but gone. Same as
Not
me.
all
No,
back on.
but
Nah,
then,
nah,
but
nah.
then,
It's not all back on. No,
no, but 1 second. No, but 1 second. But that's
it's
one
reduced.
aspect of it. No, HIV is just one aspect because obviously, almost one body just pointed out there's a few health benefits. Like when we talk about urinary tract infections and things like that, where obviously when a lot of people do have a PP by the roads on the roadside. A lot of the people we see, they don't wash it. They don't even use tissue at times. I've seen a man just pee on the streets, yeah, and then bang, he puts it back in his trousers and he keeps it moving. Do you get it? So where does that urine?
So wait, are
Place?
you saying he didn't
Where
even
does
shake it? Like, did you say he didn't even shake it off? Like,
Now, I wasn't watching too hard, but I definitely know a man didn't wash it or bring out a bottle of water. Do you get it? Like with me personally, every time I go to the toilet, I don't only use tissue. Like I use water as well. So I'll wash the thing as well. Do you get it? Like every time, even when I'm outside, I'll hold myself and I'll never piss outside if I don't have a bottle of water with me at least. Do you get where I'm coming from? Like for instance, I'll give you, I'll tell you the culture in Europe and places like that where they think it's the first world and obviously like someone like Banksy where we're superior culture than Africans and Asians. And so let me give you a quick analogy, not analogy, but I'll give you a quick example. Yeah, when a man in Europe or whatever goes to the toilet now, like I'll ask you, it might be a intimate question or a bit
no.
too
Ask me, bro.
personal.
You know,
You don't
I'm honest. I'm honest. Remember
you
the
don't have.
piss? Remember the piss question? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, say that. This is less than that. So I think you should be able to answer it. Yeah. When you go to the toilet now for number 2 and you want to do your business and you want to relieve yourself, yeah. What is it
Yeah.
that you use to clean yourself? Do you use the Kleenex, the tissue, the Andro, whatever, all these different tissues that they got, yeah? Or do you have a
I'm
bottle of
so
water
glad
in
you
your
asked.
toilet and do you wash it?
And then I'm one of them man there, yeah. You see, if I'm out a road, I can't even shit out a road, and I have to wait till I go home because I forget in the bath afterwards, you know, like that.
Yeah. No, but I'm talking
Get
about
in the
like,
shower
okay,
and
let's see what he's
everything,
got.
man.
Okay, see what he's just got. Yeah, he's got the super soft. Yeah, he's got the super soft. He's got
Yeah.
the baby wipes in it. That's what he's saying.
Yes,
That's
sir.
what you've got,
It
Ultra,
has to
innit?
be moist. It has to be moist,
Yeah.
or you're dirty.
Moist.
If
You
it's not moist,
understand?
you're dirty.
Yeah. But if you see Ultra, if you see a lot of people in the West, yeah, this is no dig at them or no jab, yeah. A lot of men just use tissue and keep it moving,
Yeah,
and then
nasty. Nasty.
they'll leave the skid marks that you see the skid marks in yeah, like, I don't even want to get too close into it, but you see even what you just said now, the what you showed me, the baby wipes, a man like me wouldn't even use baby wipes, bro. A man like me would have a bottle of water, a bottle straight in the toilet. Like any toilet that I go to amongst my family or whatever, there's always a big bottle there. So many people would ask me like, what's that bottle for? Like I remember
No, but you
at
don't
one.
need that. You're in France, bro. You use B-days. It's the same thing.
Nah. But what here? Yeah, I get what you're saying. But I'm saying, let me just say a quick story. Yeah, a little quick story. Quick story. Yeah, I was at back in my ignorant days when I didn't really care about religion or anything. I was at a house party. Yeah, and then obviously this house party, it was a girl's house. Yeah, and there was a lot of people there, girls and guys or whatever. And then there was a girl, I think she was a Polish girl or something, yeah. And then she basically wanted to use the toilet. So obviously she was in there for a while, and then obviously there's no bottle in the water, and there's no bottle of water or bottle inside the toilet. So she's come out now, and then she's like basically like after like 10 minutes or something, and then I was like, oh yeah, what you done a poop? Obviously people are a bit intoxicated, so obviously people are just saying whatever they want to say. So it's like, oh, so what, you just come out of the toilet, yeah? It's like, what's happening? Like, didn't you like wash your thing? And then she looked at me like with like disgust, even like she was like, what do you mean wash my thing? And I was like, yeah, what, you done a poo-poo, so what, don't you wash your poo-poo? And she was like, there was a tissue in there.
Yeah.
And then I just said, tissue's not enough. Like, how can you just like use a tissue and come out? And I told her, listen, a man like me has got a bottle of water to use it. And she looked at me and she said, don't try to impose or force your culture upon mine. That's exactly what she said, you know. And she looked at me with disgust. And I looked at her and I said, are you hearing yourself? I'm literally giving you a hygiene advice where you should be washing your ass when you do your poo-poo, but yet you only use the tissue. So now you've used the tissue. Do you know that there's still a lot of shit or whatever inside your body?
Fecal matter.
That's not
We
out.
call it fecal matter.
Yeah, there's a lot of fecal matter. And the funny thing was, like, a lot of the people were agreeing with her. Like, they were looking at me and saying, oh, you wash it. And I thought, there was a couple of Somalian dons with me, and we were looking at each other, just laughing our heads off. Like, are these people serious? Like, we're actually trying to give them hygiene advice, and they're looking back at us like we're the ones who are.
I can't lie. If you're telling someone to wash, and they're if you're telling someone to wash and they get angry, I would look at that person sideways. I can't lie. You get what I'm saying? However, I'm not gonna lie to you. I've never shoved a bottle of water up my ass, right? I use baby wipes. Now, if you're using wet wipes, there is zero fecal matter left once you finish cleaning yourself. And then, if you're a normal human being, when you get home, you shower, you bath. I'm not gonna lie, I'm struggling to shower at the moment because the water pressure in my shitty flat is just terrible. So it's always a bath. You know what I'm saying?
With your thing, I can understand your thing because you're saying that the baby wipes, you got the best of both worlds, where you got the tissue, but you got the moist tissue where it's moist at the same time, where you can actually wash it off. Like, I give an example, that I always give to people. If a man vomited on your hand, say you vomited on your hand, say you were intoxicated after one night and then you vomited, and then all the vomit is on your hand, and then it's dried. And what would you wanna use in order to wash that vomit off your hand? Would you want to use
water,
tissue,
water,
or do you
and
want to
something
use
soapy?
water?
Yeah, water. Or a bit of both.
So
no,
imagine,
I need both. I can't just have water because water will just sort of get the big bits off. But I need tissue to wipe away. So I would say baby wipes are the best of both worlds.
That's why I say I can't really criticize your thing because you're saying a baby wipes, but then you'll be surprised, Ultra. There's enough people out here that I just saw it in the chat as well. A man said, I don't use tissue, I use toilet roll. Like that. But
isn't that the same thing?
Yeah. Well, that's why you walk when you walk next past like some of these man, well, like they stink, fam. They stink, fam. Now I know why they stink. It's because they walk around with shit stains all over their body, man. You feel me? So is what it is, fam. These men are unhygienic
not all
people.
Over their body.
Yeah, man. Nah. It is, bro. Once you got shit stain that goes in your bottoms, it goes in your trousers, and then whatever, you sweat, and then you probably
then
go
you
to
start
your
sweating.
Wait, M-Stats, hold on. Let me tell you another embarrassing story. Have you never ever shit yourself in public?
Never, man. Never.
Yeah. Oh my God. I'm not gonna lie. Just so fucked up shit happens to me. Maybe I need Jesus, man. Because yeah, bro.
You need to stop drinking. You need to stop drinking. You need to stop drinking.
I'll tell you the truth. The last time I was fucked up was in March, just gone, in Estonia. Yeah, someone spiked my drink. It was one of them girls, and I was vomiting all over my shoes.
Shit. Oh
yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I'm vomiting all over my shoes, man. Vomiting all over my shoes.
Yeah, but then,
Like I needed to
To
go
be honest,
toilet.
to be honest, it's a
I need,
pandemic in the
like,
West.
it's mad.
Yeah, go on, sorry. Finish off.
No, it's global, man. It's global.
Nah, this pandemic is in the West. I'm talking about this unhygienic behavior where about people go to the toilet and use tissue paper. It doesn't have, to be fair, it don't happen back home in Africa. Cats will use full-on water. They probably have a shower or something, or they use water if anything.
No, but
They're more
you know the
hygienic back
wickedest
home.
thing is in primary school. In primary school, we used to use, instead of toilet paper, we had tracing paper.
Tracing paper?
You know,
Nah,
like,
don't chat
oh
shit, man.
my God. Oh
Yeah,
my.
bro.
Yeah, he's
In
right,
the
you know.
UK,
He's right. He's
we
right.
had tracing
In primary
paper.
school, he's right. He's right. Yeah,
And
he's right. He's right.
I don't know what you were supposed to clean with that, but I was like, bro, like,
Are you man?
Bro.
no,
Can we come off of the toilet etiquette for a minute?
Yeah. Hey, Schiffer Don. When you say Schiffer, you use toilet roll, innit? I could tell. You're one of them,
No, sir,
though.
I told you, man, before. I said to you already. You see me, I'm the type of man like this year. You see, if I need to really go for a doo-doo, yeah, I can't doo-doo out a road. I have to wait till I get in because I have to get in the bath.
Same here. Same here.
No, Schiffer, we're talking about indoors. We're talking about in the house, though. I wasn't talking about on the streets or on the road. I was talking about inside the comfort of your own home. Like, is it a thing where a man's just using a toilet roll, or a man got the bottle ready?
If you ask my missus, she will tell you I'm the type of man. You see, if I go doo-doo, yeah, I gotta run the shower for like half hour, 40 minutes, and get in there. Like, I'm that type of man.
I'm not gonna lie, Schiffer. To go in the shower for half an hour after a doo-doo, you must have projectile diarrhea or something like that.
No, it just feels good, man. It just feels good. I'm the type of man. You see, when I go in the shower, I always take long. I like stand up in the shower. I like the warm water, and I like washing my skin like at least 2-3 times. You know, like same way in the bath. I'd be in the bath for long, but more time. Like I said, if I go for a doo-doo, I have to go in. I have a wash as well. I can't
How about Schiffer? How about if you took the how about if you took the missus to a nice little cinema or a restaurant or something like that, yeah? And obviously you haven't been home for a few hours, and you've had the restaurant food, you've left, you've gone to the cinema now, and obviously in just before the movie's starting, and they got them adverts at the beginning, and you got like a good 10 minutes or something, and you really need to go, and you're not gonna go home because you've already paid for this popcorn and all of these, you've already paid the quick 40 or pinky. Like the only way that you can relieve yourself is to use the toilets of the
I got an easy solution to that one then. Easy solution. So what you do, yeah, you go to the attendant and you walk like your foot's broken, turn your foot one side like you're disabled, get the disabled toilet key, go in there, then there's no one there standing by the sink when you wash your butt and the sink is there.
So what, you're gonna go on this actual sink and wash your butt on the sink?
Yeah.
That's a bit raw on the disabled people.
I hear you, but like
you're the reason why we've got corona, fucking Schiffer blood.
That's a bit.
Bro, you're putting your asshole in a sink, in a public sink, bro. People spitting that, nah, man.
In a public sink, listen, I will fill up the sink with water, warm water at that, yeah, and I will bathe my backside in warm water, and then I will take water
breeds in warm conditions. Bacteria breeds in warm conditions, bro. Listen, I don't even want to know. Listen, you're upset, bro. Like you said, let's get off the toilet stuff, and then you started telling us you shower for half an hour after a dunk, and you put your bum in a public sink and dunk. I'm done with you. I am done with you.
Hey, listen, not being funny, yeah, but listen, if you never bathed your ass in a public toilet, yeah, in the disabled toilet sink, yeah, then you know, you was walking around with your butt itching you, cause my butt don't itch me when I walk around. You know, them man there that's always digging their boxes out of their butt crack and them thing there like it's fun. Like, I'm not one of them man, because my things are clean. I feel fresh. I feel rejuvenated after I come out of that disabled toilet. You know, like that.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah, do you know what the funny thing is? You're incredibly selfish, bro. you put your bum in a public sink where like disabled
No, I'm
people,
not
mums with
selfish. British
babies,
yourself.
like
They
that's where
shouldn't
the
be
mums with the
BDAs in it.
babies and the disabled have to like clean up. But now they're cleaning up in shippers' arse,
Yeah, that's
arse
disgusting,
now,
man.
bro. That's disgusting.
That's
That is
disgusting, bro.
absolutely. You should be
Wouldn't
ashamed of yourself.
wouldn't it be easier to just have a bottle of water? I mean, a bottle, or you go buy Evian, like a bottle of Evian from the shop here, like from the actual dispensary or something like that, yeah, from the popcorn place or whatever. You tell them, give me a big bottle of water. I'll raggle spend £1, and then I'll go to the toilet, and then I'll use that bottle of water, and then wash myself properly, and then I'll use the tissue to dry it off, and then bang, I'm good to go. Like it's never.
But
Like,
do you know what the funniest thing is, Nin? You don't even have to do all that because if you slip, yeah, and the bottle goes in, you're fucked. I'm saying, bro, just get baby wipes. The job's done.
nah,
The
but
job is
Also, you
done.
can't flush them baby wipes down the toilet, blood.
Are you done, bro? These are flushables.
No one
These are
believes you, man. You're
flushables.
destroying the environment.
No. If you flush regular baby wipes, you're a cunt. But these are flushables.
Look, Cobra Kai. Listen, I watched your series yesterday. You act like what you're doing is good, but you turn these kids bad.
But ultra, we got experience in it. Like a man coming from Africa, or a man coming from Asia, or a man coming from South America. We got experience from when we're young, like when we're 5, 6 years old, and the mom already put the bottle in our hands. So we're like professionals. Like the bottle ain't falling nowhere. Do you get me? We know how to do the thing. Like at the same time, obviously a lot of people in our culture as well, we eat with our hands in it, yeah. So we eat with like our right hand. So this is why we're told eat with your right hand, and if you want to wash your doo-doo or whatever, use your left hand. So I'll never use my right hand, the eating hand, to wash my backside off. It's always the left hand. So we're already experienced in it, ultra. So nothing ever would ever, like, I've been doing this for what, more than 25 years, like on a regular. So man's already a professional in the thing where the bottle will never.
Do you know what it is though? Because we've got the Muslim style toilet in our place, yeah, where it's like on a raised platform, and there's like 2 little white bits where you put your feet and you squat over the bowl. I'm assuming, yeah. The problem is, if you slip and that bottle goes the wrong way, you're gonna impregnate yourself with an Evian bottle that's long. Yeah. And then on top of that, the rigmarole and the splashing and the wet bum cheeks, that's dead. Hear what I'm saying? Dunk, wet wipe, out. Boom. No fucking around. You know what I'm saying? And then when you get home, just hold a fresh, man. Nothing big. What are you saying here?
Someone wrote in the chat, yeah. Someone wrote, the Japanese styles are the best, and I agree. You know, the Japanese styles where you could just press a button and then the water automatically just comes out from the toilet. Like I've used that before, and I was like, "Yo, I need this in my house."
Wait, you think that's better than a bidet?
A bidet? What's a bidet?
Yeah, what the French use. It's like a sink for your arsehole.
Oh, I don't have that in the yard, you know. I don't have that one in the yard still.
Yeah, bro, listen, let me tell you. I didn't enjoy it because I turned it on, but I didn't realize I only turned on the hot water. So it's bad. Very bad.
Yeah.
Then I just said, you know, fuck this wet wipes, bam.
Okay, allow the toilet talks now, yeah? Because I just wanted to ask a quick question, yeah? Just a hypothetical. And then you can't say no because you have to do it. It's either one or the other. So I'll ask a question now, yeah? It might seem disgusting at first, but I'm trying to prove a point, yeah? Especially to someone in the chat that keeps talking wet, yeah? Someone like Scientific Method, yeah? Which I've heard him say some other things, yeah? But we'll get into that after, yeah? If you had a choice and you were in Africa, for instance, yeah? Not a choice, but this is like you got no choice. It's either one or the other. You marry a 14-year-old girl, or you marry your own sister. Which one of them are the?
Wait, say that again. I wasn't listening. Sorry. Say it again.
You either have to marry a 14-year-old girl that's not related to you in any way, or you have to marry your own sister, or you have to marry your own sister.
Yeah. Okay, I would choose option C, none of the above.
No, but if
Fuck
you
that.
got,
And I'm bouncing.
you got
Come what may.
you
Fuck
got
it.
you got none of the you don't have the option of none of the above, or let's just say which one is less nasty or which one is less abhorrent, to marry your own sister, to marry a 14-year-old girl. Which is, bear in mind, the 14-year-old girl, she's mature, she's had her period or whatever, she's not accustomed to the European lifestyle, she's grown up in a rural place in Asia or rural place in Africa, and she's already had to become a woman at an early age, and she's already like experienced like quote unquote womanhood, yeah. Or your sister, your relative, which is say 25 years old or whatever. Which one is less abhorrent? Let's just be honest here.
Yeah, I can't lie to you. They're both equally as abhorrent to me personally.
Would you say
That's only my
marry,
personal opinion.
Yo, Nen.
Right, could you print me off?
Did you say just marry? Yeah.
Yeah, just marry.
Yeah,
yeah.
Oh, so
no, sorry, bro.
You don't have to have what's called sexual relations with them or nothing like that. It's just marry. And I never mentioned anything to do with sex, intercourse or anything like that. It's just marry.
Yeah. All right. Let me just ask this question because this is important. What would be the scenario? What would be the scenario where these options are viable?
No, because obviously the reason why I mentioned it is because obviously someone like scientific method, I've heard before, clearly say that he would have no problem with incestual relationship where two siblings or something are married under his moral.
Come and defend yourself, scientific method, man. You need to defend that. Bro.
Yeah, I've clearly heard him say there's nothing wrong with it, and he wouldn't have. He said no, but I'll give him fair point. Yeah, he said he wouldn't do it, but if someone else wanted to do it, he couldn't see a problem with it. This is what he said, and I've heard this clearly about it when someone asked about the incestual relationship, obviously quote unquote with the atheist guidelines of morality. Yeah, so then someone like that can turn around and condemn another person for marrying a 14-year-old, which is not his sister, which is not his sibling or anything like that. And it's not in the country, it's somewhere in a rural place of the world, in South America, in the Amazons, or in Africa, or a rural place. And it's a 14-year-old a mature girl, and he sees one as abhorrent, yet he has no problem with siblings marrying each other. Like that is big. That's a big hypocrisy to me. That's the reason why I asked that question, innit? So I just wanted to basically show that double standard, innit?
Yeah, man, discussing this shit with these man, bro, it's like, I don't know, it goes around in circles, man. Let's not even have this conversation, man.
Nah, but it's just that, like, because people, you know what it is, almost one body, yeah? Because people got a problem with anyone else not adopting the European secular Western liberal values of, if it's under 18, then it's abhorrent, it's supposed to be condemned, yeah? Well, who am I standing in Europe, living in Europe, looking down on other societies, other tradition, other cultures around the world, and telling them that something is abhorrent?
Min, we're allowed to have opinions, Min. We're allowed to, even if you don't like it.
Exactly.
Wait.
That's the key word there, man.
Wait. Hold on. Is it my opinion that early childhood trauma leads to maladjusted adults? Is that my opinion, or is that something that we can prove demonstrably?
We can't prove that 100%.
When you say
that's the point, bro.
No, but your definition. But Ultra, you're missing a point. Your definition of a child.
Oh, big up yourself, Stacks. By the way,
yeah,
I didn't say hello. I apologize. Sorry, bro.
Don't watch.
Salam, and all that good stuff. Come on.
Yeah. Good morning. Big up. Listen to this thing now, yeah. Like your definition of a child, yeah. Like that's your thing as well, isn't it? Like that's your opinion, isn't it? You put an age to it. So if a next man says anyone who marries under the age of 24 is a nonce, then that's his opinion as well. No one can actually objectively prove their age. Yo, well gone for you, my ultra man.
I like your opinion, M Stacks, man. But you see the thing, yeah. You should have asked me the question because I was gonna upset everyone. Like, I'll be honest with you. As far as I'm concerned, no one shouldn't be getting married until they're in their 30s, as far as I'm concerned. Like, and really and truthfully, the reason I say this is because watch this. You see, when you make a union in front of God, before God, in God's name, you should never be allowed to break it. You know, like that. And then don't get me wrong, I appreciate that there's people who get divorces and want divorces for whatever reason you've got. But as far as I'm concerned, like when you make a pact in front of the Most High, you don't break that. And if you break that, then to me, like you're just as bad as a heathen, then, innit? Your word's good for nothing, innit? Before God.
Yeah, but look at it. We're coming from the Western viewpoint. Look at this.
So now,
you know what I mean? They pray to that book. They put their hand on that book every day, but they don't believe it. So we can understand why.
Get that for 1 second now, yeah. So if you're saying 30, right? And then next man will say 18, next man will say 24. There's no objective criterion whereby we can all say, oh, right, this is the right age. Anyone who marries under this age is a nonce. You feel me?
No, wait, pause there, because that's a good point. No, that's a good point. Let me respond. I actually agree with that. The last sentence you just uttered, I agree with it. We can't come up with an objective. However, I believe as a species, we can come up with an age that's too young. Do you see what I'm saying? I believe we should be able to say, if you're under 18, you are not biologically, mentally, emotionally, in a general sense, to be married and like housewife and sex and babies and all this shit. Now,
but ultra, no one don't get married these days. You know. Listen. You see, unless you're a Muslim, no one ain't getting married nowadays, innit? If you're a Christian and you're married, half of your marriages are a sham. They're a scam. You don't even know the rules of marriage. You don't even live up to the obligations of marriage. But you call yourself married. It's all for show. We live in the age of the people, who just want to look good on TV.
I don't necessarily agree with that because that's a sweeping statement, and you didn't provide any clothes on that argument.
No, we got the statistics for that. We got the statistics.
Ultra. No, but 1 second. You're talking about in Europe. In your experiences where someone in Europe, I would agree with you, where sometimes not even 18, sometimes it's 20, 21. Some of them are not even not physically, but mentally or emotionally mature enough. Like even sometimes, but that's in Europe. We can't impose the European experience and the European standard on the rest of the world. Like this is what the liberals want us to do, because there's some parts of the world where obviously some people they mature quicker than others. Do you get where I'm coming from?
Pause. Wait. That's a good point. Let me respond. Well, it's not a good point, but it's a salient point, right? I'm not gonna lie to you. I've heard this argument over and over again, people mature differently. Do you mean biologically, emotionally, mentally? What do you mean?
Biologically.
So you're saying depending on what part of the world you're in, a woman's body will develop differently. Is that what you're saying? Is that the claim?
The claim, is scientifically understood as well. Like if people are close to the equator, there's a study. Like if people are close to the equator, they hit the age of puberty a bit quicker than those who are, not so close to the equator. The study.
Yeah, but do they finish? So you're saying they start puberty earlier, right? Okay.
Yeah.
I still don't believe you should be marrying someone that hasn't
biologically
finished puberty.
Right?
Yeah.
No.
I'm saying,
what do you mean finished puberty?
Should you be marrying a woman who hasn't finished puberty?
What do you mean by finished puberty?
I don't know how it could be any clearer, bro. Like when puberty starts. Wait. Hold on.
Once you hit puberty, innit?
Yeah. But puberty ends, bro. Like it ends.
Right.
Yeah. Like,
so I'm not saying, ma'am. I'm
saying the reason why 18 for me, if I'm honest with you, I personally don't believe 18-year-olds should be getting married, because even though I'm being a little bit of a contrarian, I'm a hypocrite, sorry. Like, because I don't believe
even 18-year-olds are. Oh, and
Oh,
no
that's
wait,
your
let me,
belief, yo.
no wait, wait,
Roger,
wait.
that's your
Only
belief.
in the West, in the UK where I'm from, and what I know, 18-year-olds, essentially, the majority are not ready for marriage even at 18 because essentially they've got zero life experience. They haven't
Right,
traveled,
right.
all this stuff, experience of life before you nail your colors to the mast. You understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
right.
And
100%.
then,
100.
yeah,
I
yeah,
agree with that.
Ultra,
I agree with that
Ultra,
100%.
I agree with that. In Europe, yeah, I agree that obviously they're not ready. Like even at 18, even at 19, a lot of them are not ready. I agree with you, but we can't impose that experience in Europe to someone, say someone in the Amazon jungle, or someone in a rural place in Africa, or someone in a rural place in Asia.
Hey, Nin,
We can't blanket.
can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
You see, when two Muslim people get married, yeah?
Yeah.
What are the implications for divorce? Do a lot of Muslim people get married and then get divorced?
In the Western world, we Muslim people are obviously facing the same problems that anyone else.
Not to the same level. Not to the same level. I would say the same level as others are facing.
Yeah, I wouldn't say the same level, but yes, we are facing some sort of obviously unprecedented times that we're living in, especially in the Western world, where there are a lot of Muslims getting married and then divorced as well within a few years, within 5 years.
Can I ask you a question? Let me ask you a question. One more question.
About home. If you're asking me about back home, if you're asking me about back in Somalia or things like that, then the divorce rate is very low. I can clearly say that because I was there last year, and there's a lot of people married, and you hear about their marriages for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. That is a standard. That is just normal. Yeah, but
what I was going to say to you is, you see, if that's how it goes in Somalia, and people stay together longer, maybe that's a good thing then. But you see, as far as living in the Western Hemisphere, and looking at this marriage thing, like, I don't respect a lot of people because I just think your marriage was a scam. And at the end of the day, you could tell people your marriage wasn't a scam, but people don't marry today for love anymore, innit? They marry to benefit from other things. Now, I'm gonna say, that's not just in the Western world, but at least in, like you said, in Somalia, maybe some of the other Muslim countries, regardless of whatever their agenda is, they stay together. Because you made a deal in front of God, in front of the Most High. You shouldn't be able to break that, in my opinion. I think that's dangerous.
100%. 100%.
Yeah. No. But one thing as well, though, Shifa, yeah, a lot of people are marrying nowadays, especially in the Western world. They're marrying for show, just to show other people. Like it's the Instagram world, isn't it? Yeah, the social media world where to portray an image that I'm happy. I've got a boy, I'm not gonna say his name, but I've got a boy, a few years back. This is maybe going 10 years back, he got married, girl, he spent 20 bags, he spent 20 racks, man took out a bank loan. He took out a bank loan about, I think, 15,000 pounds, and he saved up 5,000 pounds of his own money, and then obviously she wanted a big extravagant wedding in a hotel, nice clothes, like obviously she spent, I think, about 2 racks just on her dress, like extravagant food, lavish. They went on a honeymoon. Like, this is real talk, Shifa, the guy was married for a year and a half, and then he got divorced, and he was still paying back the bank loan even after he got divorced. Like 4 or 5 years later, he was still paying that bank loan off.
Imagine I got a brethren like that as well. I got a brethren who done the same thing. He got married, he's got kids, marriage, everything, like that. So his one lasted longer. It wasn't as short, but like he got married after they had already had children or whatever, innit? And then they start arguing, whatever, bam, bam, bam. Next thing, the girl's gone with next man. He's moved out, gone with some next girl, and man is still paying for this wedding. This don't make sense to me, fam.
That's it. One thing I want to.
Good morning. Can I intervene here?
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
Okay, big up, everyone. Bless up. I just want to ask: do you not think, like, here in the Western world, as I'm hearing, that people no longer marry for the right reasons?
I believe that a lot of people don't marry for the right reasons. I'm not going to say everyone and tarnish everyone with the same brush, But you know, I believe living in the Western world, people are too money orientated, and you know, love is a fallacy. You know, you might find one or two people that love each other. I'm not going to say there isn't people that do, but you know, when we can look at a situation where, you know, so many people get married and divorced and, you know, go through life, you know, from one partner to the next. Like most people in Britain, like they couldn't count the amount of partners they had on both hands.
And look at
okay, I hear your argument,
see,
but
Lady
yeah,
D,
go on then.
If you see back in our like the generations of our grandparents or great grandparents, a lot of them are still together. Like if you
That's
think
right.
about it, like
That's right.
they're still together. You'll hear them talking about, yeah, we've been together for 50 years, we've been together for 40 years. Like try to find someone.
Listen, my nan had been with 2 men in her entire life. That's my gran. She's almost 90.
No, you know what? I'm not going to sit up here and deny that. Obviously, older generations, their marriages lasted longer, their values were stronger, and I guess even their religions were, and their faith in their religions were stronger by far. I wouldn't argue that point. But what I'm not also going to do is dismiss the fact that today, people, you know, don't get married for the right reasons. Don't even when I look at a lot of the Nigerian bloggers that I'm seeing online and a lot of how they go about getting married, and you know, you see a lot of these girls where they started off when they were teens, and you see them now matured over the years on camera, as grown into, you know, grown women now, got their own careers and all of that. And you're seeing them getting married. A lot of them you're seeing getting counselling before they're married. You see how, especially the Nigerian sisters, they will go and get counselling from their pastors and all of that. They'll make sure they're doing the right thing.
Yeah, but sis, what about the situation where, like, I think, yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, I got a brethren. Yeah, my brethren I'm gonna talk about. I'm not gonna say his name neither, but I'm gonna say to you, the man is Muslim. Yeah, the man has got more than 20 brothers and sisters. Yeah. Now, what I'm gonna say to you is now, like, his dad, like, is the perpetrator of all the killed kids in it. Like, he's Nigerian, yeah. Like, in fact, there's more than 20 kids. Tell a lie, there was more than 30 kids. I'm trying rubbish. There's a lot of kids, yeah. Now, what I'm saying is, like, the dad's situation is the dad is solo in it. He's single in it. Yeah, he did have what the latest wife. Yeah, he was with her, but then, you know, he's not even with her no more. He's just doing his own thing, like, you know, old man status now. He's an old man now, isn't it? Like probably in his late 70s, you know, and he's just on his pension, and he's got a younger woman, again, a new younger woman. Now, what I'm saying is, you see, if people don't understand the implications of what they're doing when you're getting married, like some people end up in more of a situation than a marriage. And then,
Chief, I'm not going to argue that. And I'm going to, all right, let me speak from my own experience, right? So I was a young mother, and also I got married young. I never had a clue when I got married what I was getting into. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like most people do, because I don't think people understand the word marriage and what it entails and what it's like. I'm not going to sit up here and play like, oh yeah, we know what we're doing, and we don't. A lot of us are learning, as same was having children. A lot of people don't know what it's like to be a mother or a father until they've actually become a mother and father, and they learn as they go along. So I'm not going to sit up here and deny that. But what I won't say is that, oh, it's just for show. So maybe for some it is just for show, and you know, it's strings to attach, and you don't know, wealth or family they're trying to keep within. I don't know. But a lot of people that I do know of that get married, 9 times out of 10 are getting married out of love. Now, whether it works out or not is another story. But a lot of people I do know do get married from the heart. I don't know. What do you lot say to that?
I'm hearing you, sis. I'm hearing you. Like, but what I'm gonna say is this: at the end of the day, like, go on, brother.
I was just basically try to just reiterate the point where, like, in the Western world, like, we have to be careful, because when we talk about other countries and say in Africa or Caribbeans or the South Americas or Asia, it's mainly Europe and America, and this is what there's a whole divide there's a big divide, because obviously a lot of people we're living in the social media age where a lot of people have to like quote unquote keep up with the Joneses. So if if a girl hears, oh, her friend got married and she's got a kid now, and they feel like they're left out, yeah, they would just get married for the sake of just keeping up with that appearance of like getting married. So all this love talk, and a lot of it has gone out of the window. But if you're talking about back home now, where go on.
You see what you're saying though, yeah? I think the point I'm trying to make is a lot of people don't know what they're expecting from marriage, but they're getting married. And they're making this deal, this pact with God, but you don't even know what you're getting out of it. You don't fully understand the logistics of what's going on. You don't even know what your role's supposed to be. And that's where, you see, when you was talking about the young girls getting married, that's where I kind of disagree with that. In another sense, I even disagree with the older ones getting married, because I think you should have to learn. You should have to go to a school before you can get married and learn certain things, because you know, this marriage thing, there's like people need to put respect back on his name and give some respect back to God. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but Shifter, would you say the same thing about having children, though? Would you say people will have to go to school and learn about having children before having children?
I've said this before. I've said before that you see the government, the government spends too much money, and resources in separating households, and not enough money and resources in keeping them together. I've said this before.
100%. Now, but wouldn't you say that the first education of a child should be from their house, from their household, from their parents,
100.
and instead of just relying on, like the parents supposed to instill in their children the values, the morals, like things that they should be expecting from marriage from the get-go. Like I'm talking about from an early age. They should know, like it should be instilled in them instead of relying on the school system or the government, because we know that they don't have our best interest at heart. Like the government is out here trying to destabilize families. They're not out here trying to put families together. But I just wanted to ask another thing, because obviously people in the chats keep talking about child marriage. Lady D condemn child marriage. Okay, Lady D has got her own mind. She's got her own opinions. That's her. I have my own mind. I have my own opinions, and that's me. Me personally, my wife is 27. Like, so let's just get that out of the way. But what I'm coming from an intellectual, objective standpoint where not everyone in the whole world is going to adhere to the liberal secular values of Europe or America.
Can we say this year? Does everyone, when we was 14, did we know females that were sexually active and that acted like they were big women? Did we know females at 14 that acted that way, that thought they were grown? You know, that exhibited the behaviors of women? Did we know any?
Yeah, I did. When I was 14, 15.
I knew a few.
When I was 14. And that's in Europe. But I'm talking about specifically, people want me, people on these chats or whatever that I talk to, want me to condemn anyone that gets married to anyone under 18. But you have to understand, this is a European social construct. If you want to say that, a lot of these people's great grandparents, when in the UK, like 100 years ago, it was not 18, bro. It was younger. It was 13.
Stop.
12.
Nin, bro, stop a minute. Can I just say, in 2020, I hope you understand that in the UK, you can get married under the age of 18 as long as you've got your parents' permission. Let's be very clear about this. So stop addressing them then. This is stupid at this point. You can go to Scotland right now and get married under the age of 18. And if you want to be 14 and 15 and get married in the UK, all you need is your parents' permission, and you can.
That's right. Shotgun
wedding. Let's stop it.
Just watch this. In America today, right now, you can be 13, 14 with your parental permission. You can get married in, I think, over at least 24 states. Don't take my word for it. You got Google. Google's your best friend. Go Google American states and getting married at 13,
Texas. 14. Texas is its own state, isn't it? They got federal states in it, so all that. Yeah.
No,
Go
so
Google
what they
it.
need
Out
to
to the
do,
googly eye boy there.
no,
Go Google
they
it.
they need to stop. They need to stop worrying about what Africans in Africa do, and start worrying about your own Western world and America and all of these places that do the same thing. Yet they want us to condemn our places, but they will never condemn their places. Like the arrogance, yeah, of the I call them the first worldians, yeah, where they don't force their religion, because they always talk about Islam forces their religion by the sword. They've spread their religion by the sword. These people are out here spreading their religion by F-16 drones and Apache helicopters, and they'll come into your countries. They'll come into your countries, the first worldians, yeah. This is a religion. I call them a religion, bro. They're called the first worldians, yeah, where they're liberal, secular, Western democracy values, where they want to spread by force, mind you, on other countries and other nations, and trying to destabilize their own traditions and their own cultural values. We have our values. We are happy with it. Go focus on your values. And if you look on Google right now today, yeah, Google what countries is it legal to have abortions. Go, like literally just look
Brother,
at a
the
world
thing
map,
is,
yeah.
yeah.
No, watch it. 1 second, bro. 1 second, yeah. Look at a world map here on Google, and Google what countries is it allowed to have legal abortions, and you will see that in South America, in Africa, in certain parts of Middle East, Asia, these places it's illegal to have abortions. In Europe, in America, North America, it's perfectly legal. So what you need to be worried about, if you think about child abuse and you so care about children being abused, yeah, go worry about the children who are being killed, unborn babies who are being killed in their millions every single year. If you really care about children, and you're talking about worried about child abuse, go worried about the children who are being killed,
Oh,
unborn
Nin,
babies.
Can I
Nin, you know
jump
why they're
in,
not worried
brothers?
about the children
Brothers,
being killed?
quickly.
The
Brothers,
adrenochrome.
oh sorry, brothers, quick. I guys interject quickly, just quick, just to read this. So I wanted to shut up these idiots in the chat that don't seem to know their own country and their own law. So let me go ahead with this. Although the official legal age of marriage in England, Wales, and Northern Ireland is 18, children can marry from 16 with parental consent. The Home Office estimates that between 5,000 and 8,000 people are at risk of being forced into marriage every year in the UK. So how about we deal with the issues right here in the UK? Then stop worrying about what's going on in other people's countries. I think you've got your own government and law to check before you check anybody on the panel. Allow it. Go on, Shifa.
But the fun, no,
Yes,
yeah, no, the
Nah,
funny
man,
thing
we
is,
don't need these westernized cats here to tell us when we should get married or when, like, who the hell are they, fam? Like, who gave them the authority
you
to
know,
let us know
no,
and put a set of
no, you
age of
know,
marriage to I think, fam? Like, they're uneducated
you
fools, firstly, fam. That's what it is, fam. That's all it is.
bro, you know who I'm disappointed at, yeah, because I can take the Jupiters and the Dave Smiths and the Wendy Woos. This is their countries, isn't it? This is their values. Yeah,
Yeah,
fine.
yeah.
This is your the ones I'm disappointed at is my own African so-called brothers and sisters who have been brainwashed by this Western liberal secular people and their values, and want to condemn your own values. And because I've heard on this panel Nigerians themselves saying that Nigerians is a zoo. Nigeria is a zoo. I've heard it with my own ears in this panel where Nigerians themselves have gone as far as condemning their own countries and calling it zoos just to appease the so-called white man and their liberal secular values. Like, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
disappointed. I can
Well,
understand Jupiters and all these low IQ people, yeah. Okay, defend your thing, defend your countries, defend your values, but you have no right to try to force your traditions or your cultures or your values onto mine. You cannot do it. And I will not condemn my people for upholding their own traditions and their own values at the expense of appeasing you. I will not do it. If my brothers and sisters are listening, my African so-called brothers and sisters around the diaspora or in the continent, if you're listening, do not fall into that tactic of appeasing them, where if you don't condemn your own people, you would be so-called classed as a nonce or a child abuser or all of these things when we are the ones who are upholding the values of abortion is illegal. We cannot kill unborn babies, but yet you in your countries, in your Western countries, you can kill a baby. Like you can kill a baby who's 5 month old. They'll go into the woman's private parts and they'll extract limb by limb, arm by arm, leg by leg, torso to head. They'll start dismembering that baby at 5 months old. They have no problem with that. Yet they want to turn around and act like they're the champions of child abuse and they care about children. Go worry about kids being dismembered in your own countries, limb by limb, arm by arm. Do that first. Don't come to me, man. I'll never ever condemn my traditions and my values just to appease the white man and their so-called value systems. Never will I do
Let
that.
the people know the West is the most. The West is the.
Bro,
Yeah. So I was saying, the West is the most uncivilized place in the world. It's a third world country. They wanna claim Africa as a third world country, but here is a third world country, whereby you got homosexuality, men and men going with each other. You got people legalizing incest. You got atheists telling us incest is okay. What's next? Bestiality. You feel me? It's gonna keep going on. They're telling us they're evolving. Their maturity is evolving. You feel me? And we're back in time. Like we're in the deserts, and them man are in the future. But it's the other way around. They're evolving into immorality. Come on, like we're never gonna accept. The problem is it as people.
What month are we in? What month are we in? What month are we in now? What month are we in?
We're in September.
September is the month that where schools start, right? The schools, all the schools reopen. Do you know what is mandatory now, where they've changed the laws of schools in the UK? Yeah, they've made it mandatory. Like there's no optional no more. Before it was optional. Now your 6-7-year-old kid in primary school has to sit in class and listen to how it's fine for another man to do things with another man, where homosexuality is being forced upon the child's mind from an early age. Today, this week, schools are being open. Like what's next? You know what's next, bro? Yeah, for Africa, homosexuality is illegal. It's illegal in most of our countries. But then what they're trying to do, what's next now, is they're gonna force us to accept homosexuality. They're gonna force us.
What they're trying to do is they're trying to. I think it was in Gambia or someplace. Yeah. Oh, I can't remember the country where the president said, "No, we're not going to legalize homosexuality. That's bestiality for us." That's what he said. But the West was saying we're gonna cut off trades. You know, we're not going to trade with you anymore. So they threaten people and they impose their foreign policies upon them. So then they can adopt their way of life. Uganda. Sorry, Uganda. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Uganda. But you see what I mean about the First Worldians and them spreading their religion by the F-16 and drones. You see how they talk about Muslims spread their religion by the sword. Yeah, these guys are spreading their ideology and religion not by the sword. They're spreading it with F-16s and drones, bro. And they'll sanction you, brother. We're not gonna accept homosexuality. We're not gonna do it. And what they'll do next year, in 10 years' time, we're having a conversation. They'll tell me that I'm against human rights. I'm for human abuse because I don't accept homosexuality in Somalia. This is what these are the kind of conversations and narratives that they're going to start pushing in the next 10, 20 years' time. Just because I'm the one that's going to be. And you'll have others. The funny thing is, you'll have other Somalians who have been brainwashed by the Western secular liberal standards, and that will go at me and say, "Oh, you're being cruel. You're not for human rights. What is wrong with homosexuality? Why shouldn't it be in Somalia?" This is the kind of they'll send other Somalians on me to tell me that I'm immoral because I don't accept homosexuality in Somalia.
Yeah. Homosexuality is an abomination. It's an abomination, and that it should have some kind of penal laws whereby like you can't be, because what they're trying to do now is they're advertising it on a global scale. You feel me? They're putting it in Netflix, and this slow exposure to people, it will slowly indoctrinate people, and for them to find it like, so you assimilate it within society, and they're doing it by advertisement, by marketing, slowly letting people see that this is okay, fam. Like this is okay what they're doing. You feel me? And this constant exposure, this will change stuff.
I want to ask people on the panel, yeah? Just say yes or no, yeah? Are you pro? Just say okay. Just answer the. It's a simple question. Are you pro life or are you pro choice? Pro choice meaning that you can abort your unborn baby, and pro life is basically you're against it. Basically, you don't want abortions to happen. So I want to ask you.
Pro-life.
I'm gonna say pro-life.
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 And let me just say something in relation to the last subject, right? These guys who want to make everything acceptable, child, this, marriage, and all
But it's
that,
not. Yeah.
having sex with children at a younger age, homosexuality. What I think is why they're bringing in these laws slowly and steadily, because what they're probably predicting is that they're seeing powers change, and they may see themselves if they fall out of the ability to have complete reign supreme, then they have other people basically laying the law down on them like they're doing to other people, because that they may become a trend where there'll be this great force trying to put down all the evils in the world. So they may become they're definitely going to come under scrutiny, because you know how corrupt it is in the UK and the West since they've been pretty much untouched.
Yo, King Gold, can I offer a different critique on that?
Yeah, I was going to say what. Just finish up and say, and I'll pass you to Shift. They're making it acceptable, so when the shit hits a fan in the future, it will be all acceptable at this stage. So all these pedos now in high up places are trying to make it more acceptable, and these homosexuals and stressors and trannies and whatever. There's high up ones that think, all right, at this stage, what I'm doing now is either illegal, not acceptable, or actually in other places you'll get killed. So they're trying to bring it in slowly, not just because it's morally correct or they're devolving or evolving to, or whatever they're trying to do, or they're trying to depopulate the planet. They're trying to make it acceptable for them, just in case. And they obviously got little fantasies, bro. That's strung up in there, and they want to be able to have, before they leave the earth, have the opportunity to do these things freely. That's what I think as the core reason why they're trying to gradually change things. But go on, I'll let Shifu carry on.
One second, just 1 second, yeah, because someone wrote, yeah, like that we're a panel of homophobic, racist immigrants. That's what someone wrote on the panel, yeah.
Why are we homophobic?
But they're listening to us, though. I find that funny.
No problem, bro. I'm a proud homophobe, man. I'll take that on board, man.
No, but
I'm not
the funny
behind
thing
it,
is,
man.
No, we kept it respectful.
Fuck
No one
homosexuals, man.
mocking it. We're keeping it respectful. That's the least we could. That's the least we can do.
No, but what they don't understand, yeah, you know what they don't understand, yeah. Okay, immigrants, yeah. I'm an immigrant, yeah. I'm an immigrant to this country. I'm not ashamed to say it, yeah. My family immigrated here as refugees, mind you, yeah, fleeing civil war. Let me tell you one thing to the panel. I am happy to go back to my country tomorrow. I'll book a flight tomorrow back to East Africa, and I'll do it happily, and I'll leave your countries, and I'll leave Europe, and I'll never return. And let me just establish that first. I'll do that. But I also want from to lobby to lobby, to champion in my cause of taking your imperial colonizers, neo-colonialists out of my countries. So if we can do that and have an exchange and a swap here, you guys take your colonials back to your countries in Europe and let them leave our affairs and leave our countries to ourselves, then I would happily return. But until that day, I am not going back until MI6, CIA, British soldiers, American soldiers are in my countries doing what the hell they want, stealing our resources, having a free reign at doing whatever they want to do. So until that day that you guys leave our countries, leave us to ourselves, then I would happily go back to my country. But that is not the case right now, because you have your bases. You have 50 American military bases in Africa right now, and you have all these corporations who are siphoning off our resources. This is what you're doing. Your countries are doing this to our countries. So until you can open your eyes and smell the coffee and smell the soya beans, yeah, and realize that we are not here happily. We are not here happily. We are here because you're.
Wait. What they're going to say to you, Nin, is they're going to say, well, you're here and you're receiving all the benefits. So how the fuck, why are you speaking about
benefits? Who the hell is receiving benefits, man? We're paying taxes. We're paying taxes. Bro, we're paying your taxes, man. Fuck, we fucking getting benefits out here.
Bro, if I work here,
I'm paying for Jupiter's rent, man. I'm paying for Jupiter's rent. She's on benefits, man. So she's getting
and the 300
my taxes go for
habit as well. Don't forget that part.
That's it, fam. See me, like.
Akingo, what you have to understand, when us immigrants come here, when you talk about the big up the Windrush generation, the ones that paved the way for us refugees or Somalis to come through here, and that bore the brunt of racism in this country, the people in the 50s, the Caribbeans, the Asians, the West Africans, the ones that actually came in the 50s and 60s, did they come here in boats of military armor and drones and F-16s to take over Europe and to take over UK? Or did they come here as nurses, as factory workers, as railway workers, as people who came to build up the country and live a normal life?
Pure goodness.
No, but look at the difference though. When we come here in dinghy boats. I'm talking about me specifically. We come in dinghy boats, fleeing our countries, and we come here for a better life. We didn't come here to take over 10 Downing Street or to do a regime change of Boris Johnson. We didn't come here with our F-16s and drones to bomb out the whole of the countries. We didn't do that. We came here just to have a normal, civilized life, to have a job, to pay our taxes like everyone else, to take our kids to school, to build up our communities. This is how we came. But when they come to our countries, how do they come? They come with apartheid. They come with genocide. They come with regime change. They come with looting whole countries. They'll tell you for robbing a mobile phone that you're the worst person ever. But yet when they come, they'll rob the whole country. You're talking about a mobile phone getting robbed and they'll call you a robber, a thief. But then when they come, they rob the whole bloody country. They take the whole resources of the whole country. This is what they're doing. They're taking billions and trillions away from us every year.
No, so, what will happen? What will happen then? What happens then is someone will rob a bank, for example, in the UK, or someone will lick back, someone will rob a jeweler, someone will rob a this or that. But then they'll say, look, it's happening to us. It happens everywhere. You lot retaliated. So what do you expect?
You man, let me say one thing.
So this is how
I'll be honest here. I think
low IQ they're trying to bring. Go on, bro. I'll let you carry on.
No, what I was gonna say is, you see when, like, for instance, you see when
I think I think Lady D wanted to say something though before Kingo Go came in.
No, it's okay. Go on. I'll go after Shifa. Go, Shif.
Yeah, so basically what I was saying is, like, the way I grew up in England and what I know of it is that it's a very Christian place, although they try to make out that they're not very Christian. But the problem with these Christians is they refuse to take the plank out of their own eye before they point out that anyone else has got a plank in their eye. So what I mean by that is, the reason why they like to point out the issues in other people's societies is because those issues are so prevalent in their society. There's so much of it going on in their society. They think everyone else must have the same problems. So when, for instance, you can say to me in your culture, if a man's messing with a young girl, he's going to have to marry her, innit? Yeah. So you've made provisions for the younger people, the younger women, to protect them, to make sure man can't just abuse them, deal with them a certain way and then run them. Yeah. But you see in this country, the provision they've made is that, they've made a law. So most people don't abide by the law. You think about it. Most people, when you see them driving up the motorway, not everyone's driving at 70, are they? Not everyone's abiding by the law. But at the end of the day, when the police officer arrives, they're abiding by the law. So, they make things look a certain way. And that's what England is very good at, making things look a certain way. But you look under the surface at how much of these things are going on that they've got laws against. And there's so much of it going on. and that's why they're so scared of it. So it's not necessarily about, you know, Muslims being pedophiles. It's more to do with British people being pedophiles. So they find that to be an issue because they can't control themselves in that situation the way you do. Same thing with the robbery and the crime and all of the things, like British people, like that's one of their biggest things in their history, like the craze.
That's the trait, yeah.
And whoever,
Exactly.
the crime brothers, that's what they're about. They're about this crime life, innit? So when they see anyone else going on with anything, they just get scared, innit? It's not because of you, it's because they know they've done it themselves.
Yeah, 100%.
Can I just piggyback off
Yeah,
what Nin was saying, yeah? And I'm gonna say this about, you know, this talk about go back to your country and all of that we've seen in the chat. So I'm gonna say this: I'm going nowhere until I'm good and damn well ready, and until my children have all infiltrated your system, infiltrated it from the inside. I'm bringing up my kids on your education to infiltrate your system and help all immigrants. How about that? That until that's done and my mission is accomplished on this earth, we're going nowhere. How about that?
Big up, big up, big up, big up. Well, me.
Yes, that was a big statement. I love that.
So using an analogy, right? Use this as an analogy. So let's say they come through with us, they take like 1 billion. They come back home. We come here now, we're immigrants, right? Let's say they give us £1,000. So like they're pocketing 99% and they're giving us 1% back of what they actually stole from. So we're not actually benefiting from them. If anything, they're benefiting from us, car. They're the ones who police whatever.
Listen, bro,
go back home.
They can say
so
that
like
was,
it don't make sense. You feel me?
They can say that there was people that came over in the 80s, 60s, 50s, 70s, and 90s with wealth from Africa, but the truth is that
the richest person in the world is in Nigeria, fam. So
yeah,
she still lives in Nigeria. She still lives in Nigeria.
Here on a Pan African on a Pan African on a diaspora, we've all had to start on zero. Yeah, we could say every immigrant has that that challenge to face. They're usually on zero, but the truth,
they got a head start. All
the English, I'd say a big percentage of them have got inherent wealth.
Inherent wealth, 100%.
One way, shape, or form. And not only that, they're definitely going to be sponsored more in relation to you getting jobs, anything, just representing the establishment. So you know, people, I didn't really take that into perspective until I was older, and how much of a detriment that is. To be honest with you, because
that's their characteristics, though, man. That's their accolade. You feel me? One of their accolades is to rob people. They want to claim black people are the thieves. They're the biggest thieves out here. You feel me? They rob on a mass scale, fam. You feel me? They bring in the drugs. They bring in everything. You feel me? Then they like to claim other people. Then
they do criminality. They do all of that. That's fine. Not saying
they're the biggest criminals out here, man.
But it's how they hold other things from other people, which is the problem for me. That's the biggest problem.
Just recently they went to Iraq. They went to Iraq and they did what they want to. You feel me?
There's no need to stop people from developing, and that's what
they are stopping. They are stopping Africa from developing, though. They are stopping by.
M-Stacks, I'm in France. I'm in France right now. Yeah, France takes from 14 countries in West Africa. Yeah, you know how much they take for each year, every year. Just think of a figure and just tell me a figure that you think that they take every single year from these 14 African nations, and not takes, they steal it. How much do you think? Give me a figure. Just give me a figure. Every single year. What?
You talking about the IMF?
No, just France alone. France alone. Because obviously they colonized a lot of parts of West Africa, innit? And it's called the Francophone, innit? It's like the Francophone, basically, countries of
yeah. There's the Anglos as well, right? For the UK, there's an Anglo groups of Africa.
I'm talking about specifically France. Give me a figure. Would you say every single year? And I could put this in the back chat as well. Every single year, how much do you think they take off these 14 African nations? Every single year. And yet we're the broke Africans. Remember, we're the backward savages that don't have any money. Remember that, yeah? And tell me a figure that you think.
I'd say about in it approaching 100 billion.
100 billion.
Okay, so you say 100 billion. How much you say?
That was about 300 million or something. 300 million.
Who else is
100 billion? I'd say 100 billion.
You say 100 billion, you say 300 million. Lady D, how much you think they take off Africa? Is Lady D there? Okay, she's probably away from the phone, yeah? So I'll tell you. They take 700 billion euros every single year from West Africa. 700 billion per year they take off. They steal off West African nations every single year.
Definitely.
Let that sink in. 700 billion every single year.
Yeah, but it's what build it. Nin. Yo, I've heard the most wealthiest African nation say, and we're talking about tribe, say we can give you all of our resources. We just want our own land back so we can open shops and start selling to our own community and doing trade. Yeah, this is what the whole tribe's based on, and they're not even willing to do that, bro. So it's not like they're saying give us back our land and we want to just build whatever we want and take all and get our resources back as well, and then industrialize. They're not saying that, and clearly you can't really create any WMDs or whatever you want to do in a country that's just is trying to come up in the world. Even if they could, they still won't be able to develop anything anyway. So it's ultimately what they're doing is they're holding land so people can't even have children. So ultimately, it's like an economic war right now on Africa. But when you wake up and smell the coffee, and you see what these immigrants are doing, they're sending money back home to their house. So at least they've got their home back or somewhere to go back to, roots. But when they're holding your house and land with another tribe with guns, it's like martial law back in your where your other where your passport allows you access to. There's literally a people with like militarized war. It's like you know what I mean? Like they're just walking around with guns. This is war, bruv. This is economic war. They're starving you to have, and then you're in the West, so you can't now have 8 wives, 4 wives, 3 wives. It's like when you really wake up and smell the coffee, you take away everything. You take away the religion. You take away everything, bruv. All these material things. What they do, they've got their children. There's all of them guys are having 6 and 7 children. All them Jews and English now. They're starving us, bruv. They're trying to.
I want to read out a comment here. Big up Sumaya Ryan in the chats here. She wrote, "Bunch of hypocrites going at Somalia's age of marriage. Why not have this energy for the 48 states in America that permits 12-year-olds to get married?" So all the energy that you lot have for Somalia, Africa, and go have that same energy for America, innit? Yeah, stop wearing your Nikes. Yeah, if you really will care about the children, yeah, stop wearing the Nikes. Stop watching Hollywood movies. Stop drinking Coca-Colas. Stop buying their products as you care about the kids so much. Let's do a boycott on American products. How about that? Let's all join hands in hands and let's stop the child marriage in America. And let's stop. And remember how the apartheid system was broken down, where everyone joined up and they started boycotting apartheid products that was coming in, and a lot of people boycott Israel products that come in because of the oppression of Palestinians. Let's start boycotting Hollywood. Let's boycott McDonald's. Let's not go to Burger King. Jupiter, you listening? Don't take your kids to eat a Happy Meal anymore. Don't put Nikes on them. Don't put Adidas and Reeboks and don't take them to the cinema to watch the new Tenet movie of Hollywood production. Let's stop doing that, innit? Stop being hypocrites and stop worrying about our countries when you have it in your own back door. Let's just do that, innit? Yeah. And if you do that, then we can all join hands in hands. But this selective outrage, where it's only for African countries or Asian countries or South American countries, of their traditions and their values, yet they do the same thing in their back doors. And the difference between the paedophile monks, the paedophiles, they target babies. They literally target 3-year-olds. They take them away from their moms. And you know how many kids go missing in America every year? You'll be shocked at the number, Children just go missing from their families. Where we're talking about an actual institution of marriage in our countries where both parents are happy with it. And both parents come together and they know that they're marrying their youngest off. But here in these countries, they do it behind the parents' backs, where they'll go into these toilets where they have unisex toilets, where a man and a woman could just go in the same toilet, and the kid just gets snatched off the toilet and gets sold on the black market of the internet, and they circulate these 3-4-year-old boys and girls or whatever. This is what they're doing. This is the pedophilia and nonsense that they do. So don't try to compare that and to compare it to our countries where people are actually getting married at the ages under 18, whether it's 15, whether it's 16, whether it's 14. Both families.
Yeah, but the disrespecting them all, they wanted us to jump on board with this anti-Islam thing when they're fucking taking away the funds from our very fucking fingers to support our elderly from the Windrush era, which only supported their fucking system, yeah? They thought it was necessary to try and start up some sort of anti-Islam fucking shit based off of some Zionist weird fucking movement that they've got going. God knows what they're doing there.
Kingo, that's why I rate you. You know why I rate you, Kingo? Because you're in tune with it. Your eyes are wide open. You see the agenda that is being spread against Islam and Islamophobia, where these lobbyists from Zionists and think tanks in America are pushing from the elite for us to hate Muslims because to justify their illegal invasion of the Muslim worlds. This is the whole justification that they want to demonize to make us look like the boogeyman.
Yeah, but you can't have your own cake and eat it as well. How the fuck do you slip the funds, the very funds of the kids? Children weren't even getting a meals, square meals at school, bro, for a good couple of years, in the last couple of years. And they expect people
Marcus Rashford. Marcus Rashford a footballer had to step up and say, yo, our kids ain't eating right, man. What's wrong with you guys? And Boris Johnson.
Oh, right, with that. Okay, did that come about? Yeah.
You remember that, yeah?
Yeah, I think I heard something about that actually. Yeah, in relation to the meals.
Yeah, the meals, like they're not even giving the little kids. Like Marcus Rashford had to step up. Manchester United forward had to step up and be counted and say, listen, our kids ain't eating right, man. Like, are you guys serious? Like free school meals and all of this, you lot are trying to stop it. And Boris Johnson had to turn that decision because of the campaigning of Marcus Rashford. Like kids ain't even eating in UK. Like I don't like what is their fascination? What is their fixation with Africa?
Look at it like this. I don't think it was orchestrated, and then sorry, just to add to this, mate. I don't think it was orchestrated. The sort of media attention that all the food banks were getting, and the lack of support when it came to benefits for a lot of the people actually in places like just outside of London. So there wouldn't have been that many minorities there. These were talking about with to people in like rural small areas, you know what I mean, like village areas and not city based, just like Shropshire and places like this. There were so many people in food banks.
Yeah, so and Barnsley and them places there.
They were all on food. No, there was all on food banks for like a good couple of. I think maybe it was about for 2 years when I was watching. I was keeping up to date with what was happening in Parliament and whatnot. And that was one of the main problems that they experienced. Yeah.
Kingo, why do you think that there's food banks? Because when I was growing up, there was no such thing called food banks. I never heard of food banks in my life when I was growing up in the UK. Where do you think this whole food bank and shortages of food and
it's because the rent's gone up.
You think it's because the rent's gone up?
The rent is ridiculous now. In a lot of places, you can't even find anywhere to rent.
Don't you think it's because of something called the big A word, the naughty A word that no one likes to use, and that word is called austerity. When austerity was introduced,
gentrification, I say it is.
It's all a knock-on effect.
The G word.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the foundational. What is the source? What is the root of the problem? I think the root of the problem has to be austerity, because obviously in I think it was Theresa May, or before that I think it was David Cameron, when they introduced this whole thing called austerity. And the austerity was introduced because of the financial crash that happened back in 2008, when the bankers and the elites run riot with the mortgages and all of these loans and everything that was happening. And yet we have to subsidize their misfailings and their their gambling that they did with our money. Yet as taxpayers, we have to suffer because of what the elites have gambled away our mortgages and stuff. So they've introduced something called austerity.
Do you accept that there is a housing crisis?
No, because there's loads of flats always, which Jeremy Corbyn actually mentioned. There were so many flats that had been rented out and no one was living in them just for the preservation. And then people, the landlords, were receiving the same money from taxes as well. So there isn't a shortage. There isn't a shortage housing. A house. It's never been a housing crisis in the UK.
What? There's whole towns where you can't find anywhere. There's nowhere available.
If you wanted to get your head rested down in one day in the UK for free, you could. You still could. But you know why? Because there's PMOs where you're allowed. There's hostels where you can get on the drop of a hat a key to a house via the government, via the government.
I've been homeless, mate. I never had any of that.
Well, you could have, if you made calls to your local council, you would have been able to get.
Well, we're going back to 2007.
Temporary housing, in an emergency situation. You would have been. Not.
So you guys don't think there's a housing crisis?
There is a housing crisis, but it's not a housing crisis that there's not enough houses. It's a housing crisis where it's been managed. So you could be sleeping out, being homeless, for example, outside a house that is fucking. You could just break the window, go in there, and actually you wouldn't disturb anybody because there's no one living there. But it's available.
There are some, but I don't think there's that many.
There's loads. That's been debunked. There's not a housing crisis. It's the austerity was put onto people. So ultimately, what we're looking at is these people forget about the housing thing. Even when this thing burnt down, Grenfell, God rest their souls, they still had opportunity to rehouse them, but that was like the big. You got to go and have a look at that properly. Actually, there's a lot. They could have rehoused, and so many people with houses just don't want to give them to people that they're not making money off of it. So they've kind of privatized in social housing to a degree.
Well, I don't want to digress.
They didn't purchase enough social housing, apparently. I don't believe that from Adam. And even then, you can turn private to social with just a bit of help from your local government council anyway.
Yeah, but without wanting to digress,
system in place for that. It's not. It's all about housing, and that's it.
No, I was just saying. Do you think Grenfell was like they were subletting to a lot of Muslims? Do you think that might have been an inside job?
An inside job, subletting. Everybody sublet.
No, the actual fire was an inside job, I reckon.
That's very dangerous ground to talk about right now. But
edgy.
Yeah, I mean that's literally more edgy than speaking about Muhammad himself, God rest his soul. But I mean, you're talking about it's like a 9/11 type of talk. And yeah, I'm not. No way. I lived in Lancaster Road. I'm not about to say it was a conspiracy and someone had a sort of proxy bomb in there or time ignition or I don't know. No, yeah, I don't know. That threw me off completely. We were talking about the money situation and how they have almost like convinced people that there's this austerity. Now, when they're talking about austerity, even me and my, just common sense said, wait, Middle East just invaded, money made, what's going on? Muslims probably fractionally a bit more angry, a bit more anxious, probably a bit more racial tension, you know, in the streets. You know, apparently there was more racial hatred since the world Brexit and all of these things. So it has an effect. So how can they have gone to the Middle East, taken all that money out, and then put their very people that could possibly be defending the country, because we didn't know what sort of reaction was going to come about from this whole radicalist thing and all the rest of it. How do we know that people couldn't be fucking going around chopping people's heads off and shooting people, and it was a mad thing? But they realized that there was an element of some sort of friction in the society, but still they wanted to not be able to understand that they had to put more money into the system to keep everybody happy, regardless of what situation was happening, transpiring. But they decided to cause an austerity and then have a situation in the most fragile part of structured life and society, which is our elderly, disabled. And they fucked about with that. So to me, when I look at it in its entirety, they just wanted loads of incels to be running around causing mayhem to enforce martial law. And there's nothing else. And like, that's literally, you don't have to be a rocket scientist when you've just seen half the story that I've seen to know that, or even someone who's can put a sentence together can fucking understand that this was definitely a ploy.
That's
for people.
That's why we're seeing so much counter protesting.
Yeah. So, and they didn't get what they wanted actually, because they didn't foresee the small contingent of 8% coming together for whatever reason, and not biting on that fucking carrot that they put out there.
Just playing devil's advocate here. Like I listen to your channel quite a bit, Belly, and I hear a lot of comments, but I think you guys don't separate out the aristocracy from the common people.
We always do that. You
do.
Yeah,
Good.
we do. That's why you hear Zionist, or you'll hear the elite or aristocracy, which is what said a lot.
Yeah.
It's I don't see why white people would have any problem anyway if people didn't. You just say, why have we got to be so specific and particular? The only reason why I am is because I can get hanged in the media, and I could be getting, but to be fair, I couldn't really care what white people think, to be fair.
No, I don't blame you.
It's unfair that I'd be so disrespectful in my manner to cause that sort of excess or the I don't know, collateral damage. But ultimately, if people are walking around unhappy, what the fuck do you expect?
Yeah, no, I see your point. I mean, I'm not even English.
No, I'm saying that, like, any sort of person like Jupiter or Wendy, how do you expect people not to be putting their fists up in the air saying we don't really want to work with white people? Oh, it's racist. It's like, what the fuck? What like, you want? I don't know if people just like are trying to wind people up, but it's clearly evident that there's a double standard. But I don't know where that's come from. I don't know where that pedestal has come from. It's like an invisible pedestal. I think it's the poshness in the voice makes them feel like they're different to everybody else. Yeah, and that will give you a clue on who's fucking us, if you haven't already.
Yeah.
Ultimately, no, even though that is in itself generalizing and could be.
I was just going to say, I'm half Scandinavian, half Northern Irish, so I'm not English, but I am white. But I don't I'm ashamed to say I'm English. I hate what our country's done to the world. Every 7 days, someone celebrates independence for England.
It's sad because the only thing I really get is, oh, sorry, a nice, nice attitude, cool, tolerant, yeah, fine. A lot of women, I speak to a lot of women in my day. There's a lot of women that you speak to when it comes to establishment, but where are the men? Where are them? What are the fuck are they doing? Where are the Englishmen? Like, they're clearly working, but why are they not ever speaking to? Why can't they come and tell me why they haven't given me the money? They put some black man or some Indian or Asian or woman This is what I don't understand. Where's the men in the English society? Are they waiting behind fucking closed doors until the shit hits the fan and just gonna come put all their little suits on and start killing people? Because at this stage, I don't know what they're like. They're non-existent at this stage. The women are holding up society. So when people are saying men, but women definitely are holding the society up in the UK. 100%, because I'm at a stage where I was going through mental health. So I was quite a violent person. I could be seen as quite a violent person, but I'm not. I haven't got a record that is. But all the people I've been dealing with is women. So I could easily just, if I was insane or had some sort of hiccup, I could have just come lick off one of their heads. So for me, I'm questioning the integrity of the Englishman right now. The fucking integrity, bro. The backbone you've got in your fucking back. Can you only speak to us and come up to us when you've got the upper hand and you're holding a fucking truncheon and a gun? Because that's the only time they seems like they're comfortable. I don't ever fucking speak to anybody really, apart from the normal brother that's in the same boat as me. But when you speak to anybody from the establishment that isn't armed or in a position where you could just get fucked over in an instant, so they know they're fucking people. Yeah, absolutely. You can't even barely get hold of the .gov, and it's the government .gov are disrespecting people. How can a whole contingent of people be getting astronomical wages, have full reign over people who are in volatile situations? You can never contact them. There's, the Queen can go and jump on a plane, on any type of plane, and just walk on there. Like, we've got to wait for a passport for however many months, and sometimes people don't even get passport. You can't even get any fucking borders. Sometimes people having to look, bro. It's ridiculous, bro.
King, let me ask one question real quick. What's this obsession with our lands? Know what I mean? So I hear something about immorality, but shouldn't you only speak about somewhere you've been to or have knowledge of? And what's the point of talking of like a place you've never been to? At least we're in the West, so we can speak about what goes on in the West. So why are people in the West speaking of what's going on in what they deem as, you say, religious countries or communities? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that and their transparency, they hold too much information. They have too much control. They're control freaks. They're not transparent enough. Where's the news of what's happening with our money in the fucking system? Where was the news on Brexit and what was happening with Brexit's money? What was going on there? Vote about fucking what? Give some detail. Is everything so like you got to guess, double guess, triple guess? They're playing games.
Yeah, it's corrupt to the core. It's been corrupt.
It's corrupt.
Since
And then they're looking at
times.
the country saying Nigeria's corrupt. Some pompous windbag that kind of didn't wash his bottom is on camera in some sort of very decadent place, and he's obviously some sort of foreign secretary or something, and they're filming him. Yeah, West Africa's very, very corrupt. It's like, yeah, this is England, brother. And they're saying it open about a whole country, bro. Just for that alone, brother, I'll give him a backhand and say, don't talk about my country like that. But because they're on the camera behind the thing and they can give a little laugh, it's like there's power to them, knowing that there's all these bucks out here that would break their fucking face, bro, if we could ever fucking get hold of you, bro. Break your fucking face. You need to stay in hiding. Just make sure you little pieces of shit stay in hiding. Because that's where you are. You're behind your bulletproof cars and you're in hiding. You can never come out. That's your life and you're pissed and you can't do nothing about it. You're isolated, especially in that dirty, stinking rock. I shouldn't say that, actually. All right. Yeah, you're isolated now. You're fucked. What can you do? You can't even come out and walk in the streets. I can walk out in the streets and sit in the middle of nowhere with my earphones on, with my eyes closed. And what can I do? What can you lot do about it? Nothing. Nothing. But you can't do the same. They can't do the same. None of them could do the same. Theresa May couldn't even talk to the people. Went after the fire. Did she turn up? Pooping her pants. Oh, we're not scared. And we are not scared. She said she tried to do some fucking wartime speech. Yeah? When she was at the panel.
Let me say one thing real quick, G. Let me say one thing, bro. Anybody talking about an alarm, man, shut your bitch ass up, man. Fake ass, ugly ass motherfuckers online living. I don't even know where the fuck you live, man. You're obsessed about you're trying to be trolls online, man. I want, if anybody has to say something, come say it to me personally, man. I'm in Atlanta. I tell you my address, everything, but nobody wants to say shit, man. So keep that shit behind your screen, man. Wherever you live, man. And all I'm saying, just keep our lands out your motherfucking mouth. Motherfuckers obsessed. Don't know shit about Africa, man. Don't know shit about any other land, but got something to say, man. Worry about your fucking women, man. You women out here sucking dick everywhere, man. Niggas fucking everywhere, man. Niggas serving those slabs, man. They sucking dick for hard, man. For white, for everything, man. I hear for dog food, man. And you niggas worry about your bitches, man. Don't worry about our lands, man. Don't worry about our women, man. And that's anybody. I don't give a fuck if you're white, black, Chinese. Worry about your women, man. Keep our women out your mouth, man.
Okay, point taken.
It wasn't very colourful, but it had some bite to it. It had some bite.
My connection's really bad. I can't hear. It keeps going.
So on a positive note, that's the benefit that we've got. We're almost immortal in that sense, right? They've got the, you know, the evil and wicked have got protection with all their contraptions. Like we've got immortal because we can go out and walk around and we don't have to get followed by security. All right, admittedly, when you got money, you're in the same position, which is a flaw in society we need to fix. But these people, you know, it can be bad, bro, but ultimately you can go outside and let the sun hit your face and you've got people that like you. These people, they've got jobs where they don't even have any friends. They've got no friends. The popo, no friends. The secret, no friends. They can't go down to festivals and go and sit
They're friends with each other, innit? They're friends with each other.
So that's a good thing I take from it every day. You know, even though they're not clearly not fair, and it's still, you know, everything they punish you for. Why are you getting punished for going somewhere late, turning up late somewhere? What's this punishment thing? Everything you get punished for. You send off your bill too late, you get punished. You send off you get an extra £10 on your broadband if you get that sent off late. You know, all sorts of, if you don't apply for a passport in time, or you know, that can fuck your whole life up. If you don't have enough money, nah, stop it, man. Stop it. This you know, for me, like, these people have just got way too much control, and I think questioning the government with all these alternative access, you know, companies and businesses that aren't from the establishment is a good thing, bro. Is a good thing. I swear, the sooner I can have something that can rival Facebook and rival them things, that's the only way really revolution can come. If it's not going out there and just dying and becoming a martyr, or trying, or possibly coming into conflict in other ways. Obviously, other ways haven't worked.
Like I think the first step is to form some sort of network, like against the 1%. The 99% need to network and gather together against the 1%.
So right, what's the problem? What's the primary issue? Like I don't live in like Britain. I don't live in the UK. You know what I mean? I live in America. So like, what's the primary issue for everyone? Like the problem for you guys in the UK that everybody pretty much as a whole has to deal with, or is it just to the, you can say, the non-English that has to deal with these problems?
All right. The main thing I could tell you now is what they're doing is, with the majority of people working are getting taxed a lot. So you've got managers of reputable companies or private, but you, because of how much tax you have to pay as someone in a low money-making business or position, you're going to have to pay too much tax. And then what they're not doing is taxing the rich companies which they could just, it would be nothing to them. It's like nothing out of their pocket.
I think when you hit 30 grand a year, you pay 38%.
Yeah, so that's the main thing. It's not really, that's not really the problem is they're not taxing the rich, which would be so much more beneficial for the people on the bottom. They're not equating for the 80 people. They don't care.
And Amazon just thrives.
Just in that one fact there just shows a massive stark contrast. Regardless, Samarin, to answer your question you just asked, the police pretty much annoying the hell out of minorities and doing some corruptness, I'm sure, but just not as open as you'll see on certain cameras. You know, in America, there's bait where they're just dropping shit. But I'm sure.
I think here the main problem is they've destroyed the towns and cities. You go out to the city and it's just dead. It's like a ghost town.
They haven't introduced business and growth, you're saying, around cities that need it.
No, I mean, with lockdown, everyone's just staying home, aren't they? It's like communities just died.
I think that can be regenerated, but I think that, you know, with the problems that it's facing at the moment is got to be definitely with the kind of with this whole lockdown thing is definitely one thing everybody's facing. But
yeah,
you know, unique to the UK is definitely the funding, bro. The funding is affected a lot of people in many ways.
The Conservative win was a real biggie over here, wasn't it? And we had so many hopes, and then now everyone's just like, well.
So everything's a legal matter now. Everybody's having legal matters with their marriages, children, because they're introducing so much now.
Yeah.
So it's just loads of the court and just rule the land at the moment. That, you know, there's so much you can get effed for over here. They're not too strict on, you know, chasing up their penalties, because I'm sure they're just laden with fucking taxes and all these things and fines and, you know, all of that stuff. But the government are definitely creating a hostile environment in the media, for one. That's a problem. Our media's fucked. It's been fucked for a long time. And I would say...
The BBC, there's massive protests at the moment about the BBC.
Yeah. Yeah, because that's just, it's just ridiculous, man, what they did with 9/11 and all of that. Obviously, a lot of mental health is running through. I've seen a lot of mental health in the Middle East, Arabic people and Middle Eastern.
And more recently,
keep going. Let me say one thing real quick. Now, I got one serious question to ask. Why is the UK providing weapons to armies in Somalia? Know what I mean? And killing my people in North and in the land called we call it Al Dollar. Why are they killing my people and providing weapons to armies to kill my people in North Somalia, man?
Because they want to make more refugees, man. They need more refugees, man. That's how they build their economy, B.
The terrorist camps have UN protection.
But would you say, Shiv, on the streets, it's more of a problem? The kids, or there's more of a problem on the whole society coming from the youth or the streets or whatever you want to call it? Because obviously, I wouldn't say the youth or the impact of the streets is such a big problem in the UK. Or we say the law, I don't know how to really put that. But I think it's getting, you know, the introduction of the music that the kids are listening to, and I'd say the lack of opportunities, definitely. You know, they closed down a lot of these places when you know, going, you know, helping people out.
Yeah, there's no youth clubs anymore.
Yeah, it's like, what was it called?
Youth
connections and all them things there closed down.
Yeah.
So now there's kids definitely causing more problems. I don't have to even be in the street to know that. I don't have to be in the street to know that.
Well, the whole directive of this thing is to irritate the youth more than anyone else, because it's a direct attack on them and their growing up experience.
Have any of you been on Reddit?
Bro, I've seen black youths just sitting in barbershops, bro, and on just corners of the walls. Before, you could go at least to go to a little community center somewhere. You know what I mean? Some activity, but you know, free football place where you can just walk into. and you could just, you know what I mean? You could climb over the thing and no one was, yeah. But now it's all privatized. I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but even back then when I was young, it was like, you know, there was nothing to do.
Yeah,
the chip shop at the end of the road club was like a good fucking time.
Yeah, when I was young, we only stayed in like on a Wednesday night and a Sunday night. Every night we were out at a different youth club in a different village. It was great.
Yeah, so we had Stoke. God, did someone say something? Yeah, we had somewhere called Stoke Club, which was at the end of the road, and that was one of the only places we had to go to. But it was still a place where we could go. Now they haven't got that.
Yeah.
So I'm like, where have they got? And yeah, I think even with that, it's not really a big factor. But that is the music, and I'd say finishing saying this, obviously parents not being able to have more control over their kids. The system's got more control over them.
I think a lot of it's these CRB checks, because I'd like to do youth centre work. I'm 45 now, but because I got done for weed a few years ago, I couldn't even get a job doing that now.
Oh yeah, so that I think that I don't know why they do that, but they, you know, it seems to benefit them somehow. Having someone where they have a bad spell when it comes to that, you know, what's it called? Your crime,
CRB, yeah.
Your CRB, yeah. And you get into trouble with police, and then you can't work for security companies, children.
Mm-hmm.
So you know, you're and that's 6 years, sometimes 5 years. I don't know how that will benefit the system, but
I can understand if you've done a violent crime.
To put people into work as opposed to not.
Yeah.
So obviously they're benefiting from us not being able to work, and being in shit, like just obviously there's loads of jobs where it's more beneficial for you working in shit, worse jobs, you know, like just the shit these jobs, you know, that you
Zero
can get
hour contract.
Yeah, like all these commission type jobs. So you'll be working with thin air basically. So you've got to be a magician basically to do your job, as opposed to working with resources. And obviously looking after children is a resource, isn't it? You know? But yeah, it was a completely hindrance. And .gov, 100%, we all know the reason why we're all, if we are, unhappy with the establishment. Because the establishment is too broad. It's definitely .gov, government, our government.
King, bro, I have a question to ask you, bro. Like, why don't we all have our own specific lands? Like, you know what I mean? Your name's EM, right? Like you said, you're from, I guess, Ireland or something like that, right?
Who?
Sorry, did you
I'm
mean
talking
me?
to EM. Like, we all, yeah, I mean you. Like, we all have our specific lands we come from.
Yeah.
So why don't we just go back to where we came from and the lands our forefathers came from?
That'd be quite good. Yeah, I wouldn't mind living in Ireland or Scandinavia. But I'm just going back. Do you remember when?
Why complain? Why complain about our land that's not yours? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We can complain all we want, but why not better? Why not actually try to make improvements to where you came from?
Wait, is this Amy?
Somewhere
is
you
Amy?
really don't even belong.
No, I'm Emma.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I thought I heard Khan speaking about Amy one time. I was like, it might be the one that he's speaking about. But
so, are you saying like, what if everyone?
I was saying, like, King Go, like you originally, you like, I can say you're. I don't know, like, where are you mixed or where are you from? Like, are you West African?
I was born. I was born.
I'm talking to King Go now.
Oh, me,
you consider
Nigerian.
Yeah, you consider yourself African now.
Yeah, just mix. Mix, like mix. Yeah, mix. I've got a bit Asian, you know.
Is your father African now?
Yeah, my dad's African. My dad's Nigerian, and my mum's like
Japanese,
how we go
about it? I mean, how we go about it? We say like you are what your father is. You know what I mean? So
yeah, so
you're Nigerian. You know what I mean? So
yeah, all my family that I had alive, immediate family was Nigerian. My English one, my Japanese one, my Jewish one, they all essed out on me when I was young. Family, they didn't want that to do with me, so I had my African people. Then that's why, you know, that's why King goes the way he is. I was around my Africa. They when my nan left this earth, God rest her soul, she left me some money because she worked hard. She bought a house, she sold it. I got some money from that. She helped us out. That was the biggest amount of money I'd ever seen. It was a small bit, but yeah. So
yeah. In my eyes, like we say that the tribe is passed down, and lineage is passed down by the father. Know what I mean? So pretty much to me, I can say you're Nigerian, bro. Know what I mean? Or you're from the tribe
I
of
think
your
that's
father.
what their rule is. I think they've got their culture is like it's like very their dads pass everything to their sons, and it's quite matriarchal to the degree. So yeah.
Well, do you plan on? But do you plan on going back? Right. No, I'm not in Somali. No, my dad is Somali and my mom is Somali. You know what I mean? Yeah.
They're both
Somali.
yeah. It's the same type of thing, isn't it? Same type of culture. It's
pretty much, yeah. It's all the same, you know what I mean? It's just it's two separate distinct like regions, you know what I mean? Because I'm all the way on the east and you man's all the way on the west.
Yeah, but mixed heritage, bro. Mixed heritage.
Yeah, but how long can people complain? Why not just let them go back to the old ways? You feel me? Just leave the UK, leave the lands to how they were before. Let them go back to the old monarchies. Let them go back to running around chasing chickens and whatever they used to do before. Know what I mean? Because we're the one provided them with everything they have, and they get everything they need to get from our lands anyway. So why not just boycott boycott the UK, man?
I feel like laws or opportunities that were available 5 years ago should be available now. I don't think a country can swoop that low. I mean, we haven't gone from the 5th richest country or the 6th richest country to the 10th, or there hasn't been a major crash. Why have we gone through a recession? But how are we still maintaining that fifth position? It's just use your common sense and you'll realize that there's no way around this, guys. You just fucked up with management.
Well, one thing I don't understand is why do these why nobody ever brings this up? Like this just happened not even 2 days ago. Okay, the UK is providing like money and arms to an army that killed my people in the Aldel just 2 days ago, and this recently happened. Know what I mean? But why is the UK getting involved in East African affairs? What do they have to do with the East Africa?
What did it? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. I don't know if they're trying to say that they can kill people and we can't, or they're just trying to stop the people who are killers. And that's where they can fool us with propaganda. And some people
how things like this is never brought up. Like nobody speaks about these things. Know what I mean?
Some people are thinking, that their country's doing a good thing, and these people are bad because they've had maybe possibly a bad experience with someone in the country, and it's a good concoction, especially with the individualism and all the rest of it at its peak. No one really cares, bro. No one. I'm convinced. And even when people die now, they're forgotten in a week, in a couple of days. Was it like it back then? No, things were venerated for a long time. There was more of an understanding of the life after death.
Hey, Kingo, let me say one thing. The funny thing is that they're bigging up immorality, but you have to remember, like any kind of what you view as immorality from your stance, you have to remember everything that happened in our lands after war, and who started these wars. And what do we this kind of behavior? What do we learn from? So at least at this moment, like some people are kind of imitating Western culture. So we're getting this from the West. But as far as immorality, what does he mean by immorality?
We should have asked that lady a couple more questions.
All the problems we have right now, we got it because of the West and due to the West. Yeah. We're not the ones that bombed our lands. We're not the ones that stole our resources. And we're not the ones that created just havoc and dead children and hospitals being just just overpopulated. Nobody did that. We have nothing to do with that. The West did that. So anything that's going on right now in our lands is due to the West and Europe getting involved in our affairs. They would have stayed to themselves. We would have been good, man. And we're still good, alhamdulillah. We're building up. But the thing is, you can't say that a lot that what like immoral, like we're being immoral for one specific. Well, how are we being immoral? What's immoral? What do you view as immoral?
Right. Yeah. So I just don't know how a group has managed to get this much control of the land, because they've all got one aim, one destiny, bro. Even if it's a bit misaligned, it's all in the same similar direction, collective direction towards black man's or the minorities' apprehension to evolve into its peak, and it's clear and evident even to this day. If you're on their side, they let you get so far, and then knock you down again. And we'll use that guy from the barbershop. What's his name now? The black brother in America, the barber, Bill Cosby. He was all up in there. He was a good brother. He made them laugh. He would poke fun at black people probably in his own way, but still, that's probably the peak, making someone laugh at your own mishaps and make them feel comfortable to a degree with certain racist jokes. But still, he got eaten on, feasted on, bruv. That guy got feasted on like a fucking, like dropping a carcass in Africa, bruv. It was like, how many women came out saying, "Oh yeah, he did it to me. He did it to me. He did it to me." Fuck me. They can get a movement on you, bro. Got a Me Too movement on your ass. Yeah, it's a couple phone calls probably. You know what I mean? Go through mental health teams, mental health teams suggesting, because everybody's going to go seek mental health treatment, aren't they, for all their mishaps now? That's quite big on the rise. So now they've got access to your shit. Now they're lining you up. So if you make any type of money, they even know all your little fucking secrets. You know what I mean? Now they're really involved with you. So,
but the same thing happened with Jimmy Savile, didn't it?
Yeah, all these people coming out, I just feel like, what is it with them, you know? So this is Emma, isn't it? Welcome again, Emma. I haven't really spoken to you
hiya.
before. Yeah, but it's, I think everybody's been outed, but like, who were these people? They must have not been for the government. They must not have been key players. And then you think, you look on the outside, you think these bastards that they could have been put. They were probably a thorn in the. They were probably coming out as whistleblowers and just saw God or something, and they were like,
Yo, King Gold. Yo, King Gold. One question.
Yeah, go on.
Question. Can you hear me?
Go on, G.
What's the first rule to the game?
Yeah, I'm having a monologue, bro. Go on.
Don't get caught.
Oh, I think they like to have people who are paedophiles in positions of power because then they've got something over them. That would be logical.
Yeah, so sort of.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And then the first rule to the game is don't get caught.
Oh,
when you're part of a gang, that's what you're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Isn't it? You're all part of the same gang. You've all done the same things. Like you see, like when you go into a gang, you'll see what I'm talking about. There's always some type of initiation. You might have to go into the lion's den and be surrounded by guys who might not necessarily like you and feel a little bit intimidated at times, and just to test you, see how you react. Like when they got the police officer and he goes into the room with the gangsters and they make him try out the drugs because they want to make sure you're not a police, innit? Like that's how life is, innit? Like there's different types of initiations and different people are doing different things, innit? They got bigger secrets to keep, innit? I don't know.
No doubt about it.
That's just the way I see it.
I personally think that they're so salty and they've got so much power that I don't think anybody's really out of line of fire. I think if you've got them completely by the balls in one way, shape, or form, accidentally, then yeah. But you know, there's part of their mandate is no one's higher or too above the order, and if they have to be taken out, they have to be taken out.
And it was proved this year that it's complete and utter bullshit when government was prorogued, and when the government wasn't actually working, they were all at home. Our economy went up, so we don't need them.
I think personally, we all kind of know what it is because, you know, I say 20 years ago, you know, I love this country. You know, England, I could say, Bob, I really like this country. There was so many positives about it. Even to the wildlife, even though we haven't got that much. I used to love even the wildlife, bro. But now, it's just like a massive wake-up call to what the problem is in the UK.
Yeah, after all them years of recession, now all of a sudden there's money to furlough everybody.
But yeah, this is a big wake-up call now. As
when you say recession, are you talking about austerity?
Yeah, we had austerity for years and years. Then all of a sudden, there's money there in there to like pay everyone to stay at home.
Yeah, I thought that as well. Still, I'm glad it's not just me thinking this because that sounded crazy to me too.
Yeah,
like,
I was like, where did all the money come from?
You know, we're not talking like 2 years. We're not talking 5 years. We're talking years. We're talking like tens of years.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, what are you talking about? This stay-at-home thing? They're getting people to get paid for staying.
No, we're talking about the austerity and how long the austerity's been going on, and then all of a sudden everyone can stay at home and they got money. They're balling, innit? Balling.
Mm-hmm.
Come on, you know what time it is.
You know, and it does really make you realize how easy it is for us or for them, or how, you know, how the English people wanted it as a standard. Clearly, it was foot and shoulders above a lot of the people in the third world. I'd say people in the first world actually got better. Most countries got better than us as normal people living here, not the elitists. Obviously, they got the creme de la creme, I would say, in the UK.
I think they work less.
They just got more benefits. I was speaking to people, you know, from other different places, you know, from Sweden, from, you know, Somali guys, minorities, Africans, you know, and they've all said that there's, you know, the benefit system, their structure, we were comparing, and it was just completely different. When you come into the country, you get given things, and it's definite, and it's just like everybody's happy really over there. And that's, we're talking about Scandinavia, so, you know, we're talking about where you're from. It's pretty much all of the places there is a lot easier for a minority. So, you know, England can paint it out to be like, you know, the most civilized place for a first world country. But I'd say
far from it. Yeah.
I'd say it's probably the hardest place, because especially the strength of the pound and how
I think
much.
if we had to pick the most civilized country in the world, I'd probably say Norway.
Yeah, Norway's a nice place to go. What are these places now? The bank, they're paying people to stay there, bro. Like literally, there's more benefits to staying in places like Switzerland, because there's no one really living there. So they want it to, you know, they need populace, they need slaves. That's what it's about, man. Slaves. You go into another country, you can conquer it. You either kill all the slaves, or you send them to other places, or you don't kill any at all, but you're gonna have a hard time holding on to that place. So therefore, you probably wouldn't even want to hold on to it then. So that's when you wouldn't kill anybody or take any slaves. You just want to occupy it for any particular reason, to get rid of a problem, strategical, military, strategic point. But that's what their whole push has been about, enslaving people. You know, it's like, we can't sugarcoat it. You know what I mean? At all.
Just
you know,
look at Australia and America. I mean, annihilate. Everyone goes on, oh, the Holocaust. 10 times as many people were killed in Native America.
Yeah.
And that was by us British, mostly. The Brits, the Dutch, and the French.
Yeah, the British, you know, there's a lot of talk has gone on about, you know, the Jews and the Zionists and whatever. But the English definitely hands down. Even though Portugal and the Arab sub-Saharan slave trades, whatever X amount of thousands of years, whatever, to a degree, it still doesn't trump what England have done to minorities in their short space of time.
No, I'm really into my audiobooks, and I love olden days audiobooks, and I've listened to first-hand diaries of South Africa, Australia, America before we got there. And if you actually take it, it sounds like something like out of Jurassic Park, like a different planet before we annihilated it.
From the Spanish Inquisitions, you start to see a very evil, satanic part of the Western world, which is only seen from the much known and heard about Mongols when they used to cook people alive. But it was worse than that,
Yeah.
So
they used to cut off the hands, if they didn't work hard enough, they cut off their hands and feet and leave them alive.
Yeah, that was weird. That was strange. And from the, I know I put that down to the Spanish Inquisition, because they would say, why did that come around? And it was definitely pushed by that. And we know that was where Rome had their fingers in as well. So it's definitely Roman inspired.
Yeah, definitely.
So the Vatican is, of course, but England have definitely got all their traits and stuff from the Spanish Inquisitions, and then we're seeing. Go on.
And when you've like learned about what had gone on in history, and then you see with this, I know I hate this whole thing of Black Lives Matter has caused so much trouble, but did you see the hacker that the I forgot what they're called now, the New Zealand guys did? That was so moving, just to see them doing that, and they were putting so much anger into it. It was only weeks after George Floyd died.
Oh yeah, I think I saw that. Yeah, I did see that. You're right. Yeah, and I think that's just. I think everybody's had enough of it, really. So that collective process is that was not staged. That was genuine, innit? That was genuine, because how much America's done for the world, man. Just in their music alone. So that's what I think. That's what shocked them to the core, really. But yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to drag all that up again.
yeah, but no, I think I don't know why. I think why everybody's really focusing in on the Zionists, because the English is sitting down pretty. And there was an instance where a gentleman came to Speaker's Corner and he said, "No, it's not the Jews. It's not the English. It's the Jews," and da 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 da. And he took his shahada and blah blah blah. And he was like, "Yeah, I feel you, bro, but to me, it still was like excusing one evil to focus on another." It was like almost like a living whataboutism, which was, for me, I say, look, then that we can see two players on the board, Jews and English, and they're both at the current time, to say, causing problems for people. But English definitely foot and shoulders above the rest. And what's currently happening now with the English, with the establishment, I say the government, I say the English government, not the English, because the English, we know the English are tolerant people, but they've literally done what the Germans did in the war, Nazis. But the difference with the Nazis and what the Nazis did is they gave you the option for when they're in wartime, because it's exactly the same scenario, but they gave the disabled the option to, I know it goes back to me, but I'm just giving an example, but the disabled option to euthanasia. So that is voluntary death. So it's humane to a degree. You'll get various things and you'll get a drug and you'll die, boom. But what they did is they withheld helping hand and let you fester in your pain and ailments. So what is worse? What is worse? The Jews, no, the Germans in Germany euthanizing the disabled, or what we got pulled up on for humanitarian, like from the whole of the EU, which is why the relations went bad anyway, but killing off the disabled and defunding disabled people and all the rest of it. That is worse than, I'd say, euthanasia, in my opinion. I don't know what the panel thinks, but And this is not me trying to, oh, I'm hating on the government, I've got this, I'm hell bent on the government, but I'm just trying to compare the two things.
I think the problem is, where do you draw the line?
Yeah,
like, which
exactly.
disabilities are ruled out? You know, where would you say, right, you get euthanized, you don't?
Yeah, but it's not an option at the moment in the UK. I think they were trying to introduce it to a degree, and I think it is optional with the family involved when you're at, you know, later stages of life. But for a young person, I don't think it's available. You know, I think it's so they did it by lack of funding. So they didn't fund areas of the NHS, for example, benefits for disabled people. So that's two hits. So you're not only can not pay for your own health and care, the health and care is going to be very minimal when you go to the NHS. So for the last 7 years, that's what it's been like. So a lot of people have died in their thousands. I've studied it, and I've seen the numbers and the rest of it, and it's not really, and why it's not been brought to the very forefront of our immediate attention is because of what they've introduced in as proxies. You know, and there's so many things now on our mind. You know, even Extinction Rebellion probably got more exposure than the mass murder of disabled people in the last 7 years. And I'm just focusing on one thing, which is relating to me, but that is a real actual problem. So I don't know.
But if we don't have a countryside that like a weather system that works, then there's no world for anyone, even disabled people.
Yeah. I mean, what do you mean, a countryside that works?
Well, like a biosystem that works. Like, once we, like, you know, they've said when bees die, that's it. We've got like 4 years, and then the whole population will die.
Yeah, exactly. I think I don't know how evident it is that the UK completely disregard the health and well-being of the surroundings and, you know, the countryside. I think they're quite on point with that. I couldn't really say, oh, there's potholes everywhere and there's loads of oil leaking around in our local even ponds. You don't see that. So really, I don't think that's really much of a problem.
It is. I'm an let me tell you now. It is. I'm an environmentalist, and I know my shit. There's a lot of herbicides being used. All the habitats are being destroyed.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, the herbicides. I agree with you. No, you're right in that sense. You're right in that sense. You know, to the animals, I'd say there's more of a problem. To the current, surroundings, it's not really having much effect. But definitely, the ecosystem is getting damaged from it. The micro ecosystem as well, especially, which is we rely upon great.
The UK is a serious crisis point. We've got so many, like, hedgehogs, starlings. You know, your average animals that you would see are declining by like 80%.
So at this stage, if we were to harm animals, we'd be getting put in prison. These guys are mass murdering them indirectly, directly. So who's gonna like, that's that absolute rule, and that's what's that, the government?
That's tyranny. Yeah,
that's tyranny. That's fascism.
Yep.
So ultimately, we are living in a fascistic state now, and a totalitarianism, or whatever you want to call it.
1984 is here.
So just understand that you got to study what was happening in places where people got absolute rule and become it became a dictatorship.
Well, I've been before lockdown, I was following the Hong Kong riots, and I think that's pretty much the bottom line, isn't it? You've just got to get out there, and it's going to be war on the streets against it won't be police, it'll be the military and G4S. And it'll probably be about 2 more years' time before we get to that point.
Just fill me in, who's G4S?
The security people. Theresa May's husband used to be quite high up in a G4S. They do the security for prisons.
Oh
And
my
for
God, you just
the
mentioned
Olympics.
G4S, Theresa May and military, and you don't think that's the same people?
Yeah, no, it is. That's what I'm saying. They're all the same.
So they're going to have a
Yeah.
civil war against their own little disputes like
It's
France.
going to be
England.
us, the common people, against that. Yeah.
But don't forget, some of these common people actually are probably more of a dangerous, or just as have dangerous ideology of philosophical ideas against minorities.
Yeah, we've seen.
So I
we've
don't
seen
know.
that play out in America, haven't we, over the last month?
Yeah, so I don't know what's worse, really. Getting hung by the right wing fucking guy that's just a pleb because he's pissed off in his country, making money. Or so there's two enemies right now, or possible fucking, brick walls you may face.
Yeah,
if you,
did you hear about the Chaz movement in Seattle where they took over the police and they had rednecks just policing Seattle?
Yeah, but I didn't see that, but I just feel like where the people's families licking back. I mean, who are, it's just like just part and parcel of life. Like someone kills your mom and dad, like what? And do you know what I think it is? I think it's social construct. What's happening is these guys are killing people, and they've got protection of the CIA. So they're not able to lick back. So it's just like they're allowing anybody to be the killer, and they're protecting them at this stage.
It's
If you be a white person now, you could see. Like, that's the thing. I don't even want to. Do you know what? I'm not going to say anything anyway. So anyway, yeah. Things need to be changed, and just one God, one aim, one destiny, man. Just what I mean, just be good to each other, man, and just respect each other, innit? Because don't forget, man, they don't respect about anybody, and the eye is always moving around, and it fixes
exactly.
It's hungry.
Authority is the enemy. It's not black or white is the enemy. It's authority.
Right. So what? Where are you from? The UK? If I can just ask.
Yeah.
From UK, London.
I'm in Yorkshire at the moment, but I'm from down south.
All right. Okay. Originally.
Yeah. Where are you from?
Stomping ground. All right. Yeah. Me. I'm from West London. From London. Born and bred, mate. Stomping ground.
Nice. Hey.
Thinking about maybe moving somewhere else, but I've still got a nice little network here. I would like to come back and see the family because my family, they love the UK. They've had a good life. They're in such positions right now which don't even have I've given the opportunity to take a sit back and look. And
I'll tell you what though, it's really cheap up here up north. You should have a look at the rent and stuff up here. It's like half the price.
Yeah. But don't forget. I mean, it is it half the price in the areas where it's like city and quite popular.
Yeah, like Sheffield's near me. They've got some really good deals. Yeah.
Is there a town centre there? Yeah. Is this not like every now and then you come across a. You know what I mean?
No, it's got a massive great. They've got a huge shopping mall there, and there's like dry ski slopes. There's loads of like massive sporting stuff to do. They've got a big ice hockey team. There's big ice rink and stuff. There's loads to do in Sheffield.
Ah, cool. Right, yeah, and I mean for your house, you're probably going to get a nice garden and a bit of land almost to yourself.
Yeah, and if you're not in the city, you can get like a 3-bedroom house with a big garden here for like $420 a month.
So what if I was to say, look, I want to transfer and give up what I've got here and move there? I could do that, right? And actually, probably would be quite beneficial for them.
Yeah. You'd get because there's loads of people who would rather be down south for the work, so you'll be able to. They'll downsize and you'll get bigger.
Hey, what about the work?
The work, but I think me anyway, bro. I create stuff. I sell. I'm gonna sell. Paintings and I do still a lot of stuff online anyway. So I probably. But you're right. The work is hard to come across because even if you're doing stuff online, you still have to go and post it at a post office. So yeah, in a place like that, you'd have to be at least very least driving if you can. or be in a place where you can access places in it, like be in a city if you're not driving. But that's the only time I'll go down there.
Yeah, and if you've got your own business, if it's your own business, don't get me wrong. Yeah, access to people is gonna drum up like business, isn't it? But you know, when you're looking for particular types of business, you know, like if the area's got lower like income families or people, you know, are used to spending less, they're not going to spend more, are they?
It's going to be difficult for more families. Yeah.
You're right.
It's going to be difficult for families.
You have to think about what you do and go somewhere where there's a gap in the market for what you do. You know, like that. That's a better look.
Good advice.
Right.
If you think now, you see somewhere like Sheffield, yeah, it's not like London, where in London, like it don't matter what area, in every area's probably got studios and all sorts of things, clubs and bars and all sorts of things are going on in every area. But you come out of London, you're gonna realize a place like Sheffield, it's not like that. Like everything will be mainly focused in one area, and then they'll be lucky if they've got a studio for the youth them to go to. So
there's loads of unis in Sheffield, so we'd probably be all right there. But the other cities, yeah, like Nottingham and that.
But when I say studios and stuff, like obviously the uni is one place, but for the kids who don't go uni, they don't get that opportunity. Whereas in the city, you could be 14 and just go to the studio. I see all these little kids getting on the train, going up West End, going to the studio.
Would you advise it for certain people in certain lifestyles, though? It's not for everybody if you can move to the country. So if you had loads of kids.
Yeah, but I just mean in the sense of you're doing art, innit? You're doing art be somewhere where there's loads of people that want to do art and interested.
Yeah, there's loads of people like that in Sheffield.
I don't know if Sheffield's the right place for that.
Yeah, but there's a lot of wood and stuff as well. I'd like, so I think I would like to move up if I was to do anything. It would benefit me to move to the country, but someone with kids and they're not really craftsmanship, you know. I don't know. I think like I'm more of a craftsman in it, so I'd be able to take advantage of all the like readily accessible resources out there, you know, like and just naturally that grow there. It'd be more beneficial because here you've got to buy. There's a lot more outgoings here for when you're trying to come up with business. But yeah,
when you're saying Sheffield, like it's no different to going to Wales. Then if you go to Wales, the same thing. It's going to be a lot cheaper.
They're up in arms, you know. They're pissed off. They were all protesting that there's not enough jobs in Wales. There's not enough opportunities. There's not enough community centres. They're apparently it's worse for them there than it is for us here.
That's the point I'm making. Like, although London, is overpriced, like when you need a job, when you need to put yourself in certain positions, it's a lot easier. Same with like most of the bigger cities, like even in like Bristol or like Birmingham, it's going to be easier to put yourself in a position. And Birmingham ain't that much more expensive than living in where was it? You said Sheffield.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Sheffield, don't forget, you've got these roads. You know, they're going to have businesses, families that have just dominating the fucking road. Nobody knows each other. Here in the UK, you can just pull up to if it's open, it's available, it's yours. You know what I mean? You see the difference? I feel like it's going to be a bit more easier here as a foreigner to get jobs, especially. I like that. That's just common sense.
Sheffield's like a university city, so you've got tons of foreigners there, and there's loads of hippy dippy studios, arty, farty culture going on there. They've built tons of uni accommodation there, so it's full of. It's like really cosmopolitan now. I don't live in Sheffield; I live in the countryside, but it's like that in the city. Yeah. I don't think you'd feel like an outsider. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the country is it's definitely a nice bit. I feel like if you're a social networking person, you could get lonely out somewhere like that. And if you come up in a big family, you know what I mean? It's but I mean, ultimately, when you get to a certain age, anyway, I think that all goes out the door to a degree. So, you know, for me, it'd be like, you know, at this stage of my life, 35, I think it would be or for anybody saying that would be probably a good idea to go somewhere like that. Actually,
I've been in the countryside 11 years now, and I'm so bored. We're relocating to Blackpool because we want to have fun.
Oh, is it? See, that's what I thought. I told you. It's a little
Yeah,
bit
you're
boring.
right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I don't think we're meant to be living like that, man. It's meant to be kind of
It's boring.
It's
Yeah.
a little bit boring. It can get a little bit boring, especially when you feel like you got the internet and you're seeing people doing so many different things in the city, and you're like, wait, fucking hell.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
pretty much all based in the city, isn't it? All these online things, anyway. So
Yeah.
now you're not only thinking about it, you're actually seeing what you're missing.
Yeah, and we are doing it. We're going to put the house in the market and that and go. But I think a lot of it is like what city you go to. Like a lot of cities are just suburbia, and you will still be just as lonely. Places like Blackpool, they're a one-off. Like I don't know if you've been there, but there's not many places like Blackpool.
I think Blackpool's nice, you know.
Yeah.
It's quite vibey though. It's quite upbeat.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was where the place that you go to if you wanted to go to some bars that weren't in London.
Yeah, it's the stag capital of the UK and the weed capital of the UK.
Oh, is it? All right, Blackpool.
Yeah.
Mate.
Lots of nutters there.
Sounds like a good retreat, mate.
Yes, it's certainly going to be different to living in the countryside.
Yeah.
But you're lucky with London there. You can just go down to Soho.
Do you know what I prefer though? Like, give me Somerset or Margate over Soho,
Margate. I love
just
Margate.
the access to Soho. Like, you know, who cares? All right, it's cool. It's got a couple Chinese funky restaurants and Japanese little things that you can walk in, and it feels like you just walked into Tokyo. And you know, there's some theaters. You know, it's cool. It's like it's exciting.
Mm.
You know what I mean? That's the main thing. It's exciting. There's a lot of people. Anything can happen. It's on the edge.
Yeah,
you know,
and you can see famous people walking around and that. It's really cool.
But London doesn't really give you that much more than that. It's just exciting if you're a young and excitable person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there must be like whatever you're into, like the most like obscure hobby. There must be like groups. Like there must be so many clubs to go to there.
What would make you stay in Shropshire though, or wherever it is you are?
Yorkshire. If I could like have a laugh, if like there was like, because everyone is so snobby, and like no one really smokes, and like if there was more like if they legalized weed and we could have coffee shops and like you could meet other smokers and stuff, then I'd stay.
Mm.
But it's just everyone locks themselves in their house, you know.
Right. So, but really, you know what, right? If you really wanted to, yeah, and we got, you know, law loosened up a bit, you could have your own fucking vegetable patch, have a consistent grow of vegetables, have your people working with you, telling you can eat and sleep as long as you can help clear up, and you can have your own people working for you and all the rest of it. Growing your own batches of weed, having your own little distribution chain, and Bob your uncle, you'd love to stay there, wouldn't you?
Yep, but I would need some people to talk to. I'm like Robinson Crusoe at the moment.
Okay, yeah, boy.
I mean, you can go on panels, but it's not the same as like having a like familiar face.
Yeah. Okay. And I think we take that for granted. In it, you know, when you are around people, and it's a big difference. It's huge because you got these old people. What's the main problem with old people now? They get bored in their homes. They don't speak to no one for a long time. Yep. Even me, I've experienced that. You know, I've experienced that from my disability. You know, people get in jail, but that takes a toll on your brain.
Yep,
definitely take a toll on your brain, man. Does something to you, innit?
And the people who get really old are the ones who go out all the time. You know, they just live forever.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It's kind of what life's about, I think. You know, meeting other people, getting to know other people. You don't necessarily have to like them, but just that process of getting to know people. It's so human. It's so natural. It's what we're supposed to do in society. Like you were saying earlier, with all this lockdown and social distancing and everything, it's like psychological warfare.
Yep, definitely.
Breaking, especially with kids. You know, they were saying, what is it? Kids under 5 don't have to wear masks. So what you say, 6-year-olds have to wear masks? I mean, I've had kids. When my kids were 6, that would have freaked them out socially. Yeah.
Yeah. So why do you? Anyway, are you Christian?
No, I'm pagan.
You're a pagan. You just called yourself pagan. Or you pay. Who said, "Oh, listen, I'm a pagan"? Listen, I'm a pagan, brother. No, but really, what is a pagan?
Pagans, right? Okay, pagans. I'm not a Wiccan. But there's a thing called Wicca that's very similar. It's just a nature religion. We don't have churches. We don't have a priest. We were all destroyed by the Christians during the time of the Spanish Inquisition. Witches were burned at the stake. We were called heretics. So anyway, the religion.
Anglo-Saxon then. So I'm not Anglo-Saxon. You're So you consider yourself what, Celtic? Have you got Celtic ancestry?
Kind of, yeah. A bit Celtic, a bit Nordic.
They were quite into it, maybe like paganism or Judaism or what them sort of type of.
The thing with paganism is it covers all religions that believe in more than one god. So Egyptians are pagan, the Greek gods were pagan.
Oh yeah.
So all of them are pagan, but you can worship any one of them gods you want. There's no rules. That's what I like about it.
What is paganism? No, that's what I'm saying. I know that they are. That's what pagan is.
Paganism, if you take it literally, it means you worship more than one god. That's what it means. So you're not a monotheist. So monotheism is Islam, Judaism.
I asked you if he's a Christian. So really,
yeah, no, I'm not. Yeah, no, I'm not a Christian.
Is actually a particular
religion, really. No, it's more a kind of genre of belief.
So what? So you ascribe or you believe in the concepts of Buddha and probably Jesus Christ. So that's what you mean by a pagan.
I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in Jesus at all.
I'm sorry, I've got to laugh. Kinga, you are conflating all sorts of things.
What? Wait, hold on. Wait, she said she's a pagan, yeah? And I said, what religion are you? She said, I'm a pagan. Now, pagan is not a religion. Paganism.
No, it's not really. No,
it's just a religion that happens to be a pagan because it falls out of the one God thing.
Yeah.
So, what paganist religion do you ascribe to? That's all it is. So, I'm not conflating anything. I'm just being specific.
Yeah, I flit about.
Kinga, so like when you hear like Liam and them talking about the indigenous people of this land.
Yeah.
You ever had when they speak about when they were Wiccans and pagans and before Christianity came and took over?
To a degree, but they don't know what they're going to be talking about.
I think this is what this lady's on about. I think she's
they don't have a clue what they're talking about.
Mm.
No, I'm only joking. Do you know what? Really, I don't know about this. The other guy, I don't know. He's just got loads of information about loads of different things, but I've never really asked him about himself, particularly what he ascribes to. I know what his political views are, but I don't really know what his religious views are. Sorry. But
the problem with paganism is because everything was destroyed. We don't have Bibles. All we have are these old megalithic structures and stone circles and the carvings that are on them. And I'm really into the old Sumerian clay tablets and stuff like that. There's not much to go on.
Sacrifice.
Sorry?
Do you sacrifice like mock animals?
Not live animals, no. We tend to sacrifice something of ourselves. Like, so you'll say, if you'll speak to the god and say, if you do this for me, I will go and pick up some litter in the village. Or you would do something rather than sacrifice a living thing. You'd sacrifice something of yourself.
Okay, can you make a what you call a ritual that I get a gorgeous Scandinavian woman turn up in my life in the next couple of days, please?
I could.
What sort of ritual is that?
I don't know if it'd work, but I could.
So what do you have to do practice though? Do you actually try and partake in?
Yeah. I like doing my witchy stuff.
But is it weird? Is it strange for someone who didn't know anything about it because do you want to tell us what you possibly do or?
I'm fine talking about it. Yeah, I think it's interesting for other people to ask me questions about it because so many people don't believe in anything. They don't even believe, like, even my kids, they think when you die you just like go to sleep and there's nothing, so I'm quite happy to talk about it. I'd rather people like make them think, that there is something more to life.
Yeah, and I think pagans have a different types of there's I think Valhalla and all them things there's different type, they call it different things, but
yeah,
I think they're quite particularly different. You know what I mean? They're not all the same. So what one do you
very,
think then?
very different. Well, I'm really confused at the moment. I used to really believe in like nature gods and Pan and the Greek gods and tree worship and stuff. And then about 3 years ago, I started reading about Sumerians, and it's blown my mind. It puts a lot of things into question about whether these gods are actually gods at all or whether they're aliens.
Oh my God.
Right.
Because there's
But what
scriptures
about
from 11,000
aliens?
years ago describing the whole thing. And I'm like, you telling me that 11,000 years ago they made up this story because it's pretty true to the stars and everything.
But if an alien is called an alien, it can't be a god, because God,
Yeah.
you can just imagine God. What alien is big enough and more powerful enough to be able to harness and micromanage a multiverse or whatever megaverse or whatever you want to call that. It's just like just beyond ridiculous to think that it's an alien, that a tangible thing that can come down, and it just seems like too much of a task.
Well, what the conclusion I'm coming to is that we were like the monkey men, right? And all the other animals, and all, that was a different creator that created the planet, the trees, the dinosaurs, the monkeys, which evolved into the cavemen that were us. Then,
All
yeah,
right. Okay.
then they came down from Nibiru and evolved us.
Yeah, but you say your mum could be God. She born you.
Kingo, please, because she touched on something, the evolution of man. Oh, well, I don't know, because I don't subscribe to that, and I know my people ain't for that. But can you go into that a bit for me, please? Like your theory on the evolution of the man and how they came from monkeys.
Okay, so how the scriptures describe it is the Ninhursag, the first Anunnaki goddess, bred the cavemen, which were the monkey form of man before Homo sapiens. They were bred with that, and the first few times they had to have cesareans, right? And then the babies that they had were evolved, and they were more like the Anunnaki, and they were highly intelligent, and that's how us humans were developed, that we're like half caveman, monkey man, and half Anunnaki. And that was written in clay tablets 11,000 years ago. And all this mythology where you've got like the half cow, half man, half goat, half man. That was when they were experimenting with different genetic material. And they even wrote in the scriptures about DNA and stuff, which is what we can do now.
Whoa, hold on. You're going a mile. Like, listen, I'm trying to process your logic. Okay, so for me, I don't know about this cave and monkeys and all of that. I don't know nothing about that. I know that my people came from the Most High Creator. Yeah, I don't know about none of that. But what I want to know about is, so you're saying that monkeys, they had to have cesareans. The first lot couldn't be.
No, right. The Anunnaki, the alien people who were really tall, right? They were bigger than normal human beings, mated with the monkey men that were before the Homo sapiens. So we were just like, the caveman with the long arms and stuff. The stage before we made it to Homo sapien, that they mated with them. The first few times were mutations, and then after that, came a human.
Okay, okay.
And that from that point, we were slaves to get gold for them.
Yeah, so it weren't nothing to do with a monkey going in, turning into a man, the ape theory or anything like that. So
No,
I don't know if that was what LED initially thought you was talking about.
it was genetic modification, which we can do
But the
now. So
Anunnaki, you're talking about the Anunnaki, yeah, yeah. So that's
yeah,
that, yeah. That's, I mean, that's just quite believable, to be honest with you. There's no way I would say, oh, that's a flat out lie, or it's just false information.
mm.
It's definitely a belief.
I wouldn't say I believe it, but it's certainly blown my mind, and I'm not quite sure what I believe now.
Yeah, but no, we don't.
All the way off at this point. I'm gone. My head's spinning. I don't even know what to ask next. I'm like, what? Hold on.
If I
Go on,
hadn't seen,
Kinga.
if I hadn't seen the clay tablets myself and gone through it all with interpretations and different citations from about 200 different people to get it verified, I wouldn't have believed it myself.
Can I ask you, do you have any links for these clay tablets or anything that I can go and look at while you lot are speaking?
A lot of what I've got, it's PDF that's all from Audible and that. I don't know if you're allowed to send them. I could probably send you a link. I'll tell you what I can do. Pop a link in the comment section after this is finished.
Hey, why ain't
Perfect. Thank you.
riding
Okay.
zebras? Why ain't monkeys riding on zebras on the back of zebras? Huh? Exactly.
Oh yeah, this whole evolution theory's got some serious holes in it, hasn't it?
You know what I mean? Why ain't
Yeah.
fucking monkeys riding on the back of fucking zebras, man? After all these years, like they're perfect animal, just like a horse.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think I want to go. When I go back to Africa, I'm gonna domesticate a zebra. I'll be riding around on it, boy, with I don't know, some fitted dentures in. You know what I mean? Trust me, man. I'm gonna bring it way back. Yeah? I had to bring it way back. I don't know where I'm gonna be on there with a grill in and a dashiki, boy, on the back of a zebra, bruv, with one of them hats on that the Chiefs wear. You know what I mean? In Igbo land.
Yeah.
And that's it, bro. I'm gonna be living it large, bro. I'm gonna be living it large. I don't play no games with you guys, bro. They think they can come take our animals, our land, and our shit. And we call Mansa Musa, boy, King Gold, bro. With you know what I mean, bro? I'm telling you, man. They come fucked up my land, man. I want it back. I want it back, bro. If they can throw me into Biafra, but give me all the resources.
Is it an African, the Star of David, the biggest diamond in the world that was from Africa, and the Queen's got it? It was one of the spoils of war. And it's one of them things that I've always thought, bitch, give that back.
Yeah, and I think I don't know which one that is. Though. I've heard that they've definitely got loads of jewels and all them things there, but they've got there's a mask. There's a Edo mask. That's the most priceless artifact now that they've got.
Mm.
That's from Nigeria, yeah.
But
so
belongs, yeah. Don't belong to them. Give it back. Like the British Museum, there's so much stuff in there they need to give back.
You know, the land is literally I want to rename this hypocrisy. It's the land of hypocrisy, boy, and contradiction. You know what I mean?
That's a line in Rage Against the Machine. Wake up. They got that land of hypocrisy.
It's sad, bro. It's sad. I don't know what comes about from people being always hypocrites and contradictions and whatever. But they're definitely in the thick of it, bruv. In the thick of it. I just feel like it's like you can't your word can't be taken with any sort of value and significance.
Okay,
It's like
I think sorry to cut you, bro. Hold on 1 second.
Anyway, I'm waffling. Go on, ladies.
No, I was just gonna say, like, I wanted you to speak on more the subject matter that Veli's poke. I didn't even notice the question until now.
I was thinking about that, but
hold on 1 second. Let me just get it out so M can hear it as well. It says Wednesday, G Block Wednesday, why is there such immorality in countries that are super religious? Do you want to give your take on it quickly before you run off, Kingo?
Wednesday, is there so much immortality in countries that are super religious? No, I think I touched on this earlier on.
I've got a good theory.
Go for it, Em.
I think that a lot of people who are truly evil use religion to scrub their soul clean.
Yeah, to scrub, yes, and scrub their whatever revenge is coming back to them by law.
Yep.
By law. So they're trying to make it lawful now for these things because they've done it in so much degree where when we get enough power to be able to actually inspect things for ourselves, and you know what happens in the dark comes out in the light, so it's going to come out eventually. They'll be willing to say, oh well, you know, it's lawful now. That's my thing on it. That is exactly. It's just fucking sick, bro. It's just sick to think about it, but you know.
See, I don't agree with none of that. You see,
It's a Greco-Roman culture, bro. It's like it's surfacing. They just so badly want it to be a norm because now it's everything is illegal. And what's that down to? The African values from time immemorial, and they don't like it like that. They want
I don't know. Okay, I think you're going a bit too far. Right, hold on. Let's just slow it down a bit, and this is how I'm gonna break it down a little. Yeah. Hold on. I'm gonna say this. So it depends on what country, because remember, there's loads of countries that have different religions all around the world. Yeah. So if we look at the religions of these certain countries, and then we look at the laws are man-made. Now, you cannot expect man-made laws to match up to religious laws. It's never going to happen because man and religion. Oh man, it just everyone's got their own perception of religion and what's moral, what's immoral. Do you see what I'm saying? It's very it depends on who you're talking to. So what might be immorality for me may be morally okay for you. Do you see my point? So when you've got people that are government, also my phone's popping off. So when you've got a government or whatever it is, or the law of the land that is made up by humans, and you've got human men and women dictating these laws, mainly men, to be fair.
Yeah.
And then you've got a religious based concept, no matter what religion it may be, whether it could be Buddhist or Christian or whatever, the concepts are never going to align themselves together. It's just never going to work. And that's probably explains why there's so much immorality in religious countries. Like, doesn't that not make sense to anybody?
That's a very good point, yeah. How can man make a law that's going to correspond with a Bible of any sort?
There we go. That's how I just say in easy layman's terms. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, you cannot.
Yeah, like my hubby lives in Saudi a lot of the time, and out there's so much that is part of the religion that's now been changed with the law. So it's illegal, but it's taught as religiously correct.
Yeah, I would love for oh look, my King Shakara's in the chat. Big up yourself. And Nin, my brother, I wish you could get back on the panel as soon as you can. Because I would love for more religious based people to speak on. Obviously, when you've got I don't subscribe to any particular religion. I just believe in a higher power, force, energy, whatever you might want to see it as. And I do have a concept of do unto others as you want to be done unto yourself, in that sense. So my morality might be completely different from somebody, I guess, of a religious background that's got a book and prophets and all of that, giving them laws and they follow those laws. Whereas I might subscribe to a few of them, but maybe not all of them, because I'm not religious centered. So therefore, if you've got people that are completely atheists, not with any religion, i.e. Velly and James Jones and Ultra Fun, those immoral people. Shade. I'm throwing shade. So if you've got these immoral people and they are running the country, their morality is not going to match up to somebody who subscribes to a religion and takes their morality from their books or their prophets or whatever. You see my point? So it's just never going to align. And this is probably why we got a lot of the madness happening in these countries where they claim, for instance, England is supposed to be Christian based. Apparently.
Yeah.
Apparently. But look at the madness we see going on every single day. Does this look like a Christian culture being practiced in the UK?
No way.
No. And that's my point. That's my point. It just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think like I was saying about Saudi, a lot of these strict religions, the laws nowadays, they actually are against human rights. So they can't tally with what they teach. Like about, I don't know, having multiple wives and I mean, a lot of it actually even defies science in some religions. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's mad. It's crazy. So I just find it strange that you got an atheist asking the questions about immorality, and majority of the people that make these laws in these countries are atheists.
The irony.
I find that is totally irony. Like, it's madness. Veli, come and explain yourself, bro. Explain.
It is pretty. Yeah, I think England's probably the best example with the Christianity and yet the lack of morals this country has. I mean, it's ridiculous. And you get people from other countries who come here and they are truly shocked. And when we go and travel to other countries, they're shocked at our behaviour.
Yeah, it's just it's crazy. It is crazy. Like, the crime rate goes up every day. People, have less. Just even things like saying basic things like good morning, good evening, hello, goodbye.
Yeah.
None of those things even cross it. Like, half people don't even know who their next door neighbours are. It's mad. Oh, welcome back, Nin.
Hi, Nin.
Yeah, big up.
Yeah, Nin, you're the other
I
Nin. I'm Nin too.
What Nin are you?
I'm Nin Hersag.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, because nin in my language is man, innit? Man.
Oh wow.
Yeah, so it's nin Olus is like heavy man, innit? Olus is like heavy. So when someone says, "Oh, you're heavy," like, yeah, so heavy man. Not in a sense of physicality, but in a sense of intellectuality. So yeah.
Wow, you learn something new every day. Cool.
Yeah, no, I didn't even see the question of the day earlier, so I can't stay for long. But I just want to put my 2 cents in, if that's okay. But no. What I was thinking is, okay, so we're talking about immorality. So can we agree that morality is subjective, or would you guys say there's an objective morality?
Subjective. People, it depends on one person to one. Yeah.
Daddy's home.
Say this,
here. God help us.
Yeah, me. Hold on. Are you saying, morality is subjective now? Yeah.
No, I asked the question.
Mm-hmm. So my thing is this, Freddy. What might be immorally wrong for me, you might say is morally okay for you.
Is there? Can we say there's something? Like is there something called objective morality?
Like,
I suppose at some point, like murder, premeditated
like killing
murder,
children.
maybe. Yeah, or rape of a child. That's gotta be
do you think that any religion that says it's okay to sacrifice your child can be talking about morality?
So would you say? No, one second. Veli. The country that you're in today, in UK, has no problem with killing unborn babies.
Oh, here we
go. About abortion. So you saying that abortion is paramount to sacrificing the child?
You're sacrificing the child in order to benefit yourself, because some people might feel that that child might hinder their livelihood or their careers or their do you get where I'm coming from? So for instance, some people would say, I want a career and this baby is going to hinder that career, so I would have to sacrifice that unborn baby in order for myself. But in this country that you're in right now, that's morally okay because it's legal.
Yeah, but it's cut off at the age where it's a formed baby.
What's the cutoff point in the UK?
Again, yeah.
22 weeks.
And when I swear 26 weeks or something like that, yeah. But when you're yo, hold on a sec, yeah. You're trying to equivalent or trying to put someone having an abortion to the same as someone fucking sacrificing their child because their God told them to. That's not the same, bro.
No.
Like Em just said, yeah. When abortion is legal if you want to use the UK laws against whatever, yeah. And even the UK is still half a Christian country anyway, yeah. But we leave that anyway, yeah. It's still against the law for you to abort a child, a fetus, which they determine is an actual child. Medically.
So what we're saying, no, but what we're saying is
the law. It's against the law up until a certain point. It's not against the
yes.
It's not against the law to abort a fetus that is deemed a human, not before it's formed a human.
We can't just say that. We've got to say at what point, because it's not against the law to have an abortion. It's against the law to have an abortion after a certain point. There we go.
Yeah, but Veli,
have you had the morality? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me say this one for Lady RC. That means religious caping. Yeah.
I'm gonna done your dance.
Let me say this one for Lady RC. Yeah. God, you see the morality difference, though, lady. Yeah. That until they feel like the fetus is an actual human or on that level to be a human, yeah, that's the only time that they before that they would allow it to be aborted. After that, you can't abort it.
Unless
but what you're saying is, have you been to an ultra?
There's clauses to this though. So that's unless the mother's health is at risk, unless the child, the unborn fetus is at serious risk. That's unless. So there's actually clauses to it, and that's my point. We can't just say it blatantly like that without putting out all the differences, like to say, England is so morally. No, there's clauses.
No, but what I'm saying is, if we take away all those clauses and the parent is healthy and the baby is healthy and there's no risk to anyone's life, but yet they can actually go into an abortion clinic. And at 24 weeks old, I don't know if anyone's gone to an ultra scan where they can actually show you the actual baby and you can see its head and you can see its arms and you can see the actual gender of the baby, whether it's a girl or a boy, and you can see all the functionalities. You can see the heart beating. You can hear. They can actually make you hear the heart beating, like it's an actual baby, yeah. And you are allowed in this country legally to walk up in a place in an abortion clinic and they take off. I don't know if you've had a chance to see it on YouTube where they abort babies at 24 weeks, 25 weeks old and things like that. Yeah. They actually have to go in the actual private parts and tear off each limb by limb. Like they'll tear off the arm, they'll tear off the other arm, they'll tear off the legs. Then they'll detach the head from the torso. Then they take out the torso. So then they'll bring it out in pieces by pieces. It's disgusting if you see it in my eyes.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Why does he want to address me?
No. I was asking you because you're a woman. I was saying that's after the first trimester, isn't it? 24 weeks.
Yeah. But also, James,
I think 22 weeks is the cutoff.
I want to point out, I think it was in Texas it wasn't even that long ago. I remember doing a show about it on another panel. And I think it was Texas that they want to have this new law. They're bringing out that new law where they're taking out the certain limit on times for abortions. You can have it up to giving birth. And I think it is in Texas. That's the one state in America. I'm going to look it up now and get the
No, I don't
evidence.
think it's. I know what you're talking about. I think it was like Kentucky or somewhere.
Something like that. But I'm going to
Yeah.
find it so I can point that out to show, like, even if we're dealing with Christianity or whatever religion it may be, man-made laws don't coincide with the religion for the
But I
question.
don't know. But hold on. But if we like, let's do a like for like comparison.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So what? So what's worse in everybody's opinion? Capital punishment for the crime of apostasy or legalizing abortion? What do you think is more immoral?
Oh wow, that's a hard one.
But it depends on what the cutoff age is.
Capital punishment for apostasy, obviously.
I've had I myself have had a determination.
I don't know why everyone's like thinking about it and shit.
For me,
Guy, listen to these Cape
no,
stuff.
for me, I would say abortion is more immoral or more. You know what I mean? How is that idiot? Tell me why. Tell me why that's idiot.
I'm not gonna go.
Killing an unborn baby? No.
Let me hear what he's gonna say, because I want to hear it from his point of view, and then I'll say it from all females' point of view.
Yeah. Listen, fundamentally, I think my position is consistent. Anyway, I don't consider a fertilized ovum as a fucking or a zygote. I don't consider that as a human being because it's
24 weeks, James. 24 weeks. Let's go by the laws. Let's go by the laws. So let's go by the laws.
24. Okay. So make the case for me. 24 weeks. Yeah. Into the fucking ontogenesis. Is that baby conscious? Is that embryo? Is that fetus conscious in your opinion?
In my opinion,
that baby,
yes.
You can. Yes, in my opinion, yes, because
you can tell the baby. All right, cool.
You can tell the baby. You can tell. Let me finish though. Let me finish.
You get your answer. I'm saying, provide some evidence for that. Then.
James,
so let me build up. Let me build up my case.
Nin, I'm sorry to interrupt you, bro, and I know it's irritating when you're interrupted, but can I just say to James quickly,
go on.
while you're speaking to him, I want him to picture it. I'm a female, yeah, I'm a woman. I carry a child in my womb. I feel every flutter, movement, anything, the vibrations, the energy, everything I do while I'm carrying this embryo, fetus, child, whatever you want to label it as. Yeah, everything I do in my human life before this child enters the world has an impact on that child. So therefore, if I'm for instance just random stuff, if I'm carrying an embryo and I'm just going kind of, I'm gonna go and trampoline all over the place and go on roller coasters and all of that, and then I'm gonna cry afterwards. Oh, I've harmed my. Well, I got to understand that I'm the basically the carriage for this baby. So everything when you're saying
the vessel,
in your
the
brain,
vessel,
yeah,
the vessel. Yeah.
So when you're saying in your brain, oh, this child's just it's not human, it's not conscious. It very much is. Very much.
Yeah, what you're doing? Just quickly, understand like the argument you're entering into.
Okay.
He just compared it to the in my opinion, murder of an apostate or murder of a human being for the crime of apostasy. Now you have to make the case to me with some evidence. Yeah, don't argue from any point of ignorance. Yeah, just because someone cannot disprove it. Put a case forward. Give me some kind of evidence to support the theory that an adult individual, just a human being, a conscious human being that is capable of apostating from a religion has shared the same consciousness as a fucking zygote or an embryo. Just prove.
Okay, let me make the case. Let me make the case.
Baby can't either.
Okay.
Pardon?
No, but let me make a case. Let me make the case of. Okay, go on.
Can't do what? But go on. Sorry, say that again, Miss.
You were saying a fetus can't understand things. It has no consciousness.
Can't apostate from a religion, yeah.
Yeah, but neither could a baby.
Agreed.
exactly. So then that's your argument done, though. She just done your argument. But anyways, let me just let me go into more.
No, you were
trying to come in.
No. Wait, hold on. You just made a claim, right? So the argument initially was, what do I think is worse? And I said I guess it was implied that I
apostasy. Yeah, apostasy.
Yeah, I
Yes.
feel like Benny agreed, and you said abortion was worse.
Yep.
You've also previously said that legalizing abortion is tantamount to genocide, right? And I gave you the example of what happened in Rwanda between the Hutus and the Tutsis, and you said yes, it's exactly the same, if not worse. That was your statement, right? And my argument was why? But this is the killing of conscious people for no other reason than their race, right, or their ethnicity. And your argument was, well, I mean, it was incoherent. It was just nonsense. But arguably, you stood on your square with regards to that, and you doubled down.
I just want to. I think we're playing up this late abortion thing. That I think post 22 weeks, there's not that many places that will do an abortion after 22 weeks.
Facts. But that's what I asked about, because most abortions happen in the first trimester, and the first trimester, if I remember correctly, is the first 12 weeks, correct?
I think it's got to be special circumstances.
Right. But irrespective, I'm really intrigued as to the case that you're making, because I don't see people complain, like varying levels of consciousness. For example, we can agree that humans don't share the same consciousness as dogs, right? You can have your dog put down or euthanized at any point in your dog's life for no reason other than you can't take care of your dog anymore. But I don't see any of you religious people, campaigning for dogs. Why? Because they don't seem to share the same consciousness as human beings. So what constitutes a human being? It must be one of the distinguishing factors must be our advanced sort of level of consciousness. But that doesn't seem to be a factor when you want to morally grandstand on this abortion issue, because we're talking about zygote. Me and you spoke about fertilized eggs. Not all fertilized eggs become embryos. Not all embryos become babies. We're aware of this. I don't see you attending funerals for miscarriages.
What about the morality of knowing that you can't really care for that baby, you can't provide for it, you can't afford it, and then making that choice, thinking I can't give it what it needs? Is that morally good or not?
It is very nuanced, yeah. But comparing a fucking health minister in a country that legalizes abortion to Adolf Hitler is retarded, my friend. Nin. Anyway, so carry on.
No, I think it's got to be special circumstances for them to allow a late abortion. And I think my opinion is abortion's nowhere near child sacrifice. I think child sacrifice is a lot worse.
Or genocide.
Yeah.
Or killing people for varying ideas and xenophobia or racism or whatever it is. And it's not nice. I would prefer that every person that had a child, could care for that child and provide a loving home and life for that child. But if that is not the case, then maybe is a net negative to society to allow abortion. I'm not.
I think there would be a lot less. I think there'd be a lot less abortion if there wasn't so much stigma to adoption. Like if it was more of a normal thing to have your baby and then have it adopted, knowing you can't provide for it, and then get on with your life was okay, socially acceptable, then there probably wouldn't be so much terminations.
Potentially, yeah. There's an argument, I guess. To be honest, I'm not. I mean, maybe I'm not best suited to make that judgment. But is there that much of a stigma attached to adoption?
There is, and also the same with social services. Like, I mean, I've never had trouble being a mum, but if you're like struggling as a mother to look after your children, there's a massive stigma to asking for some help, saying like, I can't cope here. I need to, I don't know, have one of them taken away, or I can't deal with these kids. There's a massive stigma to that. So you can't admit that you're not coping to social services.
I got to jump off here, but keep defending our babies' rights to live and let them keep justifying the
no evidence. Then did you get that evidence for the embryo, for the consciousness of an embryo? Did you find it or no? That old chestnut. Yeah, that's retarded. That's a stupid argument. Just for anyone trying
you're not aware of the pain and suffering that child's going through, or embryo. You're not actually aware of it.
Yeah, nor are you.
Yeah, but we're not saying we are. But you're trying to say, how can that be so bad?
No, that's not the argument. So I didn't make the argument.
Okay, fair enough. All right,
How can you compare it to a fully conscious human being? You cannot.
Yeah, but we're not saying abortion isn't bad. We're just saying it's not that child sacrifice is worse.
I mean, to be fair, you're.
Sorry to interrupt again, guys. Quickly to interrupt.
I'm just saying killing of a conscious being, but yeah.
James, quickly, I just want to quickly interrupt because while you're speaking, I went to look, and I found here it says as demonstration. I ask is an embryo a human? Yeah, and then is a human being begins at fertilization or implantation. At about 5 to 7 days and 14 days or 3 weeks, thus embryonic period also begins at fertilization and ends by the end of the 8th week when the fetal period begins. So I'm not sure what that means because to me that kind of doesn't make any sense. But what do you take from that?
Hold on, I don't think that's the case because a zygote is its own phase, isn't it?
I don't know. Should I just post it in the back so you can have a look at it as well?
When the ovum is fertilized, that is its own period. I think that consists of a week or so. Or I read this last time when I was arguing.
But I think for the purposes of what we're talking about is when does consciousness start?
Arise, yeah.
But then if it says human, if they consider the embryo human, then clearly that indicates consciousness because you have to have consciousness to be a human.
But that concerns the ontology of of a human being. Like, what is it? What does it mean to be a human being? And rather than going to all that philosophical babble, my argument would sort of the defining characteristic as it pertains to this argument would be human consciousness. So not necessarily consciousness in general, but what is considered to be human consciousness, the most advanced consciousness. I mean, separate from AI, I guess. But
I get what you mean now. Okay, yeah.
And this is so the argument went last time with the young Somali fellow. When it went something like, "Are zygotes conscious?" He said no. Then he introduced this concept of turning off. He said, if I were to turn off every single life support machine, so like let's say people that are not conscious in comas or what have you. He said, if I was to turn off every single life support machine, that would be tantamount to genocide. I said, well, that would be worse than what happened in Rwanda. I just gave it as an arbitrary example. He said yes. I said, all right, cool, but what if then a single family, like not a single family, but if a lone family, were to turn off the life support machine for whatever reasons, like there wasn't a likelihood of the person recovering or regaining consciousness. I said, is that tantamount to murder? He said no. So I said, then what? I said, well, how does genocide is essentially murder on a mass scale, isn't it? So I was like, so how do you reconcile these fucking two seemingly contradictory positions? And he went all around the houses. But the reality is that just like that baby, this is a family making a decision about whether a non-conscious, in quotes, I use it tentatively, relative, the conditions are fit for that relative to sort of survive. And evidently in both cases, the answer is no. So if a woman wants to have an abortion, I can't, from my moral standpoint or vantage point, I can't necessarily tell her that it's the wrong thing to do, right? In the same way, killing her actual child is wrong.
But that's my point, though, that I made from the beginning, James, when I was saying like what might be morally wrong for me might be morally right for somebody else. I might say, nah, I'm never having an abortion. That's not morally correct in my book. But for somebody else, that would be morally okay, and it might be for their mental health or whatever reason it may be that they think it's okay, and they will go ahead and do it.
Yeah, but these zealots are calling it murder, and I'm saying no. That is an inconsistent position, and as evidenced by that last argument I just gave you. If it's not murder when your family member that's not conscious, you decide to turn off the life support machine, then it cannot be murder for that woman to decide that this non-conscious relative of hers, that, I mean, for all intents and purposes, is turning off her own fucking biological life support machine.
Okay, so James, have you ever heard of a story before when people have said that the person's in a vegetative state, they're unconscious, they're just on a life support, and then out of nowhere they've come back to life? How do you explain that?
No, but that's exactly what I told Nina. Listen, I said there is no, a doctor cannot, because he was like, oh, but if you turn off the life support machine, it's because the doctor's told you there's no chance. I said the doctor can never tell you no chance. Do you know why? Because we don't fully understand consciousness. So you can say that your relative may return with amnesia, or they may return with some brain damage or so on and so forth. But even then, there's no definites with these prognostications. It's not like they can guarantee you. Even aside from an induced coma, they don't fully understand when anyone's going to recover from a coma. There's obviously high percentages, high likelihood, brain scans, MRIs, whatever, but they don't 100% know. So if there's a point where sometimes people turn off the life support machine because they can't afford it. As reasons go for whatever, for euthanizing a family member, that's kind of cold-blooded, right?
And then they go and see a medium, and the medium says, "Oh, if you'd have left it one more day."
Yeah, madness. That's madness. And what I find even more weird is that we're talking about morality in religious countries, and do you know that? I'm going to use England again because we're here in England, being a Christian, I guess, based country, that they teach euthanasia in RE to 15 and 16-year-olds. So therefore, I don't know about this. The way that the religion's working with the laws here, I don't understand it. If it's okay to teach it in education, but then morally by your country's religion, it makes no sense. It literally
that's really bad,
yeah.
We recently had the first.
Sorry, go on.
We recently had the first case of euthanasia in UK. Yeah, last month. It was a guy. He had something wrong with his bowels, so he was having to be artificially fed and artificially pooped. And they all decided to have him euthanized. He was quite young as well, and no one in the court, none of the family questioned it. Everybody was all in favour, so they went straight ahead. And he was the one who requested it himself to be euthanized.
I mean, so legally, obviously, because carers have been euthanizing patients with pillows for years. But just back to the other thing we were saying, you guys found it difficult, or you were hesitant to answer that apostasy was worse than abortion. So killing a human being because they don't believe in magic is just as bad as aborting a baby because you were the victim.
Because in my eyes, they're both humans. And
did you say what I just said? Did you say that what I said?
No, I didn't. Sorry.
So killing somebody because they don't believe in magic, is just as bad as aborting a baby, or because aborting a child that you didn't want to give birth to because it was the result of a rape. These two are the same.
No, obviously they're not.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Yeah, operative word being obviously.
Yeah, I disagree with that. I think personally, killing someone because they've changed their mind is a lot worse than somebody aborting a child because they don't believe the child will have a good quality of life, or the mum's a junkie, or like they can't provide,
or it may cause them harm. It may kill them.
It may cause harm to said parents. I think that is a lot more merciful, right, than to have the child be born into fucked up circumstances, right, where the people who advocate or like hate abortions, right, once that child's born, they don't give a fuck. Like that child is now born in fucked up circumstances. Oh yeah, but you weren't aborted. But I'm having a shit life here. Or murdering someone because they changed their mind.
Thank you, Kai.
Is absolutely in fucking insane.
I have seen so many kids in this world who no one gives a shit about them, and they've got nothing.
And this is the point. I mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not going to shit on you for hating abortion, but don't come around here and say we're aborting children, mass genocide, and then once that child's born, you don't give a fuck about them.
Especially when you come from a
Yep.
country that ethnically cleanses people. Like you have to chill out.
Do you know what I'm
Chill
saying?
out, bro. I
Oh,
ain't trying
fuck
to hear
off,
that
man.
shit. I ain't trying to hear none of that shit.
Fucking hell. Now, this is the thing, yeah? Look, everyone's going to have their position. And to be fair, this abortion thing is fucking, it's phony. It's phony, yeah? And I don't expect anyone to move positions. But there needs to be some kind of consistency here, right? Because don't come around here with abortion's wrong. I hate it. You know, it's the West and all this stupid shit. And to be fair, I'm saying stupid shit, but at the end of the day, you believe what you want to believe. But don't be out here when that child that you didn't want to be aborted is now living in the most fucked up shit. They're in care, and anyone who knows anything about fucking the care system, especially in the UK,
Thank you. Yes.
you know that the majority of those kids are fucked up. They're maladjusted human beings. They have shit lives, like abuse of all, like unimaginable amounts of abuse. And then, oh, but you weren't aborted. What? Huh?
Yep.
And then comparing that to apostasy, where depending on the conditions and depending on what country you're in, you're gonna murder someone because they changed their mind about the God they want. That
So
is
now let me
fucking insane.
one second. Now let
I like magic.
no, 1 second. Now, let me say,
magic,
yo, let us say, yeah, the environment wasn't the way it was, so people didn't have to feel like it was necessary to abort their children. So there was less count against how many kids you can be having and the rest of it. There was more opportunity available. It's just more of a conducive environment for you to allow, to allow you to have a number of kids. Now, imagine if that was the case. It was easy now to get. Would you still be for abortion to the level it is today?
No, of course not. But you literally just described the ideal world. You just described the perfect world.
If we had,
if we were in a position
if
where
we had efficient care homes, we wouldn't need abortion. Children's homes.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I still think abortion should always be an option, especially when having said child could potentially be fatal to the mum. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to hear it.
Yeah,
so
disabilities.
We should be coming around saying, "Oh wait, yeah, we're completely against abortion," but why not say that? Because
can I just say something? Yeah.
It's the fucking government, bro.
Kingo, abortion. I haven't made the case, and I'm not sure Ultra. I'm not saying that abortion is a good thing. Don't get me wrong. In circumstances, it may be necessary, like we alluded to, rape or whatever, like a woman being a victim of rape.
Yeah, that's literally what I just said, James. But you know you're gonna get donuts and just don't hear what you're actually saying.
But the actual argument, the reason I jumped in, and this is where like I take issue. Yeah, what I take issue with is this equating it to fucking genocide or murder?
Yeah, that's madness.
There must be in place a criterion with which you can make that comparison, and I don't think there is. And at present, I mean, to be honest,
at the end of the day, abortion is consensual. It can't be murder if it's consensual.
Correct, but
he's saying genocide, and I think that's more what James wants to talk on. So, James, do we know the numbers of the abortions that have taken place? Are we just talking about the UK here, or are we talking like worldwide?
No, so the argument was made when comparing cultures to say one is essentially superior or inferior to another, and then the argument was, I cannot say Western culture is superior because they are guilty of genocide by way of abortion. It's like, this is the argument in a nutshell, which I just think is retarded. I think it's really stupid. But the implication of that is, what's the word I'm looking for? Like it like whether or not. So to speak into what the lady was speaking about earlier about it's not murder by definition. Yeah, but because the child is not consciousness to be guilty or innocent of any crime. Whereas the implication of murder is the killing of somebody that is innocent. So it cannot be murder.
And not even that, James. Let me ask you a quick, because I'm genuinely genuinely don't know the answer to this question. Is it possible for a human being to feel pain, in the general sense understood,
Yeah.
if they don't have a nervous system?
I don't think so. I mean, I'm not at that anatomic.
No, wait, that's it. Case is closed. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, man, you see what they're doing, like this random moral grandstanding and sensationalizing and using.
But this is the thing. This is the thing. There's no way you could tell me you're against abortion, but you're all right for a child to get married. Like it's nonsense.
I know that
one doesn't cancel out the other.
Hey, listen,
like, do you understand what I'm saying? It's fucking ridiculous.
First
This
of all,
level of thinking is so dumb.
Hey, listen, yeah, my man thinks a 9-year-old is an adult. So true stories, he probably thinks a fertilized egg is a toddler. You know, in his scale.
James, now why you got to be mocking now, James? James, why are you got to be mocking like that? Like,
hold on. This is important. You're literally talking about. Look at the shock tactics attempted, Jim. I said, tearing the baby limb from limb. What? Do you mean like when you steal a fucking loaf of bread in Saudi Arabia and they take off your hands, bro? What are you talking about, bro? About limb from limb?
And this is the thing, James. Like, even though you're being facetious, prick, right? It's real. But it's real. Like, no one's got the moral high ground here, right? Because the minute we fucking dissect the other things you believe, you're gonna fall down. That's it.
Come on, bro. You allow man to marry, in your opinion. I'm not alleging this, yeah. This is I'm not suggesting. Well, yeah, you suggested this, yeah. You allow a man to marry 6-year-old children. Oh, sorry, 6-year-old adults. I apologize. Miss me with the sententiousness in it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. This is what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm not gonna fucking shit on man for wanting to preserve the life of children. Just don't think that because you've got a stance on one particular thing that it cancels all the other fuckery you believe in. Madness.
100%. Hey, Belly.
Hey, eugenics around here, mate. Fucking hell.
Belly, people are trying to get in.
White woman, innit? But big up yourselves, man, for upholding the unwinnable argument about is abortion right or wrong. Congratulations, you just intellectually fucking danced around that like Theresa May did.
I don't know what side
I love you guys, man. Still, we need this dynamic, bro.
But the biggest thing is, yeah, there is one single claim that has been addressed by me, and that is it murder? Is abortion? Is the legalization of abortion tantamount to genocide? This is my issue. Whether it's right or wrong, or good or bad, in my opinion, I take a particular stance on it, which is there are different reasons that make it good and bad in different situations, right? But with regards to the legalization of it being tantamount to genocide, I think that is a preposterous and risible claim.
Okay, well, look, there's 2 new people. Let's see what they're going to say before I respond. Go on. I see Ralph, and I don't know who the other person is, but...
Oh, hey, Ralph. Let's go.
Assalamu alaikum, James.
Salam.
Wait. Ralph, are you now Muslim?
Huh? Only the Creator knows the future for my life.
I'm done. I'm stop mocking.
But that notwithstanding, what's this about it not being murder? I'm here to defend
make your case. Make your case.
Someone call for the magic man.
Yeah. Okay. Well, listen, if I've got time here, because I need to go on, I think we're gonna do that too. Let's try and conflate these two. Yeah, but make your case first, and then we'll do the magic after. Go on.
Well, I already listened in the last 5 minutes. I just got back home, and it's interesting watching how everyone has a different case to make, which is what we expect from atheists who must be moral relativists. You have one set of moral rules, the other guy's another set of moral rules, he's got another set of moral rules. Everyone has their own set of moral rules. And in moral relativism, of course, it's easy for you guys not to realize if you support abortion, you're supporting murder.
No, hold on.
Murder, on the other hand, you might be right, James, because murder is defined technically as the unlawful killing. So as soon as you legalize abortion in any country, it can't be murder because it's legal. But
that's
is it
right.
murder?
Hold on.
That's exactly what I said.
One second. I want you to make that case again because I wasn't actually listening to it. Moral, that isn't the definition of moral relativism, though.
Is it?
Moral relativism is the fact that there can't be truth to any moral claims, so that they're all just individual claims. I believe I'm right. I believe mine's a consistent, coherent argument.
Yeah, but so does the other guy.
That's irrelevant, though. I'm not a moral relativist. You're. That's.
Oh, you mean the moral absolutes of the morals according to St. James?
No, I mean Jamesus. It's Jamesus, number one. But number two, no,
let's call it St. Jonesies. Let's call it the St. Jonesies.
I just consider myself a really good mix of generalist and particularist, but I don't consider myself a relativist in any way.
Are you talking
I believe
about
you're immoral. Actually, I believe
you're saying you're not a relativist, but you're saying you're not a relativist because your particular mix, your kind of Woolies bag of pick and mix morals, according to the gospel, according to St. Jonesies, is the gospel that is absolute, right?
Yes, James Christ is the moral
top boy. In
James we trust.
In James we trust, top boy in the moral gay block.
Go on, make your case. Hurry up.
It's not to make the case. It's just murder because you're taking life.
Yeah, I don't accept that.
I said the same thing, James. I said the same thing. As a woman, I can feel that life. I know that.
What do you? Okay, so you define life as, I imagine, something like organic material, something like that. Right? What do you?
Is he trying to be funny? Is he trying to be funny?
I define life as something capable of receiving a soul.
So now,
if you tell me a baby doesn't have a soul, you're gonna have to pull some magic tricks to convince me. Boy.
I'm gonna say two things. I'm gonna say two things here. Yeah. One, if I was to earnestly and technically approach that proposition, I would say that you can abort a baby within the first 6 weeks. Within the first 6 weeks of pregnancy, so I can't remember exactly the breakdown, so someone can help me if they're more familiar with the ontogeny than me. But it's something like, if you abort a baby within the first 3 weeks, there's the potential for the baby to just be a zygote, right? To just be a fertilized egg. But the percentage of a fertilized egg, I think it falls below 50% of fertilized eggs, which become embryos.
I think I didn't make that argument.
Wait, the argument is, does that mean 50% of, or does that mean more than 50% of souls are dying in women? So do you see what I'm saying here? Like, as in,
I understand what you're using a lot of words. I understand what you're saying. What you're trying to say is, if I take the cutoff in the second week, third week, whatever, according to the Carnegie scale. But that's not what I said. I said anything capable of receiving a soul, which is at the point of conception.
At the point of
that's what I read out, James, about being from the point of conception.
Lady D, listen to what he's saying. Capable of receiving a soul. Don't give me the.
Just have a conversation.
All the Carnegie scale arguments are relevant.
Have a conversation, James. That's my point. That's the problem, though, James. Quickly, that's the problem. You don't believe in the concept of a soul, and that's what I mean. So when we got people like you, we've got people like you making up these laws, it does not work. That's the problem.
Okay. So basically, then, and the second response, so the technical one, you're just going to dismiss it, so we won't waste any time.
I'm willing to take on the technical one if it's subservient to the fact that little creature is alive at the point of conception, in so much as capable of perceiving.
No, but that's not a technical definition. So, but this is what I'm saying. The reason it's not a technical definition is because there is no evidence to base it in other than a circular argument which uses God as the evidence.
It's not circular, it's hierarchical.
It's circular.
It imposes itself. It's really circular when you're underneath it and running around in little circles, because you've yet to submit to the will of its hierarchy. How are you, James? You're right there.
All right. Are you familiar with the trilemma? Can't remember the name of the philosopher now.
You haven't forgotten it 2 days in a row.
Say again?
You haven't forgotten the name of the trilemma 2 days in a row. But the point is to keep it focused. Look, it's not yours. It wasn't your life to give, and nor is it yours to take. If you assume there's some set of rules or logic, so the gospel according to Jesus Jonesies and stuff, that's okay. I can invent my own gospel and say it's okay for me to take your life even after you're alive, and you won't be able to argue why I should be able to take your life. Why can't I take your life? I don't even need to be.
Okay. Do you know what?
Consistency is a liberal idea.
You know what you say, yeah? I know yours is inconsistent for two reasons. One, because obviously it's reliant upon some form of circular reasoning, and two, because I can show you clear contradiction and hypocrisy. And even though we don't like playing the ball over here, playing the man over here, pause. You're on record saying you agree with forms of eugenics. So
absolutely. Let me just quickly dismiss and piss on
that,
this
guys?
idea.
Everybody hear that?
Hang on a second. Let me just first just park and piss on this idea about consistency and hypocrisy. Consistency and hypocrisy are liberal ideas of equivalence. I'm no liberal. I'm not consistent. I'm just right. So, consistent. You can tell that you are the liberal atheist friends. I'm here to give you the will of the creator. And what you know deep down in your soul, which you have, but you can't find because you hide from it, it's wrong to kill the little baby.
Okay, so
now, if you don't know that, I'm going to help you get in touch with
saying,
it.
Yeah, it means you're
I'm prepping you for stage 4.
Kingo, let me just make sense of what he said for everybody. If you were a juror and you were deciding whether somebody was innocent or guilty, and someone tells you a story, gives you an account of events that is completely ridden with holes, right? There's a lot of jumps in their story, and it doesn't necessarily make sense. It's not necessarily coherent. And another person gives a completely consistent story, and you need to decide whether or not it's true. The only reason to decide Ralph's is true, by his own admission, is because he tells you it's right.
Because I tell you it's right because
this
I'm
is
just
what he's saying about two separate.
No, because I'm transmitting the word and the will of the creator. Yes.
Circular. And that's circular.
Not circular. I keep correcting you. Not circular. Hierarchical. You're just so you imagine the board, and you imagine Allah above the board looking down on you, and I'm on the board. You're on the board. You're running around in circles, James, saying it's circular, it's circular. All I'm doing is I'm shining the light, alhamdulillah, I'm shining the light of the creator upon you and the board to show you it's not circular, it's hierarchical.
Yeah, the reason
you submit, but James, if you submit to the will, you stop running around in these circles and you look up at the light and you realize it wasn't running around in circles.
He's saying this is what he's saying.
There's a hierarchy that shines upon you.
The reason abortion is wrong, the reason abortion is wrong is because of God. And the reason his opinion is right is also because of God.
Absolutely. You're getting a lot warmer. James, you're getting a lot warmer. Don't look away from it. Look up.
Look up at the light. You come on here to troll. You just come on here to troll.
Look up at the light and just say that, etc. Yeah? Look up. So imagine a square board. Imagine like a chessboard. Imagine like a 2-dimensional chessboard of snakes and ladders. Imagine snakes and ladders. You're on the board with me. Here we are on very stream on the board. The only difference is I know if I look up, I see the hierarchy of the beauty of the light, of the order of the good. You're running around being all clever and stuff with your little St. Jonesies, looking around. All you see is circles and snakes and ladders because you have yet to submit to the will. But you will by the end of this session, James. Mashallah, James, by the end of this session, I think you'll be warmer and ready to know your heart.
And
know your heart, James.
How is it not magic, by the way? How is it not magic?
If I open the womb of the mother and showed you, and now wired you up and connected you to a fucking brain sensor machine that reads all your things, are you going to tell me you're going to feel nothing?
So let me ask you a question.
Are you that so? No, answer that one.
No, I don't know. You
see the little baby, you see the little chap looking up at your little baby.
I don't know.
I think you're gonna feel something.
Maybe,
I want to wire you up. I want to wire you up like a waterboarding. I want to wire you up to my moral board.
Yeah. Listen. Second thing, So that life support machine analogy. So if
I didn't hear that. What was that analogy? I just.
So for example, family member is not conscious, is in a coma. The doctor's given you a 50-50 chance of them regaining consciousness. If you turn off the life support machine because you can't afford it, or you don't believe, or it's been a certain amount of time, a period has expired. Are you a murderer if you turn off the life support machine?
First, there's only 2 branches. One, if it's out without the consent of the person, absolutely. Even if they can't give consent, you're in murder. If it's a consent with the person, you're complicit because that person is committing suicide, which is itself immoral.
Okay. All right, then. Well, at least in that regard, you're consistent.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that. But in terms of killing little babies because you want your more freedom and more liberty and more want to have sex and don't want to deal with it, those more liberties, those more liberal values, they should be punished by the Sharia patrols.
But how do you be an anti-abortionist eugenicist? How does that work? Help me understand that.
Oh yeah, people don't understand eugenics because you might look and you go like, hey, there's lots of people in the world. Let's look at how India and China dealt with their population explosions and how we actually helped Africa in the other direction. Is you say, gosh, if people are either dying too early because of diseases, children can't make it, typhoid, malaria. On the other hand, India and China exploding populations. You need 2.1 to replace a population. You can allow a person to have one child, and a one-child policy is a form of sterilization, population control, right?
So you don't
I
agree
didn't
with
harm
eugenics?
anyone. I didn't kill anyone. China and
You
India
don't
didn't
agree
kill
with
anyone.
you don't
They
agree
didn't
with gene
harm
editing?
anyone. They didn't. Yeah, they just had
Yes,
one
so
child
listen. So
policy.
you don't agree with gene editing. You don't agree with making any of those people that for whatever reason shouldn't be having children get aborted if they.
Gene cell therapy is less than 10 or 20 years. Gene cell therapy will make its way in through the industry and into pragmatics. There's going to be a very big moral questions about which parts of GCT we will use. Should we use gene cell therapy to let's say correct for someone with polio? Should we use gene cell therapy to kill lung cancer, for example, or kill sickle cell anemia, something closer to your heart, James? Do we use do we use do we use GCT to address things like this, or do we say after it, James, or do we use GCT? Or do we look at GCT and we make a blanket moral position that editing human biology is against the will of the creator? I think this is going to be a fascinating one. I don't think the answers are clear. My default instinct tells me that unless it's something that is only to deal with something that could not be dealt with, otherwise it is immoral to interfere with our biology.
That's
But I have a
interesting.
feeling,
But what if
I
the
have a
child?
feeling
Hold
the
on.
liberals, the atheists, and all want to go to Boots and change their genes to change their hair color for the evening.
So what if there is a genetic defect in a child, right? And right. And let's say so in the same way you're saying that one is precluded from having, an excess of children. Let's say in this society, like just to give an example, like what happened with the COVID-19 and the NHS not being able to cope. What if there is a number within this sort of society that's that has strict controls over the amount of I always forget this word.
Are you saying, for example,
children that can be children that
might have
one
defects
family can have? What's your view on that?
Well, I think when life is born, you cannot kill and nor should you harm in any way a disabled child. I think a disabled child should, if anything, demand more love than a able child. But I think if you were
from personal experience,
no, though I mean I speak to you a lot, so I can understand how I must feel. But no. So if you look at that and you think, okay, if the child's already born, then no, absolutely not. But if you could use gene cell therapy to prevent a future child, i.e., it's not been conceived, so you do it in the mother or the father. You don't do it in the embryo. You say, oh, this mother carries this gene. Maybe she's now alive and conscious. She could use GCT to make sure offspring doesn't ever have that marker.
But then arguably you're doing the same thing anyway.
But there's no child born yet.
No. But had you not sterilized the
sort of what do you mean by sterilized? Just edited.
Inhibited, if you want to describe it, it's essentially a form of sterilization, right? If that were to be the case, then arguably you would be preventing one of God's fucking progeny, wouldn't you?
Well, that's a question, isn't it? And that way you could do the other thing, right? You could almost encourage if everyone just kept sleeping. What's the worst thing you can do? Sleep with your mother is probably the highest form of a defect, right? If you slept with your mother, you'd probably get the worst defects as quickly. You could argue that one should do so, but this is a pre-post hoc argument, right? We're not editing a child, but we're just editing an actual adult, right?
To be honest,
if I was disabled, you shouldn't. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be more than murder. I think it would be a more despicable form of murder to kill a disabled child.
Yeah, but the way you described it isn't eugenics, though. So, and I think, let's be honest. I think you've sort of softened your stance, and I think I'm
getting harder. I'm getting harder and harder.
No, I think pause yourself. I think you were more extreme previously, but like you said, that's playing the man and not the ball. I still think your argument's wholly.
Yeah, you're better than that. You're better than that. No, but actually, you're better than that. So we don't need to do that. But even if you were to do that, I would just like listening to the Nasheeds this morning in different parts of the Quran. I think you might have got me wrong. I think we might be getting much firmer in phase 3 than you could possibly imagine. But, but let's put that aside.
Listen as well, yeah. Yeah, but just to be clear, I don't think that's referred to as eugenics, isn't it?
No, but that wasn't eugenics because you mix eugenics with gene cell replacement, which are completely
I mix. I have the conventional understanding. I have the conventional understanding of eugenics, which is engineering in your mind a perfect, not you personally, but like in somebody's mind a perfect society.
That's the kind of
one of the
Hollywood trope.
mechanisms. Yeah, but one of the mechanisms for doing that is clearly abortion. It's preventing a portion of society from having children because you believe that they will contaminate the.
Absolutely. But I'm morally against abortion, so that is a form. But you're right. But strictly eugenics isn't that, James. That's just a Hollywood trope. Strictly eugenics is just population management. Now it could be Hollywood trope, like, hey, I'm going to engineer the perfect bioweapon, or it could be like, hey, let's kill all the Chinese people. You can make it those kind of tropes. But
But even by engineer, essentially what you described is a form of engineering. But I think
think of it as population management.
But when it comes to eugenics, I'm saying there are hard parameters being. Yeah, okay, cool. Correct. You can only have one child.
Yeah, like
if you have more than one child, we will cull the excess children. That is generally.
Culling. The question depends on whether or not life has already been created. You can prevent it coming in. So for example, if you don't allow a population like India, China did to have 2 children, you didn't really kill a child. You just prevented a child from being born.
Yeah, but define life though. Come on, I just wanted to quickly prove it circular again. So define life.
Life is something capable of receiving a soul from the Creator.
And why, in your opinion, is it right for? Or actually, I never asked you this. So, do you believe an embryo is conscious? By the way,
I believe a soul is life has entered at the moment of creation. I believe that we are not just matter. We're not just physical. We're metaphysical.
Yeah, but I'm asking you: exactly?
As soon as at the point of creation, at the point of creation, the soul has already entered. Yes.
I didn't ask you about soul. I said I'm trying to be.
So therefore, definitely conscious as well. Yes, more than conscious. I'm saying even more. I'm making a stronger position than you. I'm saying not just conscious, but actually already carrying a soul.
What's a soul?
It's the metaphysical interface between nature and the metaphysical. It's what you think you call yourself, James Jones. That thing you keep telling yourself you are. It's that thing. That thing that you think is only James and no one else. And therefore, the entire earth is spinning around the gospel according to James Jones. That thing you think in our head, that thing is the soul.
An agglomeration of fucking.
Well, it might be a really messed up soul, bro. It might be a messed up soul. It might be confused. It might not know what to do, what to say. But that thing that's always.
You know what, man? We've had this argument like 10,000 million times on this fucking show. But all right, man, you didn't come on and defend why it is murder, to be honest.
Why, what murder? But no, I said murder is defined in the dictionary as having a legal component, right? So any nation that has legalized abortion cannot have it technically be called murder.
But you said it is, but that's not. To be honest, I'm looking at more the sort of philosophical perspective.
If I drop the legality, then is it murder in the sense that murder is defined as the premeditated taking of life? Not the innocent or guilty, just the premeditation is what differentiates murder.
No.
Legally, it's what differentiates murder from manslaughter.
If you go to war, your intent, but your intent on either offensively or defensively attacking, right?
Correct.
And if the result of that is death, that isn't regarded as murder, is it? Well, I mean, it is.
Only because the war is being covered under a jurisprudence framework that gives it legality.
What, like rules of engagement or
something? Yeah. But for you to kill another person in that case, have you committed a murder, i.e., taking premeditated, as opposed to legally manslaughter? You drove the car into fucking James Jones, as opposed to you took your eye off the steering wheel and you hit James Jones. One is murder, one is manslaughter. Right?
Can you ask James why does he not want to associate abortion with murder? What is the problem with having that as an association?
I've given you my reasons already.
I
believe a defining characteristic of a human being is human consciousness.
So we're killing a conscious embryo, and let's say that was at 18 or 16 or 14 or wherever you want to scale, would that be murder?
I literally the lady asked. She said about a child that had obviously been born that they can't apostate from God. So is that equivalent killing a child? I think she
that
used
wasn't my
sacrifice
question.
of a
In
child.
the womb, though, in the womb, if
No,
something was
but no, but if it is, I don't have enough understanding of. So I posed the question. I said, "Is a zygote conscious?" The response from the Somali kid was, "No." So I was like, "Well, then I'm comfortable in saying that. Then how can it be the same thing as killing
no, but I missed all that. But
killing
for you,
a Tutsi fucking child?"
but let's say, for example, however you define consciousness, and I'll let you have your own definition. But let's say it comes on and says the baby in the womb, let's say in its second trimester, is conscious. Would you, James Jones, say therefore killing that conscious
Yeah,
second?
I don't think good. Listen,
Would that be murder?
I don't think it's good. Well, so you're saying, so provided my definition of
Yeah,
what
whatever you want,
yeah. So provided I think with regards to aggravating factors, I think it would be lower on the scale. But yeah, I think if it fits the definition, then why wouldn't I agree with that? There was no.
So you'd agree with it only because it's defined by science as being conscious, or by
No, you're
legally?
misunderstanding me. I'm saying the killing of a human being. Yeah. So as in, and no one's really gonna dislike this. I'm not saying I don't believe that a zygote is equivalent to a human being.
Yeah.
So I don't believe it even constitutes the concept of killing, in my opinion. At that.
So what about the baby 5 minutes before it leaves the mother's womb?
And this is so now we're talking about a fully conscious baby.
Okay, so somewhere there's a cutoff.
So now it's human. Hold on. So now it's human. So now we're talking about killing. Then when we're talking about murder,
I was asking 5 minutes before it leaves the womb. Is that murder?
Is it conscious at this stage?
But that's you're the one defining the terms. It must be conscious. Do you think it's conscious?
Well, I'm not fucking. I'm not fucking OBGYN, or the thing escapes me right now. I'm not fucking midwife, or what's the word I'm looking for?
Yeah,
Okay.
but I mean, you got strong opinions on lots of things. What's your personal feeling gut? The baby's about to come off 5 minutes before it comes out. Do you think it's conscious?
A maternity doctor, is that what you call them?
Yeah, but what do you think?
Is it conscious?
5 minutes before it comes out.
I can't see what's sort of seminal about giving birth. Like, I'm not seeing what.
So, I mean, simple way. Do you think it's conscious 5 minutes before?
It's a good question.
I know, because I'm going to use induction and Newton Raphson iteration to walk you backwards. Watch. Do you think it's conscious?
I heard induction. I heard induction. I didn't hear the next.
But do you think it's conscious 5 minutes before
induction, and then what? What did you say?
Forget that bit. Do you think first answer the question? Do you think it's conscious 5 minutes? 5 minutes.
Is that English or Gujarat? Okay.
Do you think that's what docking? Do you think it's conscious 5 minutes before it comes out?
To be honest, I don't actually know.
Come on, you've got strong views.
You want me to guess? You want me to guess? Is that what
what do you think? I mean, I think we want to know what I mean, it's like judging a man by his kind of. After it's all the instincts and everything, isn't it? It's your whole package. What do you think?
Is that a Christian? Is that a Christian concept? Judge a man by assumption.
I see what you're going right. Come on, no one's going to hold you against you.
I don't know. I'm just
don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. You know what? Just to fucking just to make my fucking argument hermetic. Yeah, I'll say no.
You said no. Okay. So
I find that interesting.
A very interesting answer. Yeah.
I mean,
I find that very interesting.
I gave my logic for that, selecting that response, right? That is just to make my argument fucking. Is it ironclad? Yeah, that's the phrase. Or hermetic, like to seal it, to make my argument.
I think a lot of people saw you. I think a lot of people saw you slipping and sliding around in a very non-hermetic.
I don't know. Do you think I'm lying? What do you think? You think that's what I actually do?
I made my position clear. I said life begins.
I'm a maternity physician, or whatever.
But my position is clear because I have the benefit of the creator informing me.
Magic informs. Yeah, magic. The belief.
I have no idea what magic. I have no idea what magic is.
Hold on. The belief of a musings of a magic interdimensional puppeteer in the sky, is the reason you think that abortion is wrong. We understand that. We get your positions.
as opposed to running around as making up everything according to the gospel, according to the world runs and rotates around James
I think
Jones.
it's a consistent
Yeah,
argument.
that sounds a little less insane to me, man. Let's
you're defining
let's spin all 8 billion people of the world around James Jones, right? That sounds like totally.
Listen, you're defining characteristic for a human. You're defining characteristic for a human being. You cannot qualify. So, like,
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I can't qualify it? I made a crystal clear philosophical statement. Life is the presence of the creation of a soul entering the body at birth. Yeah, at conception. I mean.
Yeah, but I mean, listen. We've done this on the panel many times. Are you going to be able to? Are you going to be able to empirically, or not empirically? You're going to say,
I'll take it aside. I'll take you around the houses, and I won't budge because I know I'm right.
You're not right. You can't prove it. Of course, you can make that claim. And how do you know you're right? And how do you know you're right?
Do you know what's worse than that, James?
Go on.
Billions and billions of people will agree with me.
Yeah, but listen, you listen.
A couple of the YMCA game blocks.
No. But listen. No. You asked me a question. Which was interesting. You said it's something conscious or not conscious, right? For whatever reason, 5 minutes prior to birth.
Yeah.
And I said, hold on. But there is a way of verifying it to quite a high degree of accuracy, isn't it? There is a way of verifying it, right? Like ultimately, until we, fully map consciousness, we're not going to know exactly how that baby feels and exactly how they're reacting. But we can assume safely that with a high degree of certainty, we can prove whether that baby is conscious or not. So my argument, if it's reliant upon the defining characteristics in human being human consciousness, my argument can maintain a level of consistency, not 100% for whatever reason, but a level of consistency. Yours cannot, because we cannot prove a soul.
Well, yeah,
we can prove consciousness.
Yeah,
you can't prove a soul because
when do you believe a soul, or well, then again, you don't believe. When do you believe a baby has consciousness? After birth?
No, but I said all I was concerned with is you can abort a zygote. A zygote is not considered consciousness by the people making the claim. Conscious by the people making the claim that it is tantamount to murder. So that was my argument in a nutshell. Yeah, that was my argument. Now Ralph is saying he's introduced this concept of soul, and soul being the defining characteristic of life, human being. Right? Yeah. Actually, it's quite interesting.
Yeah, I agree with Ralph on that.
Yeah, we never asked Ralph about Subhanallah. But
Allah, we belong to Allah and we return to Allah.
Allahu Akbar. But listen, the point is here is I don't need to consciousness is demonstrable.
This heathen keeps running his mouth.
A soul is not.
Some Sharia love, mate.
That's it.
He's a beating public. I think some Sharia punishment.
1,000 lashings, good leather belt.
Just repeatedly, I think, on the live stream.
We should borrow Carnito's belt. Carnito's famous woman beating belt. We should hire it.
On a side note, before we beat up on young Jameses and stuff, I've noticed that I missed Raj's speaker's corner. He was running around. I noticed he didn't show up. He was running around, getting all excited with his Batman belt. Unfortunately, I missed him. But carry on, James. Tell us why there's no.
Quickly, hold on, then. I feel like it's run its course. Yeah, just really quickly, then, because I got to go in like 5 minutes. Magic. Why is your belief in God and the Bible? Why is it not equivalent to, or why can I not describe it as the belief in magic? Go.
Well, you'd have to define what you mean by magic, first of all. But, have you ever, I don't know, I think you claimed briefly, correct me if I'm wrong, James, that you like basketball, right? So the beauty of the elegance of the hook shot by, say, in your case, the lineage, say, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in the 70s for the LA. But why do you think Magic Johnson was called Magic?
I'm an atheist.
Do you think Magic Johnson had a bit of magic in him?
I'm an atheist, yeah. I'm an atheist, so it's Cassius
So
Clay.
what do you think of Magic Johnson?
Hey, it's Lou Alcindor. Yeah, that's how we do. That's how we describe
nowadays. Yeah. Okay.
Go on, how do I describe Magic Johnson? What?
Yeah, you define magic. You're claiming there's a thing I'm using called magic, and I'd like you to define what that is. Now I can tell you whether I'm doing that thing or not. Nothing magical. I'm just revealing. I'm just a servant and humbly revealing the word of
Okay.
the Creator.
Did Moses?
To the kuffar.
Did Moses split an ocean with a stick?
Well, how would you know you want that?
I'm asking you, in your opinion.
It looks like he did it.
Okay, well then the suspension of natural laws. The suspension.
I mean, I wasn't there, bro. Were you there? Hey, Afghan, were you there? When,
No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it happened.
James was there, man. He was running around in the savannah. Yeah.
Listen. The suspension of man. No, but you know what? Yeah, you know what? You made two claims in the chat. You made two claims in the chat. It's not magic and it is murder, and you've come on and done a pitiful job at defending your two positions.
I asked you to define magic. I'm still waiting. Anytime you want to go, I'm ready to go.
I told you a suspension of nature, suspension of the natural laws.
Correct, but you defend so therefore all you have is naturalism as your tools, right? But I've already run you around circles on this. You understand naturalism is limited in physics by quantum mechanics, is limited in reason by Gödel's theorem. So your primary two tools, objectivism and reason, are limited.
Hold on. Explain to me the quantum conditions necessary for splitting a fucking ocean. The second you can do that to me, then I can agree that falls in line with any
I can just use something simple. I can use Bell's inequality theorem and then verify in physics to show you that I can create what you would call, because understandably you're just an atheist crawling out of the savannah, that you would consider magic. But I just call it Bell's inequality theorem. Right.
Okay, go demonstrate. Listen.
Well, when did Big Moore? When Big Moore split the sea, right, and parted the ocean, the Red Sea, and Big Moore saved the people. Are you telling me that you have evidence or reason to refute that claim?
I believe that it doesn't follow any causal chain.
You know what? Okay, well, let me break the causal chain stuff to you straight about using just science. Do you know what Bell's inequality theorem is?
I do not.
Okay, so if I take one photon and send it in one direction, the speed of light, I take another photon and spin it the other speed of direction. If I touch one of the photons, if I touch none of the photons, nothing happens. If I touch one photon, the other one gets moved. So how does that happen? Nothing travels faster than the speed of light. So either you can do magic, action at a distance, or the speed of light is not a constant. Boom. Say
that one more time, Honor. Say that one more time.
So Bell's inequality theorem.
1969,
Bell proposes his inequality theorem, which is then ratified in CERN Collider in 1982. He says if I take one photon, send it in direction left at the speed of light, send another photon direction right at the same time the speed of light, if I do nothing, nothing happens. But if I kiddie fiddle with one of the photons on one end, the other one changes. So you only have two options in physics. Either something at some dimension moved between the two of them to connect them at twice the speed of light.
Yeah, you're talking about...
Hang on a second, throwing out all of physics, or magically, a word you like, action happens at a distance. This was then ratified in quantum mechanics, and this was repeatedly verified experimentally at CERN repeatedly. By my aspects to
I agree. That's like what they're doing with like quantum teleportation. Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. That's like what they're doing with quantum teleportation, similarly, isn't it? Right.
But that's your answer to direct answer to
hold on. So I'm going to engage your point again. I'm going to engage it like desultorily because I don't fully understand quantum physics, right? But I'm going to attempt to broach this. So essentially, it's a similar principle that's used with quantum teleportation. Essentially, changing the quantum conditions in for sort of one set of quantum particles. It will have in quantum teleportation will have an equal effect, but you're saying that it will just have some effect on.
It would have. You could repeatedly take the left photon, the right photon. I could move it in theory first, and then in 1982, it was verified in CERN repeatedly by experiment by Michael Aspect's team. So my question to you, therefore, is: hey, this thing you say, hey, it makes no sense in the universe that Big Moore could split the sea. I'm like, hey, what you think makes sense in the universe makes no sense.
Okay, so that's arguably an argument from ignorance and a apagogical argument. Yeah, like you're trying to make it seem absurd, but that's fine. I'll engage you earnestly. So what we're saying is, so firstly, quick attack on your point is water molecules photons, are they massless?
Water, no, they're not.
Right, so that would be dumb then, because that wouldn't be evidence for Moses parting the sea. That would be point one. And then point two, I would say, even when we use something like a quantum teleportation, that requires a lot of high-tech fucking machinery. Did Big Mo, as you fucking affectionately refer to him, have some quantum fucking machinery in fucking ancient Egypt?
he had something far superior than that.
God.
And there you go. So you see, so obviously you can accept the idea for the audience. The point that was to prove that physics or this appeal to naturalism, this appeal to science is limited. And I can just demonstrate like I just did effortlessly. I can use multiple demonstrations to show you
That
how your
wasn't effortless. You went to a lot of trouble for nothing.
your physical understanding of the world is fundamentally limited, and that there's something else. You know, just to quote that famous song, "There's something happening here, and you don't know what it is, do you, Mr. Jones?" Right? So, Mr. Jones,
That's not,
Mr. Jones,
you haven't given evidence to believe it's true.
we call this thing, alhamdulillah,
that's
we call
magic.
this thing the will of the Creator manifest. Allah manifests Himself upon this world as the dunya. If you imagine like a quantum unfolding,
That's
it
magic.
unfolds itself
Magic.
upon the world.
Unfortunately, and this is the issue. This is the issue because this is something that has happened in the past, right? So you can imagine there's phenomena that we observe now. Let's say, be it fucking dark energy, dark matter, whatever. There's phenomena now that models do not fully explain and give us the ability to predict, right? Because they're happening currently, presently, contemporarily, yeah. But you're referring to an event that should have, given the knowledge, the extent of knowledge we have now, had that it mystified people in antiquity. It should have been demystified by the theorems that you've put forward. In my opinion, so I think they're putative. I'm not sure, but you're saying they've been confirmed by the reactor or collider or whatever. Cool. But let's say they're confirmed or putative, whatever. That even there should be theories that completely demystify what had happened there, but there are not. So based on your own evidence, based on your own sort of reasoning behind introducing this theory as a way of maybe validating the sort of beliefs of Christians, in actuality, it does more, in my opinion.
But James, that's not the reason I'm introducing.
It does more. Hold on. It does more to support. Hold on. Yeah, sorry, I apologize. It does more to support my argument than it does yours.
Okay, so you
anything would say that's where's the theory for splitting the ocean.
The reason I introduced it, James, the reason I introduced that from quantum mechanics to the S-wave function to Big Mo, the reason I introduced that just is to actually introduce you closer to that point where you will submit to the will of the Creator.
No, it's just no. I'm sorry.
We both know that we know and you know that you don't know why it happens and how it happens in modern physics. So you
and
know
nor
something.
do you. So it's an argument from ignorance. Do you get it?
I know. My position is absolutist.
But what have you done? You've introduced hard science as a way of validating, and this is the beauty of it. Hold on, this is the biggest beauty of absolutely everything. And this was in my back pocket, but this is how you know I actually engaged you on your point rather than just dismissing it. Then if we could prove that some quantum condition was necessary for the oceans to be parted, it would be fundamentally natural and therefore not a fucking miracle, which would also prove that God didn't exist.
Right.
So either way, like there's no, you can never use that. You can never use the inequality theorem.
That's an actually trick. It might work with the people shorter than me.
Perfectly, all of them work.
It might work with people shorter than me. It won't work with me. What you just did is you changed the pragmatic standards of your goal. First, you said it was a miracle. Prove it wasn't. Now you're saying actually I've changed my mind.
No,
maybe it wasn't a miracle.
You did. No. Nice try. You did. That's what you did. I engaged your point sincerely from the beginning. I said, all right, fine. Well, let's work through your model, and I proved to you many reasons why that. Essentially, you introduced that to confuse the argument, which, to be fair, you almost had it like you almost did a good job. But if I had been afraid of what you had said, because I still do not understand it fully, then you would have. But no.
I can only hope this is a Muslim brother in the chat called Educated Guess, and he's correct. He points out that you're just invoking the God of the Gaps argument, right?
Who's invoking the God of the Gaps argument?
You just did.
Why?
You just actually did, and he's pointing it out to you. Thank you for pointing out, spotting that.
What? Go on. Yeah. What? How? In what way? Go on.
Well, it's educated guess, but I don't want to just hog the thing. And
you don't know. No. Go on. Your floor is yours. Go on. How did I do it?
No. I'm just saying. I've just received a nice speech.
The God of the Gaps. How did I do it? Show me.
I've just received a nice plate of really nice raw crust rice.
Love, you running like that? I expected better.
I can turn my camera on and show you, and you probably get really
so much better from you. That's really poor, man.
Anyway, while I'm eating, I'm just nibbling a bit. How are you? Where's Afghan from? Where's on the panel?
So and you know what, but fine, I'll just finish what I was saying. You shouldn't have done that though. That was embarrassing. You embarrassed yourself. But yeah, no, I didn't move the goalpost in any way at the end. I just said, like, even if I were to accept your argument, let's say I didn't even pop there was no protestation to your argument or disputation, you would have still ultimately disproved your own concept of miracle. Because whenever you try to ascribe natural sort of if you describe what is a miracle to be a natural occurrence or natural phenomena, then you're removing that element of evidence and proof of God. Moses has said this is because of God, but your argument, if true, is no, this is because one water molecule was touched here and the quantum composition of that water molecule affected another. Like, that's what you'd argue. You'd argue that God didn't exist.
You introduced it in the first place. I didn't. You introduced it, but well, then did you believe Moses started to speak?
Yes,
right?
but is it a miracle or not? Because if it's a miracle, it's a suspension of nature, and therefore it's proof that it's magic. If it's not a miracle, then it's.
But what was my answer to you? Do you remember?
You introduced inequality and hoped I would disappear. That's what happened. Inequality theory. You hoped I'd fuck off. That's what you hoped.
Guys, I'm a mute. It's rude to 1 second, guys.
All right. Yo, big up whoever bought you that plate of food in the clutch.
Bro, Saved by the fucking bell.
You know the ones.
Jesus, James, you had your foot on his fucking trachea. It was mad.
He tried it.
Yeah. He slivered. No, he slivered. He got away.
Come on. Yo, man, forgot about atheism and all of them. Yeah.
He got away.
And then bomber clock thing there and all of that.
Tarotted. Okay, no. Do you know what's funny as well? You know what's funny is I said this to Shiffy yesterday. Like, the man that believe in the God, they can't invoke their fucking fantasies on somebody that doesn't believe as they do and expect us to accept it as a valid argument. It's insane. Thank you, Uncle. What are you saying? Finish now? Yeah. All right, go home, get some rest. We'll see you tomorrow, yeah? All right. Yeah.
What's he still doing up heroics and all that, yeah?
Huh?
Still doing up the heroics and all of that, yeah?
Yeah, bro. I'm a hero now. I'm back to the hero shit now. You know what I mean? Can't lie, putting myself out there to get the kids to school and that, put my life on the line. Like, I'm a legit hero according to society. Obviously, there's a couple God man that don't rate me,
but to be honest,
believe in magic, so whatever.
I ain't gonna lie though, you're the captain of one of the greatest atheist / YouTube channel / hangout / speakers corner scene group of atheists ever. So that's also like you know, like when you retire, like you're a club legend. Do you know one of those ones?
Yeah, them ones there. Trust me. Gonna get my name in the wall. Maybe my handprints in the concrete. Yeah.
My might sign you as a technical director and all of that. You know what I'm
All right, listen. Do you know what the funniest thing is, bro? The wickedest thing about D Block, yeah, is man hate our shit, yeah, but they can't stay away.
Whatever,
right?
Ultra.
I'm telling you the truth, yeah. I'll tell you the truth. The best thing about D Block, right, is you're gonna get a conversation. Like,
but
come
Ultra,
and temper your sword.
You're not answering my question, and my question to you
didn't
is
ask me anything.
Oh, sorry. Let me ask you then quickly, because James avoided it. But you being a father, that's even better. Yeah. When do you believe consciousness kicks in on the unborn child?
If I'm honest with you, I don't know. Like, there's no way I can give you an answer, like definitively. However, like, I believe, and listen to my words carefully, I believe as soon as I believe the baby's conscious. Like, as soon as they can do things like cry and whimper and the nervous system develops, because my thing is, there's no pain involved in an abortion if the child or the fetus hasn't developed a nervous system, because as human beings, that's how we experience pain. So if there's no, and also, listen, I'm not against abortions, but I'm not for them as a means of contraception. Like I was saying before, if giving birth is going to put the mother's life in jeopardy, then I'm for it. Like, in those instances, like, or for instance, if a woman's raped or like
she I don't know. Just there's circumstances
Okay,
where
but
I
Ultra,
wouldn't look twice. Yeah.
Ultra, quickly. I know
Yeah.
you're quite busy as well in real
No,
time, but
I've got 17 minutes before my bus comes.
okay. I just wanted to ask you because obviously you've been, you've experienced your wife having been pregnant, giving birth,
Yeah.
and bringing forth
Yeah.
your
What a
children.
sight that is! Fucking hell.
Bloody hell. No,
Yeah.
let's not
Yeah.
go there. But obviously
Yeah.
you've experienced that, and you're always told when you go to the appointments or by the midwife or the nurse or the doula, or
Yeah.
depending on what you use, you're always being told like, you got to take care of yourself while pregnant.
Yeah, that's right.
Anything you do can impact on the
Can
baby's
affect the baby.
nerve
Yeah.
systems.
Yeah,
Look
that's right.
at
Yeah.
quote unquote nerve systems.
Yeah.
No, but that's later on in the development of the child. That's not right from the off. However,
Right,
they
but
do
hold on.
suggest immediately that the mother ensures she takes care of herself, thus giving the baby a better chance of being or being healthy. Like for instance, folic acid, pregnant care, no alcohol, like paracetamol only. Just things
But
like
even
that.
things like simple, basic things they advise you to not do, like wearing nail varnish. You're not supposed to wear nail varnish while
Yeah.
pregnant. All of that seeps into your bloodstream and hits upon the baby, embryo, whatever you refer to the unborn child as.
But that's because it's that. Don't forget, that's not necessarily like pain, but that can interfere with the development of the baby. Do you
Facts,
see what I mean?
and that's my point, though.
But
That's the
I'm
point.
saying. But remember, my caveat here is pain.
But hold on, Ultra. So
Yeah,
when they're talking about the things that the mother does, that as we call the vessel, she has to be very
Big up the
careful.
fucking vessels. You guys are the real
Big
gods
up,
out
big
there.
up.
Yeah, that's
Trust
true.
me.
Big up.
You guys are
So
the real gods out there.
I'm trying to
You know
tell
what I
you,
mean?
man, but they're trying to beat me down in these YouTube streams.
No,
But
don't worry. They're
anyway,
just
No,
haters, man.
no,
They're
no,
just
no,
haters.
no. The
They're
women
just
have
haters,
the
man.
thing, man.
Which
Everybody has
That's
to
right.
come through the womb to get A, you get me?
That's right.
Thank you.
Even if they cut you out of the belly, even if they cut you out,
Yeah.
like you still have to. You was in there. You understand what I'm saying? So big up the vessels, man. You
Right.
motherfucking
But this is my
gods
thing, the
out there.
Ultra, because I want to get to the point of the trauma,
Yeah.
the trauma on the unborn fetus. And obviously we hear a lot of that word's used a lot in medical terms when, the mother's still pregnant. Trauma on the impact of the unborn child, the impact of the trauma. So if there's no consciousness, what's all the trauma talking? I'm a bit confused.
Do you know what? That's a good question. If I'm honest, I don't have an immediate answer. I'm not clever like that. However, in my subjective opinion, right, if your doctor is saying, or your physician is saying, right, mum, in order to ensure that your child has the best chances of being born healthy, and you can just take baby straight home without having to stay in with medicines, reduce the risk of any birth defects or disabilities, you need to perform X, Y, and Z actions. Take care of yourself, light daily exercise, no smoking, no drugs, no fucking alcohol. Make sure you're taking your folic acid, pregnant care, all of that good stuff. If your doctor says that to you, then you're giving your child the best possible chance to be born healthy. Now, if something happens where you're in a car accident or something, depending on how far along you are, right? You can traumatize the baby, but even that, I know personally of someone who was 4 weeks pregnant and had a miscarriage, right? And like, I won't say who, but the person, the partner, the guy, was telling me like it was just like specks of blood, and she was 4 weeks pregnant. It was like she said the biggest clump was like the size of a peanut, and I was just like, raw. You see what I'm saying? So for me, that baby, even though the baby, I don't even want to call it a baby because that invokes like certain a mindset, but the fetus, in my opinion, wasn't yet a baby. But the problem I have with even what I'm saying is that how do I define what a baby is? When does it become quote unquote a baby? I don't know, and it's difficult for me to say.
But
See,
brain,
that's where we have
brain
the problem,
development
though,
and a
Ultra.
nervous
We
system.
can't all come together on one accord and say, well, this is a baby and this is not. You see, like James has his specific words. I personally believe once that fertilization and that, you know, that mother's impregnated, that right there is a human life to me. To you, you're not going to see. And this is the problem we're struggling with, hence why we're going around in circles. Where do we stand? It's mad, yeah.
Do you know? But I'll tell you the truth. But like I said, I'm not outwardly for abortion, but I'm not against it. Like I said, in certain circumstances, like go true. If you're using it as a means of contraception, I can't be down with you. But I can't because, this is the thing. I don't even know why I feel the way I do. It's just like for me, I can't lie to you. Initially, all my emotions are with the woman because like it's difficult for me because I don't believe in a soul and all this stuff. I'm worrying. I'm thinking, right, the woman, is she going to be able to take care of the child? Right? Is all the people that are screaming don't have abortions, are they going to lift up themselves to go out to every fucking woman who can't look after the child and da 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 da? Do all the people that are screaming about no abortions, do they work in social services? What are these people doing to improve UK social care? And I said this earlier, like everyone knows that like notoriously UK's social services is fucking
They
underfunded and
are the
underperforming.
original, other than the police, they are the second original gangs out here, and no one should be trusting those people. Those devils, ain't no one should be trying to get involved with them. So
And not even that. I don't even. I agree. I agree that historically social has been responsible for enough fuckery. I do agree with that. However, it has over the last, I would say, since Baby P. Do you remember Baby P?
Yeah.
Since then, social have implemented certain procedures to try and reduce the risk of, like, to try and distance themselves from historic miscarriages of justice and abuse, and also to try and make sure that going forward, no child falls under the radar. Now, it could be argued, and I've heard it argued, that since Baby P, social services have become quite draconian in how they're moving now, like ready and willing to just snatch children off parents, right? But it's difficult. It's difficult because it really irks me when people are just not for abortion, but when a woman who has a child can't cope or whatever the fuck, where are they?
But that shouldn't be the case. But Ultra, if we go back to, I remember a couple of days ago, Shakra was on the panel and he was talking about, you know, the family concept and, you know, the nuclear family and that.
Yeah,
And
big
do you
up the
remember
nuclear
when
families in there.
he
Come
done?
on.
Nah, allow it. But do you
Come on.
remember when he made the point of, you know, it takes a village to raise a child. The concept of having the surrounding family members, whether it's the mother's side, the father's, everyone's involved. The village neighbours, the auntie up the road. You know, everyone's auntie and uncle in our community. You get me? So, you know what I mean? Like the
To be
whole.
fair, do you know what?
Everyone.
You kind of described how it was for me growing up, right?
Right.
But if I'm honest with you, Lady Divine, when I look around now, I'm looking at everyone with a mask on, everyone socially distancing, like people are moving out, people are moving in, demographics are changing. If I'm honest, I don't feel that sense of togetherness, is that the right word, or
Yeah, but
community.
who is to blame? I
I
think
don't feel
we
that
have to
anymore.
take responsibility in that. Then Ultra, we've let that down. We've allowed that to happen. We've allowed ourselves to be nannied by the government and told what to do, when to do it, and how. And we've lost our right way on how we always had done things, and it's never failed. We're failing now because we're outside of ourselves. That's why we're failing. Let's be honest.
The community is not the
There we
same as
go.
it was before.
There we go.
Even when I was growing up, for instance, and I lived like this. It's always having fun on a motorbike. I lived up north, and obviously it's a little bit different. But like, and we lived in a kind of just in like a cul-de-sac, and like we had all like the neighborhood watch. So like, even if say like for instance, all the children was out on the street, one adult, no matter which household they come from, would keep an eye on the children. We had like a more sense. We used to do like community bonfires, even though we weren't related. We had that sense of community where we all helped each other and did stuff together. All that kind of stuff has been taken and it's now gone. So all all even for instance, like say my mum needs to go out, it was emergency, something happened. She could say to next door neighbor, "Can you watch my children for so and so forth?" And then we could stay over there for 1 or 2 days. Do you know what I mean? While she had to do stuff. Do you know what I mean? And that was just neighbors that weren't even like direct family. Do you know what I mean? So I see where what's his name Ultra is coming from. I get where you're coming from, Ultra. Whereas all that now, because of all this Divock 91, as you mentioned earlier, Corona, all that kind of sense of community and all that kind of stuff where you'd have all togetherness. Like everybody, I knew all my neighbors in my street. Whereas like now, where I live now, I don't know all my neighbors in my street.
That's right.
You get me? We know two of them that we interact with. Go ahead, King, Ultra. Go ahead.
No, I was agreeing. I was agreeing because when growing up, I grew up in a bang down council estate in Hackney,
Same
right?
here.
But even though it was a bang down council estate, the neighbors, like next door, the first floor, the second floor, we knew each other by name.
Yes.
And because we were kids and we was always fucking around 40-40 run-outs and rounders and all this stupid shit.
Yeah.
If we ever fucked about, Tracy from Block E was like, "Janet, I saw Ultra fucking around, blah, blah, blah." And then you knew that if mum and dad found out, you was getting a fucking clapping. And and this is the thing, I don't see that anymore. Because even now, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm not necessarily saying, no, in fact, if I'm honest, no, I obviously I got myself in trouble a few times and I got a couple kick-ins, but if I'm honest with you, in hindsight, I see the beauty of it. Because
man said kicking, did I not whips?
Listen, ladies and gentlemen, you know what the wickedest thing is? You know what the wickedest thing? My dad hasn't beat me once to this day. Yeah, he hasn't beat me once to this day, right? But he used to punish me by lecturing me. You see, like how I can drone on sometimes. Imagine that times like 1,000 to the point where your ears start bleeding. That's what my dad used to do to me. It's horrible. But yeah, I got a couple kick-ins. But I was fucking around, didn't it? I was fucking around. We was tipping over bins and like kicking footballs against cars and breaking windows. By accident, of course. But the problem is when you're socially deprived and you break a car window, because you're in a state that everyone knows who you are, who did it, they'll go directly to your door and say, "Listen, Ultra's mum, the window got kicked in by the football that he kicked." And then that's the reason I got the kick in, because instead of getting like a TV like that week or whatever the fuck, we had no TV because you had to spend the money on repairs for somebody's car. And you know what I mean, it's long. It's long.
Yeah, I agree with you. That's. I mean, even while I was growing up as well, what was interesting was I had an old lady that used to live next door to me, completely different background, and like if she needed anything like basic stuff doing the garden, we used to help her do stuff in the garden. Like we had more sense of community. We had children, but we also had senior citizens as well. It was quite a unique, quite wide range of people that we had within the area that I was in, and so that everybody kind of looked out for everybody else. You know what I mean? So if something ever did go wrong, you always had somebody that'd help out. And so I agree with Divine in the sense of all that even if your family's not around, you still have close people around that could help you out. Whereas if a child's born into community now, whereas the people help each other now, Lady Divine, the people don't do that now. Everybody's kind of so insular, and it's all about self rather than the people around you.
We've become a selfish generation, a very, very selfish. But I'm thinking, what can we do to correct that? Because if it's basically a mentality of every man for themselves, then it's only going to get worse. It's not going to get any better. We need to have that community aspect brought back in. Whereas you see, like the other day, they tried to do it literally the other day when when the COVID first kicked in, and they were saying, you check on the elderly, make sure the elderly, check on your elders to make sure they got food, they can't come out to us. They tried to bring it back, but they noticed that they went too far with nannying us, that it got to a point where it was hard. It got to a point where it's hard, that people they were just thinking, look, toilet rolls were flying out of shops. Everyone was grabbing more than they needed. It showed how much of a mean, self-centered society we've come up in, and it's like, listen, I really care about me and my household and forget the rest. And that was on clear display, not only 4 or 5 months ago. Clear display. It's mad.
Yeah, yeah, and to be honest with you, we did rather the Corona Divock night when I referred to us. I think that the lead event that was done deliberately. I think they wanted to see chaos, to see how people would react, because then what it did do, as soon as they did react like that, it reminded me of the 2011 riots as well when Matt Dunn got shot, and it was a similar kind of mentality. People going about, and even though they want going around breaking into stuff, the same mentality of me, and everybody just grabbing. Like pasta. I mean, it was even stupid stuff. People like grabbing toilet roll, like he's never a toilet roll. People grabbing stupid stuff, but they're taking pasta, and like you said, everybody was just doing for self. And so what it allowed the government to do was bring in all those new draconian statutes, and then so you could only have four of one thing at a time. Do you know what I mean? So they knew that, and I think that was part of it as well. They deliberately did that to see how people would react, and then they deliberately started putting more security in shops and said, right, you're gonna have 4 of this, 4 of that, or 4 of this. You can't have more. So it's in a way, it was a way of martializing everybody in martial law and stuff like that. So I think it was deliberate.
Welcome, Raheem. Take over. Go on.
What government statute was that?
You're going about the coronavirus. There's multiple ones. The coronavirus bill is what they brought in recently, but there was another one. But the coronavirus bill was one of them. But there's another one that allowed them to say that you couldn't. The coronavirus bill is part of it, and there's another one. I'm trying to think off the top of my head. That
what was the name of the statute that said that people can only have 4 of an item?
I'm trying to remember which one it's in. I can't remember off the top of my head which one it's in. But when then it was implemented, when, for instance, you went to the shops, they were saying like, right, we're going to ration it down. So if you're in the shop, for instance, so right, I only realized this when I was in the shop when I went to a shop and there was the guy was the manager was telling us, saying, right, if you've got your food, they were checking that, you know, people's like shopping and stuff, and if, say for instance, somebody had more than 4 of one thing. So that like more for one thing, they were making them like taking it off and say you can only have 4 of this or 4 of that. So that's what they were doing in all the stores. So you couldn't have more. So let's say like you had like 3, 4 bottles
I know that, but what government statute was it?
I can't remember which one it was, but they implemented it in the shops as well. That's what I'm trying to remember which one it's.
It was the shops that implemented it. It's nothing to do with the government. It was the shops because people were taking too much and not leaving a balance so that everyone could have it. There's no government statute that says that you can only have 4 of an item. It was the shop's decision.
Yeah, that's true. That was true. That wasn't the government. It was the shops that was implementing that, because some shops were saying 2, some shops were saying 4. It just depended on which franchise branch you went to.
Well, that's what they were telling me at the time when I was in there. That's what they were saying. No, it's not government initiatives now, so you can't do this and you can't do that. So.
Anyway, big up everyone. How's everyone doing?
Big up, Raheem. I'm glad you're here, Raheem. Your concept on life before birth. Do you have a concept on it, or what's your stance on how you see unborn children or fetuses, whatever, embryos, however you?
In terms of what? In terms of in terms of a black woman, or a woman rather, or
like, what is your stance on whether an unborn child, fetus, whatever, has life, is life, or has consciousness, or has a soul?
So everything is living in terms of if it's in your body. Cells are alive irrespective if they move or not. They have a function and they die. Hence why women have their periods, obviously. So in sticking with that belief, that knowledge rather, I believe that an embryo is alive and therefore must have a spark of not consciousness. I think that's the wrong word. Must have a spark of life inside of it. And therefore is
big. I love that. See, I knew my brother would come through. Done James's dance. Big up yourself, Raheem.
Yeah, I was going to say, Lady Divine, out of all people, the best one to qualify this, I always say women, because men, you have the connection with the child when the child is in you. So you'd know that. For me, women have the best say on this. I'll be honest with you. Go ahead.
I tried to tell James that, but he kind of like, yeah, whatever, and kept it moving. He didn't want to hear none of that, so I gave up. I just went on mute because I tried to let him know, as from a female's point of view, and actually having children, giving birth and carrying children, I should already know what I can feel. I already know the vibrations that I felt. I can feel every fluster,
Yep.
everything. And for him to now try and tell me, but that's just nothing. It's just an embryo. It's just a this. It's just a that. I cannot ever. He cannot convince me. He just can't. It's just not going to work. And I think that's the difference when you're an atheist and you think like that, and then somebody like me who doesn't subscribe to any religion but believes in the power. I know the power of life because I can feel it. I carry life. I bring forth life. So I don't know. I can't.
No, you're not wrong. You're not. No, I agree with you because I mean, in terms of this so-called system, in terms of I look at one of the best ones I looked at is the Catholic Church, who despised abortion, and I think it's after 3 months when the soul attaches, around that time when the soul attaches, but that's why in the Vatican, the Catholic Church spent most of its time trying to not have abortion because it's against natural organic procreation. So you're not supposed to be harming souls when you're here, which I agreed with Ralph to some degree when he said that, because he is right. And even it says in that book, whoever comes to the womb is mine, because all attaches at a certain point. That's why when it gets to a certain point, they try to I can't remember. It might be after 3 months, I think it is. They don't allow abortions for that very reason, because they know if they start harming souls down there, they're going to get kicked off. That's me on my front, and I kind of agree with you. As a woman, once you've got that connection in the womb with the child, you automatically know, because everything that's coming inside of you, everything you're eating, everything that you're connected to through the umbilical cord and everything, that there's a direct connection between you and the child, an actual interconnection that's there, almost like we're talking now. Like you can feel the child every time a child's doing something, and that energy response. Well, that's going from the umbilical cord. You're feeling that, back and forth. There's a communication back and forth. Go ahead. Sorry, I can see you unmute yourself. Go ahead.
No, it's okay. No, you're saying basically exact same thing I'm saying, but you're just saying it from a male point of view, and I'm just struggling to understand the point of view from an atheist, because it doesn't make any damn sense. The fact that they can, sit up here comfortably, even the ones that have had children themselves, like Ultra shocks me. Well, he doesn't actually shock me because I kind of already know how Ultra thinks, and he's not. He's just saying he don't know. I like Ultra just saying I don't know. I'd rather that than someone telling me, oh no.
Stop it.
Oh, yeah. I'd rather that than someone telling me, can you justify your soul? Can you justify conscious? That doesn't make any damn sense. I can justify because I can feel it. It's literally inside of me. What do you mean? I can't prove. I can feel something. I can't show you something.
Yeah, I mean, you could. I mean, the thing about if you've had children, which I shoot, you've had children, correct? I'm right.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you've had children. So your proof is your experience. That's how I see it with a woman. Your proof is your experience. Yeah. I would back that, because I mean, obviously people do these studies and factual studies, but there's a different level of connection between souls when the soul's in the womb, and then there's that connection with the umbilical cord between you and the child, because everything you're doing is going to that child. Your feelings are going to that child. Your intake of your food's going to that child. So your thoughts are going. Everything you're doing, there's that interconnection is going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth all the time, until that point of when that umbilical cord is cut and that child is I refer to it as in 3D Earth. But until that umbilical cord is cut, you and that child are connected across the board.
That's right. And I don't know, like, because with them, they need evidence, they need proof, they need this, but
that is proof.
But this is the thing, they want physical, where you can point, like, give them a link, give them a book, give them a scholar. No, I am
that is proof,
I am the book, I am the scholar. I can't give
you are the proof.
That's it. But I don't know if that's acceptable though. I doubt it.
Well, yeah. Well, I agree with you on that front. Particularly if you've had children, and obviously you've you know, you've been there and given birth and you've been part of all that. But the thing is, you've had a journey that starts at the point of conception all the way until that umbilical cord is cut, when that child comes into third dimensional earth. And that connection you've had, you can explain that and describe that and bring forth life, and you've got the proof for your children. So I can't prove anything better than that in your experience and your physical proof to your children here as well. I don't. What more do you need than that? To me, that's more than enough.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Some people just need things that they need. I don't know what it is that they need. I don't know, but saying that is not going to be good enough. Like, I don't know what else to say. I have to just let it go at this point. There's not more I can say.
Yeah. Well, I think you do well by sticking to your point, and that I'm with you on that front. Just because I came through a womb to get here, so you know what I mean. I came from my mother to get here, so that's more than enough evidence for me. That's how I see it at the moment. But in regards to what you were saying in terms of what point can you this issue of abortion, I think the issue, the moment you've had that moment of conception, this divine spark is created. Then at that point, the potential, like even Ralph said it, for the soul to come into the womb at that point, you know, all that then becomes an issue of it's a life, it's creation itself. So at that point, the moment you start, I mean, some people talk about abortion in terms of the amount of natural defects and these things that go wrong and stuff like that. I think you can argue both ways, but what I will say to you, regardless, if you go whether you abort or not abort, what I will say to you, if there's once that soul is attached, you start harming living souls, and you're gonna have problems throughout the universe. So if you start harming souls on that kind of level, then you're gonna see a messed up world, and I think that's probably the reason why we're seeing the world the way it is at the moment.
There we go. And that's enough. But they won't accept that. Remember, they don't believe in none of that stuff. They don't believe in any form of spirituality or none of that. Remember, they're atheists. So therefore, even getting that point across, you're gonna just sound crazy. Literally.
I didn't realize they were like that. They sounded quite reasonable when they were speaking earlier on. Not James Jones, sorry. Go on.
Don't get me wrong, he would listen to you. Of course, they will listen to you, but they're just going to debunk everything you said. Like, that's just fairy tales and it doesn't make any sense. And can you prove it? And it's going to be all of that. So you're just going to end up looking crazy.
Their last roll of the dice is subjective morality.
There we go. So your king is going to come and tell you what they're going to say.
That's the last roll of the dice. It always goes down to that. Oh, it's subjective. It's all subjective. Your opinion, morality is all subjective. Is there even objective morality? That's when you know they've lost the argument. When they start speaking among themselves about objective morality, which, you know, we all know and collectively know, and even a child that just becomes conscious starts crying when they see an animal, understanding how an animal gets processed into food.
Yeah, there's an awareness there. Yeah, I agree with you, King Gold.
So the way they've weaved our paradigm now is the conformist mind is intellectualized and evolved to a state where we can actually debate on hours on end about a topic which we know is completely black and white with yes, is it right, or no, is it wrong? But, you know, it's quite interesting. So, you know, the powers that be and all these sort of immoral, uneducated fucking philosophists, or what would you call them, scientists, have done quite a good job, I'd say, so far. Because no matter how you look at it, when you get rid of a child, the effects that it's going to have on you when you're older, they're so smart, but they haven't brought that into the equation. What about the effects of the mother now after she gets to 60 and she realizes she's had no kids, and she realizes now that, oh my God, you know, I could have just thrown away the main reason why I was here.
Yeah.
God was testing me in how I'd be able to look after a family, and maybe in the next dimension, you're just instantly in a position where you'd have to look after a family, and you just missed out on the very base level of our reality. And maybe in this life we were meant to have children. You know, that's all. But really, it comes down to: is it not the kid's choice when they're having all these practices done against them, and they're all up in arms about FGM, which they should, rightly so. But now we're talking about getting rid of a kid. It wasn't the kid's choice to get rid of itself. So now why are you not bringing that to the equation as well? So it's all like selective standpoints and opinions.
Yeah.
But ultimately, they know that it's not the child's choice anyway, so it's wrong. It's a life. It's a sentient being throughout its engaging and meeting the sperm, meeting the egg.
Yeah.
No matter, regardless of what consciousness it's evolved to, at what state, at what stage. So, and I think the most detrimental thing, and I'll finish in saying this, is the effect on the people that now have come to an understanding and a consciousness where they realize that actually they made a huge mistake. And that was all on based on their pursuit of material things, and the main material thing that they was working up for, which was gold, they actually got rid of in an instant, and they're doing it quite regularly actually. So it's like it's your perception on what a value, what we value, what we put a value on things, and we've fallen into this fucking demonic sort of mind state where we don't actually value life, really.
No.
We really don't just don't even value life. We value money and a good selfie, then a child. And that's all it is.
Kingo, it's bad though, Kingo, when you see that people will have more outcry and rage over an animal than an actual human life. Like I don't get it.
And that as well.
Yeah.
I think that it's a double standard when you're not quick to speak up about the wars, but yet speak about animals, and you're quick to help an animal out, but people have to wait in lines for fucking years just to get terminal illnesses and chronic illnesses sorted out by the NHS. So it's horrible at the moment in relation to that, Lady Dean. It's a great point. Animals are given way more, I don't know, it's like prioritization. I don't know, priority really, like then it seems. Then human beings are in many cases. But I think obviously sentient beings all around the earth, certain tribes hold everything sort of in a some type of equal, level. They say that certain tribes don't even harm plants; they let them grow. The Amazonians, and they've got really cool philosophies as well. I don't know if it was quite a mainstream documentary, but they're even to the point where, like, they wouldn't even want to travel to another planet because that's why God put it so far away, because we weren't meant to go there. And sentient beings, we don't kill on even plants because they're who are we to kill them off and disturb them because they're living, breathing entities. So if you want to look at it from that perspective, they're never gonna, not one stage ever gonna think that getting rid of your child is nowhere near morally right. And let's be honest, they're right. They're way more right than us. And when we call them savages, that's another story. I don't want to go too far off the track, but.
No, I think you made a fair point. A lot of the indigenous tribes, even like the Aboriginals over in called Australia now, which is not its original name, but they had similar philosophies. You'll find a lot of the indigenous tribes, but particular ones that have been not as interfered with by the so-called, I call them the Cabal cult, and they're kept a resemblance of themselves. They tend to have what you've talked about, King Cole, that kind of where they've got that side where they don't harm X, Y, Z, and the value of life is placed. And this is what Lady Divine was on about when the whole community, when a life is the whole community are part of the child's life, not just the immediate family, mum, dad, brothers and sisters, but that the whole community value the child, and it's the child's part of the whole community, not just the immediate family. In those kind of communities, do you know what I mean? Everybody's got a responsibility, and in the community to that child, no matter which family they come from. So their concepts of how they have their communities is much more advanced And this is what I'm saying in terms of you, Lady Divine was well, I know about the decay of society with Lady Divine, and we need to get back to how the indigenous tribes live, because that's what we used to be like before all this Western nonsense. We were more of a family units and community together, and we need to get back to more of that, and get back to those kind of moral standings, so to speak. So I'm with you on that front, because the indigenous tribes have managed to keep that side of themselves still intact, and they still live like that to this day. And so they're not having the kind of questions of abortion, stuff like that. That don't even go on. Yeah, King Gold, you're right. That don't even go on in their communities. That's not even questioned. It's just, you know what I mean? You have a child, and that's it. It's just part of the communities. Abortion's not even a thought. You know what I mean, King Gold? So you're spot on with that.
Definitely.
Yeah. Hey, Lady, can you not hear me?
Yeah, James.
Yeah, we can hear you there? Yo, Lady, you there?
Yeah, I'm hearing you, James. Yeah.
Yeah, what are you saying? You believe in a soul, yeah?
Of course I believe in a soul. What do you mean?
So you're theist, yeah?
What's that mean? I don't know the word, you know. I'm not even gonna lie.
Like, you believe in God and that? You believe in God and all that?
Of course I believe in a higher power.
What? No, I know why you've been hating on
what
the
is
man
the
of them.
shocker?
Okay.
Like, I don't understand this, and that's why I get confused when people say atheist. I'm like, me? I'm far from an atheist.
Okay,
I just
you know what it is? I didn't know, but now I know. Like, now I get why you want to like marry odds and all that stuff. Because
see, here he goes. You know what? You're
no,
here.
sorry. I'm saying, but you're actually religious though.
If that's your concept of being religious, okay, then cool. But what book and Bible and all of that? What do I subscribe to though?
I don't know.
You can't have it both ways. I can't be an Islamophobe. I can't be anti-religion, and I can't be an atheist. I can't be all of these things all encompassing of one.
Who calls you an Who calls you an Islamophobe?
Oh, I've been getting that for the longest. But anyway, go on.
Oh no, I remember because you used to say Taliban or something. Rest was in the
I hate you know.
Yeah, but to be honest, I feel like you only used to do that for rest. I feel like other Muslims, you showed them love still.
Exactly, so I don't understand it. I don't get
that was because you had your little beef at the time. But what was I gonna say to you? Yeah, fucking. All right, say no more. It makes sense then, because I was thinking, brother, you just trying to win this abortion argument talking about soul. I thought you was a real one as well, but yeah, it's not.
But James, I've always been consistent, always, and I've always said, listen, I don't subscribe to religion, but I do believe in a higher power, whether you want to call it energy, most high, whatever you want to call it. That, yes, I surely do, and I don't hold my head down in saying that. But I just don't subscribe to any form of religion. Like, I don't go to a church or a mosque or a temple or none of that. I just don't do none of that. But you can't tell me that we're not here for a purpose. You can't tell me that we don't have souls. You can't tell me that this is it. There's nothing more to life after this. No.
Hey, Lady D.
Yeah.
There's nothing more to life after this.
Shut up, James. You're done out here. You're done out here.
Yeah, no, fair enough, man. Man. Yeah, I don't think it's murder, innit? I don't think abortion's murder. Yeah, if it's wrong, if it's wrong, I guess, maybe there's a case like the morality of it. I'm not too. I think it's a for me personally, it's a case by case basis, isn't it? So probably there's some instances where it is wrong. Some people where the people should have been responsible. But then, is it a punishment to the woman who was irresponsible or to the baby by forcing a woman who doesn't want to have a baby to have it? Who actually gets punished in that scenario? Because I would argue at the very least it's both of them. But if we're being honest, it's probably more likely to be the baby that gets punished more. So it's an interest, if indeed you've highlighted an actual
punishment is subjective. Life is breath, man.
But what does that mean? I'm saying if a woman doesn't want to have a child, yeah, and if you say, you know what, you made a mistake in having your child, being irresponsible, with your promiscuity or whatever, then as a punishment, you will not be allowed to abort the child. You're forced to keep the child. Is that a punishment for the woman more or for the child that she is yet to bear? Like, who is that an actual punishment for more, in your opinion?
I don't think bringing a child into the world could ever be a punishment for the child or the woman at any given circumstance. So, yeah, unless your child was debilitated to the point where it just have no life at all, but that's very small circumstances. So it shouldn't really be applied. It couldn't be a talking factor, but it's not. It's a small percentage. But yeah, I'd say it's worse for the kid. It's worse for the kid. But I mean, there would never be a time where a woman should be bought in her kid because she's got enough money. She ain't got enough money, or she's not in the right circumstance. She's
Why?
not.
Why not?
No, that's our insanity as a collective.
Why?
It's just a sickness in the West.
Why?
Because ultimately, you shouldn't potential life you're cutting off, and destiny and all the rest of the things that come with it is more
Do you
significant.
think putting down a dog, yeah, you know, if you can't care for a dog, and like obviously, you know, like Battersea and them places, like if they don't have enough, so like, you know, I think it's like Battersea Dogs Home will take the dog, and then they'll house and feed the dog for a period, but then obviously like it's constantly revolving door around there. So then eventually there's going to be a period where if they can't, like, let's say the dog's relatively young, 4 or 5 years old, they're not going to be able to they can't afford to house this dog and care for this dog for the next decade. So then they'll put the dog, they'll attempt to give the dog up for adoption, and if no one comes and takes the dog, eventually they'll put the dog down. Yeah. Do you think that's wrong as well?
Of course.
What should they do? Should they let the dog roam the street? Like, should they just release it into the wild? What do you think they should do?
Yeah, man, they should. I mean, it would be rehoused. You got to hold on to it till you rehouse it.
So if they can't afford to hold on to it for a decade, should they just release it into the wild?
No, you should. You have to hold. No, what do you mean? Individually. So what about Battersea Dogs Home? There's a Battersea Dogs Home in every country, literally.
I know, and what I'm saying is, so imagine all of them. For example, they can only take. The only reason they're there to take dogs is because people donate to them. The government gives them some kind of grant, and they rehome dogs. It's not as if they're a place where you give money to them and they just keep all the dogs in the world. They rehome the dogs.
Yeah.
So the argument would be, if they cannot afford to rehome the dog and there's nowhere else to give the dog, right? So another dog's home would be a form of rehoming. So let's say they cannot rehome and they cannot afford to, that they've done their accounts and they know that this dog is costing them too much money or whatever, or will do eventually in the future. What do? Do they release the dog into the wild?
No, they don't. And there'd never be a time where there's too many dogs that are unhomed compared to how many people actually want dogs.
But you're not addressing the argument I'm presenting.
Let's
say Battersea Dogs Home have called every other dog's home in London, and they cannot afford to send a dog to another country.
There'll never be not enough funding. That's never be an option. That will never be overpopulated by stray dogs. So because it's just not possible.
Oh, are you dumb? Like, they literally kill dogs that they cannot. Because
they're heartless people.
No, because it's full. Because the place is full.
No.
And there's and if they take in another dog, they may listen to this logic. Listen, hold on. Listen to the issue. No, listen, because I hate people that argue immaturely. The argument is there may be another dog that they cannot accept that will end up being euthanized because they couldn't accept him. But there is a dog who has had a chance to be rehomed. The dog is either violent or for whatever reason is unattractive, or too shy, whatever, They cannot they've given that dog a shot, and that dog unfortunately hasn't succeeded in his shot, And there's another dog that's not going to get a shot. Now you've got a straight an option between either of these two dogs being put down. Isn't it more fair that the one that hasn't had a chance to be rehomed, he gets his chance to be rehomed, and the one that has had a chance and lost it, unfortunately, and this is the question, should he be euthanized or set free and released into the wild?
It's coming from someone who's actually had pit bulls, growing up with loads of different pit bulls, and understand what it is to have a dog.
Well, I'm a dog owner as well. I'm asking you a question. Just answer the question, bro. Like, Jesus Christ.
The question is just basic, mate. It's basic. At the end of the day, at the end of the day, new kennels can be opened up.
Bruv, there's no money. Money's not being miracled for this fucking dog. What should they do? What should they do? I'm asking you, what should they do?
Point of answering a hypothetical question just to make your point relevant. Stop it, bro.
Bruv, what should they do? What should they do?
They should open more. It doesn't matter, bro. How you?
No, a big man thing. I'm gonna give you one more chance. Yeah. Should they set the dog free into the wild, or should they euthanize him? Which is what they have that option.
There's more than that. There's more than options. Why the fuck are you trying to put me into a corner when they're
there's not. No, I'm saying what should they do? So they've tried every single person that they could have. They tried to get funding. It's all gone. So now they have two options. One is just set the dog free. Yeah, which is I imagine would be illegal, right, for them to do that.
Yeah.
Hold on. I imagine for them it would be illegal for them to do that, or it would be against their sort of ethics or codes of practice. But I mean, they still could conceivably do that. Or B, they kill the dog, which is actually what they do. That is what they actually do. But which one do you think, in given those two options, what would you have selected had you been the head of Battersea Dog Show?
What one would I have selected being? And now I'm going to answer the obvious, which is euthanasia. Now, what are you going to say to that?
Well, there you have it then, isn't it? That's why society legalizes abortions. That's your answer in a nutshell. They cannot afford to have women willy-nilly having kids. Then the women give the kids up for adoption because they can't take care of the kids, or social services has to come because these women are abusing their children because they never wanted them in the first place. And then eventually society is overrun with children. There's not enough adoption families. There's not enough care homes. There's not enough money to facilitate it. The population grows at an exponential rate. So all of the services that we now, like people are complaining about immigrants. Imagine if every fucking, I was about to say slut, every young girl or woman that is promiscuous ends up having children. And every time they have a child, they end up
Whoa. James, that's not true. Hold on.
That's the logic of why you legalize abortion. But
no, hold on. Calm down. Let me just get my point out quickly.
One thing, I'm gonna let you
go back to the 40s though. Let's
hold on. Can I just finish with Kingo?
Okay.
Just real quick. You've answered it yourself. If you were a legislator, this would be the reason why you legalized abortion, and you answered it. You're on your own. You came to your own conclusion and understood that. Given these circumstances, this is the option I would select.
It's an obvious fucking answer. But ultimately, that's based on the fucking narrow-mindedness of retards that want to make legislation and create this environment. What the fuck? Who would be walking around allowing a law for people just to willingly have kids and for them to go into a place called care, which is what you're talking about in dog home being, and then they're not being able to be rehomed? Because of
but that's a lie. I think I don't fall for it. Let me just jump in. That's a lie. That's a lie. Hold on. Let's go back to the 30s and 40s. This country right here called the Great Britain, UK, London, wherever the hell you want to call it. Yeah. This place right here in the 40s, it was illegal to have an abortion. Up until the 40s, well, maybe the 50s, it kind of became legal. But okay, it was illegal. What were they doing before then, James? What they were doing was taking these young mums and these teen mums and all that and putting them into these nunneries, yeah, and adopting these kids. That was never an issue of rehoming children. That was never been an issue not in this country anyway. So I don't know why you're trying to say now that, having the reason why they legalized abortion. No, because it was illegal not that long ago.
It's far more densely populated, number one. Women and men are far more promiscuous than they are now. There is the nuclear family or sort of conservative values are far less adhered to now. Like there is many reasons why it's a far more extreme proposition to allow for every single woman to have a child to give her child up to adoption. Obvious that is an extreme proposition in itself. Not every woman is going to give her child up for adoption. If every single woman that had an abortion in the past 25 years, if every single one of those women had ended up having a child and as a result had ended up giving that child up for adoption, I'm not saying they would have, but this is all of these prognosticators and these forecasters. These are the kind of sort of extreme predictions that they must what's the word for, like account for, yeah, or prepare for, if you like, yeah. If that were to be the case, what do you think would have happened to the economy? Now, I'm aware they do print magic money in this country, much like every other, super or supranational country in the world. Yeah. But having said all of that, even accounting for that, what would happen to the economy if in that 25-year period, every single woman that had an abortion had decided to give her child up for adoption? This is the option that someone has to make. So if you're the person that has to bite the bullet, and you're like, listen, we're gonna create a generation of, I was about to say bastards. What's the word I'm looking for? Of orphans, if you like, yeah, or 2 generations of orphans, or we legalize abortions and we try to advise it as the sort of last measure. Then I imagine that's the logical decision for that person, in charge of making that kind of a decision would have selected the latter, innit?
So look, James.
Okay, but here's the problem with James's
I
argument.
think you would agree with me as well. To be honest.
Can I just say something?
Yeah,
Based
go
on
on.
so you don't get misinterpreted. All of this is what you're saying is based on the current climate that we are in, which is the reason why these harsh decisions have to be made. But in a good, perfect world, you wouldn't have this anywhere near this thinking. Yeah, it's only due down to the fact that we're in a harsh environment, and it's quite there's many reasons why a woman would have to put her child into externally into care. But within an ideal world, you wouldn't have the same stance on abortion because there'd be less reason to have an abortion. So you would probably have more laws that would actually stop people from being able to give their child away and have abortions. Am I right in saying that?
Oh, boy, you talking about a perfect world? I don't understand.
Not a perfect world, but a world where women aren't faced with the decision of their, getting a stable job, or having a kid and going on benefits if they haven't had a great gone through school with flying colours and just somehow got into a good job. Does that make sense? So
Yeah,
in
I'm
a
confused
different
now.
world where there's more money available for the average person, and it was a bit more financially secure world for everybody, which will allow you to have more kids, and there was more opportunity for better medical health and more ability for have land and whatnot, so you can have more kids. This stance is only based on what current climate we are in now. That's why abortion would only be rendered useful, because ultimately it's just population control anyway.
No, but Kingo, you're missing the point. I'll have to stick on England because this is where we are, and this is the experience and the history we know of. Yeah, so let's just stick off English history. So we know that when they legalized abortions in the UK, the reason why we're doing it is because a lot of backstreet abortions were happening, and mothers were finding like dead, operating. They used to do backstreet operating abortions on tables and unsanitized plate, and it became a pandemic where women were having paying their how much ever 10 shillings or whatever the hell it would have been at the time to have these backstreet abortions. Now also remember, when they first brought in the contraception pill in the UK, that was a no. It was heavily Catholic Christian country, and the popes, the bishop, all of these people were all against it. No, it's basically like having an abortion. That was heavily protested, and it was a scandal. So when James is now coming up talking about the reason why they done, that was not the reason. The reason why it was taken, the only reason why abortions became legal is because too many unpracticed and too much deaths were happening from women doing it behind like back streets and in dirty slums and stuff like that. That's the main reason, James. Like, let's stay correct and on history here.
The question is, right, is the West really that bad for doing this? But was this a practice that was done in Africa just in a different way of, taking a particular, plant matter or something, you know what I mean? They must have taken something to induce, obviously, an abortion naturally. I don't know if this is something that's always been done, but I definitely know it's not done to the same degree as it is in the UK or in the Western world, which is obviously where we're talking about the morality of the Western world as a whole. But yeah,
Yeah, boy, innit? I don't know, man. To be honest, I know fuck all about abortion, really, bro. I just like to probe people idea when I just like to probe people's ideas when they come with these firm stances on things that I'm not sure that they necessarily understand, or when they make preposterous equivalences like it's the same as murder. It's the same as murdering a fucking human being, like, you know, post birth.
No, I get the fact that you make the argument to have the conversation and whatever, but James, we've got to like stay with the facts, and it kind of ties into the title of the show about, you know, why are religious countries doing all this immorality and whatever. And I guess that will go to the point I was making, whereas England at that time was very heavily, I think it was mainly Catholic, really, that was
No, Church of England.
Church of England then, that was mainly being practiced at that time. And one of the Christian sections, I don't know. Anyway, it was being heavily practiced, and even the church was so against, you know, even having the morning after pill, and the contraception pill alone was a scandal, much less legalizing abortion. So when we're talking about morality and the law of the land, and then we're talking about the religious part of the land, whereas the religion that's being practiced, they don't go hand in hand, because the law will say, okay, well, we've got to do this because this is the outcome of all these, you know, mothers are dying, doing these uncleansy abortions and whatever. But the religion will tell them that it's unholy and it's against God to have an abortion. So which one are you working with, the law or are you working with the religion? And that's why the two don't mix.
Yeah. Boy.
You know what, right? When you take it back, this was created as eugenics. What was the main goal of that woman? She wanted to be able to control the population, and predominantly, this is because this could be propaganda, but it was predominantly the black seed in the West. So just based on that, fuck it.
Why do you
pile up upon that thing there?
Hey, Lady, why do you believe in God?
Why don't you believe in God?
I have no reason to.
And I have a reason to. I got life.
What's that?
I told you I got life.
What do you mean you got life? What's life?
Would you okay, so James, when you think about life, as you're talking about, you know, abortions, forget the abortion part, you just talk about you as a human yourself right here, right now.
Yeah.
You just see it as though your mother and your father and they gave you, and then they got from their mother. But where did it all start from? Like, what is your stance on where did the human race, I guess, start from?
They evolved.
Hold on, are you one of those Big Bang people?
What that even means, to be honest.
I don't know neither. That's why I'm asking. Are you one of them?
You said that's what she said. That literally is what she said, though.
I don't know though. I don't know. What is the Big Bang people? Them Big Bang. There's a Big Bang in life.
Where's the Big Bang boy?
Where's the Big Bang people? We want to talk to those.
Can I ask a question? Like, it's quite a deep chat, and I have to fly out in like a couple of seconds.
Go on.
But are you one of those people that, like, see if I was talking about you and I said she said something, would you get upset about that?
James, you do it to me all the damn time.
No,
so what do you mean?
No, but as in, like, if I said, like, if I'm like around you and I'm like, she told you to do that, would you be like, my name is Lady D?
It depends if you're directly referring to me or you're referring to somebody else.
No,
you're referring to me to somebody else. Sorry, yeah.
Huh? So if I said she, you'd be upset.
No. Hold on. If you're talking, say if you're talking to a king, like a kingo just did it literally. Did you hear me get upset? He said what she said. Did you hear me get upset?
That's why. Oh no, but a lot of women get upset by that. You know that, innit? They think it's rude.
Why? I'm hearing apparently women get upset by being called female. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you are a female. Why are you upset?
You get so upset. You mean like Chinese?
I don't get it. I don't know.
What are you talking? Who though? Are you talking about Chinese?
Huh?
Who gets upset by being called a female? I don't understand.
No, I'm saying women. I heard that women apparently are getting upset now by being referred to as female. Like I don't get it.
No, as in, if I said this female or something.
Yeah, they'll go and rage.
No, that is kind of rude though.
How? You're a female.
No, because you got a fucking name, innit?
I'll get mad if you call me a flipping male. Now,
if you say she, if you refer to someone as a pronoun, yeah. But if you say if you say female, it kind of removes the personality of the individual. It's just like she's
Not
just a
necessarily, James.
biological.
You were literally going to say slags. Now that would offend me. But you were literally going to use the word
Yeah, did I?
slags to refer to women. But you
No,
want us to get mad over the word female.
no.
Like,
I was gonna
make
say
it
slut,
make sense.
but did
Make
I
it
say it?
make
Though?
sense.
But did I
No,
say
but I'm saying you did stop and correct yourself, but I'm saying you were keyword, literally going to refer to women as slags. That would have
To be
pissed
honest,
me off.
you know, I've noticed about
But
your
you want me to
personality.
get
Yeah?
mad at the word
You know,
female.
you know what I've noticed about your personality.
Yeah.
You like being spoken down to. Be honest, like in your personal life.
You're a dickhead, I swear.
No, not in a bad way. Like not regular life, but like you like affectionately being spoken down to. And
You're dumb, you know, I swear down. Like,
like,
how did you even
be
come
honest,
to that
be honest, be honest. You own a pair of handcuffs. Be honest.
Okay, James, whatever.
Do you know why I say that though?
Why? Because I don't get mad at the word female.
No, because I'm really polite to you, yeah, and you're like really, like you always like you're rude to me, yeah. But
Yeah,
then
but of
people
course
that
I'm
are
gonna be
rude to
rude
you,
to
hold
you
on.
because you like it.
No, but
You
people
love
that are
it.
rude to you. No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't mind being spoken.
You and Khan, you both love it. That's why I do it to the
Ah,
most. Do
don't.
it to
Why
the
does people
most.
keep comparing me to that guy? Listen, yeah.
Do it to both
Listen,
of
yeah.
you.
No, listen. But you like that, and
James,
and you do
stop
this like
projecting onto
feminine shit.
me just because I do it to you. Don't project onto me.
No, but
Don't
I
do
see it. Like I remember the other day when like of everyone that was telling you shut up and all of that, I was just the one being polite, telling you I loved you, and you was just shitting on me.
You know why, James? Because this is what the bit that you forgot to mention that day there. But I'm glad you brought it up again so I can put you on blast. Only a few days before that, James was on the panel. I wasn't even a part of the panel. I was in the chat minding my own damn business, enjoying the show and the madness on display. James literally got mad at the brothers on the panel talking about, F all of you lot. F all of you lot. I don't give a damn about none of you lot. And then he jumped off the panel and ran, yeah?
Yeah, obviously
Then
I
he wants
didn't
to
mean
come
you,
back.
innit?
Then he wants to come back 3 days later and talk about, oh, Lady D, I love you.
No,
Listen,
when I
fool,
said
do you hate us or do you, or is it F us
Who
or is
was
it
on
you
the
I
panel?
love
No, but
you?
who was on the panel that day?
I can't remember.
Guy,
It's funny.
that weird guy, IC3, who's El Rondo. Like I said, fuck you. Like man said, oh, you're being rude to IC3. I was like, but fuck all of you, bro. You think I like any of you niggas? Like, oh sorry, any of you people. I don't like you lot. But I didn't even remember. Like, obviously, I wasn't talking about you.
You was talking about all. You said I don't care about none of you people. I was
Yeah,
in the
but I
chat
didn't. You
listening,
know
so
what
I
it is
took
because
that
you're such.
personally.
Hey, you know what it
So
is
when
because
I
you're
come
such.
back at you now,
Yeah,
I've got to get you
listen.
back.
Because you're such a dainty little innocent flower. Yeah, I didn't even notice you were there. I just was looking at all the big ugly men that were there. And you're just small. You're just so small and effeminate, and you were just there, and I didn't notice you. I looked right over you. Do you know
You
what I
hear
mean?
these violations going on, King? Are you hearing
No,
this?
like in a good way. Like that's what should.
Okay, you're hearing this, yeah? This guy, this is the same guy that will tell us, oh, F all of you lot. I don't care about none of you people. Like, blatantly, tell us to our face in that. And then come back the next day talking about, or a couple of days later talking about, yeah, I got love for you. I love you, even if you hate me. But hold on, you hated me a couple of days ago. What happened to
No, I've never. No, but I'm saying that. But look, did I say your name?
No, but like you said, I took that on. Like,
And you
when
know
you
what
said
else? Yeah,
all of
you know what's
you,
funny?
that was
Can I just
including
remember?
me.
Do
You
you
said
remember when?
all of
Do you remember
you.
when? Hold on. Do you remember when everyone was doing up, devil this and devil that? And I remember I went on Raspik show, and I remember because I think you heard it. And Raspik was
No.
you was being rude about him, and he was being rude about you, and he was giving me all the things that you've done in the past that made you a bad person. He did the same thing with Zabida as well, and he was
Who
like,
hasn't he done it with? What's new?
yeah.
Go on.
No, and I said the same thing I said about Zabida, I said about you. So I'm like, bro, I got love for Lady D. I don't know, but like you man think I respect you, got beef, you're probably justified in not liking her. No problem. I don't dislike her. You get me? And so every single time I've never been onto you aside from being onto you.
Who's this nice James Jones? I don't understand who this
James said F
Jones
us,
is
sis.
right here.
Sis,
What?
he said F us all. Yeah,
I
so we're gonna
didn't
take it
know.
personal.
You're bugging.
Take it personal, sis.
You're
He
bugging.
gets
You're
a bit
bugging.
emotional sometimes, man. He gets a little bit emotional sometimes.
I'm not. I'm just telling Lady D, yeah.
I'm messing with you, James.
How she's treated me, I know that she likes to be trying to say this respectfully, like she she likes it. She likes it. She likes a bit of rough.
Oh, is it? How would you know, James? Are you
She
going to be the
likes
one to give
the
me this
rough
bit of
talking,
rough?
huh?
Yeah, he's going to
She
give
likes
me
the
the
rough
rough, sis.
talking.
No,
He's going
I'm
to give
not.
me.
Oh, I can't give you that. I can't give you that. I'm sorry. I'm not. I can actually. I actually can't. I cannot. I cannot give. That's not a service that I provide.
James, what service do you provide apart from running your mouth online? Like, let us
I
know.
provide. I
I
provide.
want to subscribe to one of your
James
services.
I
is
Which
provide.
one?
James is a
provide.
personal trainer.
I provide snuggles and cuddles
Yeah, right.
and rom-coms.
No, James provides roasting.
If I was like a,
Okay, I'm going to subscribe to the
He will.
cuddles and the thing service.
oh,
How do I subscribe?
if I was a food, yeah. If I was a food, I would be. If I was a food, I would be candy floss, and if I was a drink, I'd be hot chocolate.
That's so sweet.
He said hot chocolate. You said I said it right. I said it like my UK hot chocolate.
No, that was horrible.
That was good.
Say it again. Say it again. What was that?
Hot chocolate. Hot.
No.
It's hot. It's
Well,
not
is it
hot.
true that women
The hot is alright. The hot is alright, you know.
Is it true that women are impressed
No,
by
we say hot. You say hot.
No, okay, you fucked it. You was so close to having at least one of the words, and you just fucked it.
Quickly, Melanated, can you just help me kill James's last faith in the black woman, yeah, and just tell him that you believe in a soul, please, sis. Let him know openly.
Oh yeah, I put that in the chat. So like, okay, I don't really understand like the whole, like if it really is a soul, but I'm definitely on the spiritual side. I'm not an atheist or anything like that. So like, yeah.
Listen, I heard women are impressed with a man that can take their bra off with one hand.
He's talking about Joey from Friends.
It's Okingo Go talking
I
about.
don't
He's
know.
talking about Joey from Friends.
We went from soul to
Right,
good robing.
Yeah,
Like,
you know what?
what?
To be honest with you, Mel and Lady D, you're really lucky, yeah, because I'm just waiting for a phone call and I need to bounce. So I don't
You're
have time.
lucky Nanifa ain't here to tell you she believes in a soul too.
I
Now
don't
your
have
dog's
time.
really
Mm-hmm.
done.
Don't think I. You know what? That's you know, like that's the only rough you could ever get from me. The only rough and tumble you could get, Lady D. Like if you.
I'm actually upset.
Like,
I want more.
if
I'm
we
actually
went out,
upset.
if we went out on a date and you were like, this guy's way too soft for me, and then you just brought up soul, like 10 minutes later, you'd be like, yeah, he's the one. He's the one.
This guy's an idiot, you know.
I just be destroying all the faith you had in fucking Allah.
Okay, so okay, what about if a person, instead of using the word soul, they said your energy? You vibe with that?
Shaka's here as well. You know, I guarantee you, watch when I leave here, Shaka's gonna be like, yo, this is what I think about the soul, because he knows.
We're within the realms of the oneness
I hope
of the
Shakara
spiritual
comes and done your
entity.
dance. Shakara, please tell
That
me
is
you're there right
in the
now.
know, you know.
There we go. There we
Because
go.
the spiritual oneness was manifest within the realms of oneness, in the interconnected of the universe. You know.
And them Ross Club things there. Yeah, that's still more brother.
Like, listen, that's lyrics right there. What he's doing, he's flirting. That's how Shakira flirts. You know what I'm saying?
Who's he doing it with?
I wasn't saying he was literally flirting. I'm saying that's
sorry.
the lyrics. That's what you say. You know, Empress.
No,
you
yeah,
know,
y'all
last
don't be
night,
clapping things. Yeah, they be clapping things like that. I'm not gonna lie, still.
last night in meditation, you know, when I was speaking to the ancestors, you know, I made some affirmations and I just felt like, you know, I manifested you. You feel me? That's that shit right there. You know what I'm saying?
Manifest is a deeper euphemism, isn't it? That is that is bare applications and all of them things there. Like, I think we should manifest together. we should find
until you actually manifest. And then you be like, wow, this shit is scary.
Is it? I mean,
Yeah,
for Lady
man.
D,
Shakira, can you fix James please on the concept of the soul?
Hey,
Because he's gonna try and
listen,
run. But get
hey,
him, please, Shakira.
hey, listen, Melanie, for Lady D, yeah, manifesting is really rough.
Oh wow, I'm offended
It's not
now.
rough.
I am offended now.
It's not rough.
Leave
her alone with this
listen,
roughness.
she manifests with fucking whips, chains, all type of shit. She manifests crazy, bro.
What's wrong with beats? A little bit of BDSM, like just chill, man. You'll get there in the end. You'll
Trust
get there in
me.
the end.
Tell them. Lady D's speaking right now from her dungeon. Tell them. She's got.
Get his Shaka now. He's trying to divert this to me. Don't let it slide, Shakira.
She got a 6'5" Asian brother tied up on a crucifix, right?
Oh shit! Now that's racist. Now, James. That's racist.
I took it far, boy.
Yo, hey, Shaka, my brother, my brother, big man thing, yeah. Can you? Because I'm gonna have to leave, so you can't school me on the soul, and I know you will. But you know what you can do? Can you read that excerpt of message to the people about why it would probably be wrong for one of our beautiful black sisters to be one of your beautiful black sisters, to be married to an Asian Muslim man? Could you read it? Because obviously the Prophet wouldn't necessarily condone that kind of a union, innit?
This guy travels already. Maybe I find
it.
it.
He done took it to Marcus Garvey.
Yeah, don't fall
he
for
done
it.
Took it to Marcus Garvey. Sis, he done took it to Marcus Garvey. He want Marcus Garvey to just correct you.
I don't mind calling Haile Selassie, or Marcus Garvey a prophet. Just because, it burns. It just burns. I just hear it just subtly burning human beings, and I don't see why. I like those two black prophets. People can suggest some more. I'll be happy to accept them as well.
Well, when I say Malcolm X, I always say peace be upon him.
Yeah, I'll give up brother Malcolm. Do you know what I don't like about Malcolm X? To be honest with you, I hate how people throw him in black people's faces. I mean, mainly from one denomination. I won't say who, but whom. I won't say whom. Yeah, but generally they throw him in black people's faces, or they attribute some sort of concept to, and they reference something he has said which is similar, and then they say, therefore, if you disagree with X, you disagree with Malcolm X. Excuse the pun. And then as a result of that, you're not black or you're a coon. I really dislike that. And it almost makes me dislike Malcolm X when I shouldn't. I should dislike the sort of deviousness of the person. But
you mean like you have to agree with everything that he said, or else you just don't agree with him at all? Is that what you're saying?
But I mean, a general one is like, someone brought up the other day about liberalism or something. Someone was like, well, Malcolm X said liberalism is bad. Therefore, if you're a liberal, you're going against Malcolm X. It's like this is also a man that lived in the 60s. So Malcolm X probably didn't speak favorably about the fucking PlayStation 5, like that, but that doesn't necessarily mean I'm not black because I don't like it. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't know.
But the real question though, is it superior to the PlayStation 2?
Clearly. I mean, clearly. Granted, you can't play Street Fighter Alpha free on it. You know what I mean? Which I guess is a case on it in and on itself. But yes, it is clearly superior to the PlayStation 2, and it's far more superior to the Saudi Arabian Beat Your Wife Station 7, which is which is all the rage in gaming.
Same.
James, you be wildin'. Wildin'.
But yeah, man. I cool. And then quickly before I go as well, hey Shaka, bruv, can I ask you a question? Nobody likes talking to me, yeah, and that is a cross I have to bear. No, listen, I have to bear that. That's my fault, yeah. I'm responsible. You know what I mean? I've created my own hell, my own prison. But why do you think morons? Okay, now that's loaded. You have to agree that they're morons to answer the question. So let's say, why do you think a certain type of people that are hell bent and intent on insulting African culture and African spirituality, why do you think they enjoy talking to you?
No idea, bro.
Can I give you my advice? My opinion?
Go.
Because I feel like you're naturally kind of like a teacher. I don't know if you do it professionally as well, but I feel like that's kind of, you definitely assume that role in most discussions. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Right. I feel like you enjoy attempting to sort of bridge the gap with these people, and the method you use is education, isn't it? Like explaining to them why it's wrong, showing them what they've missed or what they didn't understand or what they're being ignorant about. Yeah. I think. Go on.
Sometimes, yes and no. I'm a conversationalist, so whether like to me, I'm a student before I'm a teacher. So oftentimes I'm in a conversation to learn, even if I'm teaching, about people's perspectives. So that even if I think they're wrong, learning about what they're saying and where they're coming from is, something I can still learn from, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Right. But okay, so let me give you a scenario because I'm gonna have to cut in a sec. Yeah, but the other day when you brought up a point about the Bible and you were talking about, well, where does it say specifically that they're talking about the Israelites? Oh, sorry, if they're talking about the Israelites, why does that concern the Esau's or the Edomites or whoever is enslaving you? They don't have to follow your rules, right?
Yeah.
And you shouldn't hold them to that standard, given that you literally one of your arguments is this is our book for us. It doesn't concern you. You wouldn't understand it, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because I'm so used to your pattern of behavior, I didn't even realize you was about to hit a home run. Like I was like, "Oh, Shaka, man, stop, man," because I thought you was gonna engage them on their stupid fucking ideology, yeah, and like in a positive way, like allow them to explain how great their nonsense was, yeah. But I think the reason for that is because I don't hear you attack niggas enough. But like, if they're coming for man, like, why can't man come for man like that though?
Man could come for man, innit? But it's just my natural disposition. I think you get me. Like, not to say that I can't get rags when I want to get rags, but yeah, it's just my natural disposition.
Well, that's why everybody loves you, and you're the most likely to achieve sainthood in my lifetime. Yeah, but at the same time, from my perspective, yeah, it is frustrating because obviously when I'm opposed to you, it's fun, isn't it? Yeah, because you don't attack me, I can get away with just throwing shots left, right, and center. But when I'm on your team, yeah, it's wrong because like when I'm listening to you and I'm in support of your position, I'm like, but you might as well just up them though. Yesterday they got slapped, yeah, and they don't even know it. They spent the whole day chatting shit to you, and in 2 little exchanges got slapped twice. Madness.
Well, yeah,
right, man.
Well, as well, like as you know, bro, because you did that rhetorical thing for I didn't even start to that course. I might just do it still.
I didn't do any of it,
All right. But you didn't even download the material.
No. So I started the first thing where it was like you write your rhetorical piece. I think they like the first assignment, and I tried a little bit of it. Like I picked the subject, obviously. Funny enough, what we were talking about the other day, supervenience.
Yeah.
I was gonna write an article about I can't be bothered to do it now, so it's not. But essentially, systemic supervenience. So the relationship, for example, is a racist police officer?
Yeah.
Is he representative of an institution? And my argument would have been, yeah, of course he is. Because it allows for it in the same way that every month or every whatever, police take an MDT, like a mandatory drug test.
Yes.
And that's because they do not want drugs in the Metropolitan Police, or they don't want drug addicts to represent the Metropolitan Police.
Yes.
Do they do the exact same? I'm not talking about an annual or what do they call these things? These equality courses or something. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, are they in the same way that there are things that they want to purge from the police? Are they doing that same thing with racism? And I would argue that they're not. So anyway, that was what I was gonna do. But then nigga got long, but I was like, bro, this is long. I ain't getting paid for this.
Yeah, like, no, I hear that still. But what's it cool? But for me, like if you're engaging with somebody, especially like this is not a formal debate, it's a conversation, isn't it? Like trying to convince them of your argument is just null and void. Like you ain't gonna convince that man about what you're saying, in it. So it's I don't even try to do that. You know what I'm saying? Like you get me? So it's just an exchange of ideas for man. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But it benefits you more, I suppose. This is what I thought anyway. It benefits someone like you more because you refine your sort of delivery when it comes to giving like on certain topics and certain information. So that
too.
Yeah, it's like you're not going to do a lesson absolutely destroying the Hebrew Israelite faith in it, so that probably doesn't necessarily benefit you to slap them and they're up. You get me?
Yeah. Like.
All right, big up to the people then. I might check in later if certain ones are about, but big up. You get me, Lady D, I love you.
No, you don't love me. You hate
I'm
us.
melanated, yeah. The second you stop talking this soul bullshit, then you can be my favorite niece again. Yeah?
James,
a hater, I
James,
swear
James, go
now.
get your soul. James, go get your soul right, okay? Do some
He's
meditation and
he needs to get his
align
chakras
your
in line,
chakras,
sis.
James.
Yeah, get the
Yes,
chakras in
align
line.
your
Tell him.
chakras, James. Goodness.
Sis, how could they not believe in the soul? I don't get it. We're women. We're the vessels to give life. Like, what? How could you not? It's mad.
I think they just put other names to it. I think that they just label it something else.
No, sis. Did you not hear them? They blatantly told you they don't believe in that concept of a soul. How could you not, though? Is my question.
Okay, so the thing that drives them, that is their, I don't know.
This is it. So they don't believe there's a meaning to life. You're just here. You do as you do. You go through the motions until you die, and then once you die, that's that. That's their concept of life. That I'm confused on. Then if that's the only purpose to life, then what's the? To me, then people and humans are pointless. In my eyes, I don't know how else to view it.
So you think that you feel like having an understanding of what happens when you die, that's what gives you purpose while you're alive?
No, I'm saying this. If we're just placed that we came out of here from, I don't know, we just magicked ourselves onto planet, and then we go through the motions, and then we die, and then there's nothing at all. It's just done. There's no soul. There's no nothing. Then then will be my question to myself will be, then what will be the purpose of life? There has to be more meaning to life. You don't just drop on the earth as humans, go through the motions every day for how many amount of years, and then dead, and that's that. That to me doesn't make any logical sense. Then what's the point of humans? Why would there be humans? What is the nature of humans, and what are we supposed to do as humans? What's the purpose of our existence here on this earth? Whereas if I speak to a religious person, no matter what religion they're from, and I'll ask them, okay, what do you believe the purpose in life of? Most of them, 9 times out of 10, they will tell you, especially from the Christian, I guess, perspective, they'll probably say to you, that there's a purpose for life. They believe life is a test, or they'll come with something. You're going through the motions, and every test you pass, you get greater rewards. I don't know what Muslims believe, but I know Christians believe that concept of, you're put here and you're on a test and you've got to, I don't know, I'd have to ask a Muslim. I wish there was a Muslim on the panel to see what they believe the concept of life is.
So Shakara, from an African spiritualist perspective, the purpose of the soul is for what?
It's what connects you to the rest of creation. It's basically the animating force, the life-giving force that
okay, no, I asked the wrong question.
Yeah.
What is the purpose for us being here?
To have the physical experience. Just as a part of the natural order. There's no judgment day, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. Life just is. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I was thinking the whole time that Lady Divine was speaking, when she was saying that if there is no
purpose,
like if you just die and nothing happens, then what's the purpose?
I would say that in a sense that the purpose of life is to perpetuate life, and it's to harmonize with life, to sustain life. And these kinds of things. So that's where, like, when we talk about ancestors, like the ancestors are still a contributory factor to their community, if that makes sense. This what I'm saying. There's no final day of judgment. You intend to live a good life on earth so that you can become an ancestor and remain part of the cycle, of life in memory, in that regard. This what I'm saying. So yeah, there's no, fiery furnace, well, burning up forever and ever. You know what I'm saying? Them kind of things there. There's none of that. Judgment is a perpetual thing, that takes place in cycles based upon, these of a cycle. Now that doesn't mean there's no purpose. Like you like a lot of names that, say for example in Yoruba tradition or whatever tradition, actually, they like the name might give you a purpose for your life. You know what I'm saying? So you come to fulfill a purpose.
Okay. But Shakara, a quick question, because you're perfect for this question, like you're speaking on it. So you see, when we talking about the soul, and our bodies are being like the vessel for our soul, like it's just the outside, I guess, contaminant. Yeah. So we see when we do that, when we, as in our tradition anyway, we, when somebody passes or leaves this life here, this physical realm, yeah, we do the 9-night, we do the latte, we do all of those things, and then we make sure we do that in order for the soul to reach the other side. Why do we then do that?
There's various different reasons. And some of them I know, some of them I don't know. But certain things become standard within a particular understanding in it. So, for whatever reason, the 9-night is said to be done because there's some spiritual significance of what the spirit is doing. Yeah, at that 9 days after it passes. And it's about it's about gathering and giving energy to the family as well as the deceased. You know what I'm saying, before burial. And these kinds of things. So there are various different significances, but like numbers like 9 and 7 are often referenced in a lot of African spiritual systems for various different reasons. Some of them I know, some of them I just don't know.
Yeah. I don't know, because I don't know, even growing up as Rasta, I always know that from what I was always being taught from a very little girl, from before I could even talk, like when we do these things, it's in order to because what happens is I don't know if it's a word of mouth, or anyway, how I've heard it is basically it's in order to make sure that we guide the soul to the other side and it doesn't get lost on its way, and it reaches on its destination. So my thing is, when it reaches the other, whatever realm it is it's supposed to reach, whatever, then there has to be something on the other side that the soul is going to, or so to me there is more of a purpose than this life. Hence why when I say there's more to this life, that's what I mean. Growing just
no, I'd agree. I don't think that the material world is all there is. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's the case. But yeah, man also don't claim to have full knowledge of what the immaterial world is either.
Same here. That's why to me it's just a learning thing that I just want to hit everybody else's, because everyone, like I said, everyone has their own perspective. Some may agree, some will disagree and say nope. The heaven and the hell concept will come in and all of that. But my thing is, we all have different, I guess out aspects of what we think or believe to happen, but nobody actually knows, and no one's ever come back and told us this is for sure, this is definite, this is what's on the other side. All we can go by is what I guess our belief or whatever we've been taught has been passed down, and it's probably stayed embedded, or maybe some of it's just fictional. We just don't know.
Estimated guess.
There we go. Estimated guess. But I rather believe in something can stand for something than stand for nothing. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Well, I think that when you have the humility though to embrace the fact that that what you believe in is what you actually believe, and it's not this is a fact. So like telling someone, oh, your soul is going to go to another dimension. We don't know for a fact that's what, like you believe it based off of, whatever, however you acquired that knowledge. And if it resonates with you, or you embrace it and accept it as true, but it's not like your soul, you know this because you had some sort of experience, and like the soul, someone's soul went to another dimension and came back and then told you, like, you see what I'm saying, like how it's just,
yeah.
But some people, it's like they know this for a fact, even though they don't know it for a fact, but they're telling you they know it for a fact. And you can say, well, I believe this to be true, or I embrace this, or I accept this as my truth. And you're using this language that kind of leaves room to understand that this is my belief system, or this is, but it's not, I'm not telling you it's fact, but you don't get that same thing in return.
Yeah, no, I hear that. You know what I'm saying? And for me, like, this is not about trying to convert or prove, you know what I'm saying? Like, to a certain degree. It's an understanding of life and nature. You know what I'm saying? That there is a connectedness within it. And that, you know, that there is like a vital force, you know what I'm saying? And that is that. And then in a sense, because it's nature based, life is like the exploration or investigation and the study of nature itself, you know what I'm saying, and coming to greater understandings about it. But with the appreciation that one is a part of nature and not separate and distinct from it, if that makes sense. I think that's the fundamental thing that a spiritual focus kind of gives me, is a connectedness rather than a detachment from the universe. You know?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? That kind of way there. You know?
Feed the cat, Shakara.
No,
The
it's
cat
not.
talking.
It's not feeding the cat once, you know. I saw him as the cat I look right now.
I always tell people the cat is barking because that cat sounds like it's barking like, yo.
Yeah.
I see Tash in the chat. Come on, Tash, jump on, sis. But yeah, that's public knowledge. I've said it many a times. Yeah, I grew up and come through the Rastafarian thing. So yeah, it probably makes sense to you now. But yeah, I've said it many times. Like everyone knows this.
No, I used to be Christified. Hallelujah, Jesus.
By the way, I might share my screen in a bit, yeah, because I feel like we need to engage in some biology. In terms of some conceptual movements, because.
Oh, please do that, please, Shakara, because that will help. Because we've been arguing that all day, and hopefully, like, I was waiting for someone to come with some visuals and facts. Yeah.
No, I was more talking about the conversation that I was having yesterday. It was very troubling.
Oh my God, I heard that madness, and I was actually traumatized from the chat, and I said, I even begged Nanifa to get off the panel because it was going in circles and nowhere.
Right? No, you know, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just don't understand why men think that we have to position ourselves over women in order to fulfill our manhood. Like it seems to me to be
What happened to the side-by-side business? Like, I don't understand that. I don't
No,
understand why one has to be.
I don't know why, like we get our sense of manhood from the idea that woman is beneath us. Like, you know, it's like, yeah.
But I also think that over time, right? I think that over time, there has been a lot of buy-in on behalf of the women of this structure, because when I was a Christian, that was something that I accepted, you know. So like, I'm not pointing the finger at these other women. I'm saying that it was part of the norm. So anything like you just and it came with the deity, that structure.
Yeah,
right?
no.
So I didn't want to not have the deity. So I just said, oh, I guess this is how it is,
Totally.
And then when you read certain things in the text, and then you saw things that were contrary to it, it was almost as if no one spoke on it. So I didn't see a lot of men treating it as if a woman can't speak, around men. No, I didn't. But no one said, well, why is this in the book? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like nobody challenged that part. Like I had a female pastor. Like we whole in church with women on the pulpit preaching every Sunday. Meanwhile, it definitely speaks about a woman not being able to teach a man.
Yeah. And some pastors are teaching that. So like, there's a pastor called Pastor Gino Jennings. He's all about that, that kind of teaching. Also, though, that the Hebrews they lean into that a lot. Like, you know what I'm saying? You know,
That's fact.
And then
That is fact.
I've also gone to churches where a woman could teach Sunday school, but she couldn't teach a Sunday school where a man was in her Sunday school class. So they were very specific on like when they assigned people to certain classes, because the classes were like they wanted to be no more than like 12, 15 people. And she could have the youth. So if you were beneath a certain age, then it could be either gender. But if once you were, considered not a youth anymore, it was only women. If a woman was teaching the class.
But again, it's just about this whole keeping the woman in her place type mentality. I just find it destructive, and it's a thing where. And sorry, that's not to say that there are no issues in our community in terms of.
Oh, we have plenty. We're not in denial of that. But what we're not going to do is this hierarchy business. That's what we're not going to do.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. I think there's conversation to be had in terms of manhood and what it is, and whether there are or not there are a significant number of sisters who are unable to kind of respect men being men. I think that's a conversation to be had. Like I do think that's a conversation to be had. What's it called? But then at the same time, for me, that conversation starts with, well, to what extent are we manifesting manhood as black men? You know what I'm saying? Like that's where the conversation starts. So like, it don't start with sisters need to respect us. It starts with how much are we respecting ourselves as men and performing certain duties. You know what I'm saying? Collectively, not just me as a man, I'm doing my thing, but my bridges are all on F-rees and I ain't got nothing to say about it. Right? You know what I'm saying? That don't make no sense. That's not a collective standard of manhood, isn't it? You know what I'm saying? So yeah. But beyond that though, like just biology, like it's mad that we live in a world whereby we actually think that we as men are primary in the child rearing process, like biologically. Like
mad.
But
they completely dismiss, especially the Hebrews. They dismiss the whole mitochondrial DNA. I don't understand how that is a new concept to them. How are you going to argue with science? How?
Man, do with science, isn't it? But like it's just obvious like that. But no, it's obviously stupid that when it comes to bringing forth children, that this is an act upon the agency of men doing something to women. That is anyway. It's totally ludicrous to me that that's where we are at the moment. That we feel that life comes from us and we give it to women, and so it starts with us and it begins with us, and that it's a mad thing, fam. Yeah, and so when you say, well, balance, complementarity, it's obvious that a man cannot create a child without a woman, and a woman cannot create a child without a man. That's balance, but somehow we manage to work some patriarchal nonsense into the biology of the human makeup when it comes to bringing forth children. Like, anyway, I don't know, man. It's just confusing.
See, Shakira, this is a prime example of what you're speaking on, literally. Because as you're literally saying, you actually said the words, it's all about balance. The man needs the woman needs the man. Yet Carl seems to think in the chat, you still need the man seed. No one ever said you don't need the man seed. That's literally the madness I'm talking about. No one's ever said you don't need the man seed.
Where is this coming from?
It's crazy that they don't hear it.
So when you have a orientation of interconnectedness, right? When you have an orientation of interdependence, then it doesn't make you a lesser vessel to say that you, in order to execute this thing, you need this other vessel. That doesn't diminish who you are. So by a man saying that this woman is vital to this process of life, and for a woman to say that the man is vital to this process of bringing forth life, neither one is diminished. This whole thing that I have to,
not at all.
Be higher than you. It's just crazy. Like, I don't have to say the man is beneath me and he's a defective thing, and I don't have to do that in order to big me up, because he could have as much sperm as he wants to, and if he's sperm all over the place, it's not no baby coming. It's no baby coming without the womb.
But you know the fact
So
about it is, yeah, as a man, yeah, like like because we all have our primacies in different areas of life, I don't even think it's a diminishment of men to say that when it comes to the childbirthing process, the child conception and birthing process, the woman is primary. I don't think that's even a diminishment of men. Like, it's obvious that women, the process takes place in the woman, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, the thing develops in the woman, and the woman gives birth. So in the context of that, it was nothing for me to make my woman primary in that scenario. Like, that's manly to me. Like, that's what a man does. You know what I'm saying? Like, you look at what I go and you see all the thing affect the woman body, and how, you know, and you listen to her, what she's saying, what she's communicating to you about this process, and you make her primary within that context. It's natural.
I would think there's certain areas that she is happy for you to be primary. She is like, woo-hoo, I ain't got to, you know, go ahead to the front. You know, like, this is you right here. I just don't, I just don't even understand, you know, like when you look at creation, you know, this is why I have issues with it. The ideas around creation, and the fact that he was made first and he was made special. He was actually created by the hand of God, and then God took some, you know, some after parts and then made her like she, you know, like that. All of that plays into the psychology. It plays into the psychology of how they view this person. But if they were to view this woman, their counterpart, as a pair, like just like, you know, two pair of shoes, or you know, when you say shoes, you think of right and left foot. You don't think of one foot. What is that? What is the purpose of having a one foot? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
No, it doesn't, sis.
They
It
go
really
together in order to execute the function of walking. They go together. Your right foot is no more important than your left foot. That's just how it is.
And
Like,
sis, that's exactly why I stand by my holy trinity: the black woman, the black man, and the black child. Period.
That's
That is
why
my trinity.
I don't put women above men, and I don't put men up. We're counterparts. That's the word I use. We are counterparts. We go together.
Yeah, like, if we understand as man them, yeah, like the ways in which the woman them have been systematically degraded, like it should be nothing to us. It should, in fact, we should see it as, we cannot call ourselves men if we are not prepared to respect, protect, and elevate our women. Like, this is a standard of manhood as far as I'm concerned. Like, if we're protectors, how are we leaving our sisters open to being attacked?
Let the church say, Ashe.
I don't know. It just makes no sense. Like, where's the head Hebrew in charge, though? I'm surprised he's not showing up with his foolishness today. Head Hebrew was doing the most last night. Where is he?
The man got the seed. They say we ain't nothing without that seed, boy. That's just hilarious to me. It's just hilarious.
I want Shakarad to do his to share his screen. You know, I'm so waiting for it because I want to see this.
Nah, it's just a little any video that you might watch in like year 8 science class. You know what I'm saying, when you're doing biology, and they're talking about, you know, sperm and egg, and, you know, and all these things. Like we act like, you know, there's a 70-30 split in terms of what the man contributes and what the woman contributes biologically. when it's actually 50-50. Like, quite literally.
But
Chromosomes.
that makes sense. Chromosomes, exactly. Oh, it doesn't even make no sense to even try to have one above the other.
You know what I'm saying?
That math, that 1 and 1 ain't making no 2. That 1 and 1's making 5,000. It don't make no sense.
And then traditionally now, like, if we're gonna go into the cultural route, yeah, like ancient civilizations all across the continent have had woman rulership and leadership like central to the development of nations for time immemorial. Like this whole man thing is a recent, you get me, phenomenon. It's not ancient like that. You know what I'm saying? You know, so I don't know why we're kind of like saying, you know, walk around there for the last 500 years is what we've always been. It's not. Get me?
Yeah, when we were talking about, I think I was in the chat talking about the. No, I think I was on the panel. Was I on the panel when I was talking about the chromosomes splitting and all of that? Oh no, we were talking about. They were saying that because the man is the person who determines the sex of the child, then that makes him more important in the process.
Yeah, I think that's nonsense. I like, and it is true that the man determines the sex of the child. Yeah, that is a fact. But again, that's just, like, I don't know why we're acting like that is like the man consciously decides. Like we know we've got like I don't know what that's supposed to mean in terms of, okay, there are other things that the woman decides. Like, yeah, the woman's big up brings to the party. Do you know what I'm saying? So cool.
Yeah, I mean, it determining the gender of the child still doesn't mean that like he made the life. It's just determining the gender. Yeah.
But sis,
But
that's the wrong thing you're saying, because you're saying the man doesn't determine the sex of the child. The sperm. You think the man can tell the sperm what sex he wants? No,
well,
the
you know what
sperm
I mean.
determines the sex. And this is what I'm saying. They were talking a whole load of crap yesterday, and I was just like, no, I'm dying out here. Because the man cannot determine, like women, we say, oh, we want a boy all day, we don't get to decide. The same way the man can say he wants a boy all day long or he wants a girl all day long. He doesn't get to decide. The sperm determines the sex of the child.
And it was a boy still, you know.
Wait, say that again.
Whatever,
say that again,
but we don't get to decide.
I think I was having a boy and it was a boy still, you know what I'm saying? But to be honest, that wasn't really a choice. I wasn't really concerned with what I got first.
There we go. The sperm determines it. Like, you don't get to decide. And the egg is what it is, a female egg.
Yeah. Yes, it's yeah. But like Melanie was saying, I think it comes from the God concept. I think there's a manly God concept that privileges maleness and masculinity over womanhood and femininity, and I think that informs how we choose to want to relate to our women. And I think it's time to dash it with, personally. And I think that all the things that we want to be as men is not affected by the elevation of our women to their rightful positions. Like, if being a man again is like, means that you have to have women underneath you, I don't know what kind of standard of manhood that is.
Like the whole discussion that we had about the gender of God. Oh my goodness. And it was like, well, the book says he, so I'm gonna go with his he. And I was like, do you hear that logic? Like, what gender do you think the people were who wrote it? Literally penned it?
Definitely. My second mother said something to me when I was a child. Yeah, that really blew my mind. Like in that sense, she said, it will be an amazing thing that if when we conceptualize the Creator as women, the image of an African woman came to our minds. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, I thought that was crazy because I couldn't imagine that too many places where you would see that. You know what I'm saying? And as well, like the terminologies are important because, like, no matter how I try it, if I say God, yeah, like there's a dominant image that comes to my conceptualization. That's different to if I use words in like African languages. Like if I don't, that same conceptualization doesn't come to my head. That's what I'm saying. Like no matter what way you look at it, yeah, even if you think Jesus is black, when you say Jesus, the image of a white man comes to your head.
I think it has a lot to do with how it's like when the concept is introduced to you, right? So like because the concept of Orisha was never introduced as a feminine thing, because I know like in a lot of languages, because it ends in an A, that automatically is like in Spanish, that's automatically like a feminine word, right? But I don't think of, when I think of Orisha, I don't think of woman like only like Oya and Oshun or something, like, you know what I mean? Like it just, that doesn't pop into my mind. Like to me, it's not gender neutral, but encompassing
both genders. Yeah, no, definitely.
Both. Yeah, that automatically pops into my mind.
Definitely.
You know.
Definitely. But when you learn the language, it becomes more explicit as well. Like Oludumare, which is the name for the Supreme Creator in like Yoruba, brings into consideration masculine and feminine principles. Odu means womb, literally means womb. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, Odu. All is relates to possession or ownership, custodianship, and then Mare has a masculine connotation because it relates to expansive light and them kind of things there, you know. So you see that like in the Ewe culture, like the name is Mawu Lisa or Mawu Lisa Sebo. Mawu is feminine, Lisa is masculine, and Sebo is like the unseen element. You know what I'm saying? Of the creator. So even in the languages, like our ancient languages, or even our more recent languages, the concept of masculine and feminine balance in the creator is exemplified just through terminology, oftentimes.
And I think that that's beautiful. Like when you think of creator, and then someone says, well, the creator has masculine and feminine principles. That would make sense. Masculine and feminine come together to create. And people usually would think feminine and feminine, oh, they can't create. Masculine and masculine, well, they can't create. But somehow, you know, in application, there is this only a man creating, or a man and his accomplices, you know, the Holy Spirit and his son, they're all creating together. Like somehow that makes lots of logic. I'm truly grateful for having a different understanding now. Sometimes I'll be like, what the heck was I on? You know what I'm saying? I was like, yes, the man is above me. Because God said so. The man is above me.
Can I ask a question on that point, Melanie? You see, having discarded that conceptualization, has it affected how you perceive men in terms of their role or responsibility? Like has it diminished kind of the standard that you see men or manhood in?
No, because I still see them, you know, like they still have like a standard. There's still definitely a standard. It hasn't reduced or diminished any. I think it's more so I think it has a lot to do with how I fit into that picture, my view of how I fit into it, how truly recognizing myself as a complementary element to a union. you know. And so, see, it's a difference between being a supportive aspect to a union and a complementary aspect to a union. Do you see what I'm saying? And I think that that viewpoint kind of changed. Wanting to, having more of a desire to cultivate more and more attributes and skills to bring to the union, as opposed to supporting what's already there, and that only being my purpose. You know, I sometimes I think of the story of Asar and Osset, right? And I think to myself, Osset must have had, she must have had very similar abilities that she brought to the table for Asar to feel like, I am leaving and going out on my journey, and you are ruling over the kingdom. He didn't leave his brother Set to do it. You feel me? And he had that confidence in his counterpart, not his supportive side something, you know, little addition. She was created simultaneously with him. So yeah, that's that kind of understanding kind of, I guess you could say, like, strengthens or kind of puts it into perspective.
I
like
think
the change.
Can I give my opinion on it?
Sure.
Yeah, with my I don't know, small bit of knowledge in, you know, when it comes to the importance and significance of the woman in you know, in African culture in history, but I know it's way more prominent than it is in the West. What effects have come around because of that? Well, it's quite obvious to see. You could argue with them effects have come around, like homosexuality and, you know, all the other problems you can see. But you could argue that it's come around because of the woman is not given such a more importance, you know, in a social ladder. But I think it's, to be honest with you, it just goes without saying, if you look in nature, there's not an animal on a planet that where the female is not really that important in the all facets of growing, rearing a child, or, you know what I mean. Like, if you look at all different animals, it's predominantly the female actually play more of an important role in most other animals, than a woman would you know, would need it to play. Because if you look at it, like, you can name so many animals, you know, the black widow spider, the female lioness, you know, and near enough every animal I can think of. You can't really name a time when there's a man that has a, you know, a male that has a obvious primary role. So I think it's quite sad to know that when we look at all of the modern day theists and religions and stuff, it's always he and Lord and everything's him, and yeah, and it is a bit. It's almost like it's like they're trying to force it into your head. Like it's like literally like CNN News prime time, but just put in books. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like a repetitive he, like, and it's so obvious that they've tried to make a concerted effort to bring that out of your whole psyche. So what would it be like now if a woman had a more prominent role of importance in, you know, in all aspects of life, even down to spirituality? I think there definitely would be more peace, definitely, goes without saying. but they've made a concerted effort, and I think that's it seems like it's an end of the road for that particular ideology, you could say, or viewpoint, because it's all, and that back to with the homosexuality in Greco-Roman culture, which I see it's not favorable with the children, to say the least.
I'm gonna say it straight. Subjugation of women is a very homosexual characteristic.
My mommy told me that.
Yeah, we can't try and remove it like it's not a relative aspect, or something that comes about, definitely an effect.
Could you elaborate as to why that's homosexual?
I'm saying that because when we look at how patriarchy developed within Greco-Roman society, it developed with the understanding that women were lesser than in everything, including relationships. So relationships between men and other men were seen as superior because they were not sentimental. Yeah, like seen what's it called? Relationships with women were seen as emotional, and in fact, the highest form of love, quote unquote, in Greek society was apparently the love of a adult male to a younger male. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So these are societies that subjugated women and diminished the role or the even the physical characteristics, you know what I'm saying, of women and womanhood. And they were notoriously, maybe even to the extent of majority, homosexual.
One second, guys. Veli, if you're listening, apparently there's people in the back.
My mommy.
I thought the highest form of the love wasn't like agape. What is agape love?
So there's been a debate around that before, but
that's what they used to say in church. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why.
Yeah. So I think some people Christianized it afterwards, but it would be true to say that like if you read like Plato and them kind of things, there he talks about the love of a young boy, like that's a phrase that's used in Plato translation. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, these Greco-Roman societies, they had this heavy kind of male to male sexual kind of inclination among them.
Do you believe the cherub story as well, with the cherubs and how that came around?
What cherub story?
The cherub where the child with the bow and arrow, and why it was a child and stuff, and why
I don't know the story in depth, but I have heard things regarding it.
Yeah. I think just based on our collective acknowledgement of what would be acceptable. I mean, these days, a naked child with a bow and arrow in relation to anything to do with love and relationships on an adult level is probably morally wrong, we could say, at this stage. I think the relevance that's got is a little bit. I think it's the same sort of time period, but it's definitely something where if the woman was so more prominent in what we know today as Christianity, because that's what governs the UK at the moment, it would be complete different. I think it would be very different the way people look on the female and the feminine aspect of society. I just think there's so many stroppy boys now, probably from it, and I don't think it would change anytime soon. But that's from what I've seen, they've allowed homosexuality to gay people to marry and stuff. So I don't think I could see it probably going the other way, where they're going to introduce more of the feminine aspect to the down to the word and the book. So I can't really foresee that happening, which is you know, which I'd say probably I could see more benefits coming from introducing the feminine aspect than not. You know, definitely, because at the moment, you know, people aren't respecting the female in their house. I can imagine. I can't imagine it's got any better. Only just, you know, they're allowed to by the law allowed to vote now, and I've got other things are catching up now, like equal pay. So, but generally on the whole, you know, I think generally I don't think it's really such a big issue, you know, of the woman having, you know, being respected in how I think to every culture to a degree has a woman in
They have stopped.
an adequate amount of respect. But you know, I don't really want to name and target, isolate cultures, but there are obviously questionable nations that treat their women, you know, questionably. But I think on the whole, it's not really such a big issue. Definitely something to be talked about. As a topic, I think the feminization is definitely got more of a bite of what problem needs to be addressed, which is, I'd say, the attack against minorities and black people, and questionably working class as well. Could put that in the mix up, but I think the feminine drive into, you know, women's equal rights and all the rest of it, and, you know, I think it's got way more of a push than it should have done, and that got brought to the attention of people in the conscious community, and they were saying they were trying to derail or trying to trivialize the black movement, which is what was most prominent and what was should have been prioritized. But I think it definitely need to be addressed, but not to the degree it has been, and I think they're manipulating that now with laws, and everybody's now going through problems in their relationships, and people's kids are getting taken away and whatnot. So, yeah, big up the females though out there, but I think it's been pushed in our face a bit too much. I think it's got a bit better, but thank God things have changed from like 3 or 4 years back. Because to be fair, I would have been like, I wouldn't even want to even speak about the subject because it was so pushed in your face, and everything was put to the back burner, including, you know, I think it was probably the worst spell in Black history at that stage, about 3 years ago, with all the killings in America, and, you know, at peace. I mean, obviously, yeah. But anyway, I think let's get some more voices on this topic, because I think it's a good one. It's a fruitful one. So
Yeah,
someone else
Walter.
jump on, man.
What's good, Walter?
Hi, how are you?
What do you think about the presentation of women?
Presentation of women,
As far as like men being over women and superior or whatever, primary.
Well, I mean, it all depends. You know, depends on the unit. I mean, some women, some guys don't mind the women over them. Some women don't mind the women over the guys over them. It's supposed to be like you're supposed to find the middle ground, right? That's what it's all about. You got to work together.
So you think there's no actual order that it should be, and people should just do whatever they want to
because
do?
I've had uncles that, you know, the wives were always the ones who were leading everything, and then you have wives who let the husband lead. As long as they were happy and everybody was happy, life is good. You know, the minute you start to create power struggles in a family unit, that's when the problems start. You know, everybody has to respect each other. You know, so for me, I don't have a problem. My wife is pretty controlling. So As you can see, I don't have a problem. She's the boss.
You said she's controlling.
Well, she's like the boss, you know. She'll do what she says, so she can be happy. I'm an easygoing guy, so I don't mind. I mean, I don't think that there should be a position of saying, okay, women should be here and they should stay there. You know,
Are
like we
you
all have to
easygoing?
work.
Would
Yeah,
you let?
I'm
What
pretty.
if your wife was Muslim? Would you debate her?
I would. Well, first of all, I wouldn't get into that situation where I would be marrying
Why?
a Muslim
Why?
lady.
Why? So you're not easygoing then? You just
Kingo, I'm
you just
not
buried
gonna. I'm
yourself.
not gonna. I'm
You
not gonna get into a
buried,
relationship with
one
somebody who
nil.
has
Buried
the
himself in
complete
2
opposite values than me. Why would me as a man want to get into a relationship with somebody who's
Who's
totally
the next one
believes
on?
in the opposite of what I believe in?
Who's
It
next?
makes
That
no
was
sense.
like he came in. I was like Anti
Huh?
Joshua on steroids. Anti Joshua. I
What?
looked at him. He was like, you know, that Rodriguez. What was that guy that beat him up first time?
I
And he
don't know what
came
you're
in on
talking.
the third fight.
I don't know what you're
Just
talking
no,
about.
I'm joking, bro. No, I'm joking. Right, yeah. So yeah. So you wouldn't get in that position. You wouldn't marry a Muslim woman. Why not? Is it because she's
Because
Muslim?
I mean, if I was to marry a Muslim woman back in the day, I mean, I would be putting myself in conflict. Obviously, I would, if we have kids and stuff like that. I mean, it doesn't take a brain surgeon to realize you're just ending up with problems. It's either one has to convert to the next, or the other one has to convert. And I ain't gonna force her as a Muslim lady, a woman, to want to convert to my religion if she's not happy in Christian. I mean, why would I do that? That makes no sense.
Yeah, that would be definitely a categorical, definite no. I wouldn't do that anyway. So
I mean, would a Muslim woman?
it's almost like a
Most
shock.
Muslim women don't marry Christian guys because they're into, just like most Muslim men, don't want to force, like, it happens situations when they say, let's say, under the scope of, let's say, the religion, they say they're Muslim because they were born into it, but when it comes down to the nitty gritty, it's not important to them, so they say, okay. There are people that are born under the name Christian, Muslim, Jewish, you name it, but they're, to them, they don't practice at all. So you have that category of person. And then you have somebody who practices their faith. Well, if somebody's practicing their faith, then I would say,
Sorry, you know what? I just clocked. Sorry, what, man? I just derailed this to religion. I was just like, we were talking about the prominence and respect a male should be given
Lady D is in the chat.
inside the household. It's inside the household. So if you don't want to, I mean, I'm not trying to derail it. Just saying, the problem. Don't worry. You have to confess that you wouldn't marry a Muslim woman at any given chance, even if they were the last people on the planet. I can imagine from your stance in the past. But yeah, cool.
Whatever that means, Kingo.
Well, usually like a knee. That was like a shock. That was like an instant reaction, boy. Like a Usain Bolt. No, what do you mean? No.
The last person on the earth.
Okay, jeez, well, I'm not putting words in your mouth.
Very dreadlocks.
You're not easy going, Nick. She would marry a Muslim woman. She's like, no.
Lady of the divine order.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is that men have to the man and the woman have to respect each other. That's it.
And please try not to call me like a what do you call it, snowflake. But I can joke about your stance, your radical stance against Islam, but still.
Who are you talking to now?
Yeah. You got a radical stance against Islam. That's why I don't put your camera on, bruv.
What's my radical stance?
Are you redeemed?
What's my radical stance?
Okay, you just said you was gonna change the subject.
You're a vibe troll now, are
you? Somebody put in the chat what nation.
Trust me, don't
somebody
go
put
to
in the
his
chat.
shocked.
Okingo.
Because
my radical stance. I want to be a Muslim.
Listen, Okingo go. What nation protects women? Anybody want to answer that? Somebody asked that question in the chat. What nation protects women?
Well, America, the Western countries are more protective of women's rights these days. I would say. Not until what I would say, but that's because I'm living in the West. I mean, unless there's another nation that we know of, I think even, yeah, it's just a Western philosophy that seems to protect their women more. No, maybe I'm wrong. Where it gives them more rights. I think the West gives women more rights as more of these countries that are under religious rule. No, because I know that when Christianity was at full bloom, they were back in the day, like when they were like a little bit backwards, they would take a little bit of rights away from. They were taking a lot of rights away
So if
from
your
the
woman
woman.
decided to turn to Islam, you would be against it.
OMG. What's
No,
wrong with
because
you?
you know
Okay,
what
go
it is,
go.
right?
We're
Yeah,
not
because
talking
so it
about
means
okay,
you're not
go
easy. You're
go.
not easy
Okay,
going
go
there.
go.
Don't say
You
you
are
claim that you're easy
determined to
going.
talk about Islam. We're
No,
not
don't
talking
claim
about
you're easy going
Islam.
and then say that you
Okay, go go. We're not talking about Islam, yo. Chill with that.
let's
Okay?
give the audience what they want. Come on. Let's have it.
No, we're not giving the audience what they want. You can start your own reality show if you want to argue about Islam. Like, come on. What is wrong with you?
All night long, all night.
What is wrong with him?
What we should
Anyway,
like
so
we
you
always
feel
do.
like
like
so
me.
you feel like
Gaza, world boss. Gaza, world boss. This is Earth to Gaza, world boss. The lady of the decline order of the RBG is backstage waiting to come through on panel.
King of Gold doesn't like me because I'm against FGM. That's all.
There we go.
Oh my gosh.
All right,
You know
cool.
what? Y'all both want the smoke. Y'all go ahead and have the smoke.
Let's bring it back on, sister. Let's have feminine energy. Come on. Where are we going with this?
Well, look, I mean, I'm for women's rights. Stop FGM. There you go.
No, but I mean, it's interesting when you said that they protect women in the US because like the video of Sandra Bland being flung around by that police officer came into my mind as soon as you said it. Like she definitely wasn't protected and she wasn't even regarded as a woman, much
But
less
how
a
was
human
how
being.
was somebody to protect her? I don't understand. There was nobody around to. I mean, obviously, maybe the police officer was a little bit, but police officers are always like
Did
that.
you
It's not only
did you
towards
watch the
women but towards
video?
men.
Did you watch the
It,
video? Have you seen
is
her?
that the
Have you
one?
seen
Is
it?
that the one where the lady was parked and she said, "I'm parked. I'm parked here."
He pulled her over. She was on the side of the road. So
And she
there
parked
were,
the car, right?
hmm
And she said she was parked. She was parked, and he was saying,
and he was
"Please
holding
step
her
out of the
by one
car."
hand. No, he was holding her by one arm and like
That's another
swung
video
her
then.
across the hood of the car.
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
Unless
she
I put it
definitely
up.
wasn't like that. Would not be the way. Like if a man was saying, "Oh, she's a woman. She's a delicate flower. She's a," you know what I mean? Like
No, but I'm not
she's
talking
something to be
about.
handled with
We can't
care.
talk about individually, but we're talking about the law. I'm not talking about. I mean, you can't say. Obviously, there's going to be men who are going to do things to women that they shouldn't do, and that's where the law comes in to protect them. It's the law that protects.
So this
It's the
is
law that
why.
protects the
I mean, the
individual.
person who killed Sandra Bland, he definitely wasn't arrested or charged or and is serving time. But I'm just saying that.
A person killed another person. They weren't charged. What? Was she pulling a gun on?
Do you not? What country you live in?
I live in Canada.
Could you stop acting naive like that, Walter? Because I'm
But
trying to have
listen
a
to me. You're
serious
saying
conversation
that
with
you're
you.
saying that another man shot a woman. How do you say cold? Ice cold, and there is no consequence to it. Is that what you're telling me? Like, I mean, I could go into my house tomorrow, shoot my wife, and no consequences for me. Is that what you're saying?
Well,
Well, whose cat makes that much noise though?
His cat is barking, just like my dog is trying to bark right now.
Oh, yeah, I've never heard a cat make that much noise.
You know, the first time I heard that, I thought it was weird too. But when cats are in heat, that's how they sound.
Oh, see, oh yeah, I thought so. All right, yeah.
The cat one body,
You have a girl cat?
Yeah.
Of course.
Do boy cats do that too?
I'm not sure. I don't think so.
So you're
Yeah,
gonna
I
you're gonna
suppose
get
it's
you're
right.
gonna you're gonna get her hooked up? You're gonna like have a little cat date?
You have to talk to my queen, mate.
Like don't have the cat just
This is one area in this house that I don't have much of a say in, unfortunately.
this is nature. This is nature talking here.
Oh, they could fix the cat. So the cat doesn't do it no more.
What kind of that's not natural.
Oh,
Listen,
yeah.
I have a girl dog and she's
So
fixed because
let's
I got her from a shelter and that's the only way that they would allow me to purchase her. And she is a humping machine. She's always humping on somebody. Like, cause nature, it don't stop. She don't make
I know,
noise. She'll
but
just
it's better than having these animals having litters all over the place and then putting them to sleep, because that's what they do when there's too many animals. And that's why veterinarians ask people to neuter their cats, or if they're not gonna be able to give out their litters. Because at the end of the day, I mean, when you look around, a lot, you go to the SPCA and these things, they're packed with animals there, and most of those animals are going to be put to sleep because some guys are selling these animals, and then the people are just putting them out on the streets and stuff like that, and then we end up killing them.
no. It's definitely there's definitely a problem with that, and which is why, I always tell people to get animals from a shelter as opposed to like,
Pet shops or
paying
something.
for it because those, if you, at least you'll save that one animal from getting put to sleep.
Exactly.
I think the average that an animal stays at a shelter is about like 7 days. So if they're not adopted within like 7 days, they're put to sleep. Like,
Yeah, that's how fast the animals are moving in. They're
hmm
put to sleep in 7 days because there's more animals that are coming in and they don't stop. If it was like one animal every 3 months, they wouldn't be putting them to sleep every 7 days.
So someone in the chat wrote, "Why don't Muslim women want these rights?" Um, and I would say that indoctrination. Like I was indoctrinated as a Christian, so like I didn't. It's all about how the concepts are introduced to you, at what age they're introduced to you. Um, I would say that I know it sounds crazy, but women would do. It's a reason why a non-believing man, I mean, an unbelieving, like a non-Christian Muslim woman, could marry a Muslim man because they understand that eventually that man will have influence on that woman and she would become a Muslim, right? So you could have a woman who's raised Christian and she get with some Rasta dude and next thing you know, boom, she talking about Jah
Dread,
Rastafari and
naughty dreadlocks.
I mean look at Lauren Hill before she got with what's the name, Marley's son. Look at Lauren Hill. She was
Not far
just
away. Look at
chilling.
Empress
And you know what I'm
Becca.
saying? She got with a Rasta and yo, she had lots. Her music changed everything. Like that's so when you say why do Muslim women not want these rights? Because when the woman is gonna
But
she's
melanated, you have to understand.
indoctrinated.
They're not all women that are like you. A lot of women, just like a lot of men, will like say okay to certain things. There's a lot of women that do the same. Like they don't mind. Okay, you know what? Yeah, you
I
take care
just
of
said
things. Yeah, you take care of
I
business.
literally you saying that not like me, and I'm telling you that I
Well, you're
wasn't
more
this way
independent,
when I
right?
was when I was indoctrinated. I wasn't this way. That's what I'm trying to say.
Which
The
religion? Like
previous
which
the previous melanated goddess would have said the head of man is God and the head of woman is man. That I accepted that. I embraced that. The head of me is my husband. That's how I spoke. Do you understand? Because that was my
Yeah.
doctrine. I was indoctrinated. See? Like I'm not confused. I understand why a woman would embrace that. So if you embrace that the head of you is your husband and he says you need to walk some steps behind me, you're just gonna fall in line and you're gonna do it. And you're gonna actually believe it. This is how it's supposed to be. This is the order. This is divine and all of things that come with it.
But
You're not
Melanie,
gonna think anything
you
is
have to
wrong with
like
it.
a man does have power, but the power a man has power that you should respect. It's because the
If
lion has
you
been tamed
believe
doesn't
that the
mean he doesn't have
man
power.
has power, if you believe that the man has power because God gave him this power and that power is power over you, then the
No, it's
way
not
in which
that.
you
It's a
the
respect to know what a man can do, and he doesn't do it. There's a men, okay, are physically mostly like are mostly physically stronger and stuff like that. So there's a certain thing that there's a respect that has to be involved there too. But today, nobody cares about that
it has
anymore. It's
no
like a man
see
is just a man. He's a
if
nothing.
you go with if you go we it's not about him being physically stronger.
But why would you take that away from him?
But I'm not taking it. I'm saying
The
that
same way that you could give birth, the same way
are
you
you
could give
listening
birth
to
as a
me? Are
woman,
you listening to
he
me?
could be protected as a man.
So are
The
you
same way
telling
you could
me?
give
So
birth.
I'm gonna wait for you to finish so that you won't have to cut me off as soon as I
Yeah.
start
So
responding.
the reason why women could do things like give birth that we can't do, but a lot of men are powerful enough to be protective to their family. You don't take that away from us.
Can I respond?
That's all I'm saying. Yeah, continue.
Okay. What I'm saying is that you do not reverence or respect or honor your man because he's physically stronger than you. Because if that's what you do, then in the event that you happen to be stronger than him, Serena Williams probably stronger than her man. What's she supposed to do? Not
So
respect
this is
him
what
now
I'm
because she's
saying.
stronger
This
than
is
him. I
exactly what I
didn't fin-
mean.
I didn't cut you. I did not cut you while you were speaking
This is where we're gonna
intentionally
go.
because
I
I
knew
knew
it.
you were going to do this. Right? What I'm saying is that you do not respect your man because he is physically stronger than you. You respect him because he compliments you. He is your other half. Period.
Yes, but
That's
he has
it.
assets,
I'm not
just
saying
like
that you
you
don't
have
recognize.
assets.
I am listen, something is wrong with your ability to comprehend because I am not saying that you ignore the person's assets. Obviously, you come together because you bring something to the table, right? And you recognize those things. What I am saying is that in the event that that person it's the things that they bring to the table, okay, yes, your man has muscles, he's stronger than you, he can open up things, he can defend you, blah
Oh,
blah
you
blah,
could see
right?
that now.
Let's just say that he cannot. That is not the totality of what manhood is. And if that's how you defined it, when you if that is absent, then then is
But
it
it
okay for
was
the woman
back
to
in the
dismiss?
day.
Let me
Back.
finish. Let me finish
Oh,
my question. I'm
how
about to
long is it
ask
gonna
you a
go?
question. Is it okay for the woman to then say you are not a man because you're not physically strong? So all men who lack muscular tone in their bodies,
Not muscular tone.
are they
Men
not men?
naturally. I've seen a skinny guys 4'8" lift 3 times more than a woman. It's it, it,
A
it's like you're
woman, but not
talking
all
about the
women.
the
What
the
I'm
one or
saying
two
is that so
percent.
the women
You're
that are
talking
strong,
about the
the
one two
women,
percent. Listen,
no.
Melanie, you know for a fact back in the day before police or and all that stuff.
You telling me that there
It's
aren't some 140-pound men, right? Got some big old voluptuous woman with a lot of, you know, body
if you want to.
parts, right? So was she supposed to look at her smaller man and be like, he's not a man because she might be physically stronger than him? That's stupid.
Mel, you look at society the way it is. You have male sports and you have women's sports. There's a reason for that.
I'm and what I'm saying is that there are some female athletes who are stronger than some male athletes. Are those not men to them? You're not answering my question.
They are meant to them, but I'm saying is that if you take the same
So
man and you give him
therefore,
as much
what
training
makes
as you
up a
did
man is not his
Serena,
physical
if you
strength.
give a man, listen, if you take a man, you give him just as much training as
Hey,
Serena,
what's
he
good?
will get strong.
So what makes a
Because
man is not his
we are
physical strength.
naturally built for that.
All
That's
right.
why, yeah, the issue then becomes though, why is physical strength the premium arbiter of
That's what I'm saying. That's what has changed over
No,
time. Before
he didn't hear what you said, Shaka, because he just decided to speak over
no,
you.
because
He
I
didn't
know
hear the
because
ending
now
of
we live in
you
a
didn't hear the
time.
ending of his sentence. You didn't hear the ending of his
I know
sentence.
why it's important. It's not important, but it should be a matter of respect for you as a man to know, hey, this guy, if he wanted to, he could snap my neck in 2 seconds. But he doesn't
What?
because he's moral, he's human, he's loving.
He could snap my neck in 2 seconds.
There's
I am never
but that's
thinking
the
about
whole
that.
point. You see, this is what I'm
I
saying.
am
This is
never thinking about that.
You lose the respect for a guy because men are supposed to we're supposed to. It's stupid for us to even touch a woman because we know that if we hit a woman, we might hurt her, right?
Shaka, I'm
You
gonna
don't
let
supposed
you.
to touch a lady.
No, I say it's based more along the lines that's a natural order just of things for you not naturally to want to go against your opposite, which would be your positive, isn't it? Positive meets negative. Why it wouldn't be. It'd be down to the natural order feel of things, isn't it? Really, not because you can snap her neck at any given time, because you wouldn't be thinking about.
That's
You'd be thinking about
crazy.
snapping another man's neck. But I don't know. That was just the way I took things. Maybe it's irrelevant. I brought it.
So should my man respect me because at any given time I could poison him if I'm the one that's feeding him?
This is a ridiculous conversation.
This is crazy. That is crazy. He
You
should
know what?
respect
You know what?
me because I
What,
could poison him.
do you know what? I realized from the conversation yesterday, that there's an issue with like the intrinsic value of being woman. Um, like for example, yeah, and I'm only saying this as an example, yeah. So this is not a shot at Ezra or anything like that, yeah. But I was meditating on this regular thing, like when you begin to talk about women in a favorable light, or advocate on behalf of women as a man in relation to a woman's issues or whatever else like that. That this reaction of yeah look pom pom, yeah, what I'm saying, yeah look gyal is pretty regular, yeah. And so I was thinking about that today, right? And I was thinking, it's a deep psychology that that the woman is there to serve the man in any particular way. So a man taking a position in relation that advocates on behalf of the intrinsic value of women can only be doing so to get something from her. Do you know what I'm saying? Because that's what she's there for, So you're only saying that because you know that women are gonna take off their knickers. You know what I'm saying?
So a
If
guy
they
at 60 is gonna a guy at 60 is worried about his woman taking out his knickers. It's not about that, Shekar. You're the one who's making it about that to win your argument.
He
It's
wasn't. He
about a
wasn't even
question of
talking about you. He wasn't even talking
respecting a
about
man
you,
for being a
Walter.
man and respecting a woman for being a woman.
He wasn't talking about
But he's
you,
still a
Walter.
man.
Yeah,
Walter.
you haven't listened to anything, so I'm not even going to respond to, to what you just said, because that's a circular argument.
Well,
But
I'm sorry, somebody cut me off, so if I missed it, I'm sorry.
what I'm thinking is that that women are men are to be respected because we are men, and women are to be respected because they are women. Like, you see what I'm saying? And we understand within nature that there are certain properties that come with being a man and a woman. That's that. My physical strength in relation to my woman is not a reason for me demanding greater respect from her than I give to her, or anything like that. That's a redundant argument to me, and it's an argument based upon physical violence as the arbiter of primary power, and I don't think that's a productive measurement stick.
Walter, the problem that you're facing is that you're thinking of men's primary role, which historically was to protect and look after their family, and you still think that that is you see, the primary role of a man has now been replaced by the state, by the police force, by the
Right,
military.
exactly.
And so
But
the
they're all
primary
men.
role of a man is no longer necessary for a woman. But the primary role of a woman as the child bearer is still a primary function, and it still exists to this day, until we develop artificial wombs, artificial birthing chambers, and so on and so forth. Then maybe the role of the woman will no longer be as necessary to a man as it is today. But for a woman, they no longer require a man to protect them. That is that not in the Western
Absolutely.
setting.
I agree with that. And that's why a
That
lot of
role has
respect has
been
been lost.
replaced. But the primary role of a woman to a man has not. And so that's why women are still valued for their sexual reproduction purposes when it comes to men, but women no longer require men for their strength and for their protective services. That has been replaced. So a man cannot demand respect based on his ability to protect a woman, whilst the woman can still demand respect based on her ability to reproduce. So that the scale has been slightly tipped, if you will.
Yeah, it has, but if you look at the overall picture, okay, women were like not able to do certain things. We're doing this. We're in a lot of things. A lot of women were allowed to do, and men were still they were in charge of government. They were in charge of the police, and the men said, you know what, this is not right. You know, you gotta let women do this. You gotta let women, you know what I'm saying? It was like you can't. This is not the right thing to do. So it's like men said, we're equal now. We're gonna be equal, but just maybe say just we're still guys. We're still men. We still could do a little bit of shit. You know what I'm saying? But today's world, it's like you said. It's became like who are men today? You know, if they're not bringing in the cash, is that the way it looks now? No.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you still look at it, though, even though men are not necessarily required as their primary role of strength, but when it comes to security and financial the ability to provide in a financial sense, they are absolutely still sought after by women. So if you're a man who has money and can provide money which
So
brings
then you're lucky,
security and
right?
luxury, you are still desired. But if you are none of the above, just simply being stronger than a woman is not enough anymore for women to simply give you that.
But that's what I'm saying, because it's not enough. But it's what I'm saying is that if today's women, like they didn't realize that what man has given up.
Sorry,
Man has given up.
I'm just meditating on this
Man
statement.
has no. I'm just saying that man has given up a lot, and sometimes women don't see that. They're like, whatever. I don't need you for crap. But the fact is guys, saying no, we're equal. We end up giving up a lot. That's all I'm saying.
What do you give up, Frank? I mean, I'm reading the chat. That's why I said Frank. My bad. What the heck is your name? Walter. Tell me tell me about this. What did men give up?
Men gave up their power. They
Please
gave up the
explain.
power to control. They gave it up. We gave it up. Look at Muslim. Look at the way Muslim men are to their women, and look at the way we are to our women. Muslim women say, okay. Muslims say to their women, "This is what we want," and we say, "No, we give this. We're giving you the equal rights to be like us."
So what you're saying is that
This is what we gave up.
Muslim men then. That's what you're saying. That you should take a leaf out the Muslim men's book.
No, I'm saying, but this is the difference. Now, if one day Muslim men decide to be like Christian guys or Western men and say, you know what, we're stopping this.
I'm trying to say.
And then
You
at one point you got to give up to the guy, right? You got to give it up to men and say, wow, for guys for guys who could control us, they were like, it's the right thing to do. Absolutely, that should be done. But it takes a big man to do it.
Well, the funny thing is, it's not just Muslim men who are still extremely, if you like, powerful in their household. It is Islam itself that fundamentally gives the man that position. So even if a man is a weak man and he's a bit of a beta, the religion and the establishment and the system that if they live in an Islamic Sharia state gives the man those rights. They have the absolute rights. They divorce a woman. A woman can't divorce a man under Sharia. The woman doesn't get to choose to keep the children or not. The children automatically go to the man. So the state will elevate the man above the woman, whether the man himself is a beta male or an alpha male, regardless.
Yeah, I agree with Banks. So what you're saying, Walter, is you're saying the man gave up. Um they
They didn't
lost
give.
their
They gave
power,
they
right?
gave.
Wait, hold on. Listen.
They gave up
But
their
you,
their.
no. They don't. They don't give it up, right? Because okay, let me ask you this: how does a man get power?
Well, now these days, there's really nothing you can do to get power unless of money.
No. I'm not talking about okay. Back in the days, the days that you're talking about, that where the man had the power. How did they get the power? Were they born with the power? Was there
Well, they
a
worked. They were outside. They were hunters. They were protectors of the family. That's what men did.
so they
You know,
worked? They were protectors of the family.
of course.
Okay.
That's one of their primary was to 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 uh, to to work the field, to keep the family protected from other people or other. It's the what was a lot when we're talking about good even 200 years ago. But today, I mean,
And do they have anything
it's not
else
needed anymore.
that
Like
they
they said,
lost?
you
Did
have
they
the
have
police, you
any?
have the government. You don't
Hold
need.
on.
You don't need.
Did they have anything else that they lost?
Uh, oh, they haven't
What
lost
else?
other than that respect. No,
Did they didn't lose like the power, the right to have ownership of
I don't
their
have no
spouse?
ownership. That was never an
No,
ownership value. It's a
of course
respectful
there is.
value. The
Of
same
course
way a
there
man
is.
respects God, the same
No,
way I
listen.
respect God because I understand His
Tell the
power.
truth and shame the devil, Christian man.
Listen,
Don't do
I
that.
could
Don't
either
act like
say I could either not respect God's power. Does a man respect God's power?
no.
But
Okay.
I want to ask. Can I ask a question?
Does the Bible give the man ownership of the
No,
woman?
he
Yes
doesn't.
or
No,
no?
the Bible does not. A Christian
Okay.
Bible, Paul said that we were
I'm gonna go
the
on mute and I'm
head.
gonna
He
find the
might have
scripture.
said
I'm
that
gonna come back.
he said that
No,
Paul
I'm
said
gonna
that maybe
come
the
back and find
head
the
of the
scripture.
family is the man,
No, yes.
but they
It
still have
says
to be
that too,
treated
but
equal.
there's also a scripture that says
Were you
she
going to pull me out the Old
belongs to
Testament?
him. I'm going listen. I asked you the Bible and you answered the question. Don't
Listen,
go back and
Melanie.
change it now.
Do
I'm
you
gonna
have
find
to
you the
get
scripture.
married? Listen, do you have to get married in Christianity? In Christianity, do you have to get married?
It's always a pleasure coming on and speaking to the people there, Lady D.
In Christianity, a man and a woman doesn't have to get married.
Shaka the great. You know how it goes.
Blessings.
Speak up yourselves. Always locked in. So yeah, like.
But Walter, don't you think technology has a lot to do with the
Gabs?
fact that women are more liberated? Like back in the days, we had
Of course.
so
Technology has opened up everything. It has opened up to men and abortions, to men not needing to worry about getting a woman pregnant, or a woman worried about getting pregnant with contraceptive. Of course, technology has opened it all up. I mean, just 50 years ago, not even, just 50 years ago, the contraceptives wasn't as big as today. A girl wouldn't even touch a man, most of them, because they knew if that guy she could end up pregnant. Because most guys, a lot of young men used to think with one thing, and where the other girl had to think about something else. But afterwards, as soon as contraceptive hit, oh man,
I don't get it. What are you deploring? The sexual liberation, or the
Yeah,
fact
man,
that
sexual.
women don't have the obligation to remain within the the
Men
owner.
and women, not only just women, men and women.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a free for all.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the reason I think women's liberation or contraception has given women a certain degree of autonomy is that
And men.
sexual encounters no longer carry the consequence of childbearing as it used to. So when a woman has sexual encounters with a man, it doesn't always have to, it is not necessary that it's going to
Exactly.
result in her getting pregnant. And so it does give women a sort of a liberating factor that they can first of all they can go on having relationships till later in life without getting pregnant, and so they can choose to get pregnant at a later stages in their life, and that's what's happening, where women are actually uh, getting pregnant like in their 30s, whilst really ideally they should be having children in their 20s. But also, of course,
A
for
lot of
men as
children.
well, men have now
Of
been
course.
given. I mean, I personally think feminism is a godsend to the single man. It was the best thing that could happen to a single man, because feminism
That's
has
true.
let women know that they can sleep around as much as they want without getting pregnant, and single men are like, bring that on. What the hell?
Yes.
Of course, bring it on as much as possible, because men,
7 years old.
they're built
17
to want
years
to
old,
have.
and you're saying to the girl, he's 17
Sorry.
years old, and you're saying to the girl, are you on the pill? Like, wow,
Yeah. Well, I mean, but what I mean is, I mean, for single men, especially those who don't want to settle down too quickly, it's a godsend, because they can have sex without again having the consequences. And in this current society, which is encouraging women to be much more sexually liberated, don't slut shame me and all that stuff, then again, men are like, yeah, bring it on. But the consequences are actually greater for women than it is for men. A man can have a child at the age of 80. A woman has a limited window in which she can have healthy children, and that window
right. But look,
is
but
is,
Nancy,
is far
look at this.
smaller than
But
they think.
why would a woman want to touch an 80-year-old? If back in the day, if they had to work and they had to cultivate the land and all that. No, you wouldn't want that guy. What is he going to do for me? What have you done for me lately? Today, like you said, it's money.
Well, yeah, exactly. Money has replaced an 80-year-old, like a man like Mick Jagger, who can have a 30-year-old girlfriend who has a baby, and the man is what, 80 something. That's because he no longer, his physical capability is not. Mick Jagger couldn't fight off a fly. He couldn't fight himself out of a paper bag, but he doesn't need to. He has 12
Right.
bodyguards that will squash your head before you can say boo to him.
Voila.
So it's his money that gives him the power and ability, which otherwise he wouldn't. I mean, I guess back in the day, the aristocracy and kings, they would have had similar privileged positions, but they were, limited to a very few people in society. The number of people who had that level of ability and power to influence other people to do things for them were very tiny. Nowadays, with money, you can, it's a much
Well,
broader
even
range.
education, right?
Yeah,
Education was like limited to sixth grade back in the day.
well,
Now
that as well,
all of us are going to
of course.
school.
Yeah, I mean,
Most guys were born with dad and mom, and then dad would tell them, okay, in the farm you go.
yeah,
Let's rock and roll.
absolutely,
But
absolutely.
dad, I'm going to school. What school? What?
Absolutely. So yeah, of course. I mean, we have huge changes in society as far as work strength, the ability to work longer and more, still be productive well into your 60s and 70s. Those are the things that have totally changed. I mean, you can't really start to apply old, it's almost like hunter gatherer abilities of a man and a woman
And
to
that's where
today's
mutual
society.
respect comes in. That's where
Well,
mutual
mutual
respect
respect,
comes in.
Walter, I think this is where it really comes down to in modern society. You are talking about unearned respect. You're talking about respect a woman has to give to a man for his strength, or man has to give to a woman for her reproductive abilities. These are unearned respect. These
I
are
mean,
things
obviously,
that
to be
we
a
are
mother, it's
simply
not to
born with.
bear your kids. to
Well,
give the mother is gonna
yeah,
bear your kids. She's
yeah.
gonna teach your kids are gonna. She's gonna teach your kids. A lot of women are very like they're very what's nurturing, and that is very important in a
It's
relationship. Just as important as a man's
not,
part in the relationship. You know, when
yeah,
you
but Walter,
when a child has both of those things, it's a really a plus.
yeah, but Walter, what I really think human beings as a whole have to move into the, and we are already, but I think we should clarify this, is that we have to move into a phase of earned respect. When you earn someone's respect, then you can get their respect. You don't simply get respect for the sake of having an inalienable, um, you know, what's it called, gift, or something that you're born with. You just simply don't get respect because you were born, I don't know, 6'2", or at least you grew to become 6'2", or you were born with the greatest upper strength than the next person. These things are irrelevant in modern society. In modern society, human beings have to negotiate and interact with each other and earn each other's respect. That's how you should be operating. We should be operating on earned respect. If I earn your respect, then give me what
Well,
I earned.
at that
If I
point,
don't earn your respect, I don't expect you to give
everybody
it.
should be
Quickly,
educated. Everybody
quickly,
should be
melanated.
educated same way.
Melanated, are
Everybody
you
should
there,
go to
sis?
school and learn their ethics and their morality courses because it's not just going to come from the sky. Men,
Sorry, one
children have to
second,
be
Walter.
educated.
Melanated, are you
Yeah, I'm
there?
here.
I
I'm
think
here.
I think what you're looking for Walter was 1 Corinthians 11.
1 Corinthians 11. All
11,
right.
and go to start from 7, verse 7. Yeah, go down to that
Okay.
and have a
I'm
look
gonna
at
look it
that,
up.
and then I guess you might want to use that with your argument. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead, Banksy.
No, it's okay. It's just like what you just said, Lady D, and others, like First Corinthians or whatever. God said that men are above women. These are unearned levels of authority or levels of respect that certain men would claim. Exactly that. This is the same in Islam, in actually most Abrahamic religions. These are unearned level of respect. Just because God of your Jesus or your Quran or whoever said that I have to respect a man to be the head of the household, that isn't earned. You did not earn this. You
And that's
simply
the
were
point
given
I
it.
think she was making, Banksy. But Walter was in denial. He doesn't want to accept that. He's there saying about the Muslims, but it's happening in a lot of the religions, and a lot of the books have these kind of messages perpetrated about women being below the man and the man being above the woman. So, and that was her point. She was trying to point out to him.
Yeah.
So I
Well,
thought I'd help her. There we go.
yeah, no, I mean that's exactly it. It's the old thinking versus new thinking. Because in the old days there were certain abilities that men and women had, which gave them a unique advantage in a particular area. Men being stronger and women having reproduction, which made them desirable to men. These things were innate. These things were not earned. You just were born with it. It was just you won the gene pool lottery, I guess, in some instance, but it were not earned. These are not earned levels of respect. But in modern times, men and women our dynamics have changed, and those old rules don't really apply anymore. And so we have to develop a new paradigm in which men and women interact, which, by the way, we already have. I mean, I'm not saying something that we should start doing. We're already there. We're already doing this. And the new paradigm is that we should work on a level of earned respect. You earn my respect, you get my respect. You don't earn my respect, you're not going to get my respect. And I don't need to give you something that you didn't earn. And that's it, really. The only level of respect I think human beings can give each other without earning it is, I share the fact that I am a human being like you, and I give you the right and I give you the respect to deal with you like I would another human being. That, I think, you can say innately we can give each other as human beings, because we don't give the same level of respect to dogs and cats and cows and sheep. I don't have the same social contract with those creatures as I do with another human being. So with another human being, I do innately give them this baseline level of respect, which is I deal with you as another human being. But other than that, everything else you're going to have to earn. Sorry, guys. I think I killed it.
No, you didn't. You didn't. So I was reading some of these scriptures in the Bible, innit? So well, we're
They're trying
hearing
to
a
get
lot
an
of.
aha scripture on me.
It's not in a half scripture. It's just that Walter,
Aha!
Was you listening to the show yesterday? Did you hear the show yesterday?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Oh, right. So when you've got I
I
guess
saw a bit
certain.
of it, but I fell asleep because it's late already.
Yeah, no. What it is when you
Okay.
see a certain camps or certain people from certain, I would say, let me just say the Hebrews right now, and obviously they use the Bible, and they're coming out with ridiculous talk about women being below the man and blah blah blah, and they're getting this stuff, I guess, from the scriptures. I guess you will fall underneath that as well, considering you use the same book, even though you're not a Hebrew Israelite. You see my point? So when we're pulling out these verses and we're saying, okay, so this is what it says, but come on, like, do you not really, really? And they do. They literally are taking these doctrines and they're actually using it, and they're saying, well, basically, this means you're above. You know your place, woman. You stay in your lane, and blah blah blah. And I'm just like, huh? Like, get out of here with that. And this doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. I was hoping to ask Shakara a question, but it's on a different subject.
Go on, Gabs. Go on.
If Shakara's
Greetings, bro.
what's going on, man?
I'm good.
Any news on the Mali situation?
No, no news apart from I know that the head of state was overturned. Yeah, again, I haven't the language barrier, so I've seen a few things that I haven't been able to tune into properly because I need to be able to tap into some translation. There is some stuff in English that I haven't looked at yet, so yeah. But yeah, there's a lot going on there,
It's looking good from what I've seen. Looks like they're trying to make some connections with Russia to kick France out.
Why is that a good thing?
Russia
connection.
In terms of balance of power. In terms of
are you pro-Russia?
They realize that they're basically their secret services and their paramilitary is not able to hold off the French secret services and paramilitary. So if you want to chase out a superpower, you have to invite another in. It's the only way to do that. But we'll see how it negotiates, how they are able to negotiate. I know that France is like France and every superpower that's affiliated, or every superpower, every organ of decision that's affiliated to the West is against that revolution. So that should tell you something. Like, yeah, the European unions have spoke against it. The French, the CDAO, that's how they call it in the French. Which is like the Western African Union, is against it. But now there's like a lot of internal turmoil as to like, who's going to take, like, it's a vacuum for power, right?
As always.
So it's looking interesting. And I have another question. Kind of a tricky question. When you have a city like Chicago, right? Chicago, which has a black mayor, a black state attorney, and a black chief of police. Can you really still talk about white supremacy in that city?
Yes, because white supremacy is white people plus culture is greater than black people plus their culture.
Is what? Define it again.
White people plus white culture is considered to be superior to black people and black culture.
So, in what if the culture that black people are is the most consumed and the most prevalent? Like I would say, like as far as the artist and the um the culture, the culture that like common people consume. It has to be a lot of black culture, and it's almost considered for at least on the sales part. I don't know any other way to quantify it, but like rap music is the music that sells the most, right? So
Can I ask? Can I just clarify with Shekara? So you mean police chief, mayor, governor? That's a white system. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry, say that again.
Like the organizational chart that has a black governor, chief of the police, state, basically in charge. That's a white system. Is that what you're trying to say, or?
Yeah, certainly. So, for example, let's go straight to the top. Let's go to the American government. Having a black man at the helm of the American government does not make America and the government any less European or Western institutions.
Because that's a system, right?
Yes,
It's a Western
institutions.
system. Okay.
Institutions are dominant over individuals. Basically, is the point that's being made.
well,
All right, thank you.
yes and no. It depends.
No, it doesn't. Institutions are always dominant over individuals. There's nowhere where an individual holds more power than an institution. Institutions are only changed through organized groups of other institutions.
The thing is, Shakura, on that basis, Japan is a highly Americanized, westernized society now. Is it a white supremacist society?
Can you quantify your initial assertion?
Well, I mean, if you look at modern Japanese society, it's heavily influenced and dominated by American, cultural influences.
So
is it now become a white supremacist system because it adopted American society or cultural norms?
What would you say the impact of traditional Japanese culture is in Japan?
The impact of the traditional?
Yes, so like Shinto, that kind of philosophy and other related examples of Japanese traditional.
I would say that's been marginalized greatly. I mean, if you look at it right now, we've got if you look at Tokyo and
I actually fundamentally disagree. I think that it's possible for a society to embrace or absorb influences from other cultures without turning into those cultures. I think that if we was to compare Japan, which is a sovereign nation, to having a black mayor within a Western nation, I think there's no comparison.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you that the Western countries, Europe, North America, Canada, United States, these are white nations. These are white nations built by white people on a white system, and the black people have to operate under that system. I don't deny that whatsoever. These were built. These are countries, and Australia as well. Sorry, and New Zealand, white societies, white systems, who the black people have to operate within or under.
Wait,
And so the overarching system
one
is always
second, Bexy. I have to come back on one fact that you stated that can be disputed heavily. Japan doesn't have an army till this day. Japan was conquered by the United States. I don't know if you remember, after World War II.
Exactly.
And it still doesn't have an army. And the Constitution of Japan was written by the Americans.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. This is a country that was a Japanese, a deeply Japanese society that became Americanized. By the way, same as South Korea. South Korea is in exactly same position as Japan, and not only that they didn't have an army, a standing army, they were not even allowed to practice martial arts for quite a lot of years. Karate was banned in Japan for a lot of years after the Second World War for the exact same reason. They didn't want the Japanese to militarize in any shape or form.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that probably feeds into a lot of the modern day frictions between Japan and China. And that kind of thing. Yeah. However, So a lot of what you just just said, I will agree with. I think that the nation has become Americanized to a significant degree. I still think though that a lot that the Japanese, they're very good at absorbing stuff. Like if for whatever culture you have anywhere in the world, you're gonna find it a replica of it in Japan. Yeah. So like like white surfer culture, there's got beach boy culture. They've got like whole communities of that in Japan. Like reggae dancehall culture, you got that in Japan. But there's still a very strong Japan has a whole animation industry that is unique to itself, if that makes sense. Like to the point whereby the Japanese animation or anime is among the most popular in the world, and when you're watching it, it's Japanese. Like, and when you're watching them, a lot of them, like philosophically speaking, they have their own style and their own philosophy at the center of it. Yeah, so there's still a lot of remnants of what it means to be Japanese that are still there. I think that politically and economically, they may have made a lot of compromises along the way.
Yeah, but to come back to the example of Chicago, what I was gonna say is like, to me, when I look at the United States, the black culture is becoming more and more dominant. And can you really say, well, within these institutions,
right? It's not.
Which would be, but African American culture, right? African American culture with African American authors, with African American, so like for example, yeah, you have like African American colleges, you have African American intellectuals that are becoming more and more prominent. You have different strat of culture or there's ways in which Black African American culture has taken over white culture.
Becoming part of America, you're saying, right?
I think we should be careful not to confuse the prominence, of Black American entertainment with the power of Black American culture. They're two different things. Black American entertainment can be very prominent, but Black Americans do not own the industry through which their entertainment is channeled. That is a lack of power. You might call it some level of influence, but it doesn't equate to actual power when it is considered that Black Americans don't control the industry.
So in definitive, like the real power is in economics. But like, okay, so holding those to you, there's no, I mean, there's got to be some type of, it's like nuance to this or adaptability to this white supremacy paradigm, because I feel like, okay, so you have like Black people holding office in the highest offices, right? And you see them just on an imagery base, you see them like being more and more prevalent in these offices. Doesn't that mean that the white supremacy system, like it was told by Marcus Garvey and Malcolm X, it's not the same that we're fighting anymore.
It doesn't have to be the same. Systems of oppression, generally speaking, are quite adaptable. Yeah, they know how to shift in response to new phenomena. Yeah, and so we've got to a point now whereby it is considered to be more politically expedient and beneficial to the survival of America to induct Black people into the middle class and in some instances into the upper middle class. Yeah. In that regard, and so they're going to do that. It's better to have Black people allegiant to America than rebelling against it.
Well, so the don't you feel like the paradigm that we're operating in is still the old paradigm and that the system has shifted?
Yes and no. The system has shifted. It doesn't necessarily mean that the paradigm has shifted.
Because you have black intellect, like even in the intellectual side, you have Black intellectuals.
Give me an example of Black intellectual. Give me an example.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Right. So, how does Neil deGrasse Tyson challenge the status quo? Brilliant brother. Don't get me wrong. Brilliant brother. I've got 2 of his books. Yeah. And you can learn, brother. But how does he challenge the status quo?
Well, he challenges not maybe the status quo, but he challenges the idea that it's an exclusive club for white people.
Okay, let me show you something. There's a some months ago, I actually played in a scientific discussion on the G Block. I actually played a snippet from Neil deGrasse Tyson on a panel with Bill Nye the Science Guy. What's his name? Krauss. Why's his first name going up my head? And a few other scientists. Yeah. And it was a panel at some science fair, and they were doing this thing about stories with relation to science. And Neil deGrasse Tyson dominated the panel. He's brilliant and whatever. But partly the reason why is because he got into a debate with one of the other panelists about what prompts governments to fund scientific exploration. And his argument was that this idea that people fund science for the sake of knowledge acquisition, exploration is nonsense. What the general motivation is often war. And it was a brilliant expose. But then when you listen carefully to what he's saying, he's actually bemoaning the fact, yeah, that the Higgs boson, for example, is being built in Switzerland as opposed to America. Yeah, America is not at the forefront of this specific agenda. Yeah, so as brilliant as Neil deGrasse Tyson is, his political inclination is pro-America, pro-America as it is. Yeah, like he believes in Americans' exceptionalism and the dominance or prominence of America in today's world. Now, the book that he wrote on that same subject that I've just talked about, which is called Accessory to War, you can learn a lot from that book, right? But his political inclinations are very, very clear.
Right. But okay, so he's a nationalist in that he thinks that his right, his nation should
he probably wouldn't define himself as that, but that definitely that sensibility can be defined as American nationalism.
So are you saying that the way America is constructed today, it's a nation only for white people, or that there's no space for black people to come up and see a successful and thriving society?
I'm saying that America is a Western nation that acts in the interest of the West, and black people will be successful in America in as much as they act in accordance with the West.
Yeah. But see, like you're taking the argument to the international level, right?
No, I'm talking about even on the national level. I'm saying that America is a nation that is governed upon Western values. Yeah, and well, first of all, yes, I am, because you don't have to. No nation exists in isolation of the global context, especially today, right? What's it called? But when we talk about America as a nation, the culture, its political history, and the values that are being sustained by the elite in America, they are developed in the interest of Europeans with European culture.
Well, they are developed in their self-interest. I would agree, but that's the goal of every nation is to self-preserve.
Yeah, but you wouldn't be saying that though if we were talking about a Muslim nation and black people having to abide by Sharia to succeed.
In what sense? I don't get your. Why would I criticize that?
There's a political socio-economic culture in America, and oftentimes, in order to succeed within that system, one must
adhere to his values.
Yes, but and because those values are fundamentally anti-black,
Those
then
values. Okay, hold on. I'll say so. Let's stop right there. What values you consider anti-black?
the
And
values upon which America was built are fundamentally anti-black.
I would say they have hypocritical values, and within their values, they haven't been able to really put forth these values. But if you look at like the fundamental values of the Constitution, I would like you to name me one that's anti-black.
The values of a nation are not just defined within what is written down, but what is acted out. But
yeah, exactly. So there's a discrepancy.
In the Constitution, black people were defined as 3/5 of a human being. Fundamentally, yes, within the Constitution. Pardon me?
What article in of the American Constitution?
I've forgotten the actual article. I forgot the actual article. But when you look at how the Constitution is implemented, for example, the 13th Amendment, yeah, which outlaws slavery except for in pursuit of punishment for a crime, yeah. So, and then you look at the fact that that law in outlawing slavery created the context for the mass incarceration of black men in particular, then we understand that in implementation, America is built upon an anti-black foundation and continues to operate on such.
Quickly, sorry, Valley, cis melanated is in the back. Sorry, go on.
You'd have to develop that a little bit more. How does abolishing slavery leads to? I don't see the direct link, the causality, if you may.
So the 13th Amendment, yeah, like the Human Rights Act of 1998 in America, yeah, sorry, in the UK, abolished slavery in America, yeah, effectively. Okay, that's what it was designed to do. Yeah. What happens is, today we have a situation in which there's approximately 2 million or something like that people in prison in America.
Right.
Half of that population is said to be black men, even though black people make up some 14% of the American population.
But that's more of a consequence of the economic system than the political system.
There is no economic system without the political system and vice versa.
They definitely feed off each other, but they don't have, you don't have to have one with particular with the other. I mean, it took a certain road, and I would agree that the economic system, the way it was set up for the rich to get richer and the poor to stay poor, and that's.
But it's not just that, though, my brother.
When you say the values, the fundamental values, I look at the Constitution and like the declarations for human rights, like on paper, I'm saying like it's really good. If that was which was on paper was enacted in real life and they would really put that into force, then I think there would be much less problem. And I think it's going in that direction.
I would. There's an extent to which I might agree with you. The problem is what values on paper that are not manifested in reality mean nothing. So you actually see what a nation values by what they manifest in reality, not what they write down on paper. So if they actually valued what was written in the Constitution, then we would see it manifested. They don't.
Yeah, but you can't legislate like people to love each other and to like act each other and to treat each other equally. I think it's that.
The Constitution means nothing then. If that's not something that you can legislate for, why write it in the Constitution? It doesn't mean anything.
It's the goal that you want to achieve.
And to the extent that you're not achieving it, then we understand what you actually value.
Well, it depends because there's significant steps forward that are going in that direction.
We're talking about a nation that established itself in 1776. Yeah, that enslaved formally black people for another 100 years after that point, officially, and following that 100 years, subjected black people to what is called Jim Crow and lynching.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So again, I don't know to what extent we're supposed to just wait on for America to finally realize, you know, that it's on some shaggery. I don't know, but to me, defining oneself an ideal of success within the context of the American paradigm is fundamentally oppressive. Like a free people, who are concerned about actual freedom, build it upon their own agency, not the agency of other people.
Yeah, but you got to have your own state and your own means to do that. When you're in the context of a nation which has civic nationalism and that has certain values, as long as you're able to adhere to these values, then you should be able to like make your way into that nation. Well, that's in theory, right?
It's certainly in theory, but in reality, it doesn't work like that. All minorities who are powerful within American society have a power base outside of America.
What do you mean? Like what the Thai? What is the Thai? The Thai.
Quite
Thai
simple.
people-
For a prime example, you ever heard of APAC, the American Israeli Political Action Committee or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. These are proud Jews, yeah, who are openly backing Israel. Their interest is to promote the interest of Israel in America. And every president, yeah, if they are going to be elected, has to deliver a speech in front of APAC.
Yeah.
With the man them and I'm saying them kind of things there. Yeah. That's power. Yeah. What's it called? Defined based upon their own ideals and so on and so forth. And so people have to answer to them in the thing.
Yeah. But isn't that like the fact that they have constituted themselves in a lobby and they have been able to maneuver the system to their advantage? Can you blame them for taking advantage of the system and making it work to their advantage?
I'm not blaming them for anything. I'm using them as an example of what power looks like. When you're organized upon your own agency, it's not about blame. When you're organized upon your own agency, that organization begins with you and your people, and not defining so their ideal of success is the maintenance of Israel, not how many Jews are able to genuflect up into American society. Yeah. And so if they go up in American society, it's going to be with the maintenance of Israel, and according to the extent to which America is helping to meet that agenda.
I would have to say what they have been really successful at is working on all fronts. So they definitely have like an organization that's a nationalistic part and that works to the success of their people. But there's also a lot of people that work to the success and that contribute to the American society and that that consider themselves part of the American culture and
why? Because America was fundamental in the establishment of the state of Israel. So there is a symbiotic relationship that exists. The interests are aligned and these kinds of things. Yeah, they have an alignment of interest between themselves. I don't know if we have the same alignment of interest as far as Black people are and America.
Historically, that's false. England was fundamental in the establishment of the state of Israel. America was not into that arena of politics yet. It took the 6-day war for America to start engaging and looking at how.
No, I fundamentally disagree with that. But the fact is that England being central, it doesn't make America's role any less. I'd agree with you that it was after World War II that America really assumed its position as the world superpower. It was on the rise before that, yeah. But certainly, in terms of the development and maintenance of the state of Israel, America has a very large role to play, and it continues to do so. Much of the defense of Israel has been on the back of America. and these kinds of things. There's a symbiotic interest and relationship between them. And so as that relationship develops, you are going to find institutions within American society that speak to the maintenance of that relationship.
Yeah, but that's just the way. Okay, well, the thing is, the problem I have from going to international to national is that the the power structure is totally different. Within the international structure, you don't have a federal court, a federal judge, a judicial body that can come and take two parties and say, okay, well, he's right, you're wrong, you're going to have to take that. It's basically anarchy. So it's the law of the
Well, that's
strong.
not true. There are international courts in this world.
Well, there are international courts, but they have no power. You have to
Well, that's
basically.
not true. They take quote unquote corrupt leaders in Africa to court all the time.
Okay, it's more intricate than that. If you look into it, in order for an international court like the International Criminal Court, the one in Rome, you have to sign up to their court for them to be able to um, to pursue your leaders, right? If you're not signed up to their court, and the second option is if the Security Council instructs them to uh, to to pursue the criminals, but that's in context of like the Security Council is basically the power that decides everything. So you have 6 countries that handle the criminal justice of the world, but those 6 countries, nobody elected them. They don't have legitimacy, and the only legitimacy that they have is they have the strongest armies. So basically, they're able to decide because they're the strongest.
What's the highest court in America?
The federal court, the Supreme Court. Sorry.
Are they elected?
Yes. Oh no, they're not. They're chosen by the president. But you have like, okay, so but well, you have different court systems, right? Before you get to the Supreme Court.
You're very correct. And these judges, no, as far as I'm aware, the judges are not elected either. However,
Well, I think they are in some states.
okay, I'm willing to be corrected on that. I have to look into that some more. Yeah, but for the most part, judges are qualified and then appointed based upon qualification and so on and so forth. However, how does that? What does that tell us? Okay, so let's use that as an example now. Yeah, look at the judiciary. How do Black people in America fare at the hands of the American judiciary?
How do they what?
Fare at the hands of the
well, but that's largely because of they fare pretty bad because if you don't have a good lawyer, then you have lesser of a sentence. So it's more about the economic. The system is actually well put together, but
the judiciary it works hand in hand with the economic, and I'll tell you for why. The laws of the nation are defined by politicians. Yeah, the judges are there to administer the law, to make judgments on the law, okay, in relation to what and set precedents with regards to the administration of justice in relation to the law. Yeah, that's what it's designed to do. So, for example, if you live in a nation, the most popular example whereby you have drugs like crack and cocaine, and cocaine is associated with one community and crack is associated with another community, and you, whereas there is no significant levels of difference in terms of harm where the drug is concerned, but you administer the law in such a way whereby the punishment for one is more severe than the punishment for the other, then you are able, by doing so, to negatively impact one community more than the other community. That's a judiciary and political issue. So politicians are able to campaign on such issues and have that agenda pushed through the Congress and all other institutions in terms of how to operate, in terms of how the society runs.
It's more complex than that because you have different types of lobbies that fight it out and they have different ideologies as to what and who should be the elected officials, and their purpose are going to be different. Now you have a lot of the 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 judiciary system today, as from my research, is being more and more lenient towards criminal activities. Um, so you had that era. I don't know if you ever heard about that era in the in New York. What was it called? With the mayor Giuliani, where he broken window, the broken window policy. Have you ever heard about that?
I have, but you're gonna have to jog my memory on what it
So
is.
we basically had a policy saying that you need to be tough on crime, and when you're going to judge the crimes, you're going to give the maximum sentence. So if you break a window, uh, you're most likely to commit another crime. That was his theory. If you break a window, you're most likely to commit another crime.
Mhm.
And during that era, they had an 80% drop in criminality.
Yeah, and a significant increase in black incarceration.
Yes, yes, indeed, indeed. But the 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 state has moved away from that policy nowadays, and now it's like
Yo, hear
pretty
what I'm
much,
saying, yeah? Yo, can you hear me?
yeah.
I'm gonna restart this show on my other channel, yeah? Cause some fuckeries has happened on this channel still. So
What?
carry on chatting. I'll send
Oh
the link
wow.
over. It's still live. It's still live. Carry on chatting or whatever. I'll send the link over for the new channel once I set it up, and then good to go. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I
No
would,
hate is gonna hate, B.
I would like to. You should check out this. Man, I can't remember his name now.
Giuliani was a vicious man. Yeah.
Who?
Giuliani, vicious, yeah, and terrible man. And every black organization had problems with Giuliani. Yeah, he was vicious, disgusting, horrible, and thoroughly racist. Yeah, in terms of how he ran New York during that period. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you know. And we're talking about situations like if I'm not mistaken, he was the mayor when the or was it just after him? Or was it just it wasn't just after he became mayor? When the Central Park incident took place. I think
Yeah, that was just after him, I think.
It would have been just before him, if it was anything, because this was early 90s.
I think it was early 90s.
Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, he was.
Have you ever heard of Coleman Hughes?
I like Coleman Hughes.
He's really interesting fellow. He uses a lot of statistics and yeah, like
he's really. I've been watching a lot of his stuff the last few months. He debunks a lot of the myths really well. So
he talks a lot about the white supremacy paradigm and how it doesn't hold up according to different types of statistics, and he was one of the statistics that he used that was really interesting was the immigrant black population compared to the local black population, and how
he did some really good breakdowns on crime as well.
Sorry, explain this to me. The immigrant black population in comparison to the what?
Into the local black population.
Sorry, yeah, I've just seen melanated. It was Stinking David Dinkins. I do recall it. Yes. Go ahead, Gabs.
So basically, he was comparing the two, and the level of education, the level of incarceration. I think there was a level of incarceration. Don't quote me on that, but the level of education, and the medium salaries and the average well-being. Basically, he took a few metrics and he compared them, and he was like, well, the immigrant population does like 5 times better, or maybe I'm going overboard because I don't remember the exact numbers, but they're doing way better. Like they were like almost all of all of them like well educated, and they were almost like all of them like have a good standard of living. And like he would like use the statistics to say, well, if you're black in this country, you don't necessarily, it's not true according to these numbers that you're necessarily most likely to fail. There's something else that needs to be looked at.
And what's something else?
Well, generally the
Behavior is correlated to race, is what Coleman Hughes says.
Say that again.
His behavior is correlated to race. What Coleman Hughes does is he looks at things like the schools to prison pipeline, black crime discrepancies, and he says the conversation has to go back to race.
So basically, yeah. So it's
and he's a black brother, right? So.
Yeah. So the idea, and this sounds like the Tony Sewell argument. Yeah. I will check out the brother. There's a rise of these. This guy's from the UK, right?
No, he's
Coleman Hughes American.
No, he's US.
Oh, so he's part of that whole rise of the black right wing in America type situation.
He doesn't even identify as right wing.
Yeah. I don't think he identifies as right wing, but he's he's an unaffiliated politically.
Candace Owens' brethren.
What?
He's basically Candace Owens' brethren.
I don't think so.
I think he's very independent.
I've seen him criticize Candace Owens.
Yeah, he's criticized Candace Owens. He's very independent minded. What he's doing is just using very.
Let's Google this, brother. Did he speak at the reparations thing the other day when the was it the Senate or the House of Representatives held
he spoke in the House, I think. Yeah, he spoke in the House of the Representatives. I think it was like a few months ago, maybe 3 or even 6 months ago. Something.
So I'm going to look into this more, but I'm especially as it relates to black immigrants in America. For the most part, like where is he? Yeah, I have to look into his statistics, but the reality is that the idea that black immigrants on the whole are doing good in America is a fallacy. Now, you might be able to prove that they're doing marginally better than black people who have a longer lineage in America, but whatever. Okay, you know what I'm saying? The reality for me is when discussing that, why would you not discuss the inordinate influence that America has in terms of why immigration becomes a necessity in the first place? Most migrants of America to America from other parts of the Americas are migrants because of the economic redlining of their economies, which are often dominated by America.
Yeah, see, you always do that, but you go back to the international.
So I don't know. I don't know why we want to factor in some realities and not others.
No, because the parameters are not the same when you switch from a national to an international setting.
The parameters are the same, but the paradigms might be. So what if you brought me an issue today of immigration. How can we discuss immigration without discussing the causes for immigration? How can we discuss immigration without discussing why immigration becomes necessary?
Okay, what we're trying to discuss is the fact that immigrants do well and do better than African American people. And
that's what Coleman Hughes showed in multiple. He did some really good work on that.
And he would be correct.
The reason why they left their country is irrelevant. Well, maybe if you could show me why that.
It's absolutely not irrelevant. The reality is that we know that in America, pay for immigrants is often not equal to the pay that you would get if you were a nationalized citizen. Yeah, and them kind of things. There's all kinds of reasons, and I haven't even checked the statistics, but there's all kinds of reasons why that situation may manifest itself. We have in America a situation whereby you have a significant black population that has been entrenched, in ghettoized areas, and I'm saying ghettoized because it was a deliberate process, areas for generations upon generations.
Do you think that generates shock? Do you think that generates violent ghetto culture?
Sometimes there are times. So migrant populations come in two waves here. You have economic migrants, and let's say what's the word? Aspiring migrants. So migrants who travel to study, and migrants who travel to work. Yes, and these kinds of things. Okay, there's also the quote unquote issue of illegal immigration and them kind of things there as well. Yeah. Now, it's not unusual for migrant populations to be to a significant degree made up of the upper middle class sectors of their home nations. Yeah. So they go to other nations with some level of resources, but their level of resources that makes them middle class in their own nation may only make them working class in America. Yeah, depending. Okay. Then now you have the other, which is the underclass, which oftentimes, you've got issues with immigrants all over the place in criminal activity, in jails, and some them kind of things there also as well. So there's all kinds of reasons whereby this might be the case. But the immigrant population, as it relates to the American situation, would not have gone through exactly the same thing that those black people who were born and raised in America for generations upon generation upon generation have gone through.
Yeah, correct. But even if you look at not even non-black, we look at, like, let's say, Asian migration against any other foreign diaspora, they're going, Shaka's right, they're going to come from the upper middle class, or at least the aspirational classes, because they would never made it across and gone through the visa system. They wouldn't have done all of that stuff. So at least if they're not economically, let's just say, equipped, they're aspirationally equipped.
If you're going to use the Asian example, then you cannot take Asian migrants to America outside of the context of China's agenda for its diaspora.
Yeah,
no, I mean, even India as well, right? India is the number one diaspora in the United States.
Same.
Yeah.
The thing is, what he was doing is he was comparing those statistics and saying, like, okay, well, the medium earning of an average household is almost equivalent to, like.
But Gabs, I've watched lots of Coleman Hughes stuff. He's very meticulous. He's got really great analytical skills, and he's unfortunately not very popular with the black left in America because he's saying things they don't want to hear. Right? That's the problem.
It's also the case that the black conservative movement, so to speak, is doing its best to cover over the crimes of America in relation to black people that act like they did it, that they don't.
Oh, you're right. He's going to be promoted by the Candace Owens camp. He's going to be promoted by the right, but he's actually not very right wing.
Exactly. That is the point. So, and as we know, there's lies, damn lies, and statistics. Yeah, and that's not a black nationalist saying.
I would say Coleman Hughes is not a black nationalist. He's actually, if anything, he's a libertarian.
The point that I'm making is that based upon that saying, we understand that statistics can be drawn and manipulated to show many different things.
Is it just me, or do I hear a baby in the background?
No, it's not a baby. It's a cat on heat.
It's not you.
So that is the point that is being made. So the idea now that statistics based, that show more affluent black migrants to America than native blacks, can somehow dispel the existence of a system that is built upon the supremacy of white people and Western culture is nonsense.
I think Shaka, you should look at the Coleman Hughes stuff, and you might find some stuff you're gonna have to take it up with. You're gonna have to refute what he says, but some of his stuff is
I will look into
superb. It's worth looking into.
I guarantee I won't see a video whereby Coleman Hughes is challenging the concept of American exceptionalism. I guarantee I won't.
No, he's an American. He's an American. Yeah, he's for American national. I mean, for American.
American nation in the world. It's not going to happen. Yeah, I guarantee I'm not going to see a video whereby Hughes is challenging American corporations who are controlling the fruit industry throughout the Americas to the benefit of America and the detriment of the.
It's not the subject.
That's not. Yeah, you won't find any videos on that. That's not what he's into. But you're going to find very interesting videos on myths. Hang on, you're going to get very interesting videos on myths about this. Or the black prison population only exists because it's white supremacy. You see, Goldman Hughes will dismantle those arguments very, very well.
I look forward to seeing it, but I doubt he'll be successful.
To be fair, you can't comment on it if you haven't seen them. So, yeah.
Exactly. But let's see him challenge the research of the new Jim Crow. What's her name? Her name's gone out of my head now. I remember it.
Right. But just check. It's not fair for Shaka if you haven't watched him. You go watch his stuff a while. Someone's got a baby. Is that a baby? Or is that someone's?
That's my son. That's my son.
Oh, that's his son. Hello, Mr. Junior Shaka. No, but Coleman Hughes is worth it. But yeah.
Michelle Alexander. That's the new Jim Crow. Yeah. So let's. I'm gonna see if you got a debate with Michelle Alexander.
Hello, small one.
One cannot unless one is suggesting that black people are inherently more criminal. I don't know how one gets around, for example, the destruction of black cities, in the 1920s in America, and the impact that had on the black community and its economic development and so on and so forth. I don't know how you get over the political disenfranchisement that existed among black people in America up until the 1960s. I don't know how you get over those hurdles there.
So basically, I think he does acknowledge that. No problem. What he's saying is that, like, as the years have gone, the system has gotten better and has reformed itself more and more to make it so that it has become a way fairer country that it was back then, and that, you know, like the narrative of white supremacy as it was constructed in the 60s is not really valid anymore. There are like other issues and other answers to the problems that lie ahead. And he uses what's interesting is he uses like a lot of statistics which are interesting. You know, you have to like take him into account. Maybe you don't agree with everything he says, but
I'm familiar with these people. What they tend to do is pathologize black people, black culture.
No, he doesn't do that. I know you're talking about like the Tommy Sotomayor and
No, not even just that. Not even just that. It's this idea that it's black culture that is the problem. So we're not reading enough, or we're not taking books to school. We're taking music to school.
But Shaka, you got a picture with 4 people with guns on them, bro. You got your icon has 4 people with guns on them, man. Come on.
Oh yeah, well, in America you have the right to so I'm sure.
I'm just saying it's a bit funny. That's all. Bless.
That's it. Exercising their Second Amendment rights. I'm sure he was to that.
Yeah. So the
reality is this year that let us say that is the case, that America has decided to treat the blacks better. This doesn't say anything about the agency of black people. Yeah. And the reality is that wherever America has got to today, it has got to because black people have shed their blood. Yeah, that is a reality. Yeah, black people had to shed their blood just to be able to vote in America. Yeah, all right. Black people shed their blood just not to sit at the back of the bus in America. Yeah, everything else. Right. So to act like all of this has come because America has just got to be a better society is nonsense. If he's not big enough, the people. Yeah.
So I got a question for you, Shaka. I know that's not a proper question, but what percentage would you say?
It still doesn't speak to black agency. It still doesn't.
So what percentage would you say is black? So if I asked you, I mean, it's a silly question to ask. It's not a real question, but what percentage of black people in the United States have agency versus being victims of a system? Would you say black people have 90% agency or 10% agency?
No, you don't have. It's not about a percentage of agency. Or a percentage among the population that has agency.
I like the kid.
It is about critical mass, collect, organize, and institutionalize power. Yeah, based upon
but if you imagine this whole system of power is the thing that is. Hang on. If you hold the whole system of power is the thing that's not agency, what
No,
percentage for your average black person is agency versus the system?
you're missing the point about agency. Agency is not defined. Collective agency is not defined by how successful black people can be in abiding by standards set by America.
No, but that's not my question. My question is, if you look at an average black person as an individual, as a group, let's say if society was perfect and they were completely free, they would be free of all systems and they'd have 100% agency. If they were completely enslaved, they'd have 0% agency. So what do you think black people in America have? Do you think they have that they're victims of having low agency or high agency?
Black people are in a position of not living or being governed by an agenda that is informed by our own experiences and culture.
So would you say they currently don't have agency? So I'm looking for an answer that says they have low agency or high agency or medium agency.
The agency within America is defined by America. So, for example,
so low agency.
If your ideal of success, is American presidency, yes, then that is not independent black agencies. That is defined. That is the agency of America defining black people's aspirations.
But let's say if you're a member of the Black Panthers, you'd have full agency. Is that right?
Not even necessarily full, but more agency.
Okay.
Black people are currently low in terms of organized power.
I see. So you're saying low in agency as measured by held up as to the yardstick of, let's say, African nationalism. For example, low in agency. But even if someone like, say, Candace, someone succeeds, she might be high in agency, but under the white man system.
Well, I don't know that the black conservatives are any more powerful in America than anybody.
I'm just saying relative. Like no one is going to, Candace Owens is never going to get shot.
I'm saying as a collective, I don't know that the black conservative movement has any more power, sway, or influence in America on behalf of black people. It
wouldn't. No, I'm just trying to work out. I'm trying to work out how much of this agency you attribute to black people, or how much you consider them to be victims of the white imperialist system.
I think
it sounds like your answer is that they're victims.
I think that this dichotomy that you're drawing between agency and victimhood is a false one. One can be subject to subjugation and oppression, but manifest agency in their fight for liberation. One doesn't exclude the other.
But no, it doesn't in a way, because one would be aspirational. But one would be Shaka, would it be aspirational agency as opposed to actualized agency? So they would have aspirational agency, which I can agree with, but they won't have any actualized agency, because you can't have actualized agency and also be a victim of the system. So you could have aspirational, like, hey, I liberate me from my chains, but you wouldn't have actually any real agency, right?
No, I think that's a false dichotomy. Agency on the part of the oppressed is measured by the extent to which they resist oppression.
Okay, so they are effectively still victims unless they are fighting back.
No. It's not about being a victim or not being a victim. It's about recognizing the forces that are at play. So, in other words, this, like, that they say that the greatest trick the devil ever pulled is to convince someone that he doesn't exist. This narrative that you're trying to develop at the moment is that one. Yeah, it attempts to make the oppressive system invisible, so that it cannot be targeted, so that people are now shamed for actually identifying these institutions and their intentionality and their actualization of those intentions in relation to black people, so that when black people try to inform other black people of what is actually taking place, then they're accused of seeking victim status, which is ridiculous. Because
but my question is, would you, let's say, if I stop the clock right now, would you consider black people to have victim status or not?
I talked about these terrible immigrants that are coming to negatively impact and are negatively impacting the American society. Nobody accused them of making American society victim, or promoting a victim mentality.
Yeah, but my question remains: is do you believe currently as a general population, like let's keep it to US blacks, are they currently under victim status?
US
black? Are they
victim? No. Again, you're creating a dichotomy between victim status and agency. US blacks are in a position, of having aspirations. That's like black people all around the world having aspirations.
Aspirational agency, yeah.
Europeans, yeah, and so and to that extent, we are subject to the intentions, yeah, of
the system.
That's it, yeah. So the agency of Black people must be affected or actualized in the intention towards developing our own institutions and systems based upon our own culture and civilized idealisms.
So basically, so you're mentioning agency as how, let's just say, for lack of a better word, how awoke the Black people are in their resistance to the system, right?
You could say that. I might use different terminology, but I understand.
Okay, yeah, but I mean, yeah, without being strict. Okay.
So
You're gonna love Coleman Hughes's work, Shaka. I'll tell you that.
So what about like the people? So basically, you're against civic national. You're kind of a separatist in a way, right?
All nationalists are.
So hold on. So if you had a possibility, you had like ultimate power. I make you like not governor, but like emperor of the world. How would you solve the African American problem? Would you like give them their own states and create like a separate state?
I don't want to be emperor of the world. I want Black people to be free and liberated. In my humble estimation, Black people will be free and liberated once we understand that we are a global nation and establish a power base.
So would you support a separated? So let's say, for example, 2 or 3 states in the South were made a Black homeland for the American Black.
Will it be against it? Will it be against it at all? If that was to take place, I would be against it.
So all the Blacks move out and move to, let's say, Alabama, for example, Alabama, Florida, Georgia, whatever, right?
Or Brazil, Haiti, Cuba.
Oh yeah. So be a
the,
racial separation. Yeah.
the thing is, Shakara, what's interesting is sometimes when you listen to your demands and what you really want, it looks like you and the ethno-nationalists don't have a lot in difference.
The difference between Black nationalism and white nationalism is fundamentally the fact that white nationalism is expressly, historically, and intentionally oppressive to Black people.
That's not what white nationalism is anymore. White nationalism was white separatism, right? Separatism.
No. But we're talking. All ideologies have a history, yeah. So we have a context of fruition.
Yeah, but that history changed a lot.
I was specifically addressing.
So if one says he's a Black nationalist, you will never find an argument amongst them whereby the oppression and wanted destruction of white people for no other reason than them being white is a feature.
But you can't, but Chuck, I can assure you, you won't speak to any white nationalists today, and I speak to a lot of them all day, every day. None of them want to oppress Africa Black people. They just want their homeland without Black people in it.
I think that white nationalists have gotten very good at couching their language in diplomatic terms. And to whatever extent that is useful for Black people, fine, it's not a problem. But I'm not. I harbor no illusions about their intentions.
Okay.
But wait, just like you were talking about the history. I was talking about the demands. If you look at the demands, they're the same, and
they are.
I would like okay, so basically you have like a civic type of nationalist where you're a dear because of values. You say, okay, well, we all have the same values. Let's live together, right?
Yeah.
That's like the current state of like the national, the country,
the USA, EU, all of them.
But then you have people who say no, it needs to be racially based countries. Basically, you have your citizenship if you have that race. Was that what you're advocating for?
Well, you know what, Gabs, that's not too strictly what they're saying is white nationalists will say that those values only emerge from race. They can't be separated from race.
No, for me, it's fundamentally different. It's fundamentally this. We're talking about a heritage, yes, group, and a culture. Yeah, that's what it really is about. Okay, so from an African-centered point of view, nationalism is fundamentally about culture, cultural values, and political agency. Yes, And so the idea is that Western values are diametrically opposed, and oppressive to ourselves and our culture as African.
And good black nationalists would therefore conclude that they want separatism once they have power.
Oh no, yeah, I'm not running from the title of separatism. I would regard myself to be a separatist. I believe that African people should have exclusive power.
And should exclude other people, like white people, Asian people, from interfering with their power.
From our institutions of power. Yes. So all people do that. Like, exclusivity, cultural exclusivity is something that all people affect.
Remember the conversation we had, Chaka. So a good black nationalist, if you waved a wand and you had a real Pan-African leader, he would exclude, for example, British Petroleum, the Chinese and Indian companies. He would exclude them from participating in African open power, right? Unless they want the African terms.
Unless they want African
terms.
Yeah. But so one thing that ethno-nationalists say often is multicultural
yeah.
or multi-conflictual societies, and they can't sustain. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah, because what they actually say is also tolerance plus diversity plus proximity equals a breakdown of trust.
I don't agree with it from the white supremacist angle.
No, but just look at the statement.
There is nothing fundamentally that stops culture from being able to coexist, apart from a culture of oppression, whereby some cultures are seen as superior to the other. I believe that where cultures
but hang on, Shaka, it doesn't have to be oppression. It just be remember you did, but would you say you're oppressive if you kicked out all the whites, brown and yellow people from Africa, or would you just say you're use the word exclusive and exclusive for you and exclusionary for the other? So it doesn't have to be oppressive. It could just be exclusionary, right? So I don't think you'll find most white nationalists aren't white supremacists. They're white exclusion.
My question was really: do you think is it possible under the African system with the African value to have a multicultural society with like we have somewhat like we have in the West, but more pacified, where people agree with each other? So you have like Muslims, you have Chinese, you have all these different cultures able to settle under your territory, your laws, and that live in a pacific manner. You think it's possible?
It's certainly more possible than it is under under a lot of other cultural inclinations within this world. That is, and in fact, it could be considered that the capacity for African cultures to coexist antagonistically with other cultures is what led to some of the significant downfall and degradation of African civilizations and cultures, because the cultures that African people were able to exist alongside were sometimes antagonistic. Yeah. And so the reality is that that is a lesson that we have to learn. So I would not encourage up until a certain point and a certain level of power acquisition, African people to be inclusive to a certain degree. We must develop exclusive power. Yes. And act based upon that exclusive power for the sake of protecting ourselves, having learned lessons of history.
But don't you see, the thing is you can get away with saying that because you're seen as a marginalized portion of the society, but not everybody can come out and say what you say in the sense that, like, if you say, well, I want a society with exclusive power based on my race, then
it's about race and culture. Yeah. However, nobody else actually has a problem saying that, and some people don't need to say it because they've already got their institutions set up to do it in the first place. So
based on their race,
with the rise of white nationalist movements all over Europe, it's evident that white people are not having any problem talking about racial exclusivity among themselves. It's not really a problem for them.
I challenge you to find somebody that is in the mainstream media saying, I want my society to be based on my race, and I want my race to dominate the institution.
They're all over the place, bro. I mean,
My race to dominate the institution?
White nationalists are all over the place, bro. But again, you seem to be a bit more.
No, they exist in the cesspool of internet. They're all over the place. Yes.
And I'm not really that impassioned by the extent to which white society gives its white nationalists
I'm just saying.
mainstream news. Like, I'm not really concerned about that. It's not really my. I don't have really a dog in that fight. They will do
I'm
that.
just saying that kind of ideology is seen for most people that are unpoliticized and that are on the fence, that that are looking from afar. It's seen as unacceptable. If you want to base your ideology on your race, then I don't think it's the way for the future. It's been tried before.
But yet
seen
you
it
are
in the
saying that.
past.
But yet your argument is that white nationalists are allies to black people and
No. I've never seen. I said nationalist. I never said white. I said nationalist.
will include
People
black nationalists.
who are for sovereignty.
But the example that you gave me was Marine Le Pen in France, who was a white nationalist.
He wasn't a white nationalist.
Le Pen is not a white nationalist?
He's never been a white nationalist.
Le
He's
Pen
a
is not a white nationalist.
universalist.
A what? Sorry.
A French universalist. There's some nuances that you have to apply.
Sorry,
if you see everybody in the category, if you have one category, either you're a white racist or you're not, then obviously you're gonna put him in the white racist category. But if you have more nuances, and then you're able to look at different, he wasn't for he never spoke about having a white country. He did.
You seem to be able to explain the politics of white nationalism extremely well, but don't seem to be able to understand black nationalist or liberation politics as in as much depth.
What do you think? What point specifically?
What I'm saying, all of your references seem to come from Le Pen and what's that guy's name?
No, come on now. You bring that back over and over again.
No, but it's a fact though. I don't. I'm not hearing you bring in references from actual black nationalist revolutionaries.
Yeah, I've talked about okay, so Coleman Hughes is a black guy, right?
He's not a black nationalist.
Ah, okay. So Kemi Seba is a black guy.
He's a black nationalist.
Yeah, he definitely. I've talked about him several times. I'd have to say in the black nationalist movement, especially in France, we have our representative are low grade. They're really it's really hard to see you have, I don't know, I think they do that on purpose. The people who get to go in the media really have a really bad level of culture, of way of expressing themselves. They have a lot of passion, but they're not really good references. Now I've read the Franz Fanon, the Emetezer, Sheikh Anta Diop, I've read all the good references for black nationalism, but it feels like that era, or not that era, but that generation has died down, and they weren't able to make.
Yeah, Gabs, you're on the money. They've been infiltrated by the postmodern left since the 90s.
Let me ask you.
So that old generation are dead.
Let me ask you a question. You said that so just dealing with France right now, Front National, which is the actual party, the National Front, basically, as translated in English, which is the actual party.
It's changed its name, by the way, but yeah, continue.
What's the new name? They changed its name? What's the new name?
It's called
the National Party.
No, it's called shit.
In French. But it's the same. It's Marine Le Pen's father's party. It's a French National Front.
Well, you remember saying, right? But the question is, who has prominence in French?
National Rassemblement National. Yeah, it's called Rassemblement National.
Which means what?
Means a national assembly.
So they got rid of the more militaristic sounding front, and made it a more diplomatic.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's taking place. Okay, that's fine. They're entitled to do that. Again, evolution was trying to
Well, they're preparing for the French presidential elections, right?
exactly. Yeah, so they've got rid of the more militaristic, you know what I'm saying? You know,
Of course.
and develop a more diplomatic one. Okay, that's all within the realms of politics. Which has more prominence within French society? The French nationalists or the black nationalists in France?
Prevalence in what sense?
Prominence, yeah. So
Prominence?
yes. So who's more prominent within the society?
The Front National.
But what do you mean by prominence? Just
well, there's prominence in it. Like, who is more widely seen? Who is more widely featured on in media?
Right. Of course,
who has more
the French nationalists.
The French nationalists, okay.
Yeah, they don't get a lot of space though, but
so
they're more than the black.
That's not true. I got a French nationalist friends. Le Pen is like, I think 26% to Macron, 28% in the polls. They're almost neck and neck.
They have more space, quote unquote. That's than the black nationalists.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So there's obviously some relative distinctions there between how white nations treat their white nationalist sectors to the black.
But they're not white nationalists. They're nationalists.
Correct.
Okay, I take I will take your correction with a pinch of salt, but I take it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case. So for whatever actuality that means. So for whatever that means in actuality.
But, like, I mean, the thing is, they what they fight for, they don't fight for an ethnically a state that's governed by people of their ethnicity.
Historically.
No, they did fight against immigration, but that's immigration from all over, from all nations.
But they fight against immigration from Britain, for example.
Correct. Yeah.
Against not from Britain, because there's no Brits, but against Portugal, for example. Yes.
The French national. No, that's not true. The French National Party is very clear. The French National Front. They're against any non-French migration.
Okay.
So they would deport, for example, Germans and Africans.
Yeah, that's all well and good. But the reality is, again, if we're dealing with like political agency and culture, the European cultural trajectory has been established uninterrupted for at least 500 years, whilst they've been interrupting the political.
But if we're in Europe, I mean, I think it's
Say again?
to be expected a little bit.
Say again?
I said, if you're in Europe, it's to be expected that the European culture is going to dominate. When I say sovereignty, that means people that have the majority dominate in their country.
But that's not being disputed. I don't know why we're making that statement. That's not being disputed. The reality is that whilst that has been uninterrupted for the last 500 years, to a significant degree, their uninterrupted trajectory has been built upon the fact that the political and cultural trajectory of other places and other people groups have been interrupted by them. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So agency on the part of those people is restoring their political and cultural agency.
In their homelands, right?
Wherever they are, because the fact of the matter is, British agency is not
So
confined.
you can't say Shaka. You can't say you can't say wherever they are, because then I could say white people's agency is the express in Africa.
I can say that because British agency was not confined to the four corners of Britain as an island. Yeah, British agency found itself onto
Okay.
island.
So let me ask you a question then, because Indians didn't colonize. Indians didn't go colonize anyone. They've got the right to express Indian agency in Africa.
One second, please. British agency. In fact, colonization was the imposition of British agency upon other people, and so to the extent that the legacy of that imposition manifests itself today in political relationships, in economic relationships, and in cultural relationships.
Yeah, we know that bit. I mean, we know this. We know the story. The narrative is saying, Shaka.
Those people have if they are interested in actual liberation and freedom, have a responsibility to effect their own agency with
Yeah, but do that. So let me ask you I know the long version, short version. So Indian people have never done anything colonizing imperially by force, or they are economically colonizing now. Do they have the right to express their agency in Africa today?
I believe that when it comes to international relations, where there is fairness, all people should be able to manifest their agency. Yeah?
So you're fine with Indian economic? Are you fine with Indian companies expressing their own self-interest in
all
Africa?
people do so. The reality is, however, that when it comes to African people, unless African people are at a point whereby we are able to organize enough to manifest our own agency, all other agencies that are expressed among us are going to negatively impact our own. So I have
Correct.
no problems with Indians. Once
No,
again,
but Chuck, I agree with you. So if it's not pro-African,
in and of itself, all people are entitled to act upon their own agency. But coming from where we are coming from, it would be wise for us to consolidate our own power.
I agree with you, Shaka. I have no disagreement. Shaka, I don't disagree with you with that.
To the
But my
exclusion.
question, you're not quite of answering me is, would that also apply to other people?
No, again, I've already answered you. It would mean for us to the exclusion of other peoples.
Okay, but so you would agree, therefore, if the Front National want to exclude, for example, African blacks?
It's a forced equivalency. The
Why?
reason because you can the comparison between a nation like France, who is the second most prolific colonizer in the world, who has imposed its and continues to impose itself upon other nations. Yes, to this day. Yes.
So you're saying they should have those rights because of their past?
No, I'm saying that France and the French, yes. If they want a French France, let them have a French France. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's it. So you're consistent.
Right? Please do not interrupt me. The reality is, however, that their French France has been built upon the enslavement and colonization of African people, some of whom have ended up in France. Yes, that's a reality. So even the existence of black people in Britain is not based upon the desire of black people to come to Britain and manifest a black power empire in Britain. The presence of black people in Britain is a result of the British Empire and the needs, the economic needs of the British Empire. So,
I hear you. But so what I'm saying is, so therefore, because the historical black people,
for the British to now complain, yeah, and act like they are victims of
forget the victim though.
And
Forget the victim. But hang on.
Their own nation is total hypocrisy. It's absolute hypocrisy.
It might be hypocrisy. It might be
especially when in the borders of Britain, these people who they controlled into coming to their nations to economically benefit them were mistreated for decades.
Okay, but hang on, Chaka, you're going to go on for a long speech about this. I get what you're saying. You say the same thing all the time. My question remains. So therefore, my question is this. So therefore, because of the past of 4 centuries ago, are black, let's say, are French nationalists and British nationalists have any less claim than African nationalism?
French and British nationalists
are,
yeah, and because of their criminality, yeah, they will they when the those who have been guilty, yes, of enacting criminality against begin to resist, then they are going to be negatively affected, and that's the bed that they made for themselves, and they must lie in it.
Right. So basically, yeah. So your position is one of effectively war, isn't it?
Colonization is an act of war.
No, it says at the cultural political level, what you're saying is that, let's say, if you were black people in France, then because of the colonizing history of France, black people have the right to resist French nationalism that excludes them, right?
No, not this. Resisting French nationalism is not is not about being included into French nationalism. It's about African agency, and so to the extent to which the French continue to try and negate and negatively impact the agency of African people, Africans have a right to resist.
Okay, including in France.
Definitely. In as much as,
therefore war, yeah.
It's already war. You say even in France, as though France is not right now assuming
I
power.
agree with you, Shaka. In France is at a state of war.
To the extent that you have destroyed the economies of our home nations, and now some of us have migrated to your nation in order for economic, some level of economic stability, so somewhat. Yeah. If we begin to fight on behalf of our own nations, you created that bed for yourself. You can't.
I hear you, Shaka. I like your honesty, Shaka. You're saying we are at a state of war and we should continue the state of war.
War was declared 500 years ago.
Yeah, I agree with you. I'm saying you're saying we are at a state of war. We've always been at a state of war, and we should continue the state of war, right?
It's nonsense.
No, I'm with you. I'm just clarifying your positions, man. So you're
Yeah.
saying, yeah, I've been at a state of war. We are at a state of war currently, and we should continue the state of war until African nationalists or African nationalism has had a sense of justice, for lack of a better word. Right?
I would much rather that war was not a reality. However, where it is a reality, one must prepare themselves to fight.
I have a question, Shaka. It's something that I struggle with a bit. And I'm not gonna ask directly the question. I'm gonna ask through a metaphor, right? Let's say my grandfather killed your grandfather, right? You have the right 2 generations down to come back and kill me because my grandfather killed your grandfather. Meaning, is there a racially transmitted sense of justice or genetically transmitted sense of guilt?
I don't have the right to kill you because your grandfather killed my grandfather.
So when we look at the history of the relation between Europe and Africa, like, do you think it's right to want revenge for what happened in the past, or should we look to work within the system with what we have?
No, your analogy doesn't actually speak to reality. Here is that problem. Your analogy suggests that that what happened was an individual incident of killing that did not go any further beyond that point. That is not the reality. A more applicable reality, or a more applicable analogy, or an analogy that would more reflect reality is your grandfather killed my grandfather, stole all the wealth from my family, and continues to have me pay taxes to you up until 2 generations later. Do I have the right to go up in your yard and take back what was stolen from me and my family? Most definitely, most certainly. And if you dead in the process, then so be it. That's just what it is. Yeah. So that is the actual real analogy that we're drawing here. We're talking about a situation in which these nations still hold an undue and unearned and inordinate influence over our lives, yeah, and our capacity and ability to defend, protect, and develop ourselves independently. And so, to the extent that is true, we are responsible for shaking off those influences.
Right. See, but okay, so I wanted to move the conversation. I'm gonna read real quick Article 2 of the UN Charter, right? Just to like when I talk about sovereignty, this is what I'm talking about. So the organization is based on the principle of sovereignty, of sovereign equality of all its members. All members, in order to ensure to all of them the rights and benefits resulting from membership, shall fulfill in good faith their obligation assumed to them in accordance with the present charter. All members shall settle their international disputes peacefully by peaceful means in such manner that international peace and security and justice are not in danger. All members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against territorial integrity or political independence of any state or any other manner inconsistent with the purpose of the United Nations. So basically, this is when I say I'm for sovereignty, those articles basically sum it up, right? Is like you should have a state system where you're not allowed to interfere and to use force to meddle with the affairs of other states, right?
So can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why are there French and American military bases all over West Africa right now?
Technically, because they invited them.
You think
That's
so?
authorized.
You think so? Yeah.
Technically, if your president says, "Come to my country, come and set up shop in my country," that's authorized under the UN Charter.
You think so? Yeah. So you think that it's an invitation, and that's it? Was the invitation made
No,
from?
no, no. It's much more complex than that. You have to like look into like uh, the political system and how it's dominated by people who don't have the best interest of their nation,
By the
right?
way, I'm intrigued. You're reading me a UN document. I thought you were against the UN.
I'm against the way the Security Council is set up because they
Yo,
hold.
did that melanated find those verses? I can't stay here anymore, so I gotta go. Just saying.
Sorry.
Go on, Gabriel.
Yeah, I know I'm against the way the Security Council is set up, right? Because it doesn't reflect a fair distribution of power between the nations, right? But these articles are to be salvaged. These articles.
So let's say you're correct here, but by evidence of the of their actual current composition, which shows no significant signs of changing, what you read out is not manifesting itself in reality as far as how the UN is organized.
Can I just interject just very briefly? Is it sorry? Is it Gobs? You read out. Sorry, am I reading that wrong?
I think it's Gabs, man.
Oh, sorry, it was far away.
Salam alaikum, Banksy.
Salam alaikum, wa alaikum assalam. Yeah, sorry, it was far away. I couldn't see it. I just wanted to say, from a Shakaraz perspective, and certainly, I can, to some extent, sympathize shall I say, with this idea. I just sorry, there's someone else talking. Ralph, background music, background. Okay, Gabs, from Shakaraz's perspective, and as I say, I have some sympathy to this, is that you are reading from the United Nations Charter, which was established by the very countries that has effectively colonized and oppressed what Shakaraz would consider his people's countries. And so when you're reading from a statement from a system established by the colonizers themselves, there is a question mark over how much we should respect or validate that charter, because that charter was written with those people in mind, not the other. Those who wrote it, those who established it, those who established the whole system. So what I think from Shakaraz's perspective, this entire thing is built on a foundation of shit, of corruption, of self-interest, and of colonizers. So I can't, on that level, you can't go to the colonizers' charter and tell me their charter says I can't do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, well, I would have to say to that, like, you can have like a big picture approach and say, okay, well, that whole system is shit, or you can look at the details and see where the system is failing and how it's failing, and analyze how the superpowers put some rules in place that are not. Some of these rules are not so bad, but the thing is,
There's also, sorry to interrupt you, Gab, but there's also a complete misreading of the UN Human Charter and the history of it. It was not formed on the basis of the colonizers. It was formed to give birth and rise to the Western liberal system.
Well,
Because liberalism won World War II.
Created that
No, Banksy. It wasn't the colonizers. It was the victors of World War II. The liberals defeated communism, and the liberals defeated fascism in World War II. And the liberals wrote the UN Human Charter.
for
I'm
The
colonizing.
entire
sorry, I'm
charter was written
sorry.
by the liberals. Right?
You're factually wrong. They didn't defeat communism at World War II. Communism defeated itself or got defeated
Sure,
by the
sure, but
United
that's a
States.
side.
No,
That's a
no,
side.
wait.
That's a
Let me
side
just
narrative.
finish.
Communism.
Let's
Communism still exists.
let me just finish. Let me just finish. There are two charts. There are two charts. One that was proposed by the Western powers and one that was proposed by the communist powers. Those two charts are still in effect today, right?
No,
The
but
thing,
my
wait,
point is,
let me just finish. I got one last point. The real power of the rest is through the GATT system.
of
That's
course, I
how
understand what you're saying, but the point is, if you look at the actual history, the history of the political, you learn this in any first year political history course. The UN Charter, the whole construction of the United Nations was because the liberal project won World War II.
I'm sorry, I disagree.
So
There
all
was
the hang
there
on.
was
If you disagree,
negotiations.
so what are the hang on? What are the three pillars of the United Nations then? What are the fundamental three pillars of the United Nations? And tell me why they're not liberal. Do you even know what they are? Okay, the fundamental the principles of three pillars of the United Nations Charter is peace and security through human rights and development, right? The
Yeah.
liberal agenda. Everything
Yeah.
is derivative, intellectually, politically, from the liberal agenda, not the colonizers'
The
agenda.
development part was from the Russian, the communist Russian
The Russians, the English, the Americans, the French, the Chinese, the Soviets, they all participated. But what's with the intellectual ideology is liberalism. A peaceful, prosperous world through human rights for all. That's the United Nations. It's a
So you
liberal
say the Human Rights Charter is a liberal project.
correct. Rights, human rights is the axiom of liberalism, isn't it?
So conservatism doesn't believe in human rights.
They do, but it's not their political idea. It's not the axioms of their politics. The axioms of liberalism from Locke and Hume and from Rousseau is the human rights under the social contract. Right? The United Nations is it was enshrined and set up from its inception to implement a peaceful world through liberal principles. So the three pillars of the UN are what they say, and the four purposes, for example, is to maintain international peace and security under these liberal principles. It's a neoliberal project, right? It is not a colonizer project. It's not a communist project. It's not a fascist project. It's not a nationalist project. It's a liberal project. The United Nations. I mean, I despise the United Nations. I want to bring it down, but it's a liberal. It's a liberal project.
Disagree with that to some extent. I just don't think that liberal precludes colonizer. In real
No,
sense.
remember the liberals resisted colonization, man. The liberals are the ones who wanted to free African slaves. They're liberal. They believe in freedom as their holy book.
No, they didn't. The liberal, under the liberals and the conservatives, for that matter, just depending. Both of them were institutors of what is called neo-colonialism.
Well, I mean, you've got when you have there's always saying, Shaka, when all I have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. You're always going to only look under the colonization lens. But if you look at it, for example, and don't look at the colonization lens, the United Nations, after correct Banksy there, is the liberal project that is now crumbling.
I have to disagree with you. The thing is, historically, the liberals did win, but at the beginning there was two charters. There was Charter 1 and then there's Charter 2, which was based on the Economic and Social Council, and that was made for so that there would be an economic stability within the nations, and this is where the liberals won. Is they decided the rules for how the socio-economic institutions.
Right. Absolutely, you're absolutely right. I've actually done a bit of homework on the UN. But what was the winning ideology? It was liberalism.
But the other thing is also Gabs. The other part is, if you are saying that the other charter was a Russian charter, Russians were socialist communists at the time. Communism is a liberal lefty concept as well. So it's not a right wing.
I'm sorry, but like on the political scale, liberalism is on the right and communism is on the left.
Liberalism is in the middle. Communism is on the left.
Conservatism.
Liberalism isn't left.
Okay, wait.
Right.
Let's just be clear. Liberalism as an idea, as the philosophical idea, which is the state's neutrality, that's in the middle. But economic liberalism is on the right.
But I think you mean economic laissez-faire, capitalism.
Yeah, exactly. Economic
But
laissez.
that's not liberalism. But that's not liberalism.
That's part of the liberal.
Liberalism is not an economic theory. It's first of all a social human theory.
I know,
But
but
the reality is,
like
them
when you
are
talk
different
about
in terms of their
Adam Smith and Ricardo, they're considered liberal authors.
Well, the Overton window moves over time, but the principles that are independent of time, the principles of liberalism is that you are born free and endowed with as many human rights, and you enter a social contract to preserve those rights. And that peace and prosperity in the world is when everyone is free and no one can be oppressed by anyone else, including your own state. That's
Yeah.
a summary of liberalism, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to collectivism, like nationalism, like Shaka's arguing for black nationalism, which is anti-liberalism. It's a collectivism. It puts the black people before the black individual.
But those
The
two,
black family before the black person, the black nation, the black prosperity, and the black future ahead of any black. So Shaka, like any other good nationalist, is anti-liberal. He puts the people before the individual's rights, right?
Mhm.
He wants the black people as a collective. So liberalism is anti-collective, right?
more importantly, Shaka, like any good African nationalist, is not defined by the political development of Europe and European people.
You shouldn't be. You need to be free of it.
We can't be hypocritical and say that these political ideas had no influence over our own ideas. I'm sorry, but like whether it's Marcus Garvey, Kwame Nkrumah, all the early Pan-Africanists studied in Western environments and drew their ideas. It's just like Zionism, right? They all drew their ideas from the economic and social political construct at the time, right? They didn't just come out of the blue, or they didn't just take a system from Middle Ages of Africa and say, okay, this is what we're going to adopt. They took
Those systems have not actually proven to be successful anyway.
There's a very big difference between being influenced by, informed by, and being defined by. What I said was, like any good African nationalist, Shaka is not defined the political development and trajectory of European people and culture. So there are certain definitions of phenomenon that would be applicable in the European context that may not be applicable to the African-centered, self-determined political development. That's all that means.
Yeah. So, but I mean, basically, so when you say, was it Banksy who ever said, that the UN thing is fundamentally, some sort of like colonizer project or something like that. No, it's not. It's the ultimate liberal project.
Well, yeah,
And
but I
it must be
was
destroyed.
referring to what I presumed Shakara would share the sentiments.
I wasn't sure if you shared it as well, but I knew I saw what you did.
But yeah,
I disagree. I disagree.
I did notice that, actually.
The neo-colonial project is found with the GATT institutions and the World Bank, and the economic stability of the world. That's how they were able to.
How do you divorce?
Absolument, Gabs. Je suis d'accord avec vous.
Because they're not the same. Like, you don't have to have the same economic system.
Sorry, brother, but but you would be familiar with the fact that the United Nations was founded around the same time and in concert with the World Trade Organization, the World Health Organization, the International
World Bank, IMF, all of the neoliberal projects. All of those are neoliberal structures.
They weren't found separate and distinct from each other. They were founded as a body of related institutions to solve common problems.
To actually implement global neoliberalism. That was their express. That's in their charter. It's in all their papers. They were clear, because when liberalism won and they sat around the table, when they went to San Francisco, they wanted a global liberal world order, not to repeat World War II. So these are, now you see half a century later, you see the IMF, the World Bank, you see the UN Charter, you see all of these things are the global neoliberal world order. And but I mean, alhamdulillah, Islam and others, good, strong reactionary forces will fight this neoliberal order. So will black nationalists, I hope.
We shall return back to feudalism.
No,
back to the state of nature.
Gabs, are you familiar with the Declaration of Rights of the Negro Peoples of the World that was signed in 1920?
In 1919, no, I'm not.
So this was 100 years ago. There was an event called in Madison Square Gardens called the International Convention of Negro Peoples of the World. And what they did, one of the things they did was draw up a Declaration of Rights for the Negro Peoples of the World, which is challenging colonialism and affirming African nationhood. So point number one in terms of the actual declarations is, be it known that all men, be it known to all men that whereas all men are created equal and entitled to the rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And because of this, the duly elected representatives of the Negro peoples of the world, invoking the aid of the just and almighty God, do declare all men, women, and children of our blood throughout the world free denizens, and do claim them as free citizens of Africa, the motherland of all Negroes. Point number two says that we believe in the supreme authority of our race and all things racial, that all things are created and given to man as a common possession, and that there should be an equitable distribution and apportionment of all such things, and in consideration of the fact that as a race we are now deprived of those things that are morally and legally ours, we believe it right that all such things should be acquired and held by whatsoever means possible. Point number 7 reads, we believe that any law or practice that tends to deprive any African of his land or the privileges of free citizenship within his country is unjust and immoral, and no native should respect any such laws. Point number 15, we strongly condemn the cupidity of those nations of the world who by open aggression or secret schemes have seized the territories and the inexhaustible natural wealth of Africa, and we place on record our most solemn determination to reclaim the treasures and possessions of the vast continent of our forefathers and mothers.
So that sounds a lot like an African version of the UN Charter of Liberalism, right? The first few sentences they read straight out of Locke, right?
It was actually prior to, and by many estimations, because before the United Nations there was a legal.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is liberalism, right? So that was all written in the late 17th century.
Actually, it sounds more like the American Declaration of Human Rights, which was
but that comes from the French Revolution, which is the sister of the English Liberal Revolution. So what you're reading is the French version of the American version, and what Shaka just read is a black version of Locke, right?
America didn't have a Declaration of Human Rights. America had a Declaration of Independence.
They did have a Declaration of Human Rights.
Yes, it did. Of course, it did. Yeah. So it's a famous. You can see it in the Smithsonian Institute. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, absolutely. So again, the idea is liberalism, but I would assume Shaka is opposed to liberalism and wants nationalism, which is opposed to liberalism. Because nationalism puts your collective and your people before the individual. Liberalism is trying to put the individual first, right? You can't have both ways. You can't be a collectivist and an individualist. And the United Nations and the IMF and the World Fund and the World Bank and the WHO are all neoliberal institutions trying to expand. If you do the following thing, count the number of UN human rights in the UN Charter and plot them over time since 1945, you will see it's an attempt for the global neoliberal order to expand everything foundationally on human rights, i.e. an individualistic liberal thing, not a collective thing. Right. So it's directly opposed to black nationalism. It's directly opposed to Pan-Africanism. It's directly opposed to, Alhamdulillah, the word of the Creator. It is directly opposed to anything that collectivizes people. It is fundamentally a liberal project. Right?
It's actually more complex than that. European society can afford to be liberal because of the foundation that it built up and the power base that it built up based upon its own nationalisms.
Well, I don't know. I'm a liberal. I'm not interested in liberalism. So I mean,
but which is why whenever there's considered to be a significant threat, you see the more conservative elements of European society rise up in opposition to it. So it's not just the fact of liberals versus conservatives. So that is the main and primary battle in the world. Both of these forces can actually function to the development and benefit or the maintenance of an individual society based upon what is needed within that society. For example, it was understood that after World War II, the British society needed to take a sharp shift towards the left in order to provide for its citizens.
Correct. After World War II, what was noticed in the great liberal construction projects across Europe and the United States was that the majority of the people who died in World War II were working class, and the social contract and the liberalism gave you the NHS, gave you social housing, and all of these things were prizes or peace offerings to the working class. So you're right, it was actually a leftward drifting project that continued going left, and eventually the real left hijacked liberalism, one could argue, sometime in the 90s, in the early 90s. But again, good black nationalists and good collectivists would oppose the liberal agenda, right?
So this is the Virginia Declaration of Rights, drafted in 1789. If you look at the first article, it says, Section 1, that all men are by nature equally free and independent, have certain inherent rights, of which, when they enter into a state of society, they cannot be, by any compact, deprived, divest their property, namely the enjoyment of life and liberty, with the means of acquiring, possessing property, and pursuing and obtaining happiness and safety.
It's straight out of John Locke, right? Just straight out of English liberalism, right? So what did John Locke say? All mankind be equal and independent. No one ought to harm another in the possession of life, health, liberty, right? So this is straight out of Somerset in England.
So yeah, what do you think on that debate? What do you think? Do you think the rights of the society come before the rights of the individual? I'm asking Shakara the questions because I'm not. I didn't get a clear way.
I don't believe that there's a sharp distinction between the two. I think that individual rights are secured by a collective organization and agency. Coming from a fundamentally, let's say African-centered philosophical position, umuntu ungumuntu ungabantu. A person is a person. There are people. I am because we are. Since we are, therefore I am.
Right, but look, okay. So, for example, you have a clear opposition between the Islamic system of rights and the human rights. And when you look into the Islamic system of punishment, you see that their punishments are really based on making sure that there's no that the individual doesn't trouble the society. Like the best example is the law for apostasy, right? They say that if you claim that you apostated, that you don't believe in that religion anymore, you are troubling the society, and you therefore deserve death because you're a danger to society, right? In the human rights paradigm, then that's your personal choice.
Well,
And
no,
that
I want to disagree with that. I'm not going to go at the Sharia whilst lauding the UN.
no, but it's not. It's philosophically, like some say that the rights of protecting the society is more important than protecting
but again, the West doesn't act any way differently. When the West perceives a threat to the West, it bombs, it kills, it murders, it pillages.
We're talking on a national level.
Like, but why though? Okay, well, even on a national level, do you think that you can? I mean, you do know that that it's a crime, in this country, to challenge the authority of the Queen in any significant way, right? You can't just get up and challenge the authority of the Queen. It's not going to be done, right? So the reality is, all societies have their thing, and as I said to you before, what they put on paper.
That's not the case at all over here. The French killed their king, and since then you can challenge the authority of the state.
What happened to that man that you spoke to, Shakara, who was talking about the French currency? Didn't he get imprisoned at one point?
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Wasn't it in France? Where was it?
No, it wasn't in France. It was in Senegal.
It was not. He has been in prison in Senegal. This was in Burkina Faso. But bearing in mind, however, that when he was in prison the last time, which was in December, it was right around the time that Emmanuel Macron was traveling to West Africa to Cote d'Ivoire and Mali in particular, to address issues of the rise of dissatisfaction with the French in French-speaking West Africa. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, we're
Well,
getting
we
away.
do have an example, though. I mean, in America in the 50s, they had McCarthyism. And if there were people who were thought to be speaking out against the state of America, democracy, capitalism, they were imprisoned. They were. Their lives.
Yo, peeps. Wait, hold on for a sec, yeah. Hold on for a sec, yeah. We're gonna be switching channels, yeah. We're gonna be switching channels, yeah. I've set up the new channel already for us to jump on. Yeah, we're going over to the wavy side. You get me? We need to switch over still. So I'm gonna put the link to the channel in the chat now. Everyone jump over to there. I'll put the link for the. Hold on a sec. The rain's on the screen messing up. Yeah, I put the link for the chat for the channel there. So come over to that channel there. Yeah, we'll be live in there in a sec still. People them on the panel, I'm gonna give you the link for the panel in a sec. Yeah, hold on for a sec because you can only copy and paste one thing at a time. So just give me 2 secs, and then I'm gonna put the link in the back chat. Yeah.
I'm gonna come through, but I'm gonna be going for like 15 minutes, half an hour still.
All right, cool, bruv.
Yeah.
Belly, do we see on the stream? You're just changing the channel, right? I think you went. Okay, I see.
But
Assalamu alaikum. Nice
answer the
to
question.
see you, Afghan. I hope you're recovering. I hope your health is better.
I'm good. How about you? You okay?
Very good, yeah. Getting to just an elderly Asian migrant, trying to make my way.
Well, you weren't able to answer the question.
Oh, God. glad you're on board here. Let's deal with this. Come on.
All right, yo. The link for the chat, yeah, is in the back chat. The link for the chat is in the private chat, yeah.
So what do you think, Afghan, anyway, about everything you've heard so far? Do you think it's a lot of like pipe dreams here about like fighting the West and everything?
You get about the conversation over here, yeah. Carry on the conversation on the other side, innit? Yeah. Click the link in the back chat. Jump over to the other panel, and I'll carry on the chat over there, yeah.
Yeah, I'll answer
everyone
that
in the
question.
chat, yeah. jump onto the link that I posted already, yeah. And we'll be over there in 2 minutes, yeah. Big up everyone in the panel, everyone in the chat. Make sure you get over there to the wavy side. You get me? We do it on a wave, yeah. Trust me. All right. So yeah, everyone, click the link, yeah. Gabs, Lady D, Shax, click the link. Jump over to the other side, yeah.
Yeah, I'm already in.
All right. I'm gonna lock this one off now, and we'll be over there in a sec.